Chapter 1, Rebirth from the Bottom of the Valley, Sign-in System Activated. It's a hot summer day and the commercial street outside the university town is hot and noisy. Lin Haotian was wearing a washed-out Hummingbird Express takeout uniform. His clothes were soaked with sweat, mixed with the dust, making his already ordinary face look even more disheveled. Having just delivered his last order, he stood blankly on the street, dragging his lead-like legs, looking out of tune with the hustle and bustle around him. Hey, isn't this Lin Haotian?
A sharp sneer exploded behind him, like a poisonous needle, piercing Lin Haotian's already tense nerves. His body stiffened, he turned around abruptly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant.
Zhang Qian.
The woman who once made a vow to him but was now intimately holding the arm of another man was looking at him coldly with a look of contempt that he had never seen before.
She had delicate makeup on and was wearing a designer dress.
She snuggled up to the young man next to her, who had a slicked back hair and a dazzling gold watch. She was so glamorous that it hurt his eyes.
Qian, is this the useless ex-boyfriend you were talking about?
The young man hugged Zhang Qian's soft waist tightly, looking up and down at Lin Haotian with contempt, his tone full of undisguised mockery. Zhang Qian sneered coquettishly, but her voice was as sharp as nails scraping against glass. That's right, Mr. Zhao.
Lin Haotian, look at how poor you are now. Even if you deliver takeout for your whole life, you still can't afford a bag for me. She deliberately raised the latest luxury bag on her wrist, and the glaring logo was like an invisible slap in Lin Haotian's face.
Zhao Mingyuan exaggeratedly said oh and raised his voice a few notches, extremely arrogant. Boy, you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat, but you don't even take a piss to look at yourself.
Qian followed you, it's like a flower stuck in cow dung. Now, she has found true happiness. Passers-by around looked at him sideways, pointed, and whispered. TSK, how miserable, being humiliated in the street by the ex-girlfriend. That woman is too realistic.
Once she gets high up on the social ladder, she turns her back on me.
What kind of future can a food delivery man have?
Every comment was like a poisoned steel needle, piercing into Lin Haotian's already fragile self-esteem. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms and bleeding. My cheeks were burning, not because of the heat, but because of the shame and embarrassment. He wanted to roar, to protest, but his throat seemed to be strangled and he couldn't make a sound. Poverty was like an invisible yoke that weighed him down so much that he lost all the courage to stand up straight in front of this couple.
Lin Haotian, I'm warning you, stay away from Qian from now on.
Zhao Mingyuan stepped forward and poked Lin Haotian's chest with his finger, his eyes contemptuous and fierce. Take a piss and look at yourself.
Don't dirty Qian's eyes.
Zhang Qian snuggled up to Zhao Mingyuan proudly, laughing so hard that her body shook with laughter. Mr. Zhao is right.
Lin Haotian, we are no longer from the same world. You can just focus on delivering your takeaways while I live my life.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that a casual meal from Mr. Zhao is worth a year's salary from your hard work. Lin Haotian's heart felt like it was being stabbed by countless needles, and the pain was so severe that he almost suffocated. The days when they ate steamed buns and fantasized about the future are still vivid in their minds. At that time, they had nothing, but were full of joy.
Now, things are different.
He took a deep breath, suppressed the humiliation and anger that was boiling over him, and said in a hoarse voice that was almost inaudible, Zhang Qian, I wish you happiness. After saying these 3 words, he seemed to have all the strength drained out of his body. He turned around in a panic, wanting only to escape from this suffocating place. Tisk, poor bastard. Zhao Mingyuan's mocking voice was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing him from behind again. Lin Haotian staggered and almost fell down.
He didn't dare to look back, nor did he have the energy to look back.
I just want to leave quickly, hide in an empty corner, and lick my bloody wounds alone. Walking in the busy traffic with a lost soul, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only the gray of despair. No matter how bright the sun is, it can't warm his frozen heart. He was born an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, worked part-time to pay for his college education, and in order to survive, he chose the lowest threshold job of a delivery man. He is honest and even a little self-deprecating, but he always believes that hard work can change his destiny. But reality gave him the loudest and cruelest slap in the face.
Why? God, why do you do this to me? Lin Haotian roared silently in his heart, his eyes full of bloodshot and unwillingness.
He asked himself why fate was so cruel and unfair to him since he had never done anything evil. At this moment, a sharp sound of tire friction and a shrill scream suddenly broke through the noise of the street.
Ah! Be careful! Lin Haotian suddenly looked up and his pupils shrank.
Not far away, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old stumbled into the middle of the road in order to chase a rolling red ball. At the same time, a heavy truck, like an out-of-control steel beast, its tires rubbed against the ground with a deafening scream, and it rushed towards the little girl madly with the momentum of destroying everything. Danger! Pedestrians on the roadside screamed in fear. Everyone was terrified and watched the tragedy about to happen, but they were powerless to do anything. The little girl was also frightened. Her big round eyes were filled with fear. She froze in place, not moving. The truck driver twisted the steering wheel frantically in the cab and screamed, but it was too late.
A critical moment. No time to think. No time to even weigh the pros and cons.
The kindness and justice deeply rooted in my bones burst out at this moment.
Little sister, get out of the way.
Lin Haotian roared, using all his strength, and rushed towards the center of the road like a madman, like an arrow shot from a bow.
Time seems to freeze at this moment.
Just when the truck was about to swallow the young figure, Lin Haotian pounced out like a cheetah, used all his strength to hold the little girl tightly in his arms, and rolled suddenly to the side of the road.
Bang! A deafening and terrifying noise.
This was followed by the teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting and glass shattering. Lin Haotian only felt a destructive force coming from his back, as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed train. The heart-wrenching pain exploded instantly and spread throughout every part of his body. He felt that his bones were breaking and his internal organs were dislocated and almost bursting out of his cavity. He and the little girl were knocked flying, and rolled several times on the hard asphalt road before coming to a halt in a mess.
Wow!
The little girl in his arms was frightened by this sudden disaster and burst into tears. Lin Haotian used up his last bit of strength, tremblingly loosened his arms that were tightly holding the little girl, and said in a voice as weak as a mosquito, Little sister, are you okay? Although the little girl cried heartbreakingly, fortunately, she only suffered some scratches and fright and was not seriously injured. Seeing that the little girl was safe and sound, Lin Haotian's extremely tense nerves finally relaxed. An indescribable fatigue and pain completely overwhelmed him like a flood. The vitality was rapidly draining from his body, and warm blood gushed out, soon forming a glaring pool of blood under him.
Ah! Someone hit someone. Call 120.
That young man, he did it to save that girl.
It's so tragic. He's bleeding so much. He's almost dying.
There were exclamations and hurried footsteps all around.
Lin Haotian lay on the cold ground. The severe pain made even breathing a luxury.
His vision began to blur, and his ears were filled with all kinds of noisy sounds. The sound of the ambulance siren came closer and closer, becoming clearer and clearer.
He. Lin Haotian forced a miserable smile from the corner of his mouth with difficulty. Is this my end? Being humiliated in the street like a dog, and then dying in humiliation on the cold street to save a child you didn't even know? I can't accept it. I really can't accept this.
I haven't made Zhang Qian and Zhao Mingyuan, that couple, regret it yet.
I haven't had a good day yet. I haven't. The
strong will to survive burned wildly in his dying soul.
He doesn't want to die. He wants to live.
Just when Lin Haotian's consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by the boundless darkness, a cold, mechanical voice without any human emotion suddenly sounded in the depths of his mind.
Detected the host's strong will to survive, meets the binding conditions. The super city sign-in system is binding. 1%. 30%. 70%. 99%. Binding is successful. What?
A hint of unbelievable horror suddenly flashed in Lin Haotian's dilated pupils.
System? Is this a hallucination before death?
In an instant, a light blue translucent light curtain suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, emitting the only light in this vision that was about to be swallowed by darkness.
On the light curtain, several lines of cold words were clearly visible. Host, Lin Haotian. Status, near-death vital signs are extremely weak. System, super city sign-in system activated. Function, sign-in not enabled.
On the verge of death.
As expected, am I still going to die?
Lin Haotian's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and the light curtain in front of him began to twist and rotate. He felt his body getting colder and lighter, as if he was falling into a bottomless icy abyss. Just before he was about to completely lose consciousness, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. The host is detected to be in critical condition, and the novice gift pack is automatically distributed. Contents of the newbie gift pack.
1. Life Potion Primary X1. 2. Strength Enhancement Basic 1. 3. Startup Capital, 100,000 yuan automatically deposited into the virtual account.
It is detected that the host's vital signs are about to disappear.
Do you want to use the Life Potion Primary immediately?
The blood completely blurred his vision and the world fell into endless darkness.
Is this an illusion?
This was the last thought that flashed through Lin Haotian's mind before he lost consciousness. The shrill sound of the ambulance sirens came from far away and finally stopped on the side of the street. Medical staff hurriedly lifted the blood-covered, dying Lin Haotian onto a stretcher and rushed him to the hospital. No one knew that on this sweltering hot afternoon, the fate of an ordinary delivery man had quietly reversed from the bottom of the valley, heading towards a legendary path that no one could have predicted.
Chapter 2, ICU's First Signing. God-level medical skills and millions of dollars. Drip drip drip.
The cold and regular electronic sound was particularly harsh in the silent ward, striking Lin Haotian's chaotic consciousness again and again. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and the glaring incandescent light made him squint subconsciously.
All around, there was a suffocating whiteness.
The cold metal bed frame, the complicated instruments with flashing indicator lights at the bedside, the strong smell of disinfectant in the air.
ICU? Intensive Care Unit?
Lin Haotian's mind was shaken, and the tragic scenes before the car accident came rushing back like a flood. The out-of-control heavy truck, the splattering scarlet blood, the heart-wrenching pain, and that cold mechanical sound that sounded before consciousness completely dissipated.
System? I'm still alive?
He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the body covered with a white sheet, with an 4-tube inserted in his arm. He tried to move his fingers, and an almost unfamiliar feeling of power emerged from his fingertips.
I tried to move my legs again.
Although they were still a little sore, the pain that was enough to tear a person apart alive was gone. Not only that, he even felt an unprecedented explosive force throughout his limbs and bones, several times stronger than before the car accident, or even when his body was at its peak.
A great gift pack for beginners. Life Potion. Strength Enhancement. Lin Haotian's heart was pounding. Could it be that all this was not an illusion before he died?
He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the excitement and disbelief that was surging in his heart, and called out anxiously in his heart.
System? System, are you there? Hello host, the Super City sign-in system is dedicated to serving you.
That cold, mechanical voice, yet at this moment it sounded like the sound of nature, rang in his mind with incredible clarity.
It's true. It's all true.
Not only did I not die, I also obtained a heaven-defying system that only exists in novels. Lin Haotian was so excited that he almost jumped up from the hospital bed. The anger of being humiliated in the street by his ex-girlfriend Zhang Qian and the rich second-generation Zhao Mingyuan, and the despair of being ruthlessly crushed by fate, at this moment, were all washed away by this huge surprise that came out of the blue.
Great! Great!
He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slightly wet.
This is a way out from desperate situation.
This is the beginning of my, Lin Haotian, changing my destiny against all odds.
Ding!
The host's physical condition has been detected to be basically stable, and the items in the novice gift package have been automatically used up.
Current host status, healthy slightly weak, recovering.
The remaining items in the novice gift package, starting capital of 100,000 yuan automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card, please check it carefully.
The system prompt sounded again.
Lin Haotian's heart moved, and he subconsciously reached for the bedside table. He remembered that before he fell into a coma, his mobile phone was always in his trouser pocket because he had to receive takeout orders at any time.
The medical staff should have helped him take it out.
Sure enough, he found his old cell phone with several cracks on the screen on the bedside table.
With trembling fingers, I pressed the power button and the screen lit up.
Almost at the same time, a bank text message popped up with a ding. Longwei Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your savings card account with the last digit XXXX received 100,000 renminbi at XXXX on X month X day, and the current balance is 100,035 renminbi and 72 cents.
100,000. A full 100,000 yuan.
Lin Haotian opened his eyes wide, staring at the string of numbers on the phone screen, his heart beating wildly like a drum. This amount of money was an astronomical sum that he could never even imagine. It was a huge sum that he could not have saved even if he worked hard as a delivery man for a year and lived frugally.
And now, it's so easy to get it. Ha! Lin Haotian let out a long breath, trying to calm the ecstasy in his chest. The gift pack for novices is so awesome. What surprises will the system sign in function bring? Ding! Detected at a special location, ICU of the First People's Hospital of the city. Meets the sign in conditions. Do you want to sign in for the first time?
The system prompt sounded at the perfect moment.
Sign in. Lin Haotian said silently in his heart without hesitation. First sign in location, ICU of the First People's Hospital of the city. Signing in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level medical skills primary.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Counterattack startup fund of 500,000 yuan.
Boom. As the system prompt sounded, an unimaginable torrent of information, like the Milky Way, pouring back into Lin Haotian's mind. Human anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, diagnostics, internal medicine, surgery. Countless difficult and obscure medical knowledge, the causes, symptoms, diagnostic methods, and treatment plans of various difficult and complicated diseases were forcibly instilled and imprinted deep into his brain like an epiphany. From microscopic cell structures to macroscopic organ functions, from deadly viruses and bacteria to mysterious gene sequences, from simple colds and fevers to complex cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, cancer and tumors. Countless clinical cases, countless classic surgical images, countless drug data. This knowledge is complex yet well organized, as if he has been immersed in this for decades, and all the contents have become instincts, deeply engraved in the soul. Ah! Lin Haotian couldn't help but let out a suppressed groan, veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down like rain. This amount of information is simply too terrifying. His brain seemed to be blown up by this massive amount of knowledge. But at the same time, an unprecedented sense of clarity and insight also arose. He felt as if he suddenly possessed a pair of divine eyes that could see through all the mysteries of the human body. After just a few seconds, the splitting headache receded like the tide, replaced by a strong sense of confidence that everything was in control. Divine level medical skills primary. It's only the beginner level, but it's already so amazing. Lin Haotian even had a strong intuition that if you gave him any of the world's top medical journals, he could finish reading it within 3 minutes and accurately point out the fallacies and shortcomings in it. Before he could fully recover from the shock of acquiring God-level medical skills, the cell phone on the bedside table dinged again. He subconsciously picked it up and took a look, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Another bank deposit text message. Longwei Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your savings card account with the last digit XXXX received 500,000 renminbi at XXXX on X month X day, and the current balance is 600,035 renminbi and 72 cents. 500,000. Adding the 100,000 from the previous novice gift package, the total is 600,000. Lin Haotian looked at the long string of dazzling zeros on the phone screen, and his breathing became heavy. He pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. A sharp pain came. It's not a dream. All of this is true. Ha 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 ha. Lin Haotian could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy. He lowered his voice and laughed, his chest heaving violently. Zhang Qian. Zhao Ming Yuan. I have written down every single humiliation you two dogs have brought upon my name, Lin Haotian. Don't you think I'm poor and can only deliver food all my life and can't even afford a brand name bag for you? Just wait. It won't be long before I let you know what true despair is and what regret is. Just as Lin Haotian was immersed in his infinite vision of the future and the pleasure of revenge, a rapid and shrill alarm suddenly came from the direction of the bed next door. Beep, 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 beep. On the monitor, the originally stable vital signs curve suddenly became chaotic. The numbers representing heart rate and blood pressure jumped wildly, and then dropped sharply. Oh no! The patient in bed number 3 is in ventricular fibrillation. Our blood pressure can't be measured. The exclamation of a young female nurse instantly broke the oppressive silence in the ICU ward. Hurry footsteps were heard, and a male doctor wearing a white coat and a mask, who looked to be about 30 years old, hurried over with a very solemn expression. Dr. Liu. The patient is in critical condition, the nurse reported anxiously. Dr. Liu immediately stepped forward to check the equipment, his brows knitted into knots. Prepare for defibrillation. Intravenous injection of epinephrine. Yes. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ICU ward suddenly became extremely tense. The nurses were busy preparing rescue equipment and medicines, and Dr. Liu was directing them from the side. However, judging from his slightly panicked eyes and the dense beads of sweat on his forehead, he was obviously confused and at a loss.
Lin Haotian was startled by this sudden change and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Lying on the bed next to him was a white-haired old man. At this moment, his face was blue and purple, his lips were cyanotic, his chest was heaving violently, and a strange ho-ho sound of death came from his throat, as if he would take his last breath at any time.
All vital signs on the instruments continued to deteriorate. Defibrillator ready. Charge 300 joules. Everybody leave. Dr. Lu yelled, grabbed the defibrillator's electrodes and pressed them hard on the old man's chest. Bang!
The old man's body trembled violently. However, the chaotic curve on the monitor still showed no signs of improvement.
No. Try again. Increase the dosage.
Dr. Lu gritted his teeth, his voice a little hoarse due to nervousness. Lin Haotian looked at this scene and frowned unconsciously. In his mind, the divine medical knowledge he had just acquired started to operate automatically like a conditioned reflex. The old man's complexion, breathing status, various data on the monitor, all clinical information was quickly collected, analyzed, and compared in his mind. Almost instantly, an extremely clear diagnosis suddenly formed in his mind.
Etc. Just when Dr. Lu was about to perform the second defibrillation, Lin Haotian almost blurted out.
His voice was not loud, but in such a tense and depressing environment, it was extremely clear, like a bolt from the blue. The ICU suddenly became quiet. The eyes of all the medical staff were focused on the young patient who had just been in a coma but suddenly started speaking. Dr. Lu paused abruptly, turned his head, looked at Lin Haotian with displeasure, and spoke with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted.
Who are you? This is the ICU, not the place for you to talk.
Don't interfere with our efforts to save the patient. He subconsciously thought that Lin Haotian was frightened by the critical situation, or that the patient's family members were ignorant in giving orders.
Several nurses nearby also showed surprise and a hint of blame.
Lin Haotian seemed not to feel their strange looks. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, staring closely at the dying old man. His tone was decisive, with an unquestionable strong confidence.
He's not just suffering from ventricular fibrillation. Check his neck skin immediately to see if there's any rash or edema.
Listen to his breathing with a stethoscope to see if there's any obvious wheezing.
He may have suffered from laryngeal edema caused by acute drug allergy, which led to suffocation and severe arrhythmia. If you simply use defibrillation and adrenaline now, it will only hasten his death. Anti-allergic treatment must be given immediately, and the airway must be opened urgently.
Lin Haotian spoke very quickly, and every word was like a gem, and every word hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. After he finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop in the entire ICU. Dr. Lu and several nurses were all petrified on the spot, looking at Lin Haotian in disbelief. A young man wearing a hospital gown and looking no more than in his early 20s actually made a judgment on the condition of a critically ill patient using such professional and precise terminology in such a firm and unquestionable tone? Moreover, this judgment is completely different from the diagnosis of these professional doctors. In fact, it is completely contrary to it. Dr. Lu's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could pinch a fly to death, and his eyes were full of surprise and confusion.
Drug allergy? Laryngeal edema?
The patient's main complaint when he was admitted to the hospital was clearly angina pectoris due to coronary heart disease, so how could he suddenly develop a drug allergy?
Is this guy talking nonsense?
He subconsciously wanted to scold Lin Haotian for spreading rumors to confuse the public, but when he met Lin Haotian's eyes that were unusually bright, deep, and full of absolute confidence, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. For some reason, the look in this young man's eyes gave him an inexplicable sense of conviction that almost made him want to worship him. Quick! Shaoli, check the patient's neck skin immediately. I'll listen to the stethoscope. The hesitation was only a moment. The patient's vital signs were still deteriorating rapidly.
Every second was a matter of life and death. Dr. Lu dared not delay any longer. Try to save the situation.
He immediately followed Lin Haotian's instructions, bent down, and placed the cold stethoscope on the old man's skinny chest. At the same time, he quickly signaled the nurse Shaoli next to him to check the old man's neck.
Dr. Lu. There are really scattered red rashes on the patient's neck. And the skin seems to be a little swollen.
Shaoli, the nurse in charge of the examination, spoke with an unconcealable tremor and a strong sense of disbelief. Almost at the same time, the ear of Dr. Lu wearing the stethoscope moved suddenly, and his pupil suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip.
Wheezing sound. Clear and typical wheezing sound. This is a classic sign of upper airway obstruction. No mistake.
The cold sweat on his forehead suddenly broke out and instantly soaked his temples. This young man, what he said, is actually all true. Everyone's eyes were once again focused in shock on this young man who had just been unconscious but now said something shocking. Dr. Liu was in a state of panic. Who was this patient? How could he know all this? And how could he make such an accurate judgment? It was unbelievable. But at this moment, the old man's vital signs were already in danger, his heartbeat and breathing could stop at any time, and he had no time to think. Should he trust this mysterious young man? If you don't believe it, the patient will die almost immediately in front of you. If I believe it, what if this young man's judgment is wrong, then the consequences? For a moment, tremendous pressure weighed heavily on Dr. Liu's heart like a towering mountain. Chapter 3, the miraculous doctor shows off his power and slaps the arrogant deputy director in the face. Cold sweat broke out on Dr. Liu's forehead, instantly soaking his temples. This young man, what he said, is actually all true. Wheezing sound. Typical airway obstruction caused by laryngeal edema. If the patient were to be rescued according to conventional ventricular fibrillation and then given another defibrillation, he would probably die on the spot due to suffocation and incorrect treatment. Thinking of this, Dr. Liu felt a chill on his back, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Haotian had changed from the initial doubt to deep horror and a barely perceptible awe. Quick! 10 milligrams of dexamethasone intravenously. 1 milligram of epinephrine nebulized inhaled, prepare for endotracheal intubation. Dr. Liu almost shouted as he gave the order, his voice trembling slightly with fear. At this moment, he no longer had any doubt about Lin Haotian's judgment. Etc. Just as the nurse was busy preparing the medicine, a majestic and cold voice hit everyone's heart like a hammer. The heavy isolation door of the ICU suddenly opened, and a man in his 50s, meticulously dressed in a white coat, strode in. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked arrogant, followed by a group of medical staff. The nameplate on this person's chest clearly reads, Deputy Director of ICU, Wang Bo. It turned out that Wang Bo had just finished an important meeting, and when he heard that there was an emergency rescue in the ICU, he rushed over. He immediately saw the precarious vital signs on the monitor and the old man struggling in pain on the hospital bed. What's going on? Wang Bo asked in a stern tone, his eyes swept over the bewildered Dr. Liu and the nurses, and finally fell on the nurse who was about to carry out the doctor's orders. Dexamethasone? Epinephrine nebulizer? Who told you to use it like that? The patient is clearly suffering from ventricular fibrillation caused by acute myocardial infarction. Thrombolysis and continuous cardiopulmonary resuscitation should be performed immediately, and IABP intra-aortic balloon pump should be prepared. Wang Bo's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Without even looking at Lin Haotian, he directly denied Dr. Liu's previous instruction with an attitude of being in control of the overall situation. Dr. Liu's face turned pale and he opened his mouth to explain, but Wang Bo's sharp gaze forced him to swallow his words back. A higher-ranking official can crush a person, not to mention that Wang Bo is the deputy director of the ICU. His academic and clinical experience far exceeds that of an ordinary doctor on duty. Wang. Deputy Director Wang, Dr. Liu pointed at Lin Haotian on the bed and explained in a low voice, just now this gentleman diagnosed that the patient might have laryngeal edema caused by acute drug allergy. Wang Bo then noticed Lin Haotian sitting on the bed. His brows immediately twisted into a shape, and his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Patient? Nonsense. What does a mere patient know about medicine? This is an ICU, not a vegetable market. He turned around and scolded Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, where is your professionalism? How dare you listen to a patient's nonsense? Am I the deputy director or is he? Do as I say. Prepare the thrombolytic drugs immediately. Can you afford to delay the treatment? Deputy Director Wang, with all due respect, your diagnosis is wrong. Just when Wang Bo was trying to force his wrong plan, Lin Haotian's calm but resounding voice rang out. His eyes were clear and sharp, and he looked straight at Wang Bo without the slightest retreat or fear. Ding! Temporary mission released, expose Wang Bo's incompetence and arrogance, and establish initial prestige in the ICU. Task reward, reputation plus 100, random skill point plus 1. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Haotian's mouth curled up slightly. You came just in time. Are you questioning my professional judgment? Wang Bo was contradicted by a young patient in public. His face instantly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it, and his tone was cold. The nurses around didn't even dare to make a sound and lowered their heads for fear of getting into trouble. This is not a question, it is a fact. Lin Haotian's tone was calm, but with an absolute confidence that came from his god-level medical skills.
The patient's admission record showed a history of penicillin allergy, and the medication he just received intravenously contains cephalosporin antibiotics. Although it is not penicillin itself, there is a risk of cross-allergy. The rash and edema on his neck, as well as the wheezing detected by auscultation, are all typical signs of laryngeal edema caused by acute allergies. The arrhythmia and decreased blood pressure on the monitor are manifestations secondary to severe hypoxia and anaphylactic shock. Lin Haotian paused, his eyes sharp, and continued, "If we follow your plan to perform thrombolysis, not only will it fail to relieve his breathing difficulties, but the anticoagulant effect of the thrombolytic drug will increase the potential risk of mucosal bleeding and even induce massive gastrointestinal bleeding. By then, there will be no way to save the situation." The speech is clear and logical, and every professional term is extremely precise and hits the point directly. The arrogance on Wang Bo's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of incredible astonishment. How could he know all this? And speak so, professionally? Even the young doctors standing behind him had a thoughtful look on their faces. The cross-allergic reaction that Lin Haotian mentioned, as well as the typical signs of laryngeal edema, were indeed clearly stated in the textbook. You are talking nonsense. It's all nonsense.
Wang Bo's face flushed red, and he scolded with forced calmness, but his tone was obviously a little weak. "I have been practicing medicine for more than 20 years, am I not as good as a young boy like you?
Director Wang, save my dad. Please save my dad."
Just then, a shrill cry was heard outside the ward. A middle-aged woman in her 50s, dressed simply, stumbled in, supported by a young girl, and fell to her knees in front of Wang Bo, tears streaming down her face. "Doctor, please save my husband," the woman cried heartbreakingly. "Family members, please calm down first. We are doing our best to rescue him." Wang Bo was a little embarrassed by this sudden change and hurried to comfort them.
"Doctor, is what this young man said true? Is my dad really allergic to the medicine?"
The young girl who was supporting her mother was in her early 20s. She had a pair of red and swollen eyes from crying, but at this moment she looked at Lin Haotian with a glimmer of hope. She was outside the door just now and vaguely heard the argument between Lin Haotian and Wang Bo.
"Time is running out."
Lin Haotian ignored Wang Bo and looked directly at the girl. His tone was calm and firm. "If you believe me, let Dr. Lu perform the rescue according to my plan immediately."
"There may be a glimmer of hope. I believe you."
The girl looked at Lin Haotian's eyes that were full of confidence and strength, as if she had grasped the last straw to save her life. She suddenly turned her head and cried to Dr. Lu, "Doctor, please, just do as this young man says.
If anything happens to my dad, I won't live anymore."
Dr. Lu's forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at Wang Bo, whose face was ashen, then at the elderly man who was dying and the family members who were begging for mercy. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Let us do it."
"Okay.
Just do as Mr. Lin says."
Dr. Lu waved his hand fiercely. "Inject dexamethasone intravenously. Prepare the epinephrine nebulizer. Shaoli, prepare the endotracheal intubation kit. Lu Feng, how dare you?"
Wang Bo was so angry that he was shaking all over and yelled at Dr. Lu, pointing at his nose. However, Dr. Lu had given up at this moment and ignored him, directing the nurses quickly and methodically.
Lin Haotian added calmly, "In addition to the atomized epinephrine, prepare 0.5 mg intramuscular injection to quickly relieve laryngeal edema.
At the same time, establish a double intravenous channel, replenish crystalloid, and prepare dopamine to increase blood pressure."
Each of his instructions was crystal clear and had a convincing force.
In the ICU, a rescue race against death was carried out in a tense and orderly manner under Lin Haotian's remote control command. Wang Bo stood aside, his face turning from red to blue, from blue to white, and finally to deathly gray. He wanted to get angry, but found that he could do nothing about it. The nurses and doctors who usually responded to him in a submissive manner completely ignored his existence at this moment and devoted themselves to the rescue work directed by Lin Haotian. At this critical moment of life and death, when the atmosphere was tense, a figure appeared silently in front of the visiting window outside the ICU ward.
Zhang Qian. She happened to accompany a relative to the First Municipal Hospital for medical treatment today. When she passed by the ICU, she was attracted by the tense movement inside.
When she looked through the glass window and saw the familiar figure standing calmly beside the bed, directing a group of people in white coats to perform the rescue operation, she felt as if struck by lightning and froze in place for a moment.
How is it possible? That is Lin Haotian. Shouldn't he be lying in bed half dead? How could he be directing the doctors to save people? Even the deputy director, who seemed to be in a very high position, could only stand there and stare blankly, unable to get a word in. I am not dreaming.
Zheng Xian rubbed her eyes hard, but the scene in front of her was still crystal clear. The man who she once regarded as a loser and a failure in his life seemed like a different person at this moment. The confidence, calmness, and powerful aura of control over everything he exuded were something she had never seen before. Especially when she saw that Lin Haotian just said a few words calmly and those experienced doctors and nurses immediately followed his instructions. Zheng Xian's heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe.
Remorse. Endless regret overwhelmed her like a tide.
She remembered how she had mocked him harshly, how she had ruthlessly abandoned him, and how she hadn't even said a word of greeting to him after he had a car accident. And now, this man who was abandoned by her is performing a medical miracle here.
Quick!
The blood pressure is rising.
70-40, a nurse shouted in surprise.
The breath sounds, the wheezing sounds have weakened. The oxygen saturation is recovering.
After listening to the stethoscope, Dr. Lu's tone was filled with incredible ecstasy. Efficient.
It really works. Lin Haotian's judgment and treatment plan are completely correct. With the injection of anti-allergic drugs and the maintenance of pressor drugs, the old man's cyanotic complexion gradually began to return to rosy color, and his rapid and difficult breathing gradually eased. On the monitor, the once chaotic vital signs curve miraculously stabilized.
Ha!
Dr. Lu let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and looked at Lin Haotian with eyes full of deep admiration and gratitude.
Mr. Lin, thank you so much. If you hadn't pointed it out in time, the consequences would have been disastrous.
The patient's family members were so excited that they were incoherent. The middle-aged woman knelt down in front of Lin Haotian's bed, crying, "My benefactor.
You are my partner's lifesaver. We kowtow to you. No, get up quickly." Lin Haotian quickly moved aside and let Dr. Lu and the nurse help them up. At this moment, in the entire ICU ward, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Haotian, full of shock, curiosity, and admiration.
The previously arrogant deputy director Wang Bo had already taken advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the patient, and slipped out the back door with a livid face and in dejected manner.
He knew that today he had completely lost face. In the future, in the first hospital of the city, he, Wang Bo, would probably become a joke. Ding! Temporary mission completed.
Congratulations to the host for successfully exposing Wang Bo's incompetence and arrogance, and establishing initial prestige in the ICU. Rewards: reputation plus 100, random skill point plus 1 saved in the system space. The host can view and use it at any time. The system prompt sounded in Lin Haotian's mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Everything has just begun.
Although the old man was out of danger, follow-up observation and treatment were still important. Lin Haotian briefly explained a few precautions, and Dr. Lu wrote them down carefully, with an attitude as respectful as that of an elementary school student.
The patient's family thanked Lin Haotian profusely.
The young girl even took out her cell phone and insisted on adding Lin Haotian's WeChat, saying that she would definitely repay him in the future.
Lin Haotian declined their material rewards and said calmly, "It's just a small favor. I used to have an elder in my family who was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so I learned a little bit from him." For the time being, he could only use this excuse to explain the source of his medical skills. Zheng Xian outside the window stood there as if she had lost her soul, staring blankly at Lin Haotian, who was surrounded by his family and medical staff. The man who was once ordered around by her and who she thought would only be able to struggle at the bottom of society for the rest of his life, now exudes a dazzling light that she has never seen before, like a god. Her heart is bleeding. She knew that she had missed out on a huge treasure, a man she would never be able to reach in her entire life. A deep despair and regret that penetrated deep into her bones completely consumed her. Chapter 4, The Magic Car Descends from the Sky. Check into Lamborghini at the plaza. The sun was shining brightly, shining on Lin Haotian's face with a faint smile. The discharge procedures went exceptionally smoothly. Dr. Lu, who had previously questioned him in every way, now accompanied him in person and asked about his well-being. His respectful attitude made the young nurses beside him stare at him with gleaming eyes.
The way they looked at Lin Haotian had long since changed from initial suspicion to deep awe and a hint of admiration, like a young girl in love.
Mr. Lin, thank you so much this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know.
Dr. Liu held Lin Haotian's hand tightly, his gratitude evident in words.
Lin Haotian smiled slightly. Dr. Liu, you are too polite. It's just a small favor.
He could clearly feel that after the initial system transformation, not only had his injuries healed, but his energy was more abundant than ever before, as if he had endless strength. The cold number in the bank card 600,000 also gave him a heavy sense of confidence. Walking out of the inpatient building, Lin Haotian took a deep breath of the cool morning air and felt comfortable every part of his body. The image of Zhang Qian's distraught and remorseful look outside the ICU window flashed through my mind unconsciously. He did not feel any pleasure of revenge in his heart, only a slight sense of relief.
The Lin Haotian of the past is dead. Now he has unlimited possibilities. System, check the properties.
Lin Haotian said silently in his heart.
Host, Lin Haotian.
Level 1, beginning of the path. Reputation value 1001000 can be exchanged for items in the system mall or drawn in a lottery. Skills, divine medical skills passive, random skill point +1 in used. Item, 500,000 yuan in cash already received.
Current task, none. Can reputation points be exchanged or drawn in a lottery? And where should the random skill points be used?
Lin Haotian had no idea for the time being, so he simply stopped thinking about it and took a taxi straight to Times Square, the most prosperous area in the city center. The square was crowded with people and lined with tall buildings, presenting a prosperous scene of a modern city. Lin Haotian strolled among them, looking at the people hurrying around him, his heart filled with unprecedented expectations for the future. He is no longer the humble delivery man, and his life will start anew from here. At this moment, the familiar electronic prompt sound in my mind rang again.
Ding!
The host has been detected to have arrived at a special geographical location, Times Square City Heart, and meets the sign and conditions.
Do you want to sign in?
Lin Haotian's spirits suddenly lifted.
Sign in? Is there such a good thing in this system?
Sign in, he confirmed in his mind without hesitation.
Ding! Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a sign-in gift package.
Gift package content.
1. Supercar, Lamborghini Aventador LP704 available colors, Combat Gray Volcano Red Glare Yellow, automatically registered, all legal procedures complete, insurance purchased to the highest level.
2. Exclusive parking space no.
V001 on the B3 floor of the Times Square underground parking lot permanent use rights.
3. The God level driving skills passive, instantly master all vehicle driving skills and reach the pinnacle of human driving skills.
4. The vehicle key has been automatically delivered to the host's right trouser pocket, please check it.
Boom!
Lin Haotian felt his brain go blank, his heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand, and then it began to beat wildly, almost jumping out of his chest.
Lamborghini Aventador? Or does it come with a full set of formalities and a dedicated parking space? Even more God-level driving skills?
This happiness came too suddenly and too violently. He subconsciously reached for his right trouser pocket, and his fingertips touched a cold, hard metal.
When he took it out, he saw a heavy, cool-looking Lamborghini car key, engraved with a golden Running Bull logo ready to go, lying quietly in his palm. Gudong! Lin Haotian swallowed hard, an expression of irrepressible ecstasy on his face. Color. I choose Combat Gray.
He took a deep breath, tried to calm his excitement that was like a volcanic eruption, and made a choice in his heart. The battle gray is low-key yet sharp, and calm yet explosive, which is exactly what he feels at the moment.
Ding!
The vehicle's color has been confirmed to be combat gray. The vehicle has been parked at parking space V001 on the B3 floor of the Times Square underground parking lot. The navigation route has been sent to the host's consciousness. Please go and pick up your vehicle. Almost at the moment when the system prompt sounded, a huge and extremely complex flow of driving information poured into Lin Haotian's mind like a flood breaking through a dam. The coordination between the accelerator and the brake, the precise control of the steering wheel, the strategies for dealing with various extreme road conditions, drifting, launching. All the skills and experience about vehicle driving, as if he had practiced them for decades, were deeply imprinted in every cell of his body and became the instinct of his body.
Is this God-level driving skills?
Lin Haotian clenched his fists, feeling the wonderful power surging in his body and the absolute control over the vehicle, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose wildly. He couldn't wait, and followed the clear navigation instructions in his mind, walking quickly towards the entrance of the underground parking lot next to Times Square. B3 floor, parking space V001. When Lin Haotian finally arrived at this exclusive parking space located in the corner, with bright lights and obviously more spacious and more imposing than other parking spaces, he was completely shocked by the scene before him and became speechless. A steel beast, ready to strike, is lying there quietly. Lamborghini Aventador. The battle-gray body of the car, under the light, sparkled with a cold and charming metallic luster, as if covered with an invisible layer of murderous aura. The aggressive wedge-shaped body, the sharp cutting lines, the exaggerated aerodynamic kit all over the body, and the iconic scissor doors. Every detail exudes suffocating violent aesthetics and unparalleled luxury. Is this my car? Lin Haotian murmured to himself, feeling like he was having a beautiful dream that he didn't want to wake up from. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and gently stroked the cold car body, feeling the delicate and hard touch, as if he was touching a priceless treasure. Press the unlock button on the key. Beep. The vehicle made a low response, and the two scissor doors slowly opened upwards like the spread wings of a war eagle, full of visual impact of future technology. Lin Haotian took a deep breath, his heart pounding, and bent down to sit in the driver's seat. The leather racing seat with excellent wrapping fits his body tightly, the carbon fiber interior full of fighting spirit can be seen everywhere, and the sci-fi LCD instrument panel and center console buttons instantly ignite all the passion in his heart. He inserted the key into the starter and turned it gently. Buzz boom! The 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine behind him, like an awakened ancient beast, suddenly let out a soul-stirring roar. The deep and powerful sound, like a real sound wave, resounded throughout the entire underground garage, making the other vehicles parked nearby seem to tremble. Lin Haotian tightly gripped the uniquely shaped multi-function steering wheel, feeling the slight but powerful vibration coming from the car body. An indescribable pride and confidence surged and exploded in his chest. Cool. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. His god-level driving skills made him feel no unfamiliarity with this steel beast. Instead, it seemed like an extension of his body and they could communicate with it mentally. It's time to let this sleeping beast out for some fresh air. Lin Haotian curled up a confident smile, shifted gears skillfully, and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The Lamborghini Aventador was like a condensed gray lightning, silently but swiftly driving out of the exclusive parking space and whizzing towards the ground exit. The afternoon sun was somewhat dazzling and there was a constant flow of traffic on the streets. The low-key and domineering figure of Lamborghini Aventador, as soon as it appears on the street, immediately attracts the amazed and envious eyes of countless passers-by like a magnet. The unique shape and the powerful and pleasant engine sound are undoubtedly the most dazzling existence in this bustling city. Lin Haotian enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, but he felt extremely calm inside. After a while, he saw an empty parking space on the side of the road and was about to get out of the car to buy a bottle of water. At this time, a super eye-catching yellow Porsche 718 slowly drove up in the lane next to him. The car window rolled down, revealing a face that Lin Haotian was extremely familiar with, and also extremely disgusted with. Zhao Mingyuan. He wore frog eye glasses and had a shiny slicked-back hair. Sitting in the passenger seat was Zhang Qian, who was wearing heavy makeup and trying hard to look noble. Zhao Mingyuan obviously also saw Lin Haotian standing on the roadside lane. He naturally couldn't recognize that the Lamborghini belonged to Lin Haotian. He just thought that Lin Haotian happened to be standing on the roadside, staring at his luxury car. Hey, Qianqian, look who that is. Zhao Mingyuan pointed at Lin Haotian exaggeratedly and sneered at Zhang Qian. Isn't that your good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend who delivers takeout? What? Was he kicked out of the hospital? He's still standing there stupidly on the street. What a pathetic creature. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian subconsciously looked towards Lin Haotian. When she saw Lin Haotian's overly calm face, a complex expression flashed across her eyes. There was surprise, contempt, and a hint of vanity and a subtle sense of superiority that came from being by Zhao Mingyuan's side. She gently pulled Zhao Mingyuan's sleeve and whispered, "Mingyuan, ignore him. He's cheap." Zhao Mingyuan felt even more excited. He took off his sunglasses and made an extremely insulting gesture towards Lin Haotian. He stretched out his little finger, then nodded it downward heavily, with an extremely contemptuous smile on his lips. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. You, Lin Haotian, are nothing but trash. Waste. Zhao Mingyuan's Porsche 718 emitted a shrill engine roar, rushed out suddenly, and rolled up a choking exhaust gas, as if he was showing off his pride and disdain in this way.
Looking at Zhao Mingyuan's disgusting face and insulting gesture, Lin Haotian took a deep breath and his eyes instantly became cold as ice. He's still drinking shit water. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, slowly forming a cold and eerie arc. Then, as if pushed by an invisible hand, he got back into the car without hesitation. His god-level driving skills have long been integrated into his body. The Lamborghini Aventador under him seems to feel the anger of its owner. The roar of the engine has become deeper and full of oppression, like a ferocious beast about to devour people. Zhao Mingyuan, Zheng Qian. Lin Haotian whispered to himself, without a trace of emotion in his voice, "It's time for your performance to end." He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his cold eyes locked onto the yellow Porsche in front of him like a sharp arrow. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 5, The Dragon Swings Its Tail. Lamborghini teaches people how to behave. Buzz boom. Lin Haotian stepped on the accelerator slightly, and the V12 beast heart of the Lamborghini Aventador instantly woke up and burst into a thunderous roar. The sound was like the roar of a giant beast, sweeping across the entire intersection in an instant. The sirens of the surrounding vehicles were instantly set off by the overbearing sound, and sharp screams came one after another, as if offering the most fanatical imps to this beast that had just broken free. Zhao Mingyuan's yellow Porsche 718 was like a frightened chick in the face of this terrifying sound. The engine sound was instantly suppressed so that not even a fart was made. Shit. What the hell is that sound? Zhao Mingyuan was so scared that he shuddered and subconsciously slammed on the brakes. The front of the Porsche almost hit the back of the taxi in front. Zheng Qian was so frightened that her face turned pale. She grabbed the car door armrest tightly and looked towards the source of the sound in horror. The next second, their eyes almost popped out. I saw the combat gray Lamborghini that had just parked on the side of the road suddenly shook its body, and the tires made a piercing scream as if they were tearing through the air. Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, it shot out with an unreasonable and terrifying acceleration. Quick! It's so damn fast. It was so fast that only a shadow was left. Before Zhao Mingyuan could even react, the gray lightning had already whizzed past his Porsche, and the strong wind it brought caused the body of his Porsche to shake slightly. What kind of car is that? Zhao Mingyuan was stunned, and his sunglasses almost slipped off his nose. He only saw a vague, powerful tail outline and 4 taillights that looked like burning flames, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared into the traffic ahead. Zheng Qian even covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and horror. The car just now, the car parked next to them, could it be that loser Lin Haotian? No. Impossible. How could Lin Haotian possibly afford a super sports car that looked so expensive? Damn it. Chase him. I want to see which blind bastard dares to mess with me. Zhao Mingyuan came to his senses, his face turned green with anger, and his expression was so ferocious that he looked like he wanted to eat someone. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Porsche 718 engine roared at its full strength and rushed out. However, he was dreaming. At this moment, Lin Haotian felt that every cell in his body was screaming with excitement. God-level driving skills are tailor-made for this steel beast. He didn't even have to think, his body instinctively drove his hands to make the most perfect and precise control. There was dense traffic ahead, but in his eyes, it seemed to have turned into clear passages. The steering wheel was as light as a feather in his hands, and every lane change was as smooth as flowing water, incredibly smooth. The coordination between the accelerator and the brakes was perfect. In his hands, the Lamborghini turned into a black dragon, moving nimbly through the traffic, incredibly fast, yet as steady as an old dog. Buzz. With a light drift, the front of the car accurately cut into another lane, perfectly avoiding a Volkswagen that suddenly changed lanes. The Volkswagen owner was startled and was about to curse, but he only saw the rear end of a battle gray car disappearing into the distance, leaving behind only the roar of an engine that was getting farther and farther away, but still making his heart beat faster. Oh my god. Lamborghini. Was that a Lamborghini Aventador? So cool. This driving skill is amazing. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the car drive. On the roadside, many pedestrians stopped, raised their mobile phones and took pictures frantically, and exclamations of exclamations were heard one after another. At this moment, Zhao Mingyuan was almost furious. He stared at the gray shadow that was getting farther and farther away in front of him, and the accelerator pedal was almost pressed into the engine compartment. However, no matter how he whipped the Porsche 718 under his crotch, the distance between the two cars not only did not shorten, but instead was getting farther and farther away. His Porsche 718 was just a toddler in front of this true king of the road,
trying to catch up with the 100-meter sprinter.
Damn it! Damn it! How could it be so fast?
Zhao Mingyuan slammed the steering wheel in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. In order to catch up, he changed lanes violently and almost scratched the vehicle next to him, which instantly attracted a burst of shrill horns and angry curses from the drivers.
Can you drive, idiot? Hurry up and reincarnate.
Zhang Qian sat in the passenger seat, her face as pale as paper. She was dizzy from Zhao Mingyuan's rough driving and her stomach was churning. She looked at Zhao Mingyuan's face, which was twisted with anger, and recalled the calm, elegant, and swift figure of the gray supercar just now. Suddenly, a strong sense of absurdity and a trace of uncontrollable regret surged in her heart.
If that car was really Lin Haotian's.
This thought grew wildly in her mind like the devil's whisper.
No.
She shook her head vigorously, trying to drive away this absurd idea. Lin Haotian is just a poor delivery guy, how could he own a sports car of that level?
I must be dazzled.
At this moment, the Lamborghini Aventador in front suddenly slowed down, as if waiting for them.
Ha! He's slowed down. He's sensible and knows that I'm not someone to be trifled with.
Seeing this, Zhao Mingyuan showed a grim smile on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of himself pulling the other person out of the car and beating him up. He immediately stepped on the accelerator, chased after it, and soon was on par with the Lamborghini. Two sports cars, one yellow and one gray, were driving side by side on the city's main road, instantly attracting countless eyes. Zhao Mingyuan triumphantly rolled down the window and was about to curse at the person in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini to vent his anger. However, when the dark-colored windows of the Lamborghini Aventador slowly lowered, revealing the face in the driver's seat who was calm but had a hint of a teasing smile, the grim smile on Zhao Mingyuan's face froze instantly. His eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could fit in.
Lin Haotian?
A sharp scream that was out of tune burst out from Zhao Mingyuan's throat. Zhang Qian also looked over when she heard the sound. When she clearly saw the man who had been regarded as waste and ruthlessly abandoned by her sitting in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, her brain buzzed and went blank in an instant.
It's really him. It's really Lin Haotian. How could he be driving a Lamborghini?
Moreover, the look in his eyes at this moment is so strange. No longer the humility and cowardice of the past, replaced by a heart-pounding coldness and indifference, and a strong self-confidence that controls everything.
Lin Haotian looked at Zhao Mingyuan's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and a hint of cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He said nothing, but slowly raised his right hand. Under the shocked gazes of Zhao Mingyuan, Zhang Qian, and countless passers-by, she simply raised her middle finger towards Zhao Mingyuan.
Silent contempt, extreme provocation. Treat others the way they have treated you. You fucking. Zhao Mingyuan was so angry that he was shaking all over, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were about to spit fire. What a shame. This is a blatant shame. He, Zhao Mingyuan, the son of the Zhao group, was actually humiliated in this way by a loser delivery man. I'm going to kill you. Lin Haotian. Just wait for me. Zhao Mingyuan roared hysterically, and suddenly turned the steering wheel, trying to hit the Lamborghini with the front of the car. However, Lin Haotian seemed to have anticipated this.
Just when the Porsche's front was about to hit, the Lamborghini's rear swung violently.
The dragon wags its tail.
The tires made a harsh friction sound against the ground, and at an angle that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, they narrowly avoided Zhao Mingyuan's brutal collision. At the same time, Lin Haotian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom again.
Boom!
The V12 engine roared like thunder again, and the Lamborghini turned into a gray lightning, instantly leaving the yellow Porsche behind without even being able to catch its exhaust gas. All that was left for Zhao Mingyuan was a rapidly shrinking car rear end and the mocking roar of the engine still echoing in the air.
Aha!
Zhao Mingyuan was so angry that he pounded the steering wheel wildly and roared like a wild beast. He wanted to chase, but found that the other party was running so fast that he could hardly see the taillights. Technology is crushed.
Financial resources were crushed. Dignity was trampled underfoot and trampled upon by the other party. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could that idiot have a Lamborghini?
How the hell can he drive so fast? Zhao Mingyuan's eyes were red, like a gambler who had lost all his underwear. He roared unwillingly, his voice full of resentment. Zhang Qian sat slumped in the passenger seat, completely distraught, her eyes blurred by tears. She looked in the direction where the Lamborghini disappeared, and only endless regret and despair remained in her heart.
What did she miss? What on earth did she miss? The man who used to obey her in everything but whom she looked down upon, now drives a top-notch sports car that she could never have dreamed of, and returns as a king, giving her and Zhao Mingyuan the loudest slap in the face. The choice she was once proud of now seemed like a huge joke. Hopelessly stupid.
Zhao Mingyuan's rage and incompetence formed the most vivid and ironic contrast with Lin Haotian's calmness and strength.
The Lamborghini Aventador is like a black lightning, drawing a graceful arc in the city traffic.
In the rearview mirror, Zhao Mingyuan's yellow Porsche had long disappeared, along with his furious face, which was also left far behind.
Lin Haotian took a deep breath of the slightly cool evening air in the city and felt relaxed all over, a feeling of unprecedented happiness.
Zhao Mingyuan, Zheng Qian. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. The long accumulated humiliation and unwillingness completely disappeared in the roar of Lamborghini.
This feeling of stepping hard on a former enemy feels so damn good. Thank you, system.
Lin Haotian said silently in his heart. If the system hadn't appeared, he would probably still be in the hospital, struggling painfully with that ridiculous love and humble reality.
And now, he has endless possibilities. His life has just begun.
Lin Haotian was in a good mood after taking a look at the luxurious interior of the car and feeling the surging power from the steel beast under him.
It's time to treat myself, he said to himself, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes.
The Hentang Revolving Restaurant is the best restaurant in the city, overlooking the night view of the entire city, and has 3 Michelin stars.
In the past, I didn't even have the courage to step in. Now.
Lin Haotian chuckled, his eyes full of confidence. He adjusted the navigation destination, and the Lamborghini Aventador made a low response, turned elegantly at the next intersection, and sped towards the iconic skyscraper in the city center, the Hentang Highlands. Night falls and the lights come on. A bolt of battle-gray lightning is rushing towards the top of this city that never sleeps with unmatched force.
Chapter 6 Restaurant Check-in. The identity of the shareholder shocked everyone. The night is as dark as ink and the stars are shining brightly.
The Hentang Highlands pierces the sky like a sharp sword, and the revolving restaurant at the top is brightly lit, like a pearl hanging in the sky.
Boom!
The deep and penetrating roar of the engine came from far away, and a Lamborghini Aventador painted in combat gray tore through the night like a ghost in the dark night. With a beautiful drift, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the exclusive parking lot of Hentang Revolving Restaurant. The security guard in charge of guiding people at the door originally had a bit of professional arrogance, but when he saw the super sports car with its ferocious lines and imposing aura, his eyes suddenly fixed and even his breathing subconsciously slowed down.
Oh shit! Lamborghini Aventador. And it's the limited edition in combat gray.
The sharp-eyed parking boy exclaimed, causing several people around to look at him with shock in their eyes. Top-level supercars of this level are extremely rare even in a place like Hentang where celebrities gather. What's more, the unique combat gray paint of this Aventador makes it look even colder and more mysterious, like a dormant beast, exuding a powerful and heart-pounding sense of oppression.
Lin Haotian turned off the engine and opened the car door.
The scissor doors rise gracefully like wings. He stepped out, wearing a well-tailored casual suit that made his figure look even taller. That already handsome face, after the system's fine-tuning, became even more angular, handsome, and had an indescribable charm. The calm confidence emanating from inside out at this moment instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the parking lot.
Hello, sir. Distinguished guest. Please come this way.
A smart parking boy almost crawled forward, with the most attentive smile on his face. He bent down 90 degrees, stretched out his hands respectfully, and prepared to take the car keys handed to him by Lin Haotian. He looked so cautious, as if he was holding some priceless treasure.
Park in the most conspicuous place,
Lin Haotian said lightly, and took out a few brand new $100 bills from his pocket and handed them over.
Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I guarantee that everything will be arranged properly for you.
The parking boy took the tip and was very happy, nodding and bowing repeatedly. He vaguely heard the surname Lin Haotian just now and immediately remembered it firmly in his mind. Lin Haotian ignored the astonished or envious gazes behind him and walked straight towards the restaurant entrance. The Hentang Revolving Restaurant, located on the top floor of the Hentang Tower, is famous for its 360-degree view of the city's night view.
It is also recognized as the city's most high-end restaurant, and a seat is hard to get.
The restaurant lobby is magnificent, with huge crystal chandeliers shining brightly, and the air is filled with light top-quality fragrances and melodious piano music, all of which demonstrate its ultimate luxurious style. The guests who come and go are either rich or noble, well-dressed and elegantly spoken. Lin Haotian glanced around calmly, without any ripples in his heart. Once upon a time, this kind of place seemed like another world to him, out of reach. But now, he can walk in calmly as if he were walking on flat ground. It's almost time to sign in. Lin Haotian's mind moved, and he silently said, "System, sign in." Ding! Check-in to Hentaying Revolving Restaurant is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10% permanent shares of Hentaying Revolving Restaurant. The relevant equity certification documents have been sent to your secure mailbox and will take effect immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Hentaying Supreme Black Gold card. This card represents the host's supreme shareholder status in this restaurant, and can enjoy all the highest privileges and free consumption privileges. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Haotian's mind, making his heart skip a beat. 10% of the shares. This Hentaying Revolving Restaurant is the city's top-notch gold spending den, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money and the people make a fortune every day. The value of this 10% stake is simply inestimable. This is much better than simply paying money. This means that he has become one of the shareholders of this top restaurant. There is also the Supreme Black Gold card. Just hearing the name tells you how awesome it is. Lin Haotian suppressed his inner ecstasy and maintained a calm expression on his face. He could clearly feel a cold card appearing out of nowhere in his shirt pocket. He walked to the front desk and was greeted by an usher in an exquisite uniform and with a professional smile. "Hello sir, welcome to Hentaying Revolving Restaurant. Do you have a reservation?" The usher had a sweet voice. Her eyes swept over Lin Haotian inconspicuously and she nodded secretly in her heart. This guest had an outstanding temperament and extraordinary bearing, so he must be from a prominent family. Lin Haotian shook his head, took out the black card he had just obtained from his pocket, and placed it casually on the marble table. The card is pitch black, made of neither gold nor jade, and feels slightly heavy in the hand. There is no extra pattern on the front, only an abstract cloud top pattern outlined in dark gold lines in the center, exuding the ultimate luxury and mystery in a low-key manner. The usher's eyes fell on the black gold card, and the professional smile on his face froze slightly. As a senior employee of Hentaying Restaurant, she had naturally received various trainings and had seen many so-called VIP cards and diamond cards, but the one in front of her, she had never seen it before. However, the unique material and design, as well as the noble aura emanating from the card, made her instinctively feel that this card was very important and she would never dare to neglect it in the slightest. "Sir, please wait a moment." The usher did not dare to delay and quickly picked up the intercom and reported a few words in a low voice. Soon, a burst of hurried and steady footsteps came closer and closer. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a high-end custom-made suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked smart and capable, almost ran over. He was the general manager of Hentaying Revolving Restaurant, Wang Minghai. "Shaoli, what's wrong? You're so irritable." Wang Minghai frowned slightly. Obviously he was called over urgently, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Manager Wang, this gentleman has presented this card." The usher Shaoli hurriedly handed over the black and gold card with both hands, with a hint of uncertainty and inexplicable nervousness in his tone. Wang Minghai took the card and was a little nonchalant at first, thinking that it was just another blind person who wanted to eat and drink for free. But when his eyes fell on the unique dark golden cloud pattern on the card, his pupils suddenly shrank like needles. His hands trembled violently, and he almost lost his grip on the card. The color on his face instantly faded. This is the Supreme Black Gold card?" Wang Minghai's voice trembled a little, and his face was instantly filled with unbelievable shock and horror. The entire Hentaying group only issued a handful of these cards, and the holders of each card were all top-notch figures who could shake the city with just a stomp of their feet. There were even rumors that the chairman of the group only had one. As the general manager of Hentaying Revolving Restaurant, he had only had the honor of seeing the sample pictures of this kind of card from afar once at the group's top-level meeting. "I didn't expect to see the real thing with my own eyes today. Moreover, the owner is so young." Wang Minghai took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and carefully looked through the black gold card several times. Every detail perfectly matched the picture in his memory. After confirming that it was correct, a layer of fine cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. He turned around abruptly, his face instantly filled with the most enthusiastic, respectful, and even somewhat flattering smile, and he gave Lin Haotian a standard 90-degree bow. "Mr. Lin. Lin. You are such a distinguished guest, but I failed to recognize you and welcome you in person.
I'm really sorry. Wang Minghai's voice was full of fear and trepidation, completely different from his shrewd and capable voice just now.
The usher Shaoli was stunned and her jaw dropped. She had never seen her boss Wang, who always looked down on others, so servile. Some guests around who noticed the commotion here also cast curious glances and began to discuss in low voices.
What happened? Why is manager Wang so polite to that young man? Oh my god, who is that young man? Wang Minghai almost knelt down in front of him, right? Look at the black card in his hand. It's definitely not an ordinary thing. Could it be the legendary?
Lin Haotian looked at Wang Minghai's 180-degree turn and felt secretly happy in his heart, but his face remained calm as water. He just said lightly, as if all this was natural and reasonable. This feeling of being looked up to and respected by others is indeed very refreshing.
Mr. Lin, please come in. Shaoli, what are you still standing there for?
Quick, open the number 1 viewing box that we reserve for our most distinguished guests for Mr. Lin.
Go as fast as possible.
Wang Minghai stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and gave urgent orders, fearing that he would neglect this godlike figure.
Yes. Manager.
The usher Shaoli finally woke up as if from a dream and quickly responded, looking at Lin Haotian with eyes full of awe and curiosity.
Mr. Lin, all your consumption in this restaurant is free of charge. Please allow us to provide you with the best service. It is our honor.
Wang Minghai personally led the way in front, with his waist slightly bent and his posture very low.
He looked like a servant. The Tianzi number 1 viewing box is located in the golden position with the best view in the revolving restaurant.
The entire box occupies nearly 1/6 of the arc outside the huge curved floor-to-ceiling glass windows is the city night view as dazzling as the stars in the sky, which is breathtakingly beautiful. The decoration in the box is luxurious and elegant, with precious mahogany furniture, exquisite antique ornaments, and the air is filled with top-quality custom-made incense, all of which demonstrate the ultimate dignity and taste.
Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with what you see here?
Wang Minghai asked cautiously, bending over, the sweat on his forehead not yet dried.
Lin Haotian glanced at it casually and nodded slightly, not bad.
Wang Minghai heaved a sigh of relief and quickly pulled out a chair for Lin Haotian that faced the best view. He then hurriedly instructed the waiter who had been waiting nearby to bring the best towels and special pre-dinner drinks.
Give me a try of the most expensive ones you have. Lin Haotian took the gold-plated menu and said casually in an unquestionable tone without even flipping through it.
Since he is a shareholder of his own restaurant and a holder of the Supreme Black Gold Card, he naturally wants to experience the highest standards of his own restaurant. This kind of pleasure, which came with a hint of revenge consumption, instantly made up for the countless moments of depression caused by poverty in the past, and made him feel comfortable all over.
Yes.
Mr. Lin, I will immediately instruct the kitchen to use the best ingredients to prepare the most exquisite dishes for you.
I guarantee you will be satisfied.
Wang Minghai responded repeatedly, secretly astonished in his heart.
This Mr. Lin is truly extraordinary, even the way he orders dishes is so domineering.
Soon, delicious dishes that looked like works of art were served respectfully like a stream of water. Wild black-lipped abalone from Australia, top-quality Ostra caviar flown in from France, Kobe A5 Wagyu beef with a perfect texture, and a bottle of vintage Lafite red wine directly from the winery.
Every dish is extremely luxurious and every bite is an ultimate taste enjoyment.
Wang Minghai was serving personally, and from time to time he would introduce the characteristics and origins of the dishes in the most humble tone. He was attentive, yet just right, and did not sound noisy at all. Lin Haotian sat alone in the huge box, tasting top-notch wine and food, looking out the window. Under his feet were the lights of thousands of homes and the hustle and bustle of traffic.
The entire bustling city seemed to be crawling at his feet, waiting for his inspection.
The mellow aroma of red wine permeated the tip of his tongue, and outside the window was the dazzling night view of the city, like a galaxy falling into the world.
Lin Haotian gently shook the wineglass, feeling the long-lost sense of comfort and control.
It only took a few days for him to go from having nothing to having wealth and adventures that ordinary people could hardly imagine.
System, what are your origins?
This question popped up in his mind again, but was quickly replaced by the ultimate enjoyment before his eyes.
No matter what, let me enjoy this moment first.
He smiled slightly and drank the red wine in the glass. What he didn't know was that a discussion against him and an upcoming surprise were quietly brewing in another corner of the restaurant.
Chapter 7, Meeting on a Narrow Road, the identity of the shareholder shocked the audience.
In the number 1 box, the luxurious crystal chandelier casts a soft halo of light. Lin Haotian sat alone in front of a huge curved floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the city night scene as bright as the stars in the sky, as if the whole world was lying at his feet. The table is a top-notch feast, and every dish is as exquisite as a work of art, with good color, aroma, and taste, which whets your appetite. He slowly cut off a small piece of a 5 Kobe Wagyu beef. The meat was as tender as a virgin and melted in the mouth.
The rich meaty aroma instantly exploded on the tip of the tongue.
Take another sip of the treasured vintage Lafite. The mellowness and sweetness are perfectly intertwined on the taste buds, leaving a long aftertaste. The ultimate enjoyment made Lin Haotian feel relaxed physically and mentally, and every pore of his body exuded comfort. Once upon a time, Lin Haotian was just a delivery boy who ran around for 3 meals a day. In a place like this, he didn't even have the courage to take a step forward, let alone spend money. Now, he is not only a guest of honor here, but also a shareholder of this top restaurant.
Destiny is such an amazing thing.
The corners of his mouth slightly raised, enjoying the tranquility and dignity that only belong to the strong. Money brings far more than material enjoyment, but also the calmness and confidence to look down on all living beings.
Just then, bang!
The door of the box was kicked open from the outside, and a loud bang sound harshly tore through the silence. Lin Haotian frowned slightly and looked up. A group of uninvited guests rushed in through the door, and the leader was Zhao Mingyuan, whom I had just met in the parking lot. Zhao Mingyuan was wearing a dazzling array of trendy brands, his hair was slicked back with oil, his face reeked of alcohol, and his undisguised arrogance almost broke through the ceiling.
He was casually scanning everything in the box.
Next to him, a heavily made-up, scantily clad woman was snuggling up to him. She was none other than Lin Haotian's materialistic ex-girlfriend, Zhang Qian. At this moment, Zhang Qian was holding Zhao Mingyuan's arm like a little bird, with a vain and proud look on her face. When her eyes swept across the luxurious box and finally stopped on Lin Haotian, who was dining alone, the smile on her face froze instantly, and then turned into deep surprise and contempt.
Hey! Who was I thinking? Turns out it's you, a poor delivery guy.
A scoundrel with yellow hair and earrings beside Zhao Mingyuan started to scream, his tone full of undisguised contempt.
Another fat guy with oily hair and powdered face also pinched his throat and said in a weird voice, "Tisk tsk, Lin Haotian, you are so good that you can sneak into the number 1 room of the Hantaying restaurant? Why, are you here to wash dishes? Or are you stealing the leftover swill from the guests?"
There were about 4 or 5 of them, all dressed in fancy clothes, but they couldn't hide their rusticity and arrogance. They looked like they had drunk some cat urine, and each of them was even more lawless. Zhao Mingyuan put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and looked at Lin Haotian up and down with a look as if he were trash, with a teasing arc at the corner of his mouth.
"Lin Haotian, you're such a lingering ghost. Why do you think you're so awesome just because you drive a lousy car? Can a place like this be affordable for a bastard like you?" Zhao Mingyuan was so angry that he was crushed by Lin Haotian's Lamborghini Aventador in the parking lot. He didn't expect that he would bump into his enemy again so soon. Seeing Lin Haotian dining alone in the top-notch box, he instinctively sensed something was wrong, but he was more anxious to save his face. Zhang Qian also came back to her senses.
She looked at Lin Haotian's outfit, which seemed casual but of extraordinary quality, and then looked at the luxurious box and the table full of delicacies from land and sea. In addition to being shocked, she was filled with a nameless anger and a strong sense of resentment. She suddenly shook off Zhao Mingyuan's hand, took a step forward, clasped her hands in front of her chest, raised her chin high, looked down at Lin Haotian, and screamed.
"Lin Haotian! Why are you so pretentious here? With your meager salary, I'm afraid you can't even afford a glass of boiled water here, right? Tell me. Did you sneak in? Or, did you get lucky and hook up with some blind rich woman?"
His words were sarcastic and his eyes were full of naked contempt. In Zhang Qian's eyes, a poor guy like Lin Haotian would never be able to sit here on his own in his entire life. Lin Haotian slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand and gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. He didn't even bother to look at these jumping clowns. He just glanced at the box door that was kicked open, then stretched out his slender fingers and slowly pressed the service bell beside the table. Throughout the whole process, his expression was as calm as water.
He was not at all flustered, let alone angry.
It was as if the noisy shouting of the group of people in front of him were nothing more than a few flies buzzing around his ears. This blatant disregard can ignite the anger of Zhao Mingyuan and others more than any fierce rebuttal.
"Fuck! You, a loser, dare to act cool in front of me.
Zhao Mingyuan's face instantly turned pale, and a surge of evil fire rushed straight to his head.
You think someone is backing you up just because you rang the bell?
I'm telling you, today this young master.
Mr. Zhao, why bother with this kind of trash?
Zhang Qian once again put her arm around Zhao Mingyuan's arm, and said in a coquettish voice, not forgetting to cast a provocative look at Lin Haotian.
Let's call the manager and kick this blind man out, lest he pollute our eyes and disturb our fun.
You're right. Zhao Mingyuan was flattered by Zhang Qian's soft words.
He waved his hand and shouted at the top of his voice, "Where are the waiters?
Where the hell are they?
Get over here."
Before he finished speaking, a sound of hurried yet steady footsteps approached from afar. When the service bell for the number 1 box rang, Wang Minghai, the restaurant manager, felt his heart tighten. Not daring to be negligent in the slightest, he immediately rushed over as fast as he could.
"Mr. Lin,
I'm so sorry to disturb your meal." As soon as Wang Minghai stepped into the box, without even glancing at Zhao Mingyuan and his gang, he walked straight to Lin Haotian and gave a standard 90-degree bow, his tone full of apology and deep respect.
This scene made Zhao Mingyuan and others, who were so arrogant a second ago, feel like they were struck by lightning, and they were all stunned on the spot. Especially Zhang Qian, her jaw almost dropped to the ground, her eyes with delicate eyeliner widened, she could hardly believe what she saw. Wang Minghai, the manager of Hentang Revolving Restaurant, was also a well-known figure in the circle. Although he was polite to these so-called rich second generations on weekdays, he had never been so servile. But now, he was actually so respectful to Lin Haotian, a poor guy in their eyes? "Manager Wang, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Mingyuan's brows were twisted into knots, and a deep displeasure flashed across his face. No matter how frivolous he was, he knew that Wang Minghai was a very important figure in the Hentang group, and that he was not a small figure that he could just order around. Wang Minghai then slowly stood up, turned his head, and glanced coldly at Zhao Mingyuan and his group. The previous respect for Lin Haotian disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by professional cold seriousness and unquestionable majesty. "Mr. Zhao, and these few people," Wang Minghai said calmly, but with an irresistible pressure, "this is the number 1 of the Hentang Revolving Restaurant, which is reserved for the top VIPs in our restaurant. Excuse me, do you have a reservation?
If not, please leave immediately and don't disturb our guests' meal."
Wang Minghai, do you understand the situation? Zhao Mingyuan was completely enraged by Wang Minghai's ruthless attitude. He pointed at Lin Haotian and roared, "This grandson is just a poor delivery guy. How can he be your honored guest? I think he is just a stray dog that sneaked in. Get him out right now. His presence here is really lowering the quality of your Hentang."
Zhang Qian also jumped out to help out. "Yes, Manager Wang. I know this man, his name is Lin Haotian, he used to be a delivery man, he was so poor that he could barely afford to wear pants. How could he afford the bills here?"
"You must not be fooled by him." The rest of his friends followed suit. "That's right. Manager Wang, get this poor fellow out right away. This kind of stuff is worthy of being admitted to the TNZ number 1? It's a huge joke."
Wang Minghai frowned even more tightly as he listened to these dirty words. He looked at Lin Haotian respectfully again, only to see that Mr. Lin still had a calm expression, and there was even a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth, as if he was enjoying a monkey show.
Wang Minghai understood everything clearly and knew it instantly. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping over Zhao Mingyuan, Zhang Qian, and others, his voice instantly rising 8 octaves, with a chill as cold as ice. "Mr. Zhao. And this lady.
Please watch your words." This Mr. Lin, Wang Minghai said word by word, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the box, with a thunderous force, is not only the most distinguished guest of our Hentang Revolving Restaurant, he is also.
He paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the people in doubt, and then he announced word by word, each word like a hammer, with a resounding voice. "One of the shareholders of our Hentang Revolving Restaurant. He holds 10% of the restaurant's permanent shares.
Not only that, Mr. Lin is also the holder of our Hentang Group's Supreme Black Gold Card."
Boom! Wang Minghai's words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking hard on the heads of every provocateur in the box. Zhao Mingyuan's arrogant attitude was like a balloon that was pierced by a needle, and it deflated with a poof sound in an instant. The expression on his face changed from ferocious anger to stunned astonishment, then to incredible shock, and finally turned into a deathly pale color. "Shareholder of Hentang Restaurant? 10% of the shares? Hentang Group's Supreme Black Gold Card?" Each of these words was like a huge hammer, hitting his heart again and again, making him dizzy and almost suffocating.
His Zhao family has a little money, but his father is just a middle-level manager of an inconspicuous subsidiary of Hentang Group. Not to mention the shareholders of Hentang Restaurant, even the real senior executives of Hentang Group headquarters are not qualified to be seen by his father easily.
And Lin Haotian, this poor fellow whom he had always stepped on like a stink bug, was actually a shareholder of this top restaurant? How is this possible? This is absolutely fucking impossible.
Zhang Qian was struck by lightning, and she froze in place, unable to move. The blood color on his face faded away completely in an instant, leaving him as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with extreme shock, absurdity, a trace of fear that could not be concealed at all, and a regret that was so thick that it could not be dissolved.
Shareholder. Lin Haotian. He is actually a shareholder of Hentang Revolving Restaurant.
Lin Haotian, who had been ordered around by her, summoned and dismissed at will, ruthlessly abandoned by her like garbage, trampled under her feet, and regarded as the lowest level of society.
Now, he has transformed into a person in the clouds that she is not even qualified to look up to?
Her mind buzzed, and in an instant, she flashed the image of Lin Haotian driving the black Lamborghini Aventador, and the calmness he showed when facing the provocation of a group of people just now. It turns out that it wasn't just pretense at all, it was the real confidence that crushed everything. An indescribable huge regret instantly submerged her like a bursting dam tide.
What did she miss? What on earth did she miss? She missed 100 million? No. She missed the whole world. The second-generation rich followers were so frightened at this moment that they were silent, shrinking their necks and not daring to even breathe.
The look they gave Lin Haotian was filled with fear and awe that penetrated deep into their bones. The arrogant and domineering look he had before had already been eaten by a dog. Lin Haotian elegantly picked up the goblet, gently swirling the blood-red liquid in the glass, with a cold and playful arc at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother to take a second look at Zhao Mingyuan and Zhang Qian's colorful faces, and just spoke to Wang Minghai calmly.
Manager Wang, I don't want my dinner to be disturbed again. Yes. Mr. Lin. I completely understand. Wang Minghai immediately bowed 90 degrees and responded firmly.
Then, he turned around abruptly and faced Zhao Mingyuan and others. His face instantly became as cold as 10,000 years of ice, and his tone was extremely tough.
Mr. Zhao. And you guys. Wang Minghai's voice was emotionless, but full of unquestionable majesty. Your rude words and actions towards Mr. Lin just now have seriously offended the shareholders of our restaurant. Now, I order you to apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Right now. And then, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for asking the security guards to throw you out like garbage. I. Zhao Mingyuan's lips trembled like sieved chaff. He wanted to say something harsh, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton and he couldn't utter a single word. Apologize? Ask Zhao Mingyuan to apologize to that loser Lin Haotian? This is more painful than killing him. But he doesn't apologize. Looking at Wang Minghai's murderous attitude, this matter today will definitely not be resolved peacefully. In his entire life, Zhao Mingyuan had never suffered such a great humiliation. Zhang Qian was so frightened that her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. She stared at Lin Haotian's cold and handsome face, with endless despair in her heart. She knew that her life was completely over. Lin. Mr. Lin. I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you. A follower with dyed yellow hair was the first to fail to withstand the overwhelming pressure. He stammered out an apology, then crawled out of the box first, as if he had seen a ghost. Once the first person takes the lead, there will be a second and a third. Soon, except for Zhao Mingyuan who was standing there motionless and Zhang Qian who was in a daze, the rest of the followers scattered like birds and beasts, running away faster than rabbits. Zhao Mingyuan's face was as blue as the bottom of a pot, his fists were clenched tightly, his nails dug deeply into his palms, almost pinching them to bleed. He stared at Lin Haotian intently, his eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of deep fear. In the end, he managed to squeeze out words from between his teeth, "You're so cruel." After saying that, he grabbed Zhang Qian, who was like a walking corpse, and fled from this humiliating box without looking back. His back looked so miserable. Silence finally returned to the box. Wang Minghai quickly bowed deeply to Lin Haotian again, lowering his posture even lower. "Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry for scaring you. It's all my fault for not managing it properly. Please punish me." Lin Haotian waved his hand casually, saying calmly, "It has nothing to do with you. Continue serving the food." "Yes, Mr. Lin."
Wang Minghai felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed and quickly retreated, and closed the door of the box gently and carefully, not daring to make a sound. Lin Haotian picked up his knife and fork again and continued to enjoy his dinner, as if the farce just now was just an insignificant episode. But his heart was far from being as calm as it appeared on the surface. The power of the system once again made him feel unprecedented shock and comfort. This feeling of being able to make the clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, making the once high and mighty clown bow his head and beg for mercy, and making the materialistic ex-girlfriend regret her heart, is really so fucking cool. He stared at the endless night scene outside the window, where the lights were still bright. His eyes were as deep as the sea, flashing with an inexplicable light.
This is just the beginning.
With the super city sign-in system, Lin Haotian's life is destined to soar to 90,000 miles and shine brightly. He will trample under his feet one by one all those who have looked down on him and humiliated him, making them unable to stand up again. At the same time, Zhao Mingyuan, who was embarrassedly invited out of Hentang restaurant, had a face so gloomy that water could almost be squeezed out of it. He gritted his teeth, took out his phone, and dialed a number. His voice was as vicious as a ghost.
Hey! Check this person for me, Lin Haotian.
Yes, that bastard.
I want all his information.
I want him dead. I will make sure he dies without a burial place. His resentful eyes were fixed on the revolving restaurant at the top of Hentang Highlands, which was as bright as a pearl, as if he wanted to eat it alive. As for the distraught Zhang Qian, she was roughly thrown away by the furious Zhao Mingyuan and sat on the cold roadside like a broken doll. The delicate makeup had already been washed away by the tears, and she looked extremely disheveled. In her mind, only Wang Minghai's words kept echoing like a spell.
We are one of the shareholders of Hentang Revolving Restaurant.
Tears of regret flowed out like beads from a broken string, and I couldn't stop them. She knew that she had missed a great opportunity that could change her life, and it was all her own fault. Chapter 8, A Transformation of Mentality. The system helps me control the world. Outside the Hentang Revolving Restaurant, the night wind was chilly. But this wind could not blow away the raging rage that was about to explode in Zhao Mingyuan's heart, and the great shame that penetrated deep into his bones. His face, which usually seemed full of arrogance and domineering, was now as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his facial features were almost twisted together. His chest heaved violently like a trapped beast about to explode, and a low, hoarse growl came from his throat.
Lin. How? Tian. Zhao Mingyuan almost squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth, and each word was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Just wait for me. If I don't find out your entire ancestry, I won't be called Zhao. Although he said harsh words, his voice unconsciously lowered several degrees. Where was the arrogance he had in the box before? It's obvious that he is just a coward.
After all, the identity of a shareholder of Hentang restaurant was like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. No matter how stupid he was, he understood what kind of terrifying power this represented. The previous phone call that threatened to check Lin Haotian's background has now turned into a huge, terrified question mark in his mind.
Is this Lin Haotian just a shareholder of Hentang Restaurant? What kind of even more frightening background is hidden behind him?
When Zhao Mingyuan thought of Wang Minghai's respectful attitude, which was almost like kneeling and fawning, his scalp went numb and he almost broke out in a cold sweat.
Oh shit.
He couldn't control himself and kicked the trash can on the side of the road hard.
Bang!
The piercing noise attracted the attention of passers-by. Those strange looks were like countless tiny steel needles, piercing his face fiercely, making his already irritable mood even more irritable. Zhang Qian, like a puppet with all her energy drained away, followed Zhao Mingyuan in a daze. The delicate makeup on her face had long been washed away by the surging tears, revealing a pale, haggard face that was completely bloodless. Those eyes that once looked bright and full of vanity and arrogance were now empty and lifeless, as if covered with a thick layer of dead ash, and no trace of light could be seen anymore. The pointing and whispering of the people around her, those discussions in low voices but still clearly audible, were like countless sharp knives, cutting her heart one by one, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Isn't that the prodigal son of the Zhao family? Why is he in such a mess?
The woman next to him was crying like her parents had died.
Could she have been causing trouble in the restaurant and got kicked out? Tsk tisk, it's really embarrassing, you deserve it.
These voices ruthlessly tore at her pitiful self-esteem, making her feel miserable. But what made her feel more desperate and suffocated than these were the images that kept echoing in her mind. Lin Haotian's eyes were calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. And Wang Minghai's words, like thunder from the sky, shattered all her fantasies.
This Mr. Lin is one of the shareholders of our henteing revolving restaurant. Shareholder. Lin Haotian.
These two words, like two red-hot irons, were fiercely and deeply branded into the deepest part of her soul, causing her to feel burning pain every time she breathed.
Remorse. Endless regret.
Like the most ferocious tide, it swallowed and drowned her completely in an instant. She felt like she was about to suffocate.
Various scenes from the past emerged uncontrollably in her mind.
She remembered Lin Haotian wearing his washed-out delivery uniform, riding the creaking, old electric bike, braving the scorching sun and heavy rain, just to bring her a cup of milk tea that she casually mentioned, with a simple and satisfied smile on his face. Thinking back to her birthday, Lin Haotian used the money he had saved after living frugally for several months to buy her a necklace that she had once glanced at in the window, but she had replied casually, "It's too cheap, not suitable for me," and then casually threw it into the corner of the drawer and never took it out again. Thinking back to the time of their breakup, she had used the harshest and most hurtful words to trample on Lin Haotian's burning sincerity, trampling it until it was worthless.
Lin Haotian, you are a complete pauper. You will never be able to give me the life I want in this life. Take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you deserve it. We are not from the same world, do you understand? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Don't bother me anymore.
I feel sick just by looking at you.
Go away."
Those clear-headedness and decisiveness that she once took pride in now seemed so ridiculous.
How stupid. What did she miss? She missed 100 million? No.
What she missed was a heaven-sent marriage that would allow her to ascend to heaven and become truly superior.
It was the wealth and prosperity that she could never even dream of. What was it that she once had at her fingertips? She is the wife of a shareholder of henteing restaurant. She is the woman of the man who owns the supreme black gold card of henteing group and to whom even Wang Minghai has to bow down. And now, all of this has nothing to do with her. It's her. It was her own hands.
She had ruthlessly and resolutely pushed away this great opportunity that could change her life.
She had pushed it far away. Plop. Zhang Qian's legs went limp and she could no longer support her body.
She fell down in a miserable state on the cold, hard side of the road. She could no longer suppress her inner collapse, and let the tears of despair flow freely like a flood that broke through the dam, emitting waves of suppressed and mournful sobs. Zhao Mingyuan glanced at her with disgust, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger.
If it weren't for this stupid woman fanning the flames and instigating him to cause trouble, why would he have provoked Lin Haotian, that unfathomable evil star? Cry, cry, cry. Why are you crying for your mother's funeral? It's so damn unlucky. Zhao Mingyuan cursed viciously, threw his arms around and walked away.
He felt that even looking at Zhang Qian for one more second was dirtying his eyes.
Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Mingyuan's resolute back as he left.
The figure gradually blurred in her eyes. The despair in her heart was like cold poison, instantly spreading to every part of her body. She knew that she had not only completely lost Lin Haotian, the potential stock she had once discarded, but also completely lost Zhao Mingyuan, the big tree she had once tried her best to climb.
She has nothing left. At the same time, in the Tianzi number 1 box,
Lin Haotian remained composed and leisurely enjoyed the exquisite top-quality food in front of him. The previous turmoil and the ugly behavior of the two clowns outside the door seemed to have left no trace in his mind. However, only he himself knew that deep in his heart, there were already waves of ups and downs in his heart.
Call.
Lin Haotian put down the sterling silver knife and fork in his hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. The feeling of stepping on Zhao Mingyuan and Zhang Qian hard, making them lose face and feel ashamed, was really satisfying. The power granted by the system made him feel for the first time what it meant to be in control of everything. Money and status bring not only luxurious material enjoyment, but also the supreme pleasure of being able to easily dominate the fate of others and make them humble as dust in front of you. However, after a brief period of excitement and comfort, Lin Haotian's mood gradually calmed down.
Is it enough to just step on a few clowns like this? No. It's not enough.
He remembered the extremely resentful look in Zhao Mingyuan's eyes when he left, and the unwilling phone call he made when he took out his cell phone. It is the nature of these spoiled dandies, who have been brought up since childhood, to take revenge for the slightest grievance. I made him lose face in public today, there is no way he would let it go. Although he is now a shareholder of henteing restaurant, Zhao Mingyuan may not dare to do anything to him openly.
But what about secretly? Who can guarantee that he won't resort to some despicable means?
The man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Lin Haotian picked up the wineglass, gently swirled the blood-red top-grade vintage red wine in the glass, and muttered to himself. The system brings him unimaginable wealth that ordinary people can hardly imagine, but it is also inevitably accompanied by unknown risks and challenges.
He needs more power. An absolute force that is enough to crush all villains and eliminate all potential threats.
This kind of power is not only represented by money and status, but should be all-round and overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Haotian's gaze became profound, as if penetrating the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of him, looking at the brightly lit city night scene outside the window, and the more distant future.
System. He muttered to himself. Super City Sign and System is at your service.
The cold and familiar mechanical sound rang in his mind on time.
My current abilities are far from enough. Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's. I need to become stronger. Not only do I need endless money, but I also need tremendous power, overwhelming momentum, and the ability to protect myself and even crush all enemies. At this moment, his mentality quietly underwent a drastic transformation. From the initial surprise and passive acceptance when he got the system, to now, he began to think and plan actively, and a great ambition to take control of his destiny firmly in his own hands was ignited in his heart. This was not only to deal with the possible revenge from Zhao Mingyuan and his ilk, but also stemmed from the ambition and desire in his heart that had been suppressed by reality for too long. Since God has given him this opportunity to reach the sky overnight, how could he, Lin Haotian, be content to be just a rich man with a little money? What he wants is the whole world. After dinner, Lin Haotian did not go home directly as usual. He drove the black Lamborghini Aventador that looked like a ghost in the dark night, and let out a low and powerful roar, like a black lightning tearing through the night sky, instantly blending into the dazzling neon light sea of the city. The blood-pumping roar of the engine was just like the boundless passion that was surging in his heart at the moment. Outside the car window, the lights are shining, the scene is changing rapidly, and it is prosperous and noisy. Inside the car window, there was silence, with only the sound of his steady breathing. Lin Haotian moved his mind and opened the system interface that only he could see. A light blue translucent light curtain instantly appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Haotian.
Level, Primary Signer Experience Value 75-100. Signed-in locations, Longting Central Hospital Newbie Benefit, Times Square a Trial Run, Hentaying Tower a First Appearance. Awards received, 100 million yuan in cash, Lamborghini Aventador SVJ63 Roadster, 10% shares of Hentaying Revolving Restaurant, Physical Fitness Enhancement Primary, Photographic Memory Primary. Looking at the clear records on the light screen, Lin Haotian reviewed every detail of the short period of time since he obtained the system. Every sign-in was like a miraculous gift from fate, which brought about earth-shaking and unbelievable changes in the trajectory of his life. From an unknown delivery boy who worked hard for a few dollars in delivery fees, he has transformed himself into Mr. Lin, a billionaire who drives a top-of-the-line sports car, and even the executives of Hentaying Group have to be respectful to him. This transformation is like a dream, yet it is extremely real. But his gaze finally stopped at the item, Physical Fitness Enhancement Elementary. This was one of the rewards he received when he signed in at the rental house in the urban village in his early years. It did significantly improve his physical fitness, strength, and reaction speed. But facing the real danger coming from the dark, this level of reinforcement is probably far from enough. It's just the improvement of physical fitness. It's not systematic enough, not professional enough, let alone real combat effectiveness. Lin Haotian frowned and fell into deep thought. He needed a more direct, more powerful, and more deterrent self-defense capability. Or even, an offensive capability. System, can my future sign and direction be focused on? For example, developing in the direction of improving my personal combat power? Lin Haotian tried to communicate with the system in his mind. The system did not directly answer with a mechanical sound, but on the system interface, the virtual three-dimensional map covering the entire Jiangqing city flashed slightly at this moment, as if responding to his thoughts. Lin Haotian's mind moved, and he immediately focused his attention on this huge virtual map. The map is densely covered with various buildings and location marks. Most areas are gray, indicating that sign-in is not allowed or has already been signed in. A few locations emit a faint white halo. Those are ordinary check-in points that can be signed in but have not yet been triggered. The rewards are usually random and ordinary. At this moment, Lin Haotian's eyes were firmly attracted by a marked point in the corner of the map, which he had not paid much attention to before, but now emitted a unique, faint green light. It was a place located in the old town of the city.
Looking at the map, it seemed inconspicuous and even a little dilapidated. Sign in location, Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Difficulty of signing in, normal, somewhat challenging. Expected reward, unknown, highly related to the host's current needs and performance during the sign-in process. Jinwei Martial Arts School? Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly focused, and a gleam of brilliance flashed across them. Martial arts school? Isn't this exactly what he needs right now? If he could sign in at the martial arts gym and acquire some truly practical fighting skills, or even a more profound inheritance, his ability to protect himself would undoubtedly take a qualitative leap. By then, let alone Zhao Mingyuan, even if he faced a more dangerous situation, he would be able to be more calm and confident. Interesting. Lin Haotian's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, his eyes full of anticipation. It seems that this system is indeed not simple. It seems that it can always give the most appropriate guidance when he needs it most. It is also guiding him to evolve towards a stronger and more comprehensive direction. Wealth is just the foundation. The real power is the absolute control of one's own strength, and the absolute dominance of one's own destiny brought by it. He, Lin Haotian, is no longer satisfied with the passive giving of the system. He wants to take the initiative to explore and get everything he wants. Zhao Mingyuan? Zhang Qian? Those people who once troubled him or brought him humiliation were now seen by him as nothing more than a few ants and insignificant specks of dust that could be easily crushed on his magnificent road to rise. Lin Haotian's journey is to the sea of stars above the 9 heavens. How could he be restrained by these ants? The Lamborghini drew an elegant and sharp black arc in the bright night. The roar of the engine gradually became louder, and it rushed towards the place shining with blue light on the map. Lin Haotian's eyes flashed with unprecedented determination and confidence, as if there was a flame burning. He knew that a brand new glorious era, created by him personally, was about to begin. And that place called a Jinwei Martial Arts School might be his new starting point on the road to becoming stronger. Chapter 9, Encountering a dilapidated martial arts gym, signing in to strengthen the body and starting to learn martial arts. The Lamborghini Aventador was speeding through the streets of Jiangqing City like a black lightning. The bustling and noisy city center gradually faded away, and in front of us was the old city with dimming lights. The air was filled with the unique smell of time, mixed with dust and fireworks. Lin Haotian gripped the steering wheel tightly, but his eyes were fixed on the system map that only he could see. The marking point that is flashing with a faint green light, Jinwei Martial Arts School, is getting closer. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. Every sign-in before was like a stroke of genius, which brought about earth-shaking changes in his life. From a penniless takeaway boy to Mr. Lin, who is now a billionaire with a luxury car. This time, the system directed him to a martial arts gym, which gave him an unprecedented strong premonition in his heart. The system was going to give him a completely new and more essential power. Zhao Mingyuan's resentful face and Zhang Qian's regretful expression flashed through his mind. Money and status can certainly bring dignity, but at certain moments, one's own strength is the real reliance and the absolute confidence to crush all villains. The Lamborghini slowly stopped at the entrance of a narrow and quiet old street. Further ahead was a bluestone road that even sports cars could hardly pass. Lin Haotian turned off the engine and got out of the car, the night breeze blowing with a hint of coolness on his face. He looked up, his eyes passing through the dim halo of the streetlights and falling on a lonely 2-story building not far away. That is what is marked on the system map, Jinwei Martial Arts School. Compared with the surrounding old but fairly tidy houses, this martial arts hall looks particularly dilapidated, and even exudes a sense of depression and death. The vermilion wooden door had long since faded and was now mottled, with several deep and shallow scratches on the door panel, silently telling of the vicissitudes of this place. Above the door lintel hangs a plaque that is equally worn out. Jinwei Martial Arts School. The 4 large black characters written in a flamboyant style had long been covered in thick dust, and even traces of decay could be seen at the edges of the strokes. A small piece of the stroke of the character was even broken, adding to the sadness and loneliness. The door was shut tightly, the knocker rusted. The area in front of the door was extremely deserted, with only a few clumps of withered weeds stubbornly growing out of the cracks in the corners of the wall, shivering in the bleak night wind. No one comes here? This is simply a dilapidated yard that has been forgotten and abandoned for many years. This lifeless scene formed an extremely strong and strange contrast with the green light on the system map that was full of vitality and mystery. Is this the Jinwei Martial Arts School? Lin Haotian frowned slightly, feeling surprised. He originally thought that the martial arts school that was specially marked by the system, even if it was not magnificent and majestic, should at least have some of the spirit and energy that a place for practicing martial arts should have.
But the scene before him disappointed him greatly.
Lin Haotian walked slowly forward and came to the tightly closed vermilion door.
He stretched out his hand and gently brushed away the layer of dust on the plaque, and the roughness and coolness of the wood could be felt at his fingertips. He tried to push the door, but it didn't budge. Apparently it was locked from the inside. The door was tightly closed, and he couldn't see anything inside.
System, is this the place?
Lin Haotian muttered to himself.
Destination location confirmed, Junwei Martial Arts School abandoned. Meets special sign and conditions.
The cold and familiar mechanical sound rang in his mind on time.
Abandoned.
Lin Haotian chewed on these two words gently, and his curiosity became stronger.
Why is an abandoned martial arts hall identified as a special check-in point by the system? Is there some unknown secret hidden in it? He no longer hesitated, and his eyes became firm. System, sign in here. Special location detected, Junwei Martial Arts School abandoned. Do you want to sign in? Yes. Lin Haotian confirmed in his heart without hesitation.
The moment the thought came to mind, the light blue system screen in front of him suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, the cyan light that was brighter and purer than the one when he signed in at Henteing Highlands suddenly burst out from the shabby Junwei Martial Arts School plaque.
The light instantly completely enveloped Lin Haotian.
The green light was not dazzling, but instead carried a warm and majestic sense of power, like the purest energy in spring rain, silently seeping into his limbs and every cell.
Ding! Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in at the special location Junwei Martial Arts Hall abandoned. Difficulty of this sign-in, normal, somewhat challenging.
The host actively explores and has a strong will. Overall evaluation, excellent.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a set of basic bodybuilding techniques. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, internal energy cultivation method introduction. A series of system notification sounds, more beautiful than any natural sounds, exploded in his mind.
Basic bodybuilding technique? Internal energy cultivation method?
Lin Haotian's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand at this moment, and then suddenly loosened.
Unbelievable ecstasy and passion burst out in his eyes. Isn't this exactly what he wants the most right now?
The moment the system prompt sounded, a huge and extremely pure torrent of information, like a sudden enlightenment, surged into the depths of his mind. That was the key to every movement of the basic bodybuilding technique, every subtle force generating technique, and the unique breathing method that matched it. Everything was imprinted in his memory with incredible clarity, as if he had practiced this set of bodybuilding techniques thousands of times and was familiar with it to the point of being ingrained in his bones. Next, there is the mysterious formula of internal energy cultivation method introduction and the route map of the internal energy circulation. Although it is only an introduction, it has opened a door for him to a brand new, unknown, and mysterious world full of infinite possibilities.
Almost at the same time, an indescribable pure and warm current suddenly rose up from the depths of his dantian without any warning. This warm current was not turbulent and overbearing, but it carried a long and incomparably tenacious power, like a trickle of water flowing into a river or sea, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his muscles, every bone, and even every tiny cell.
Crack, crack, crackle. Lin Haotian heard very clearly that at this moment the bones in his body actually made bursts of fine and crisp popping sounds like frying beans. He felt that his body was undergoing a radical transformation. A transformation that was like a complete rebirth. The lumbar spine and knee joints, which had been slightly strained from long-term delivery of food, were now wrapped and penetrated by the magical warm current. All the soreness disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. He could clearly feel that his muscles were bulging slightly, filled with explosive power. Lin Haotian clenched his fists almost subconsciously.
Bang! An extremely slight yet extremely real sound of gas explosion actually came from the palm of his fist.
Lin Haotian himself was shocked by this sudden change. He could clearly feel that the power contained in his fists was at least twice as strong as before he signed in.
This was just a preliminary change, an instinctive strengthening of his body.
He tried to move his hands and feet, and felt that his whole body became extremely light, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off of him. Every movement was filled with an indescribable sense of coordination and strength. His five senses also became extremely sharp at this moment. The whimpering sound of the night wind blowing through the alleys, the occasional car horn on the distant street, and even the subtle humming of unknown insects in the corners of the walls, everything was transmitted to his ears very clearly, as if the sounds of the entire world had been amplified several times. His vision also became clearer and sharper.
In this already dim old alley, those originally blurry details now became vivid and clear. Is this the power of bodybuilding techniques and internal strength?
Lin Haotian was shocked beyond words as he felt the earth-shaking changes taking place inside and outside his body.
His face was filled with irrepressible ecstasy and excitement.
This feeling is more direct, more shocking, and more exciting than getting 100 million in cash, a top-of-the-line Lamborghini sports car, or a share in the Hentang revolving restaurant.
This is a power that is truly in your own hands.
A terrifying force that is powerful enough to change one's own nature. He could even vaguely feel that there seemed to be a very weak but real strange airflow in his lower abdomen, slowly swirling and flowing.
That should be the so-called internal energy, right? Although it still seems so weak at the moment, like a candle in the wind, it really existed. It was real. It's so strong. This feeling is so damn good.
Lin Haotian could no longer suppress his inner excitement and could not help but roar and throw a punch forward.
Call.
The fist whistled, and with an unparalleled force, it smashed hard into the empty air. Although he did not hit any target, he could clearly feel that if this punch hit an object solidly, its power would be absolutely astonishing. He remembered Zhao Mingyuan's arrogant and domineering face, and the extremely resentful look in his eyes at the door of Hentang revolving restaurant, and the harsh words he said when he threatened to make him pay the price. If it were before, Lin Haotian might have been a little afraid of the revenge of this rich playboy. But now, feeling the terrifying power surging in his body that seemed to be about to break out of his body, Lin Haotian's mouth curled up in an icy arc.
Zhao Mingyuan.
If you dare to provoke me again, I don't mind letting you experience for yourself what real power is.
What despair is. Money and status can make people respect you and make them submit to you. But his own force can frighten people.
It can make people tremble from the depths of their souls. This kind of strength that comes from within and is like a complete transformation, brings Lin Haotian unprecedented confidence and the courage to look down on everything. He knew that from today on, his life would once again usher in a shocking turning point. What the system gave him was not only immense wealth, but also the supreme ladder to transcendence and becoming a saint. Basic bodybuilding techniques, methods of cultivating internal strength. Lin Haotian muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with infinite longing and desire for the future.
This is just the beginning. If I continue to practice, what kind of incredible realm can I reach?
Are those martial arts masters who can fly over eaves, run on walls, break monuments and split rocks, which only exist in TV movies and martial arts novels, really just fiction? At this moment, Lin Haotian felt that a door to a brand new, bizarre and mysterious world was slowly and solemnly opening in front of him. Behind that door, there are many unknowns, as well as endless possibilities and challenges. Lin Haotian took a deep breath and slowly calmed down the agitated emotions in his lower body. He looked again at the Junwei martial arts school in front of him, which looked increasingly dilapidated and mysterious in the night. It just stands there quietly, like a weathered, silent old man, who must be hiding too many unknown stories and secrets. A martial arts gym that has long been abandoned can give out such shocking rewards.
Lin Haotian thought to himself, what secrets are hidden here? Is it just because it was once glorious and prosperous, so there is still some kind of immortal martial arts will left in these ruins? He vaguely felt that the origin of this martial arts school was probably far more complicated than it seemed. However, now is obviously not the time to delve into these matters. What he wanted to do most now was to find a quiet place immediately to study the basic bodybuilding techniques and internal strength cultivation methods that he had just acquired in his mind, and experience the wonderful feeling of cultivation for himself. Feeling the power in his body stirring and full of vitality, Lin Haotian's eyes were bright and his heart was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and anticipation. This world is far more complicated and exciting than he had ever imagined. And he, Lin Haotian, will use this incomparable sign and system to gradually uncover all the mysteries of this world and firmly control everything in his own hands. He will trample all those who have looked down on him and humiliated him under his feet. He took a last deep look at the plaque that read Junwei Martial Arts School, as if he wanted to engrave these 4 words in this dilapidated martial arts school forever in the depths of his soul. Then, he turned around resolutely and walked towards the Lamborghini parked at the entrance of the alley with steps that were steadier and more powerful than when he came. The engine once again let out a low and powerful roar, and black lightning cut through the silent night sky, galloping towards an unknown and glorious future full of infinite possibilities. From then on, his martial arts journey officially began. This mysterious place called the Junwei Martial Arts School is destined to leave a strong and indelible mark in his life. He has a strong premonition that his fate with this martial arts school may have just begun. Chapter 10, The Miracle Doctor shocked the world and made $1 million reward for good fortune.
After returning from signing in at Jinwei Martial Arts School, Lin Haotian felt that the whole world had come alive. The nascent internal energy in his body, the weak, ignited his desire for greater power like a spark. The basic bodybuilding technique allows him to clearly feel the leap in his physical fitness every day. Strength is the foundation of life. Wealth is the ladder to heaven. Medical skills are the golden lever for him to leverage his reputation and connections. Lin Haotian acted decisively, and the next day he used the 500,000 yuan startup capital awarded by the system to buy a small store in a quiet neighborhood in Jiangcheng with convenient transportation.
Haotian Clinic, the plaque is simple and powerful, just like his current style of doing things. The interior decoration of the clinic is not luxurious, but clean, tidy, and professional.
The faint aroma of medicine replaces the pungent smell of disinfectant, which is refreshing.
In the early days of opening, Lin Haotian did not make a big fanfare. He was well aware of the truth that good wine needs no bush, not to mention that he had mastered the divine medical skills that were so powerful. He only occasionally gave a few seemingly casual suggestions on treatment for difficult and complicated diseases in some local medical forums and patient groups in Jiangcheng. At first, no one took the young man with the ID Haotian doctor seriously. On the internet, keyboard warriors are everywhere, and there are very few experts with real abilities. But soon, some netizens tried his advice with the mentality of giving it a try, and they actually saw immediate results, with miraculous effects. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. The name Haotian doctor began to spread quietly in some specific circles in Jiangcheng. Some said he was the heir of a hermit aristocratic family, and some speculated that he had acquired long-lost ancient medical skills. Mystery is often accompanied by awe. Lin Haotian took it lightly. He knew that this was just the first step in a long journey. His goal is not only to become a famous doctor, but also to use this identity to accumulate reputation, build connections, unlock more advanced check-in points and incredible rewards for the system, and lay a solid foundation. The sun was shining brightly that afternoon. In Haotian Clinic, Lin Haotian was studying an old medical book. This was not produced by the system, but he found it himself to verify and expand the vast knowledge given to him by the divine medical skills. Suddenly, a low engine sound came from afar and stopped steadily in front of the clinic door. Lin Haotian looked up and saw a black Audi A8L with a strong aura stopped. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a high-end custom-made suit, walked in hurriedly, accompanied by a capable driver. The man's face showed a bit of haggardness and anxiety that was difficult to conceal, but between his brows there was a sense of majesty that came from being in a high position for a long time. His sharp eyes swept across the simple furnishings in the clinic, finally stopping on Lin Haotian's overly young face. A trace of disappointment and doubt flashed in his eyes. Too young. Is this the Dr. Lin who was said to be so miraculous on the internet and even privately dubbed the Little Miracle Doctor? If his mother's condition had not reached the point of being at the end of her rope, and all the famous doctors and scholars in Jiangcheng and even the surrounding provinces and cities were helpless, Lu Zhenxiong would definitely not have sought medical treatment in a desperate manner and found such an unknown little clinic based solely on some vague rumors on the internet. Excuse me, are you the Dr. Lin mentioned on the internet? Lu Zhenxiong's voice was a little hoarse, and his tone was still polite, but the scrutiny of a superior was difficult to completely conceal. Lin Haotian put down the medical book, his expression calm, as he was already accustomed to this. It's me. Please take a seat. He pointed to the chair opposite him and said in a clear, neither humble nor arrogant voice, "How is the patient?" No unnecessary small talk, just get straight to the point. Lu Zhenxiong took a deep breath, suppressed his doubts, and said in a deep voice, "My mother, she has been coughing and wheezing for years, unable to sleep at night, and having chest tightness and shortness of breath. In the past month, her condition has taken a turn for the worse, she has refused to eat or drink, and has become extremely thin. We have invited experts from all the major hospitals in Jiangcheng, and tried both Chinese and Western medicine. They all said that he was old and his heart and lungs were failing. I'm afraid, there is no way to save him. We can only try to maintain his condition and let us prepare for his funeral." At the end of his speech, the eyes of this big shot who was a big shot in Jiangcheng's business community turned slightly red, and his voice was a little choked up. Lin Haotian listened quietly, his eyes as calm as the depths of an ancient well. After Lu Zhenxiong finished speaking, he pondered for a moment, and the huge knowledge base of god-level medical skills elementary in his mind was already running rapidly, and he instantly compared and analyzed Lu's mother's symptoms with countless cases. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his tone firm. The old lady must have been affected by wind, cold and dampness in her early years, and the evil qi was trapped in the lung meridian.
After a long time, it turned into heat and secretly burned the lung. Later, due to worry, fatigue, or improper diet, the spleen lost its healthy function and the kidney qi was deficient. Now the lungs, spleen and kidneys are all damaged, and phlegm and blood stasis are intertwined in the chest and diaphragm, blocking the flow of qi. The usual drugs that clear the lungs and resolve phlegm, and nourish the spleen and kidneys, are no longer effective in reaching the lesions, so naturally the effect is minimal. These words were like a bolt of thunder, striking Lu Zhenxiong's heart hard. His eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief.
Lin Haotian.
He had never taken his mother's pulse, and had never even seen the patient, but just by oral narration, he described the cause and pathogenesis of his mother's illness, as well as the course of the disease, so clearly and thoroughly, without any error. He even revealed the secret detail that his mother had indeed been caught in a heavy rain in her hometown in the countryside in her early years, which caused her to catch a severe cold and cough.
This is simply amazing.
It is more than 100 times more precise and sharp than those so-called famous doctors and experts who held various examination reports and consulted for a long time but still spoke vaguely.
The last bit of doubt in Lu Zhenxiong's heart disappeared in an instant.
Instead, he was filled with ecstasy and excitement as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Lin. Divine Dr. Lin.
He stood up from his chair with a trembling voice, and his tone changed from the tentative tone to one of genuine eagerness and respect.
You are absolutely right. It's absolutely right. My mother did suffer from a severe cold in her early years. I beg you, Dr. Lin, please save my mother. As long as you can cure my mother's illness, I, Lu Zhenxiong, am willing to pay any price.
He was so excited that he almost knelt down to Lin Haotian on the spot. Lin Haotian raised his hand to support him, signaling him to calm down. Mr. Lu, there is no need to be like this.
Doctors are like parents, and saving lives and healing the wounded is their duty.
Don't worry, take me to see the patient. His voice was still calm, but it carried a convincing force.
Lu Zhenxiong nodded repeatedly, and was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Okay. Dr. Lin, please come in. I'll take you there right away. The Lu family mansion is located in one of the top luxury villa areas in Jiangcheng.
With blue bricks, black tiles, flying eaves and pointed corners, this elegant Chinese-style courtyard villa stands out in the urban jungle of steel and concrete, silently demonstrating the owner's good financial resources and taste. However, at this moment, the mansion was shrouded in a solemn and depressing atmosphere.
The atmosphere in Lu's mother's bedroom was even more gloomy.
On the large mahogany bed, a white-haired old lady lay quietly, her eyes closed, her face as dark as paper, her lips chapped, her breathing as thin as a thread. Every rise and fall of her breath touched people's hearts, and a heart-pounding sound of phlegm came from her throat. The data of various vital signs on the bedside ECG monitor were like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time, which was frightening to watch. Several younger members of the Lu family and a private doctor in a white coat stood by with gloomy expressions, unable to do anything. Seeing Lu Zhenxiong leading such a young doctor in, everyone's eyes flashed with surprise, but no one dared to say anything.
Lin Haotian ignored the gazes of others and walked straight to the bed.
He first carefully observed the old lady's complexion and tongue coating, then leaned over and listened quietly to her breathing and the sound of phlegm in her throat. Then he stretched out 3 fingers and gently placed them on the old lady's skinny wrist.
Close your eyes and concentrate.
The pulse under the fingers is deep, thin and rapid, almost to the point of being non-existent, yet there is a faint trace of slippery and stringy feeling hidden within. The knowledge of divine medical skills flowed through his mind like a tide. Combining the 4 methods of diagnosis, namely, observation, auscultation, inquiry and palpation, he instantly understood the changes in the qi, blood, yin and yang in Lu's mother's body, as well as the nature and location of the disease. After a moment, Lin Haotian opened his eyes, his gaze was clear and he had everything planned out. Mr. Lu, the old lady's condition is indeed critical. Her internal organs are already showing signs of failure, especially her lungs are almost exhausted. But fortunately, there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Haotian said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zhenxiong and others, who had originally despaired, suddenly had a gleam of hope in their eyes again.
Dr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Can she still be saved? Lu Zhenxiong asked in a trembling voice, almost unable to believe his ears.
I first used acupuncture to clear the lung qi, regulate the qi in the middle burner, relieve depression, and dredge the meridians, and stimulate the vitality of the internal organs. Lin Haotian did not answer directly, but took out a set of shiny silver needles from the cloth bag he carried with him, add a special decoction to nourish the body, eliminate evil and strengthen the body. If all goes well, you should see significant results within 7 days.
Acupuncture?
The private doctor next to him frowned slightly upon hearing this.
He has been practicing medicine for many years and has been exposed to traditional Chinese medicine.
He knows that acupuncture is very risky for patients with such serious and dying conditions.
If you are not careful, it may worsen the condition.
But when he saw Lin Haotian's incredibly calm and confident eyes, and Lu Zhenxiong's almost blind trusting expression at the moment, he finally swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue.
Lin Haotian didn't care about his reaction.
He picked up a silver needle about an inch long and gently touched the tip of the needle to the flame of the alcohol lamp. The next moment, his movements were as fast as lightning, yet as steady as a rock. The accuracy of acupuncture point identification, the steady insertion of the needle, and the light and mysterious twisting and lifting of the needle dazzled the onlookers, yet they dared not breathe.
Tiantu, Tanzhong, Zhengfu, Feishu, Pishu, Xinshu. Each silver needle seemed to have a spirit and inserted into the corresponding acupuncture points accurately.
The divine medical skills endowed him with not only a vast amount of medical knowledge, but also a subtle touch that surpassed the limits of ordinary people and a precise control over strength and depth. As the silver needle was inserted and twisted, a pure internal energy quietly flowed in from Lin Haotian's fingertips, following the meridians, like an invisible spring rain, nourishing Lu's mother's almost exhausted vitality.
An incredible scene happened. But after a while, Lu's mother's rapid and heavy breathing actually became much calmer.
Her painful and twisted face actually relaxed visibly, and her tightly furrowed brows loosened slightly. Even the phlegm sound in her throat was miraculously reduced a lot.
This.
The private doctor next to him was stunned, his jaw almost dropped to the ground.
He had been practicing medicine for most of his life, and had never seen such a miraculous acupuncture technique.
This was not acupuncture, it was clearly a magic technique. Lu Zhenxiong was so excited that he was shaking all over.
He covered his mouth tightly, fearing that any sound would disturb Lin Haotian from acupuncture.
He stared at his mother's face, tears glistening in his eyes, filled with endless anticipation and enthusiasm.
After about an incense stick of time, Lin Haotian withdrew the needle.
A few beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. It was obvious that the acupuncture just now was not without exhaustion for him, especially the secret transfer of internal energy, which was even more mentally taxing.
Ha!
Lin Haotian exhaled lightly and said to the Lu family servant who had already prepared paper and pen, "Bring me paper and pen.
I'll write a prescription."
The prescription was written quickly. A closer look at the medicinal herbs above reveals that not all of them are rare treasures like 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Some of them are even just common herbs. But with Lin Haotian's exquisite combination and precise control of dosage, it can turn decay into magic, accurately attack the lesions, and take into account strengthening the foundation. Prescribe the medicine according to this prescription, 1 dose per day, simmering over low heat.
Take a bowl of juice from the first decoction, and drink it warm at 3 p.m.
Take more than half a bowl of juice from the second decoction, and drink it warm at 9 p.m. Remember, avoid eating raw, cold, greasy, or spicy food while taking the medicine.
Lin Haotian gave detailed instructions.
Lu Zhenxiong took the prescription and felt like he had received a treasure. He thanked the doctor repeatedly and immediately ordered his most capable butler to go to the best century-old pharmacy in Jiangcheng to get the medicine. He must use the best medicinal materials at any cost.
The next 7 days became a time for the entire Lu family to witness a miracle.
Lin Haotian would come on time every day to give Lu's mother acupuncture once, and make slight adjustments to the prescription according to changes in her condition. On the first day, Lu's mother's cough was significantly alleviated, the sound of phlegm almost disappeared, and she slept soundly for 3 or 4 hours at night, and her snoring became much more even. On the third day, Lu's mother actually took the initiative to ask for some rice porridge. Although he didn't eat much, he was obviously in better spirits. He was even able to open his eyes and speak a few unclear words to Lu Zhenxiong. The long-lost light appeared in his eyes again. On the 5th day, the miracle continued. With the help of Lu Zhenxiong, Lu's mother could even walk a few steps slowly in the room. The data on the bedside monitor became more stable day by day, gradually approaching normal values. When the news came out, the entire upper-class circle in Jiangcheng was shocked. Those famous doctors and experts who had previously asserted that Mrs. Lu did not have much time left and that there was no way to save her were all shocked and amazed after hearing this. They all tried to inquire about the background of this young miracle Dr. Lin, and some even wanted to pay him a shameless visit, but Lu Zhenxiong politely declined them all on the grounds that his mother needed to rest. He didn't want those quack doctors to disturb Dr. Lin from casting spells to save lives.
7 days later.
Although Lu's mother has not yet fully recovered to her healthy state, she is no longer in danger of death. Her complexion has become much rosier, she has more strength to speak, and her diet and daily life have basically returned to normal.
Experts from the hospital came again for a consultation and examination.
Seeing the various indicators of improvement in Mrs. Liu being in high spirits, they were all dumbfounded and kept saying it's a miraculous skill and it's simply a medical miracle. The Liu family mansion was no longer gloomy as before, and was now filled with joy and gratitude for surviving the disaster. Lu Zhenxiong was so excited that tears filled his eyes when he saw his mother, who was able to sit up from her sickbed and chat and laugh with her children and grandchildren. He walked quickly to Lin Haotian, who had just finished a follow-up visit with his mother. He could no longer control his inner emotions, and with a plop, he knelt down on the spot to express his gratitude.
Divine Dr. Lin. Lin Haotian was quick to reach out and hold him back. Boss Liu, you can't do that.
Lu Zhenxiong bowed deeply and said in a choked voice, Divine Dr. Lin.
You are the second parents of my Liu family.
I, Lu Zhenxiong, will never forget this kindness.
I cannot thank you enough.
He stood up, took out a bank check that he had prepared long ago from his arms, and handed it to Lin Haotian solemnly with both hands.
Dr. Lin, this is just a small token of my appreciation.
It is not a token of respect, but I hope you will accept it. I know that this little money cannot measure your kindness in saving my mother's life, but this is truly a token of my sincere heart.
1 million.
For Lin Haotian now, this amount of money is not an astronomical figure, but it is definitely not a small amount. More importantly, this is the first pot of gold he has earned honestly with his medical skills, which is of great significance.
He took the check calmly and said, Mr. Liu is very thoughtful.
The old lady has just recovered from a serious illness, so she needs to rest and recuperate.
Don't be too happy or sad.
I have adjusted the prescription, just take it on time. I will come back for a follow-up visit in half a month.
Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely follow Dr. Lin's instructions.
Lu Zhenxiong nodded repeatedly, then took out an exquisitely made gold-stamped business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. The business card design is extremely simple, with only the 3 words Lu Zhenxiong and a personal phone number printed on it, without any redundant words.
Dr. Lin, this is my personal phone number.
From now on, if you need me, Lu Zhenxiong, in Jiangcheng, whether it's business or other matters, as long as you say a word, I, Lu Zhenxiong, will go through fire and water and die without hesitation. These words are powerful and full of weight.
The promise made by Jiangcheng wealthy businessman Lu Zhenxiong is far more important than the 1 million cash.
Lin Haotian nodded slightly and accepted the business card. Mr. Liu, you're welcome. After seeing Lin Haotian off, Lu Zhenxiong stood in the courtyard, watching the ordinary taxi disappear in the traffic, feeling filled with emotion.
When did Jiangcheng produce such a hidden young genius doctor? This boy's future achievements will definitely be limitless. The good relationship I have established today may become one of the most important reliances of the Liu family in the future. Lin Haotian returned to his Haotian clinic and looked at the check for 1 million in his hand, with a confident smile on his lips. Money is the foundation, and connections are the driving force. The god-level medical skills did not disappoint him.
At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded in my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully curing a difficult and incurable disease severe. Your medical skills are remarkable and your reputation has been greatly improved.
Ding!
It has been detected that the host has successfully contacted the core circle of the city's upper-class society and obtained their high recognition and important commitment. The host's influence has been significantly enhanced.
Ding! Jiangcheng map module has been updated.
Information on special check-in points in some areas has been unlocked, and the priority of check-in tasks has been optimized based on the host's current comprehensive strength and social influence.
Please check the system map and plan your next move. A series of system prompt sounds boosted Lin Haotian's spirits. Reputation has been improved. New sign-in points have also appeared.
There was a gleam in his eyes. There are indeed countless wonderful things and opportunities in this world waiting for him to conquer. His martial arts journey had just begun, and his reputation as a miracle doctor was just beginning to show. A bigger stage, stronger challenges, more incredible rewards, everything has just begun.
Chapter 11 The Miracle Doctor's fame spreads throughout Jiangcheng, and the Iceboss CEO secretly inquires. The news that the old lady of the Liu family was saved by the mysterious doctor swept through the entire upper-class circle of Jiangcheng like a hurricane overnight. And the center of this storm is Lu Zhenxiong himself. This business tycoon, who was known for his calmness and ruthlessness, was as excited as a child when he mentioned his mother's rebirth.
He praised Lin Haotian's miraculous skills to everyone he met.
Divine Dr. Lin? He is simply a living god.
My mother was only breathing her last breath at the time, and the experts from Union Hospital and 301 Hospital said that there was no hope for her and asked us to prepare for her funeral.
What happened?
After Divine Dr. Lin injected a few needles, my mother slept soundly that night, something she hadn't experienced in years.
More than that. Can you believe it? 7 days. Just 7 days. My mother can even get out of bed and take a walk now.
When those experts came for consultation again, their eyes almost popped out of their heads and they kept saying medical miracle.
Consultation fee? 1 million. I tell you, this 1 million is totally worth it. If it can save my mother's life, I would spend even 100 million. Divine Dr. Lin is truly a man of great ability. He doesn't seek just some empty reputation. What is Lu Zhenxiong's identity? He is one of the richest people in Jiangcheng. His personal testimony, spoken at the top of his voice, was more shocking than any overwhelming advertisement. The Jiangcheng wealthy circle was well informed. It was common knowledge that old lady Lu was dying. Now this earth-shattering reversal instantly set off the entire circle. Have you heard? Lu Zhenxiong's mother was dying, but she was saved by a young boy in his early 20s. Is it true? Lu Zhenxiong said it himself. How could it be false? It is said that the boy's name is Lin Haotian, and he opened a small clinic in the south of the city. He is very magical. In his early 20s? At this age? I'm afraid he is not the descendant of a hidden family. Are the young people nowadays really so amazing? Who cares where he comes from? As long as he's really capable, age doesn't matter. My old man has a cold leg, and no matter how many national experts he consulted, it was useless. I have to go visit this divine Dr. Lin tomorrow. For a time, among the wealthy and powerful circles in Jiangcheng, anyone who had a sick family or had some unspeakable chronic illnesses were all in a state of anxiety and had burning eyes. Health is the greatest wealth. Without the one of health, no matter how much money, status, and power you have, they are just empty zero. This divine Dr. Lin, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, became their last straw almost overnight. He was in great demand and an appointment was hard to come by. Haotian Clinic became completely popular because of this. The small clinic, which was originally deserted and even somewhat deserted, became crowded overnight. Various top luxury cars that were rarely seen on weekdays almost blocked the small street in front of the clinic. There was an endless stream of people coming to seek medical treatment, carrying expensive gifts and thick checks. Among them were some big shots whose feet could shake the ground in Jiangcheng. However, faced with this sudden grand occasion, Lin Haotian continued to do his own thing, as calm as if he was out of it. He still opens his clinic on time every day, but the rules are clearly stated. For common minor illnesses, he would just wave his hand and tell people to go to a big hospital and not waste resources here. He would treat difficult and complicated cases according to the situation. But if the patient was really at the end of his rope and even the gods could not help, he would speak frankly and never give people false hope. Moreover, the number of patients he sees every day is limited. If he is in a good mood, he will see more patients. If he is not in a good mood, he will see 2 or 3 patients and then close the door to refuse any visitor, regardless of your status. This rule, which seems almost arrogant to outsiders, not only does not annoy the wealthy and powerful who usually look down on others, but instead adds to Lin Haotian's mystery and mastery. The harder it is to get, the more people will flock to it and the more anxious they will be. Dr. Lin really has character. He is a true master. Not bowing down for a few pieces of silver, not clinging to the rich and powerful, this character is a role model for our generation. Only diseases that can be cured by Dr. Lin can be cured. For ordinary people, he would not even bother to treat them. Lin Haotian's reputation is like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger. From being a little miracle doctor who was only known in a small circle at the beginning, he was gradually given the title of the #1 miracle doctor in Jiangcheng. In the entire upper-class society of Jiangcheng, he was almost known to everyone. Li Group, top floor president's office. Outside the huge bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows are rows of skyscrapers, symbolizing the prosperity and vitality of Jiangcheng, an international city. The sunlight shines through the spotless glass and onto the shiny rosewood desk. Li Ruoshi sat behind him. She wore a well-tailored black Armani business suit that showed off her perfect golden ratio body curves. Her inky waist-length hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing a pretty face that was exquisite yet cold as ice.
She has a straight nose, tightly pursed red lips, and a pair of sharp and calm eyes, as if she can see through all the vanity in the world. At only 24 years old, she has been in charge of this huge business empire with a market value of nearly 100 billion for 2 years.
Every move she makes has an iron-fisted majesty that can decide life and death and cannot be questioned.
At this moment, she was concentrating on reviewing the pile of documents on her desk. Her slender white jade fingers held a limited edition Parker fountain pen worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and she quickly signed her name at the end of the document in a flamboyant and powerful way. Every stroke is made with swift and decisiveness.
Boom, boom, boom. There was a gentle knock on the office door. "Come in."
Li Ruoshi didn't even raise her head. Her voice was as cold as jade beads falling on a plate, without a trace of emotion. A female assistant wearing a gray business suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with a capable and calm temperament, walked in with a thin folder in her hand. "Mr. Li, this is the preliminary information you asked us to investigate about Dr. Lin from the Haotian clinic." Assistant Yi Qing placed the folder respectfully on a corner of the desk. After Li Ruoshi signed the last document, she slowly raised her head and her eyes fell on her assistant. That gaze was like two solid ice ridges, causing the shrewd and capable Yi Qing to hold her breath involuntarily and straighten her back.
"Explain." One word, simple but carrying irresistible pressure. Yi Qing took a deep breath and began to report quickly and clearly.
Lin Haotian, male, according to the existing household registration data, should be 22 years old. His parents are ordinary working class, and both died in an accident a few years ago. Lin Haotian grew up in Jiangcheng and studied at Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School. He was later admitted to Jiangcheng Medical College, majoring in clinical medicine. His grades were mediocre during his time at school, and he did not have any outstanding performance. After graduation, he interned at a community hospital for less than 3 months and then resigned.
The specific reason is unknown.
About half a month ago, this person bought a small storefront in the old city in the south of the city and opened this Haotian clinic. Yi Qing paused and carefully observed Li Ruoshi's expression. There was still no ripple on that absolutely beautiful face that captivated everyone, as if it were an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years.
Medical skills. Li Ruoshi finally spoke, but there was still no emotion in her voice.
"This is the most puzzling part." Yi Qing pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, with a hint of incredible confusion in her tone.
"According to our in-depth investigation, Lin Haotian's performance in medical school was extremely mediocre.
He had no record of learning from famous teachers or having any extraordinary encounters. His internship record was also extremely ordinary, even unremarkable. But, since he opened the Haotian clinic, especially after successfully curing Lu Zhenxiong's mother's advanced lung cancer, his reputation has risen rapidly. According to multiple sources, his medical skills, especially acupuncture, are so amazing that they have reached perfection. They have immediate and miraculous effects on many difficult and complicated diseases that Western medicine is helpless to treat. Lu Zhenxiong highly respects this person and privately calls him the living Hua Tuo and the immortal on earth."
Lu Zhenxiong.
Li Ruoshi's slender jade-like fingertips tapped lightly on the smooth rosewood table, making a very regular knock-knock sound.
She was very clear about Lu Zhenxiong's status and vision in Jiangcheng's business community.
The person who could make such an old fox spare no effort and almost crazy publicity was definitely not an ordinary person. However, the contents written in black and white on this investigation report seem so incompatible with the legendary miracle doctor and are full of absurd contradictions. How could a young man with a mediocre resume, one could even say he was a failure, suddenly acquire such astonishing medical skills in just half a month?
What unknown and earth-shaking changes happened in the meantime?
Li Ruoshi's mind couldn't help but emerge with her grandfather's old and frail face and the doctor's eyes that became more and more solemn. Mr. Li, the founder and mainstay of the Li Group. He worked hard in military service when he was young, started from scratch, and built this huge business empire for the Li family. Now that he is old, his health is deteriorating. He is suffering from a rare disease and has been bedridden for nearly a year. The best medical experts from home and abroad were invited, and all kinds of expensive imported drugs and advanced treatment methods were tried, but the old man's condition did not show any improvement. Instead, it became increasingly serious and his life was running out.
As the actual helmsman of the Li family today, the pressure on Li Ruoshi's shoulders is as heavy as Mount Tai.
Inside the group, various forces are surging, and there are many people who covet the position of president. Outside, competitors are eyeing the situation and are ready to take advantage of the situation at any time.
Once the old man, the consequences would be disastrous. The commercial aircraft carrier of the Li Group is even in danger of capsizing. These days, rumors about the divine Dr. Lin have reached her ears intermittently through various channels. At first, she didn't care. In her opinion, it was probably just another hype by some charlatan who was deliberately making things mysterious and exaggerated. After all, she had seen too many so-called miracle doctors and masters over the years, and 9 out of 10 were fakes, and those who were truly capable were rare. But the fact that Lu Zhenxiong's mother was miraculously cured forced her to re-examine this sudden appearance of Lin Haotian. She had heard about the Lu family's situation. Mrs. Lu's illness had indeed reached the point of being at the end of her rope, and all the major hospitals had issued critical illness notices.
Are there any special rules in his clinic? Li Ruoxi spoke again, her voice still calm. Yi Qing immediately replied, according to our understanding, this Dr. Lin has a very unique personality when it comes to treating patients, or rather, eccentric. He does not accept everyone who comes to him, and the number of patients he sees each day is extremely limited, depending entirely on his mood. Moreover, he seems to prefer treating those who are truly difficult and complicated. He will directly refuse to treat patients who he thinks do not need his help or who are beyond help, no matter how much money they offer. There is no fixed standard for the consultation fee, but according to Lu Zhenxiong, he paid 1 million yuan for his mother's consultation, and Dr. Lin accepted it.
1 million.
A barely perceptible strange color flashed across Li Ruoxi's narrow phoenix eyes. This number is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for people in their circle, it is not worth mentioning at all if it can really save their health or even their lives. The point is, this Lin Haotian doesn't seem to be short of money, and he has no intention of currying favor with the powerful. This kind of detached indifference makes people feel that he is not simple and unfathomable.
There was a brief silence in the office.
Li Ruoxi's slender fingers unconsciously stroked the cover of the thin investigation report.
Every word in the report is cold and objective.
There is a huge and incredible gap between Lin Haotian's ordinary and almost boring past and the miraculous medical skills he now demonstrates, which is full of inexplicable contradictions and irrationality. The more this happened, the more it aroused the almost forgotten curiosity deep in Li Ruoxi's heart. She is an extremely rational person and is used to judging everything with strict logic and solid facts. But faced with Lin Haotian's extremely contradictory information, her rationality told her that there must be some shocking secret hidden in it.
Maybe, this is really Grandpa's last chance of survival? For her grandfather, even if the chance is only 1 in 10,000, she must try.
Prepare the car. Li Ruoxi suddenly spoke, her voice still cold, but with a decisiveness that brooked no room for argument. Yi Qing was slightly startled, then reacted, and asked tentatively, Mr. Li, do you want to go in person? Let's go meet this divine Dr. Lin. Li Ruoxi slowly stood up and walked to the huge French window, overlooking the bustling city beneath her feet. Her eyes were deep and determined, as if she had made a decision that could change the fate of many people.
Yi Qing understood. It seemed that Dr. Lin, who was gaining fame in Jiangcheng, was really going to attract the attention of the cold-blooded CEO of the Li family. If he can really cure Mr. Li, then his status in Jiangcheng will probably soar to the sky and no one will be able to match him.
Li Ruoxi stared at the busy traffic outside the window, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind.
Lin Haotian.
This name was like a stone thrown into a calm and peaceful pond, causing ripples in her long-frozen heart.
Is he a true miracle doctor, or just another one seeking fame and sensationalism?
She needs to verify it herself. Also, Li Ruoxi turned around, her cold eyes fell on Yi Qing again, and added, regarding all of Lin Haotian's abnormal behaviors in the past half-month, as well as the true source of his medical skills, continue to investigate in depth at all costs. I want to know all the details, and not let go of any clues.
Yes, Mr. Li. Yi Qing responded respectfully, bowed quickly, and left the office.
Li Ruoxi picked up the investigation report on Lin Haotian again, and her eyes fell on the glaring words mediocre performance and ordinary resume again. The corner of his mouth curled up in a very faint but meaningful arc.
Ordinary? If he was really ordinary, how could he cause such a storm in this Jiangcheng where many hidden talents are? This Lin Haotian might be even more interesting than she had initially imagined.
She picked up the intercom, and her voice returned to its usual cold and dignified tone, without any personal emotion. Notify the security department to send 2 of the best bodyguards to go out with me. Also, postpone or cancel all my meetings this afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Li.
A respectful response came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, a sharp and decisive look flashed in Li Ruoxi's eyes. She wanted to see with her own eyes who this legendary Lin Haotian was. Her expression was still as cold as the top of a 1,000-year-old snow-capped mountain, without a trace of worldly affairs. However, the curiosity that was quietly aroused in her heart, and the last faint but persistent hope about her grandfather's illness, began to burn like a spark quietly ignited in the dark night. The name of the miracle doctor has spread throughout Jiangcheng.
President Bing Shan also asked about it. The upcoming meeting is not destined to be peaceful. Chapter 12, The Iceberg CEO is here in person. Pianyanju diagnoses the world.
The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon, but the old street outside Haotian Clinic became a commotion due to a few uninvited guests. There were several black luxury cars, led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, whose license plate number was unique in Jiangcheng, indicating the noble status of the visitors. They were parked quietly not far from the clinic, out of place with the old street and attracting the attention of passers-by. The car door opened, and two bodyguards in black got out first. They stood straight, their eyes sharp, and kept vigilant watch on all sides. The invisible sense of oppression made the air heavier. Assistant Yi Qing followed closely behind and respectfully opened the back door. A pair of black velvet high-heeled shoes gracefully appeared, and then, Li Ruoshi's cool and beautiful figure came into view.
A well-tailored black business suit perfectly outlines her perfect figure.
Her black hair was tied up high, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate oval face. Only her phoenix eyes calmly examined the famous but slightly shabby little clinic in front of her. In front of the clinic, there were many well-dressed people queuing up to see a doctor. When they saw the scene, they all exclaimed in surprise.
It's CEO Li from the Li Group. Why is she here too? Dr. Lin is so famous.
The discussion was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Li Ruoshi. She frowned slightly, she was used to it, but she didn't enjoy it. Assistant Yi Qing whispered, Mr. Li, Dr. Lin should be here. Li Ruoshi nodded, her eyes swept across the people in line, and finally stopped on the simple Haotian Clinic sign. Completely different from the immortal residence she had imagined where the masters would live in seclusion, this place was too simple. But it was in this small place that a genius doctor named Lin emerged, who stirred up the situation in Jiangcheng.
She walked lightly into the clinic, escorted by bodyguards.
The clinic is simply furnished with a few rows of plastic chairs and an old table serving as a reception desk, and is filled with a faint scent of medicine. Lin Haotian had just seen off a grateful patient and picked up the teacup when the light at the door dimmed. He raised his eyes and saw a group of people walking in, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman.
The woman had an unparalleled beauty and a temperament as cold as an iceberg snow lotus. She had a powerful aura that kept strangers away.
Lin Haotian secretly praised her, saying that she was indeed the most beautiful woman in the world with extraordinary demeanor.
But that's all.
With the system by his side, he was destined to see a wider world. The scene before him was not enough to move him.
Excuse me, who is Dr. Lin Haotian?
Assistant Yi Qing stepped forward, her politeness revealing a professional distance.
Lin Haotian put down the teacup and said calmly, It's me. What's the matter?
His tone was calm and unperturbed, as if he was facing just an ordinary patient seeking medical advice. This calmness caused Li Ruoshi, who had been observing secretly, to have a hint of imperceptible surprise in her eyes.
There are not many young people who can remain so calm under her powerful aura.
Dr. Lin, I'm Li Ruoshi from the Li Group. Li Ruoshi spoke, her voice as clear as spring water. My grandfather has a stubborn disease, and has sought famous doctors without success. I heard that Dr. Lin is a great doctor, so I came here to ask for help. The tone was polite, but it could not hide the scrutiny of a superior. Lin Haotian's gaze lingered briefly on her slightly pale face, and then he said, Mr. Li, you're polite.
But I have my own rules.
Rules?
Li Ruoshi raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes.
Lin Haotian nodded. First, you have to queue up.
Second, seeing a doctor is up to fate. We can't treat all diseases. Third, the consultation fee is up to you, but it's not free.
Yi Qing's face changed slightly.
Their own CEO was here in person, but how could Lin Haotian be so arrogant?
Li Ruoshi waved her hand to stop the assistant, stared at Lin Haotian, and slowed down her tone a little. I have heard a little about Dr. Lin's rules.
But my grandfather is critically ill and can't wait. Can Dr. Lin please make it convenient for me to see the doctor first?
As for the consultation fee, if you can cure my grandfather, Li will reward you handsomely. Lin Haotian pondered for a moment, his eyes swept across the patients waiting anxiously outside the door, and finally fell on the depths of Li Ruoshi's cold and clear eyes, where there was a trace of imperceptible anxiety. He could see that she was sincerely seeking medical treatment.
I can make an exception once. Lin Haotian finally nodded, but let me be frank. I am only responsible for the diagnosis. Whether it can be cured and how to cure it will be determined after I see it. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Li Ruoxi's tense face finally relaxed a little. The bodyguards were guarding outside the door, and Li Ruoxi followed Lin Haotian into the even more rudimentary inner clinic. A consulting table, 2 chairs, and a medicine cabinet, that's all. Li Ruoxi sat down as instructed, and Yi Qing stood respectfully behind her. Tell me about the old man's situation. Lin Haotian sat down, looking focused. Li Ruoxi took a deep breath and told the story of how Mr. Li's health had deteriorated over the past year. He had lost his appetite, couldn't sleep at night, and had lost a lot of weight. He had sought out famous doctors but to no avail, and both Chinese and Western medicine were helpless. Now he could only rely on drugs to survive. She spoke steadily, but the slight tremor at the end of her voice could not hide the heaviness in her heart. Lin Haotian listened quietly, tapping the table with his knuckles. His eyes were deep, but he did not rush to make a judgment. Instead, he asked a few seemingly irrelevant questions. When you were young, did you ever suffer a major blow or experience severe emotional fluctuations? Li Ruoxi was startled. She didn't expect him to ask this. She recalled briefly and nodded. My grandfather started from scratch. In his early years, he experienced several commercial bank frauds and betrayals. He almost went bankrupt, but he escaped death every time. Lin Haotian nodded and asked again, in recent years, especially before the onset of his illness, has there been anything that made him depressed? When this question was asked, Li Ruoxi's face changed slightly and Yi Qing also held her breath. After a moment of silence, Li Ruoxi spoke with difficulty. 3 years ago, my father passed away unexpectedly. My grandfather lost his son, which was a huge blow. Although the responsibility of the group was handed over to me, he was always worried about the future of the family and some internal affairs. Although the words were not made clear, Lin Haotian already understood. The internal turmoil of a wealthy family can sometimes be more hurtful than illness. Lin Haotian nodded again, his eyes sharp as a knife, staring directly at Li Ruoxi. Boss Li, forgive me for being blunt, but your grandfather's illness is not an ordinary functional decline. Li Ruoxi's heart tightened, and her phoenix eyes stared. What does Dr. Lin mean? Lin Haotian said calmly, those famous doctors and experts only see the results, but not the causes. Using medicine is like trying to stop boiling water by adding more water, which is naturally futile. Then, what is the root of the problem? Li Ruoxi's voice unconsciously became hurried. This was a conclusion she had never heard of before, but it seemed to point directly to the core of the fog. Lin Haotian spoke each word with a voice as loud as a bell. The 7 emotions hurt the heart, and if they become pent up in the heart, they will become a disease over time, secretly consuming the true essence. The root of your ancestor's illness is in his heart, not in his body. The storms in his early years caused him to accumulate depression. The loss of his son in his middle age and the worries in his old age made things even worse. This depression accumulated over the years, and it damaged not his internal organs, but his entire body, the source of his vitality. The source of life? Li Ruoxi cried out in a low voice. These 4 words were like a bolt of lightning that struck her chaotic thoughts. Those top experts can only list data, but have never made such a direct and essential judgment. That's right. Lin Haotian said decisively, once the source of vitality is damaged, the 5 internal organs will lose their nourishment, and the meridians will be empty. Naturally, all kinds of diseases will plague you, and no medicine will be able to cure you. Your previous treatment was just like adding water to a leaky barrel, not knowing that the bottom was already rotten. When these words came out, Li Ruoxi felt like she was struck by lightning, and it suddenly dawned on her. She understood instantly. Why did Grandpa become completely decadent? Why can't any examination find the lesion? Why are all the drugs in vain? So that's it. Depression hurts the source of vitality. This diagnosis is simple, yet earth-shattering. In an instant, Li Ruoxi's eyes looking at Lin Haotian changed completely. From scrutiny to suspicion, and then to the unbelievable shock and the sudden rise of ecstasy and hope. With just a few questions and answers, he was able to uncover countless unsolved mysteries of famous doctors. This medical skill is more than divine. It is simply a miracle. Lu Zhenxiang's praise is by no means empty words. At this moment, she no longer had any doubts in her heart. The young man in front of her was definitely an unfathomable master. The frozen lake of my heart begins to beat violently because of this sudden hope. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Li Ruoxi's voice trembled, and she had changed the way she addressed him. Her tone was full of awe and earnestness. Can my grandfather still be saved?
Her phoenix eyes were fixed on Lin Haotian, not daring to miss the slightest bit of his expression. Lin Haotian met her expectant gaze and said calmly, "The depression is deep, and the vitality is greatly reduced.
It is indeed dangerous. But there is still hope." Really?
Li Ruoxi stood up suddenly, her body swaying slightly with excitement. If He Qing hadn't supported her in time, she would have almost fallen.
Dr. Lin, please save our ancestor. Li Ruoxi took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and bowed deeply to Lin Haotian.
As long as you are willing to help, the Li family will agree to any conditions. At this moment, the reserved and arrogant attitude of the iceberg president has long been thrown out of the mind. The only thing left is the desire for Grandpa to survive and the infinite expectation for the miracle doctor in front of him. Lin Haotian accepted this gift calmly, his expression unchanged, and said slowly, "You can come to see the patient.
The specific plan can only be determined after seeing the patient in person." That's great. That's great.
Li Ruoxi cried with joy, her eyes blurred with tears. This was the first time in a year that she had heard such concrete hope.
When is Dr. Lin available?
"I'll arrange it right away," she asked anxiously. Lin Haotian thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow morning."
You decide the time and just let me know. Okay. Okay. I'll do it right away.
Li Ruoxi responded repeatedly, fearing that he would change his mind. After getting the promise, Li Ruoxi felt a little relieved, but her awe of Lin Haotian, her hope for her grandfather's condition, and the unknown variables that this young man might bring intertwined into more complicated emotions.
She had a hunch that the appearance of Lin Haotian would be a major turning point for the Li family and even Jiangcheng. Thank you, Dr. Lin, for bothering me today.
Li Ruoxi thanked him again solemnly, her gratitude overflowing with words.
It's okay.
Lin Haotian waved his hand calmly.
Li Ruoxi and Yi Qing left the clinic.
Before getting in the car, she couldn't help but look back, gazing deeply at the young but majestic figure in the clinic. The sunlight shines down, giving it a light golden halo, adding a touch of mystery and transcendence.
This person will definitely bring great changes to the Li family.
The convoy slowly drove away, and in Lin Haotian's mind, the system's prompt sounded as expected.
Ding!
Successfully attracted the attention and initial trust of the girl of destiny, Li Ruoxi, luck value plus 100.
Ding!
A special sign-in location has been detected, the top floor office of the Li Group headquarters building exclusive to Li Ruoxi.
Sign-in rewards are generous. Do you want to mark it?
Lin Haotian's lips curled up slightly.
Li Ruoxi, Li Group, something is interesting.
Chapter 13, the clinic suffers a disaster when the young man seeks revenge, and the miracle doctor shows his power for the first time. Li Ruoxi's motorcade drove away quietly, and the old street returned to its former tranquility, leaving only topics for the neighbors to talk about with relish. Lin Haotian stood at the door of the clinic, watching the Rolls-Royce Phantom disappear around the corner, but the cold prompt tone of the system echoed in his mind.
Ding!
The check-in point associated with the girl of destiny, Li Ruoxi, has been detected, the top floor office of the Li Group headquarters building exclusive to Li Ruoxi. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The rewards for this check-in point associated with the girl of destiny must be extraordinary. However, Mr. Li's condition is indeed difficult to treat, and his vitality is damaged.
It is not something that can be easily reversed by a few prescriptions.
Tomorrow's visit requires careful planning. As he was thinking, the patients waiting in the clinic saw him come in and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Haotian calmed his mind and prepared to continue treating everyone. However, this peace was soon violently broken.
Bang! With a loud bang, the slightly old wooden door of the clinic was kicked open by someone from the outside.
Amidst the flying wood chips, 5 or 6 ruffian-looking young men staggered in, all of them looking very ruffian. The leader was a burly man in his 30s with a hideous scar across his face and fierce eyes. He was the notorious gangster boss in this area, Scar Chang. The younger brothers behind him were all tattooed, with cigarettes in their mouths and ferocious looks on their faces.
Damn it! Who is the blind Lin Haotian? Get out here!
As Scar Chang entered the room, he roared at the top of his voice like a broken gong, and his fierce eyes swept across everyone in the clinic like a hungry wolf. The patients who were queuing quietly had never seen such a fierce scene before. They turned pale with fear and retreated involuntarily.
Some of the timid ones even planned to escape. Quiet. Be the fucking quiet.
Upon seeing this, one of the younger brothers immediately glared with his triangular eyes, waving the short stick in his hand and threatening fiercely. For a moment, the air in the small clinic seemed to freeze, leaving only suppressed fear.
Lin Haotian walked out from the inner room with a calm expression. His indifferent eyes fell on Scar Chang and his group, and his voice was calm. "I am Lin Haotian, what's the matter?" Scar Chang looked Lin Haotian up and down. Seeing that he was young and dressed in ordinary clothes, he immediately showed an undisguised sneer of contempt on his face. "Hey, you little jerk who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, you dare to call yourself a miracle doctor? I think you're just a delivery guy at best." Ha ha ha. The younger brothers behind him immediately cooperated and burst into laughter, their words full of mockery and disdain. These days, Lin Haotian's reputation has risen rapidly, and he has long been a thorn in Zhao Mingyuan's side. Especially when he was publicly humiliated by Lin Haotian in Heaven on Earth, he was even more resentful and full of hatred. Seeing that Lin Haotian's clinic business was becoming more and more prosperous, and even the Li family was alarmed, how could Zhao Mingyuan hold back? Today, he ordered Scar Chang and his gang of desperate criminals to come here. On the surface, they were looking for trouble, but in fact, they wanted to completely destroy Lin Haotian's reputation and ruin his reputation. "Kid, I heard you've been very jumpy lately?" Scar Chang spat the cigarette but in his mouth on the ground, crushed it with his toes, and stared at Lin Haotian with sinister eyes. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Today, young Master Zhao specially asked the brothers to loosen up your muscles. "Mr. Zhao?" Lin Haotian's eyes were slightly cold, and he already understood in his heart. It turned out to be that lingering guy Zhao Mingyuan. "Stop talking nonsense." A yellow-haired boy next to Scar Chang grabbed a bag of herbs on the table next to him, grinned and was about to smash it to the ground. "Today I will close down your lousy clinic." "Stop." Lin Haotian's voice was not loud, but it revealed an authority that brooked no room for questioning. The yellow-haired boy couldn't help but pause in his move, and was startled for a moment by the terrifying coldness in Lin Haotian's eyes. "Damn it, you still dare to bully me." Scar Chang saw his men were shocked, his face was a little embarrassed, and he immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "Smash it for me. Smash it hard. If anything happens, young Master Zhao will take full responsibility." At a command, several younger brothers pounced on him again like hungry wolves. Some ran straight to the medicine cabinet, while others waved their fists and rushed directly towards Lin Haotian. The patients in the clinic suddenly screamed in fear, and the scene became chaotic in an instant. Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly became as cold as iron. He didn't want to cause trouble, but since trouble came to him, he was not afraid. Since activating the system, not only has his medical skills become superb, but the basic bodybuilding techniques and internal strength methods he obtains from signing in every day have transformed him completely. He is no longer the bullied Wu Xia Aman of the past. Seeing a gangster's fist as big as a casserole coming straight at his face with a fierce wind, Lin Haotian did not move at all, but slightly turned his body when the fist hit his body. Looking for death. Seeing that Lin Haotian seemed to be frightened silly, the gangster did not dodge or evade. The grim smile on his face became even more intense, and he added more force to his punch. However, the next moment, the hideous smile on his face completely froze. Lin Haotian's figure flashed past his eyes like a ghost, and the punch that was determined to hit him just brushed the corner of Lin Haotian's clothes and missed. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force suddenly burst out from his ribs. Bang! A dull thud like the sound of a drum. The gangster felt as if his body was hit hard by a running rhinoceros, and his internal organs were dislocated and the pain was unbearable. He screamed miserably, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the hard wall heavily with a dull thud, and then slid limply to the ground, curled up into a ball holding his stomach, unable to get up again due to the pain. All this happened in a flash. The other thugs didn't even see how Lin Haotian made his move. Damn! There's something wrong with this kid. Let's attack him together and cripple him. Another thug holding a short stick was the first to react. He roared, swung the stick and smashed it viciously on Lin Haotian's head. Lin Haotian's eyes remained calm, and his steps seemed to be random, but he avoided the whistling short stick perfectly. At the same time, his right hand stretched out as fast as lightning and grabbed the wrist of the gangster holding the stick with incredible precision. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone breaking echoed clearly in the clinic. Ah! The thug let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the short stick in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his wrist was twisted unnaturally at a weird angle. Lin Haotian's wrist trembled slightly, and a condensed internal energy penetrated his body.
The gangster felt a bone-chilling chill penetrate into his body through his wrist.
In an instant, half of his body lost consciousness.
Even his screams were stuck in his throat. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The extraordinary speed and strength brought by the basic bodybuilding technique, combined with the internal strength that has been just beginning to be mastered, is simply a dimensionality reduction attack against these street thugs.
Damn!
This kid is a martial artist. Scar Chang saw that his two men were easily disabled in the blink of an eye. His pupils suddenly shrank and the contempt on his face was long gone, replaced by a trace of incredible surprise and a ruthlessness that penetrated deep into his bones. He roared angrily and suddenly pulled out a gleaming dagger from his waist. "Everyone, grab your weapons. Be careful. I must destroy him today." Seeing this, the remaining three thugs also pulled out weapons such as batons and beer bottles from their pockets, with ferocious looks on their faces, and surrounded Lin Haotian again.
The patients in the clinic were already frightened out of their wits. They huddled in a corner, shivering and not even daring to breathe.
Lin Haotian looked at the thugs who were rushing towards him fiercely again, and a cold and bloodthirsty arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
"If you're going to play it thoroughly."
He moved forward instead of retreating and took the initiative to meet the enemy.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The dull sound of fists and kicks hitting flesh, the crisp sound of breaking bones, and the thugs' uncontrollable cries of pain, echoed one after another in the small clinic, interweaving into a terrifying melody. Lin Haotian's movements were as fast as thunder and lightning, and every punch and kick contained heart-pounding explosive power. The crude weapons in the hands of those thugs were just like children's toys in front of him and could not pose any substantial threat to him at all. A gangster just raised the beer bottle in his hand, but before he could smash it down, Lin Haotian kicked him in the lower abdomen with great precision. The whole person instantly bent like a cooked shrimp, vomiting sour water, and fell to the ground in a mess. The other thug had just swung his baton halfway around when Lin Haotian arrived first and chopped his neck artery accurately with a sharp knife. The thug only had time to let out a short groan before he fainted on the spot with his eyes rolled back.
In a blink of an eye, except for the leader Scar Chang who was still barely standing, all the other brothers were lying on the ground, wailing and rolling, completely losing all their fighting power. The whole process, from start to finish, takes only a dozen seconds. Scar Chang stood there with a dagger in his hand, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like a waterfall, and the hand holding the dagger was shaking slightly uncontrollably. He has been working in this area for many years, and fighting has become commonplace. He has also seen many cruel and ruthless characters. But this was the first time in his life that he had encountered someone like Lin Haotian, who was so young but could attack so cleanly, neatly, and with such ruthless and deadly moves. How could this guy be just some small-time delivery guy?
He was clearly a martial artist who was hiding his true strengths. And he was definitely an intermediate to advanced martial artist. I'm afraid that this time, Mr. Zhao really hit a piece of steel.
"You, who the hell are you?" Scar Chang's voice was trembling unconcealably, and he no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him.
Lin Haotian walked towards Scar Chang step by step, unhurriedly, his eyes as cold as ice, his voice without a trace of warmth.
"You are not qualified to know who I am. What's more important is that you shouldn't be here today. We are young Master Zhao's men. If you dare to touch me, young Master Zhao will not let you go." Scar roared fiercely but weakly, trying to use Zhao Mingyuan's name to intimidate Lin Haotian, making his last struggle. "Zhao Mingyuan?"
Lin Haotian heard this and sneered with extreme disdain. Who the hell is he? Before he finished speaking, Lin Haotian suddenly shot up. So fast that only a shadow was left behind. Scar Chang only felt a flash before his eyes, and a strong and fierce wind was already blowing towards him. He was horrified and subconsciously waved the dagger in his hand to block.
When?
A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. Scar Chang only felt an overwhelming force coming from his wrist, and his palm cracked instantly, with blood gushing out. The dagger in his hand could no longer be held, and flew out of his hand. With a click sound, it was deeply nailed into a wooden doorframe in the distance, and it was still shaking. Then, a big hand as strong as an iron clamp tightly grasped his throat. Scar Chang's feet left the ground in an instant, and he was lifted up by Lin Haotian with one hand. The blood on his face faded away, and instantly turned purple like pig liver, his eyes bulged out, filled with endless fear and despair of dying. He could clearly feel the terrifying and suffocating power contained in the hand that was strangling his throat. He had no doubt that if the other party exerted a little force, his neck would be easily broken like a fragile branch. At this moment, the shadow of death completely submerged him like a tide.
Go back and tell Zhao Mingyuan.
Lin Haotian's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the underworld. I, Lin Haotian, will take over these despicable tricks of his. Next time, if he dares to send these random people to die, it won't end so simply.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Haotian swung his arm violently. Bang!
Scar Chang's sturdy body was thrown out like a broken sack, and fell heavily on the bluestone steps outside the clinic, letting out a painful groan that made one's teeth ache. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He struggled to get up, but found a tearing pain in his chest and he could hardly breathe. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Lin Haotian walked slowly to the door of the clinic, looking down at the miserable Scar Chang and his men lying on the ground groaning in pain. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he uttered one word with his thin lips slightly opened. Roll. This word, like thunder from the sky, exploded in the ears of Scar Chang and his men. Scar Chang's whole body trembled violently, and he dared not to stop or complain anymore. He endured the severe pain as if his whole body was falling apart, and crawled to call for those of his men who could still move. They supported each other and fled from Haotian Clinic in a panic like a stray dog, and disappeared around the corner of the street in a blink of an eye. Not until the group of thugs disappeared completely did the long-suppressed clinic suddenly burst into cheers and exclamations of surviving a disaster.
Oh my God! Dr. Lin! Dr. Lin, you actually know Kung Fu?
A middle-aged woman who was a little braver looked at Lin Haotian with shock and disbelief on her face, her voice stuttering.
Too amazing. It's simply divine.
Dr. Lin is truly a man of both civil and military talents, and he's very capable.
Those damned bastards deserved it. They dared to come to Dr. Lin's territory to cause trouble. They were really blind. For a moment, the way the patients in the clinic looked at Lin Haotian changed completely. From the initial trust and admiration for medical skills, at this moment, there is even more deep worship and awe that goes deep into the bones. Hua Tua, a living doctor with superb medical skills who can bring the dead back to life, actually possesses such powerful martial arts that are so frightening. This is simply a legendary figure that only appears in legends.
Lin Haotian nodded slightly to the frightened crowd, signaling them not to panic. He then turned around and looked at the somewhat messy clinic, his brows slightly furrowed without being noticeable. Zhao Mingyuan's revenge came faster and more direct than he expected. Although these minions were easily dealt with today, no one can guarantee that the vindictive Zhao Mingyuan will use more despicable and sinister means next. It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Strength, in the final analysis, one's own strength is the most important. Lin Haotian pondered in his heart. Whether facing difficult and complicated diseases or facing the unwarranted provocations of these villains, the only way to survive is to possess strong enough strength. What happened today also sounded a wake-up call for him. The safety of the clinic and its own protection need to be strengthened as soon as possible. All of this requires a lot of funds to support it. The check-in point at the Li Group headquarters is certainly tempting, but after all, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The funds he currently has are still too tight to cope with greater crises that may arise in the future, let alone support his grand plan of rapid development and improvement of his own strength. It seems that we must find a way to get some startup capital as soon as possible. Lin Haotian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of determination flashed in his deep eyes. An idea had already emerged in his mind. Maybe I could try my luck at the regular check-in locations, such as a bank. Chapter 14, the bank vault is in turmoil, and billions of wealth are pocketed. As the night deepens, the bustling old street falls silent. Inside Haotian Clinic, the lights were still on. After seeing off the last patient, Lin Haotian rubbed his brows and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. The sudden attack by Scar Chang's gang during the day was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. Zhao Mingyuan's revenge came so quickly and so nakedly that he deeply realized that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, without sufficient strength and capital, one is like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Money still money. Lin Haotian clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Upgrading clinics, purchasing medicinal materials, recruiting soldiers, everything requires huge amounts of money. Although Mr. Li's medical fee was generous, it was not enough to quench thirst, and he had other important uses for the money. System, where is the nearest check-in point? Lin Haotian muttered to himself. Ding! The host's urgent need for funds has been detected. A suitable check-in location is being selected for you. A cold system prompt sounded in my mind. A moment later. Ding! Screening completed.
Recommended check-in location, Longting City Commercial Bank Head Office, VIP Reception Center. Sign-in reward prediction, lots of cash and special skills. Longting City Commercial Bank Head Office. VIP Reception Center. Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up. The bank, especially the VIP center of the head office, is a real place for money spending and wealth gathering. Checking in at such a place will definitely bring you generous rewards. More importantly, the 8 words large amounts of cash and special skills were like a shot of adrenaline, making his blood boil. Okay. Let's go here. He no longer hesitated, simply cleaned up the clinic, locked the doors and windows, and headed straight for the street corner. The cool night breeze blew away some of his fatigue, but it could not blow away the passion and anticipation in his heart. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped steadily in Longting City's most prosperous financial district. Lin Haotian looked up and saw a skyscraper with dozens of floors reaching into the sky. The dark glass curtain wall flashed a cold and noble light in the night. The Longting City Commercial Bank Head Office building. The entrance is heavily guarded, with security personnel in neat suits and stern expressions patrolling from time to time, showing that this place is extraordinary. Lin Haotian straightened his ordinary clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped in. He had previously applied for a savings card at this bank to facilitate the cash flow of his clinic, and was considered an ordinary customer. Relying on his memory and signboards, he successfully found the VIP reception center on the 3rd floor. In stark contrast to the bustling hall downstairs, it is so quiet here that you can hear a pin drop. The thick wool carpet absorbs all footsteps, and the air is filled with a faint aroma of coffee. The decoration is low-key and luxurious, and every detail is extraordinary. Several good-looking female account managers dressed in exquisite business suits are smiling and providing consultation to the guests on the sofa. Lin Haotian did not attract much attention when he came in. He found a secluded corner and sat down, pretending to wait. His eyes seemed to be casually scanning the surroundings, but he was actually secretly looking for the best time to sign in. There are several independent small meeting rooms inside the VIP reception center, which provide better privacy. It's right there. Lin Haotian's heart moved. He saw an account manager who had just seen off a guest and was about to return to the office area. Lin Haotian immediately stood up and greeted him, with a perfect smile on his face. "Hello, I would like to consult about large amount financial management business." Seeing that although Lin Haotian was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a calm temperament and clear eyes, the female account manager did not dare to neglect him and smiled professionally. "Okay, sir, please come over here and discuss in detail." She led Lin Haotian to a small empty reception room. After entering the reception room, the account manager politely poured him a glass of water and began to introduce financial products. Lin Haotian listened absent-mindedly and observed secretly. This reception room is not big, but it has excellent soundproofing. He is the only one here at the moment, so it is a perfect time to sign in. "System, sign in here." Lin Haotian gave the order decisively in his heart. Ding! The VIP reception center sign-in conditions have been met. Sign-in is in progress. Signing in. 10%. 30%. 70%. Lin Haotian's breathing became slightly rapid, and his heart began to beat wildly. He tried to remain calm, tapping the table with his fingers, as if he was thinking seriously. Finally. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 50 million in cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Basic Financial Knows. Boom! As the system prompt sounded, a volcanic eruption of ecstasy instantly swept through Lin Haotian's mind. 50 million in cash. A full 50 million. Even though he had lived 2 lives and had a calm mind, his head was buzzing with fear at this astronomical figure. He whipped out his cell phone, and with a barely perceptible tremor at his fingertips, he opened the bank app. Almost at the same time, the text message alert sound suddenly rang. Longting Commercial Bank. Dear customer Lin Haotian, your savings account with the last digit XXXX received 50 million renminbi at XXXX on XXXXXX, and the current account balance is 50,003,257 renminbi and 88 cents. That long string of glaring zeros. That bright red number, like the hottest flame, instantly ignited the desire deep in Lin Haotian's eyes. 50 million. With this money, all the previous difficulties and worries disappeared in an instant. Clinic security? Upgrade to the highest level now. Rare medicinal herbs? Buy them freely. He can even start to build his own intelligence network and secret forces. Ha! Lin Haotian took a deep breath and exhaled slowly,
forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. He tried hard to look calm, but his slightly red eyes and pounding heart betrayed his inner excitement.
Sir? Sir? What do you think of our principal guaranteed financial product?
Seeing that Lin Haotian remained silent for a long time and just stared at the mobile phone screen, the account manager couldn't help but ask softly. Lin Haotian suddenly came back to his senses and smiled apologetically. "Oh, sorry, I was distracted.
This product sounds good, but I need to think about it again." How could he have the mind to listen to anything about financial management now?
Getting 50 million in cash is more direct and satisfying than any other financial management. What made him even more ecstatic was that in addition to cash, the system also rewarded him with a basic financial sense. Basic Financial knows the host will have a keen intuition and ability to predict the fluctuations of the financial market and the emergence of investment opportunities far beyond that of ordinary people. It can initially identify potential investment traps and high-return projects. Lin Haotian read the skill explanation carefully, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter.
This is like giving someone a pillow when they feel sleepy.
He was worried about having a huge amount of money but not knowing how to increase its value quickly. Now that he has a basic financial sense, it is like having a super investment consultant with him. Not only do we have strong capital, but we also have the ability to turn stone into gold.
Zhao Mingyuan, Zhao family.
Lin Haotian's mouth curled up in a cold and confident arc. In the past, when facing the Zhao family, he was more passive in defense and relied on force to resolve the situation.
Now, he has a new weapon. Didn't the Zhao family abuse their power in the business world? Didn't they do whatever they wanted with their financial resources?
Then he would use the method that the Zhao family was most proud of and trample them under his feet.
50 million. With this money, Zhao family, I wonder how you can fight me. Lin Haotian was filled with pride. Basic financial sense? Great. Now you not only have the capital, but also the ability to make money.
Zhao Mingyuan, your death is not far away. He could almost foresee that with the help of this rudimentary financial sense, the 50 million would soon snowball into something bigger. By then, he will have enough financial resources to launch an all-round confrontation with the Zhao family. Seeing Lin Haotian's expression changing, the account manager thought he was seriously weighing the pros and cons, so he didn't rush him and just waited quietly with a smile. After a moment, Lin Haotian stood up, his face regained its calm, but an unprecedented gleam of confidence gleamed in the depths of his eyes.
Thank you for your introduction. I will seriously consider it. Let's stop here for today.
Okay, take care, sir, and you're welcome to come again next time.
The account manager politely escorted Lin Haotian out of the meeting room.
Walking out of the Longting Commercial Bank's head office building, the cool night breeze brushed his face, and Lin Haotian felt relaxed all over, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He looked up, a cold and confident smile on his face. Tonight, he not only gained a huge fortune that was enough to change his destiny, but also gained a special ability with unlimited potential. His future will no longer be limited to the small Haotian clinic, as a doctor with superb medical skills. The financial market, a battlefield full of opportunities and challenges, will also become his new stage.
Zhao Mingyuan, just wait for me.
Lin Haotian's eyes flashed with coldness, the game has just begun.
He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of confidence brought by the astonishing numbers in his account. Next, how do we transform this wealth and new abilities into real strength? Should you look for investment opportunities right away to increase your wealth? Or should you first buy clothes to improve your quality of life?
After all, clothes make the man, and appearance is also important.
Or maybe, he already had a preliminary plan against the Zhao family in his mind and was preparing to give Zhao Mingyuan a small surprise first? Lin Haotian took a deep breath, took a step forward, and his figure blended into the night of the city, full of power and mystery.
A bigger storm is quietly brewing in his hands.
Chapter 15, Encountering a Gold Digger in a Famous Store. Old love is like a worn-out shoe. The night is as dark as ink and the lights are coming on.
Longting City's top shopping mall, the Global International Plaza, has flashing neon lights, bustling crowds of people, and the air is filled with the smell of money and luxury.
Lin Haotian stood at the entrance of the square and took a deep breath.
The cold numbers in his bank account surged in his chest like the hottest magma. The huge sum of 50 million made him feel truly confident for the first time. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse.
Lin Haotian lowered his head and glanced at his slightly ordinary casual clothes, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth.
He didn't have the conditions before, but now, he wants to make a complete change. It is not only to enhance the image, but also to announce the arrival of a brand new Lin Haotian. He walked into the square and was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of luxury stores. Finally, he stopped in front of a top men's clothing store called Junawangshi. This shop is well known in the upper class of Longting City for its exquisite materials, superb craftsmanship, and high prices.
Pushing open the heavy glass door, a faint aroma of cigar and leather hits you.
The decoration inside the store is low-key and luxurious, and the soft lighting shines on each carefully displayed piece of clothing, like a work of art. A male shopping guide in a well-fitting suit and a professional smile came over to greet us.
"Good evening, sir. Welcome to Junawangshi. How can I help you?"
The shopping guide's eyes swept over Lin Haotian inconspicuously. Although the other party was dressed ordinary, he had a calm temperament and sharp eyes, and he did not show any neglect.
"Just take a look," Lin Haotian said lightly and began to look around the store. He didn't know much about what to wear, but at this moment, he just needed to choose the one that best demonstrated his identity and taste. Just as Lin Haotian picked up a dark gray suit with dark patterns and took a closer look, a female voice with a hint of hesitation and surprise sounded behind him. Lin Haotian? Is it really you?"
Lin Haotian frowned slightly. This voice sounded familiar. He turned around slowly. I saw a woman standing not far away, with surprise and a hint of disbelief on her face. The woman was wearing a dress that looked a little pale from being washed, a pair of ordinary flat shoes, and light makeup on her face, but it was difficult to hide the haggardness and fatigue between her brows. She was carrying a bag that looked a little old, which was out of place with the luxurious atmosphere of this top men's clothing store.
"Zhang Qian." There was a flash of indifference in Lin Haotian's eyes. "It's true that we meet each other everywhere in life."
The Zhang Qian in front of him was completely different from the woman in his memory who was always glamorous, pursued famous brands, and spoke harshly.
"It seems that the days of being angered by Zhao Mingyuan are not easy."
Zhang Qian walked up quickly, trying to force a smile on her face, but her eyes were a little evasive, and her tone was a little cautious and flattering.
"Haotian, long time no see, are you here to buy clothes?"
Her eyes wandered between Lin Haotian and the suit he was looking at, her heart already in turmoil. She knew the store, and any piece of clothing from it would be enough to cover her living expenses for most of half a year. Zhang Qian's heart suddenly sank, and a strong sense of regret and jealousy surged into her heart.
"If I hadn't been so determined."
Lin Haotian just glanced at her indifferently, as if he was looking at an insignificant stranger, then turned back and continued to look at the suit in his hand, ignoring her words. The air suddenly became awkward. The smile on Zhang Qian's face froze, and a feeling of embarrassment surged in her heart.
But she was not willing to give up.
She gritted her teeth and spoke again, her voice softer, trying to draw closer.
"Haotian, you have been doing well recently. You seem to be in much better spirits."
She carefully observed Lin Haotian's profile, holding a trace of unrealistic fantasy in her heart. He is now very successful, and considering the past relationship, will he? Lin Haotian still ignored her, and said to the shopping guide next to him.
"This one, and those casual outfits hanging over there, look good. Bring out the ones I can wear to try on."
His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable aura.
"Okay, sir. You have a good eye. These are our new flagship models this season, made of fabrics imported from Italy."
The shopping guide immediately perked up and began to introduce the products enthusiastically, while taking off the clothes skillfully. Zhang Qian was completely left aside, her face turning red and white. Lin Haotian's disregard made her feel more uncomfortable than any vicious words. She didn't give up, and moved forward again, her voice trembling and pleading. "Haotian, before, it was all my fault that I was ignorant."
"Wait. Sir, this suit fits you so well. It shows off your figure and temperament perfectly." The shopping guide put a well-tailored suit on Lin Haotian at the right time.
Lin Haotian in the mirror had a tall and straight figure and an imposing manner, completely different from before. Lin Haotian nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at the shirts, ties, leather shoes, and several sets of casual clothes that the shopping guide had previously recommended.
He pointed. "These and those that are my size. I want them all."
The tone was calm, but it was like thunder.
What?
The shopping guide thought he had heard it wrong and his eyes widened. Zhang Qian also raised her head suddenly and looked at Lin Haotian in disbelief.
All of them? That's more than a dozen pieces of clothing. Each one is very expensive. Added together, at least hundreds of thousands." Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly and repeated. "I said, I want all of these."
swiped the card. He took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it casually to the salesperson.
Okay, sir. I'll pack everything for you right away. The shopping guide finally reacted.
The huge surprise made his voice tremble, and the smile on his face instantly became as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. The way he looked at Lin Haotian had changed from initial professional politeness to extreme courtesy and awe.
This is a real tycoon. He spends a fortune without blinking an eye.
The shopping guide took the bank card with his hands shaking slightly. The look he gave Zhang Qian was filled with a hint of contempt and impatience, as if he was saying, "You poor woman, why don't you leave? Don't delay us from entertaining our distinguished guests."
Zhang Qianru was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze.
Her mind was buzzing in blank.
Hundreds of thousands. Lin Haotian actually spent hundreds of thousands on clothes. Is this still the Lin Haotian she knew? The poor boy who had to worry about a few hundred yuan in rent?
The huge contrast made her almost breathless.
Remorse. Endless regret gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake.
If she hadn't been so snobbish, if she had been more patient, if she hadn't said those hurtful words.
Now, the one standing beside Lin Haotian and enjoying all this should be her. But there are no ifs. She looked at Lin Haotian's handsome and indifferent profile, at the expensive suit he was wearing that she had never dared to dream of wearing before, and at the flattering face of the shopping guide who looked like she wanted to kneel down and lick him. Everything was like a sharp knife, stabbing into her heart. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't utter a word. She finally realized what she had missed. She missed the man who could give her everything. And she pushed all of this away with her own hands. Lin Haotian ignored Zhang Qian's distraught look. He took the bank card and a pile of beautifully packaged shopping bags handed back by the shopping guide with a calm expression. "Sir, your clothes cost a total of 378,000 yuan. We have already applied for your the highest level diamond VIP card of our store. You will enjoy the highest discounts and exclusive services when you shop in our store in the future." The shopping guide bowed respectfully and presented an exquisite black card with both hands. "Yeah."
Lin Haotian took the VIP card casually, without even looking at it, and put it in his pocket. He carried a lot of bags and turned around to leave. From beginning to end, he never even looked at Zhang Qian, nor said another word to her. As if she was just air. This kind of complete disregard is the most fatal blow.
Zhang Qian looked at Lin Haotian's tall back, which was about to disappear at the door.
A huge feeling of despair and unwillingness surged in her heart, and she almost instinctively blurted out,
"Haotian. Wait a minute. Let me explain."
Lin Haotian paused. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Qian's eyes. However, Lin Haotian just tilted his head and said to the shopping guide who had chased after him,
"Send the remaining clothes to this address." He gave the address of Haotian Clinic.
"Okay, sir.
We guarantee it will be delivered on time," the shopping guide responded quickly. Then, Lin Haotian walked out of the door of Zhenhuanshi without looking back, and his figure quickly disappeared in the bright lights.
Zhang Qian's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and the last trace of blood on her face faded away completely. He didn't even bother to give her a chance to explain.
"Old love? In his eyes, I'm probably not even as good as an old shoe. He.
Zhang Qian let out a meaningless dry laugh, and finally couldn't hold back her tears, which burst out and slid down her haggard cheeks. She seemed to have lost all her strength. She staggered back a few steps and bumped into the cold glass window. The luxurious lights in the store seemed so dazzling and ironic in her eyes at this moment. Lin Haotian walked out of the Global International Plaza in new clothes, and the cool night breeze blew away the last trace of depression in his heart. The bright neon lights illuminated his brand new face, shining with confidence. All the unbearable things and gloom of the past seemed to be completely swept away as the old clothes were discarded. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling unprecedented ease and confidence. A fortune of 50 million, a basic financial sense, and a brand new image. All this is just the beginning. Next, it's time to deal with Mr. Li's illness. He will always remember the Li family's kindness. As for the Zhao family, Lin Haotian's mouth curled up into a cold arc. "Zhao Mingyuan, your good days are over." Perhaps, before dealing with the Zhao family, he could first use this rudimentary financial sense to try his hand in the capital market and multiply the 50 million several times? Lin Haotian's eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation, and the picture of the future was slowly unfolding before him. A bigger storm is quietly brewing in his hands.
Chapter 16, Brotherly Love. Millions of dollars in emergency relief, Houtyen is righteous. The night breeze is cool. Lin Houtyen got into his Lamborghini and casually swept aside the pile of luxury shopping bags on the passenger seat. The engine was started and the vehicle drove smoothly out of the parking lot. He was thinking quickly in his mind, Mr. Li's illness must be cured as soon as possible, and the Zhao family's accounts should be settled. As for the 50 million startup capital, with his primary financial sense, it would not be a problem to multiply it several times in the stock market. Just then, the cell phone rang urgently. Lin Houtyen picked it up and saw that it was Wang Dali. It's so late, what urgent matter could Dali have? His heart tightened. This brother had a simple and honest character. He would never call at this time unless it was absolutely necessary. Connect quickly. Hello, Dali? Houtyen. Wang Dali cried out on the other end of the line, his voice shaking and full of despair. Houtyen, help. Please save my dad. Lin Houtyen's heart skipped a beat, but his tone remained calm. Dali, don't panic. Speak slowly, what happened to uncle? My dad had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He is in the city's #1 hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor said he needs a craniotomy, which will cost 1 million. 1 million. Wang Dali's voice was hoarse and he was crying, almost collapsing. The doctor said that I must pay the money immediately, otherwise my dad will. Houtyen, what should I do? Where can I get 1 million? I have borrowed from all my relatives, but I can only get less than 100,000. On the other end of the phone, Wang Dali burst into tears, and his despair could be seen through the receiver. 1 million. For Lin Houtyen in the past, it was an astronomical figure. But now, he didn't even blink. Dali, hold on. Lin Houtyen's voice was steady, with unquestionable strength. The first city hospital, right? I'll be there right away. Don't worry about the money, I'll find a way. Take good care of your aunt, wait for me. Houtyen, you. Wang Dali could hardly believe it. Stop talking nonsense. Wait. Lin Houtyen hung up the phone, turned the steering wheel, and the Lamborghini let out a low roar, turned around instantly, and rushed towards the city's first hospital like a flash of lightning. With god-level driving skills, this beast flexibly shuttles through the night traffic, extremely fast, yet as stable as a rock. Wang Dali's face flashed through Lin Houtyen's mind. This was one of his few true brothers. Back then, he was a delivery boy and had no food to eat. Wang Dali, whose family was not well off, always gave him half of his limited pocket money and often took him home for meals. Lin Houtyen has not forgotten this love. Now that his brother is in trouble, he wouldn't even frown even if it's 10 million, let alone 1 million. City First Hospital. The corridor outside the emergency room smelled pungently of disinfectant and the air was so heavy that it made it hard to breathe. Under the pale light, Wang Dali's eyes were red and swollen, and his hair was messy. The usually strong man was now hunched over in the corner, clutching his hair tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white. His mother Zhang Guifan slumped on a cold iron chair, crying until she almost fainted, repeating over and over again, "Old man, you can't be in any danger, how are we going to survive if you're gone?" People were coming and going around, and occasionally a sympathetic look would be cast towards me, but would then quickly look away. Just when the mother and son were in despair, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Vigorously. Wang Dali looked up suddenly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his bloodshot eyes. Lin Houtyen walked over quickly, wearing a neat suit, which was out of place with the panic around him. His face was anxious, but his eyes were unusually firm. Houtyen. You're here. Wang Dali stumbled over as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, grabbed Lin Houtyen's arm, and choked with sobs, "My dad." "I know." Lin Houtyen patted his shoulder, his voice soothing, "Aunt, don't be too sad, uncle will be fine." Zhang Guifan looked at Lin Houtyen with tears in her eyes. Is this still the poor boy who often came to her house for dinner? His calm demeanor now calmed her flustered heart a little. Houtyen. Dali's father. Aunt, I brought the money. Lin Houtyen got straight to the point, where is the payment counter? Save people first. Money? Wang Dali and Zhang Guifan were both stunned. 1 million. Lin Houtyen said he brought it? Houtyen, where did you get so much money? Wang Dali's voice trembled. He knew Lin Houtyen's previous situation too well. 1 million was simply a fantasy. Now is not the time to talk about this, saving lives is the most important thing. Lin Haotian said in an unquestionable tone, "Take me to pay the fee."
Wang Dali was shocked by his aura, nodded subconsciously, and led him quickly to the hospital payment window. There were several people queuing at the toll window, and the toll collector was impatiently urging, "Next one.
Hurry up."
When it was Wang Dali's turn, he was so nervous that his palms were sweaty. Lin Haotian walked up to him and handed his bank card to the window. "Hello, this is Wang Jiangwo from the emergency room, paying for surgery, 1 million. The sound was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears.
Everyone in the queue looked over.
The toll collector was a woman in her 30s. She was startled when she heard the words and looked up at Lin Haotian.
He was dressed in fancy clothes and had an extraordinary demeanor.
He didn't seem to be joking, but she was still surprised when he asked for 1 million.
1 million? Are you sure?
Sure. Lin Haotian said calmly.
Okay, please wait. The toll collector started the operation.
Wang Dali was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Zhang Guifan followed behind him, clasped her hands together, and prayed with trembling lips.
Drop. The prompt tone of successful card swiping sounded crisply.
The cashier handed over the payment slip and bank card. "Okay, the surgery fee has been paid, and you can give the receipt to the doctor."
1 million. It was really paid in one go.
Wang Dali took the payment slip, his hands were shaking badly, and tears burst out again. He turned around suddenly and looked at Lin Haotian, his lips trembling, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak.
Plop. Wang Dali's knees went weak and he fell to his knees. "Haotian. You are the great benefactor of my Wang family. For this money, I will work like a slave for you." Doli. What are you doing?
Lin Haotian was quick to pull him up, frowning slightly. "Get up.
It's too polite to say these things between brothers.
Hurry up and give the list to the doctor. Saving uncle is the most important thing."
Haotian. Wang Dali choked with sobs.
This man, who usually worked without sweating but bleeds, was crying like a child. Zhang Guifan also rushed over, holding Lin Haotian's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Haotian, thank you so much, you are really a great benefactor to our family."
"Aunt, please don't say that." Lin Haotian said gently, "Dali and I are brothers, and his father is my elder. It's only natural.
You and Dali should go to the doctor quickly."
"Oh. Okay. Okay." Zhang Guifan nodded repeatedly and pulled Wang Dali to run to the emergency room in a hurry.
Looking at their receding backs, Lin Haotian showed a slight smile.
Problems that can be solved with money are really not a problem for him. Brotherhood is priceless.
The purpose of having wealth and ability is to protect the people you care about and prevent them from despairing because of money. The feeling of changing other people's fate with a wave of the hand made him feel unprecedented pride and satisfaction. A moment later, Wang Dali ran back with red eyes, his face showing ecstasy and endless gratitude for surviving the disaster.
"Haotian.
The doctor said the surgery can be arranged immediately."
"Thank you. Thank you so much."
He rubbed his hands excitedly and spoke incoherently.
"Why are you being so polite to me?"
Lin Haotian smiled.
"How is your uncle now?"
The doctor said that although the situation was serious, the operation had a high success rate because the patient was sent to the hospital in time.
Wang Dali finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Lin Haotian nodded and looked at the closed door of the emergency room. "Let's go see uncle."
When he was admitted to the makeshift intensive care unit, Wang's father, Wang Jiangwo, was still unconscious. He had gauze wrapped around his head and was wearing an oxygen mask. Various tubes were inserted into his body and connected to the bedside instruments, which made a regular beeping sound. Zhang Guifan stayed by the bed, holding her husband's hand and crying silently.
Lin Haotian walked to the bedside and his eyes fell on Wang Jiangwo's pale face.
His lips were slightly purple and his breathing was a little rapid. He habitually scanned the data on the bedside monitor, and carefully observed Wang's father's pupils and the pulsation of the blood vessels in his neck. Although divine-level medical skills primary is only at the elementary level, it has endowed him with observation and perception abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. In just a few seconds, Lin Haotian's brows frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. Uncle Wang's condition seems to be more complicated than what the doctor said. On the surface, the data from the monitor was still fluctuating within the normal range, but some subtle changes in indicators indicated something was amiss.
Could it be that there is something else behind Uncle Wang's illness? Or is the current surgical plan not the best?
Chapter 17 The miracle doctor takes action again. The king's father is out of danger, and Dolly vows to follow him until death. The air in the intensive care unit was so oppressive that it made people feel breathless.
Wang Dali had just paid off his father's expensive surgery fees.
The slight sense of relief he felt was instantly replaced by heavy worry when he saw his father still unconscious on the hospital bed. Haotian, the doctor said that although my father was sent to the hospital in time, the amount of cerebral hemorrhage is quite large, and the risk of surgery is still very high.
Wang Dali's voice was hoarse, and his bloodshot eyes were full of dependence on Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian patted his shoulder, signaling him to be at ease, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, fixed on Wang Jiangwo's face.
Divine-level medical skills primary are quietly operating.
In an instant, the world in Lin Haotian's eyes was completely different. Under Wang Jiangwo's pale face, there was the almost imperceptible flow of qi and blood, the true condition of the damaged area in the brain that the CT image failed to fully present, and even the subtle fluctuations on the vital signs monitor that were difficult for ordinary people to interpret. Everything was clear and obvious in his eyes.
Something's wrong.
Lin Haotian frowned slightly.
The bleeding points in Uncle Wang's brain seemed to be more tricky than what the imaging data showed.
Not only that, he also keenly sensed a weak but continuous fluctuation of negative energy, which was like a maggot attached to the bone, slowly eroding Uncle Wang's vitality. This is definitely not as simple as a cerebral hemorrhage. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open with a creaky sound. A doctor in a white coat, about 50 years old, walked in. He looked a little tired and had a badge on his chest that read Chief Physician, Li Jianmen.
Dr. Li glanced at the data on the monitor with a serious expression, then turned to Wang Dali and Zhang Guifan, who was already at a loss, and said in a deep voice, "Are you a relative of Wang Jiangwo?"
"I am his attending physician, Li Jianmen."
"The patient's condition is rather tricky.
Although the surgery fee has been paid and we can arrange the surgery immediately, I must be frank with you, the surgery is extremely risky." Zhang Guifan's already pale face turned even more bloodless in an instant, and her body was on the verge of falling.
Wang Dali quickly caught her. "Dr. Li, please, you must save my dad. Please." Wang Dali pleaded in a hoarse and crying voice.
Dr. Li sighed softly, his tone heavy.
"We will do our best. But the bleeding location is very dangerous, very close to the brainstem. The surgical area is densely covered with nerves.
If we are not careful, it may lead to permanent hemiplegia or even worse. The surgical plan we have currently developed, after discussion within the department, has a success rate of only about 60%.
60%.
These two words were like two cold iron hammers, hitting Wang Dali and his mother's hearts hard.
Zhang Guifan's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted.
Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. "Oh my God.
How could this happen? My old man."
Wang Dali also looked ashen, and the flame of hope that had just ignited seemed to be ruthlessly extinguished by the violent storm. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and he was unaware of the blood seeping out. Just as the mother and son fell into endless despair, a steady and powerful voice, like a ray of morning light, suddenly sounded. "Dr. Li, with all due respect, I think this surgical plan still has room for improvement."
The one who spoke was Lin Haotian.
Li Jianmen was stunned when he heard this, and then he noticed that in addition to the patient and his family members, there was also such a young man in the ward. He looked Lin Haotian up and down calmly. He saw that although Lin Haotian was young and had an extraordinary bearing, he did not look like a colleague in the medical field.
"Who is this?"
Dr. Li looked at Wang Dali in confusion.
"Dr. Li, this is my best brother, Lin Haotian."
Wang Dali hurriedly introduced, and then looked at Lin Haotian in a daze, not understanding why he suddenly said such a thing. Li Jianmen frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of professional caution and subtle contempt. "Young man, I know you care about the patient, but medicine is a very rigorous science. This surgical plan was finalized after repeated discussions by our hospital's expert group.
It is the best option under the current circumstances. The implication is that you, an outsider, should not cause trouble here."
Zhang Guifan also anxiously tugged at Lin Haotian's clothes, signaling him not to talk nonsense, for fear that this would offend the doctor and cut off her husband's last chance of life. Lin Haotian's expression remained unchanged, his tone was calm but with an unquestionable confidence. "Dr. Li, I am not questioning the professional level of your hospital. It's just that I have learned some basic medical skills from my elders, and I know a little about the human meridians and brain structure. Just now, I observed Uncle Wang's complexion, breathing, and some subtle changes in the data on the monitor.
I found that his condition may be more complicated and dangerous than what the imaging data showed.
Oh? Li Jianmen's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by deeper suspicion.
Traditional Chinese medicine? Or a family tradition?
In such a life-threatening situation, it would be too frivolous to talk about these things.
Excuse me for being blunt, Lin Haotian spoke clearly and forcefully. Based on my judgment, the bleeding point inside Uncle Wang's brain is not just the main bleeding point shown on the CT image.
Deep in the left temporal lobe, there should be a more hidden tiny ruptured blood vessel that is slowly bleeding. If the operation only treats the main bleeding point and ignores this hidden danger, there may be a huge risk of secondary bleeding after the operation, and it may even cause more serious cerebral edema and endanger life. These words were earth-shattering.
Li Jianmen's pupils suddenly shrank, as if they were pricked by a needle. Deep in the left temporal lobe? Hidden bleeding point? How did this guy know? The CT scan didn't show any abnormalities at all. This is simply unbelievable. What makes you think so? Li Jianmen's voice couldn't help but be a little suspicious.
He had been practicing medicine for more than 20 years and had a lot of experience, but the details Lin Haotian mentioned made his heart jump. Because just now, he repeatedly compared the CT scans and the patient's clinical reactions, and vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not grasp the key point. Lin Haotian smiled calmly and said calmly, "Some of the family's methods of observation, listening, questioning and palpation, combined with some special perception techniques, can reveal subtle clues that are difficult to detect even with sophisticated instruments. For example, Uncle Wang's left eyelid had very slight, involuntary tremors, with a frequency of about 3 times per minute, which was an early and subtle sign of compression of the left temporal lobe. In addition, the blood return rate of the capillaries at the fingertips of his left hand is about 0.2 seconds slower than that of the right side. These are all important signals." The few data and observation details that Lin Haotian casually threw out were so accurate that they seemed extraordinary. The more Li Jianmen listened, the more upset he became. These details would have been impossible to notice without extremely keen and abnormal observation skills and terrifyingly profound medical knowledge. Especially the specific frequency of eyelid trembling and the millisecond level difference in the speed of capillary blood return. This is simply amazing. How is this possible? Beads of sweat began to seep out of Li Jianmen's forehead. He quickly walked to the bedside, bent down and carefully observed Wang Jiangmo's eyelids and fingertips. The more he looked, the more he felt that what Lin Haotian said was true, and he was horrified. "Dr. Li," Lin Haotian continued, his voice like a loud bell, shaking Li Jianmen's cognition, "if I'm not mistaken, the current surgical plan, if you want to remove the hematoma at the main bleeding point and repair the ruptured blood vessels, it will inevitably affect the nearby Webster's triangle. The nerves in this area are extremely sensitive and complex. If they are slightly damaged during surgery, it will cause irreversible and serious consequences. This is also the main reason why you think the surgery is very risky and has a success rate of only 60%, right? Webster's triangle." When this extremely professional term in the field of neurosurgery, which could even be said to be a synonym for a forbidden area, came out of Lin Haotian's mouth with incredible clarity, Li Jianmen was completely shocked.
This is a minefield in the brain.
Not to mention ordinary medical students, even some inexperienced neurosurgeons may not be able to accurately tell its specific location and potential huge risks. The young man in front of me could actually speak out and point out the biggest difficulties and risks of the surgical plan.
Who are you?"
Li Jianmen's voice was trembling a little. The look he gave Lin Haotian had changed from the initial contempt and suspicion to deep surprise and shock, and even mixed with a hint of awe. Although Wang Dali and Zhang Guifan were confused and didn't know what was going on, they understood instantly from Dr. Li's expression as if he had seen a ghost. Haotian was right. And he was very, very accurate. Could it be that Haotian really knew medical skills? And it was the kind of unfathomable and powerful medical skills? "I'm just a person who cares about my friends." Lin Haotian's tone was still humble, but he had a calm demeanor that could remain calm even when faced with a mountain collapsing in front of him. "Dr. Li, if you trust me, I have a suggestion that may perfectly avoid the risk of the Webster's triangle and accurately treat the 2 bleeding points at the same time, reducing the risk of surgery to a minimum, or even infinitely close to zero."
"What suggestions? Tell me quickly. Please."
Li Jianmen blurted out the words, his tone extremely urgent. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate others. Instead, he was like a primary school student who was humbly seeking advice.
Lin Haotian walked to the bedside, stretched out his slender fingers, gestured in the air above Wang Jiangmo's head, and pointed at a few key locations.
"We can approach from this angle, cleverly avoiding the main nerve bundles and reaching the main bleeding point directly. After clearing the hematoma, we can use minimally invasive microsurgery technology to accurately detect the tiny rupture point deep in the temporal lobe and perform simultaneous occlusion. Although this method requires higher skills from the surgeon, it causes the least damage to the patient and allows for the fastest recovery after surgery. The angle of approach he pointed out seemed extremely tricky, but Li Jianmen quickly deduced it in his mind for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was ingenious, as if it was tailor-made for Uncle Wang's current condition. Li Jianmen's mind was working rapidly, comparing and deducing the plan proposed by Lin Haotian with his original plan. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, and the cold sweat on his forehead gradually turned into a red glow of excitement. Wonderful! So wonderful! It's simply a stroke of genius. Li Jianmen couldn't help but slap his thigh and praised excitedly, "This approach angle is simply incredible but reasonable. And the precise judgment of the hidden bleeding point, Mr. Lin, no, Dr. Lin. Your words really opened my eyes and enlightened me." The look he gave Lin Haotian was filled with undisguised admiration and respect. "Dr. Lin, this is a matter of human life. I, Li Jianmen, hereby implore you to participate in the improvement of the subsequent surgical plan. Even, if you don't mind, I hope to get your personal guidance during the operation." Li Jianmen's tone was extremely sincere, and even carried a hint of pleading that only came from facing true authority. He knew in his heart that this seemingly young Dr. Lin in front of him possessed miraculous medical skills that he would never be able to achieve in his entire life. Saving lives is like putting out a fire. It is our duty. Lin Haotian nodded calmly in agreement. Half an hour later, the shadowless light in the operating room suddenly lit up. Li Jianmen, the chief surgeon, was highly focused, while Lin Haotian, wearing a sterile surgical gown, stood calmly beside him as its special medical consultant. The operation proceeded in a tense and orderly manner. When Li Jianmen strictly followed Lin Haotian's instructions for the extremely tricky angle, carefully avoiding the layers of dense nerves and blood vessels and successfully exposing the main bleeding point, his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat and his heart beat faster. "Mr. Lin, the area of the hematoma here is larger than we estimated before the operation. It is very difficult to clear, and the blood vessel wall underneath looks very fragile. If we are not careful, it may." Li Jianmen's voice was a little tight, with a hint of nervousness. Lin Haotian's eyes were as sharp as torches. With the extraordinary perspective granted by his divine medical skills, he could clearly see the tiny blood vessel structures as thin as spider webs below the hematoma. "Dr. Li, stay calm." Lin Haotian spoke in a deep voice with a convincing tone. "Pay attention to the area about 3 millimeters below and to the left. There is a tiny accompanying blood vessel there. Use the phacoemulsification knife to gently peel it off at a 30-degree angle. Be quick and don't hesitate." Li Jianmen had complete faith in Lin Haotian at this moment. Hearing his words, he did not hesitate and immediately did as he was told. Really? With his precise and quick operation, the troublesome hematoma was successfully removed, and the fragile blood vessel underneath was perfectly protected, without any damage. In the operating room, all the medical staff involved in the operation subconsciously held their breath. They had been in the industry for many years and had never seen such precise, bold, and effective on-the-spot guidance. Next, when exploring the hidden tiny bleeding point deep in the temporal lobe, new troubles arose. Because the bleeding point was too deep and the surgical field of view was extremely poor, Li Jianmen failed to locate it successfully after several attempts. "No, it's too deep, we can't see clearly. The field of view of the microscope is also limited." Li Jianmen's forehead was covered with sweat, and there was a hint of anxiety in his tone. "Keep calm." Lin Haotian's voice was still as calm as water, without any ripples. "Move the microscope probe precisely to the upper left by 0.5 centimeters, then vertically downward by 2 centimeters. Be careful to avoid the third ventricle. The rupture point on the hair-thin venous branch is right there." Li Jianmen took a deep breath and followed Lin Haotian's instructions strictly. The next second, at the end of the microscope's field of view, a pinhole-sized crack point that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye appeared clearly. "Found it. Really found it." Li Jianmen was so surprised and happy that his voice trembled a little. Under Lin Haotian's precise guidance that could be called a miracle time and time again, the operation proceeded in an orderly manner. For every key step and every subtle operation, Lin Haotian can predict all possible risks in advance and give the perfect optimal solution. The difficult craniotomy surgery, which was originally expected to take at least 5 or 6 hours, was completed perfectly in just 3 hours. When the last stitch was completed and the vital signs on the monitor stabilized within the normal range and showed a continuous upward trend, Li Jianmen breathed a long sigh of relief and took off the mask soaked with sweat. Although his face was full of fatigue, his eyes were unusually bright, filled with unprecedented excitement.
He walked quickly to Lin Haotian and bowed deeply and solemnly. Mr. Lin.
If you hadn't been here today to save the day, this operation would never have been so successful, and the patient would never have recovered so quickly.
Your medical skills are beyond description, they are simply divine. I, Li Jianmen, admire you. I admire you to the utmost. The other medical staff in the operating room also looked at Lin Haotian with a mixture of shock, admiration, and gratitude. Today, they witnessed the birth of a medical miracle that was worthy of being included in textbooks. Outside the operating room,
Wang Dali and Zhang Guifan were like ants on a hot pan, waiting anxiously, and every minute and every second was like being tortured in a frying pan. When the red light in the operating room, symbolizing hope and the unknown, finally went out and Li Jianmen and Lin Haotian walked out side by side, Wang Dali jumped up from his chair and rushed forward in 2 steps at a time.
Dr. Li. Haotian. How is my dad?
Wang Dali's voice trembled due to extreme nervousness. Li Jianmen had an irrepressible smile on his face, and his tone was brisk and excited. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, congratulations.
The operation was very successful.
Mr. Wang Jiangwo was no longer in danger of death, and his vital signs are stable.
As long as he rests well, he will recover soon.
After a pause, he looked at Lin Haotian beside him with respect and added, all this is thanks to Mr. Lin's miraculous and superb medical skills.
Boom!
Wang Dali felt as if thousands of fireworks exploded in his mind at the same time. All his worries, fears, and despair were blown away in an instant, and were replaced by boundless ecstasy and excitement.
Success! Dad is saved. My dad is saved.
Wang Dali was so excited that he was incoherent, and hot tears burst out again.
This time, they were tears of joy and gratitude.
Zhang Guifan cried with joy.
She clasped her hands together and kept looking up to the sky, toward the direction of the operating room, and to Lin Haotian, muttering, "Thank you God for blessing me. Thank you Bodhisattva for blessing me. Thank you, Dr. Li. Thank you. Thank you Haotian." Wang Dali turned around suddenly and looked at Lin Haotian with red eyes.
Look at this good brother who came like a god and extended a helping hand to him when he was most desperate and helpless, and when his father's life was hanging by a thread, he turned the tide with his own strength and pulled his father back from the brink of death. The gratitude, adoration, and respect in his eyes were so strong that they could not be described in any words.
Next moment. Plop! Wang Dali's knee softened, and he knelt straight in front of Lin Haotian again. The hard floor made a dull sound. Brother Haotian.
This time, he did not shout Haotian again, but with endless reverence and admiration from the bottom of his soul, he shouted the earth-shattering Brother Haotian. My life, Wang Dali, was given by the country, but today, my father's life was given by you. You are the second parents of my Wang family, and the benefactor of my, Wang Dali's, rebirth. From now on, my life, Wang Dali, belongs to your brother Haotian. I will go through fire and water and die without hesitation. Just say a word from you. If I, Wang Dali, frown, I will no longer be born by my mother and raised by my father. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word seemed to be roared out with all his strength, with a determination and bravery that would never regret even if he died. Lin Haotian quickly reached out to help him. Dili, you are doing this again. We are brothers, it's too polite to say this. I'm glad that uncle is okay, that's better than anything else. No. Brother Haotian. Wang Dali stubbornly broke free of his hand, suddenly stood up straight, his eyes as firm as a rock, flashing with the brilliance of a wolf. We were good brothers before, but from today on, you are my benefactor. You are the leader that I, Wang Dali, will follow for the rest of my life. I, King Dali, will never forget this great favor. From now on, if you have any orders, I, King Dali, will go through fire and water without hesitation. If I break this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth. Looking at Wang Dali's determined eyes that were burning with flames, Lin Haotian knew that this brotherhood and this desire to follow him were deeply integrated into his bones and blood and could never be changed. His heart was also filled with excitement. He patted Wang Dali's shoulder heavily and said solemnly, "Good brother. I understand your intentions. From now on, we will work together to make uncle and aunt live the best life." Yeah. Wang Dali nodded heavily, tears flashing in his tiger eyes. A moment later, Wang Jiangwo was pushed out of the operating room by the nurses.
Although he was still in a coma after anesthesia, his face was much rosier than before, and his breathing became steady and strong.
The whole family gathered around the bed happily, and the joyful atmosphere that had been suppressed for a long time finally filled the entire VIP ward. Looking at the bright smiles of relief on the faces of Wang Dali and his mother, Lin Haotian smiled with relief, quietly left the ward, leaving this warm moment to their family.
It's late at night.
Lin Haotian stood alone at the end of the quiet corridor of the hospital's inpatient department, looking through the bright windows at the bright lights of thousands of homes outside, feeling a sense of peace and satisfaction in his heart. Being able to use his abilities to protect the people he cares about, this tangible sense of accomplishment and satisfaction makes him feel far more fulfilled and happy than simply having endless wealth.
Dali is finally settled here, and it's time for me to accumulate some knowledge for my future career.
Lin Haotian looked at the deep night sky, muttering to himself, with a glimmer of longing and planning for the future in his eyes. The system's sign-in function, perhaps, it's time to go somewhere that can truly improve your inner foundation and knowledge reserves.
For example, a library? Chapter 18 Sign in at the University Library. With a photographic memory, he is crowned as a genius student. After seeing off Wang Dali and his family, Lin Haotian stood in the hospital corridor.
The sense of satisfaction of helping a close friend had not yet faded away, but a clearer idea had already emerged.
Money can solve many problems, but if you want to go further, knowledge is the hard currency. Lin Haotian's eyes were burning with enthusiasm.
Whether it was managing the growing wealth or creating his own business empire, he could not do without a foundation of massive knowledge.
System, find me a place to sign in where I can quickly improve my knowledge. Lin Haotian gave a decisive order in his heart. Ding! The best check-in location has been selected, Longting University Library. Tip: the core knowledge base of the top domestic universities, with tens of millions of books and a strong academic atmosphere, has a higher chance of receiving special rewards for learning and wisdom if you sign in. Longtung University Library? This is it. Lin Haotian raised the corner of his mouth.
The engine of the Lamborghini Veneno roared and shot towards Longting University like a sharp arrow. Half an hour later, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he parked his car in a secluded place outside the school and walked into this world-famous institution. Under the cover of night, Longting University has shed the hustle and bustle of the day and exudes a quiet fragrance of books. The students walked hurriedly, but their goal was the same: the library. Lin Haotian followed the crowd and was soon attracted by a magnificent building. Longtung University Library. It is like a silent wise man, exuding solemnity and dignity in the night. Inside the brightly lit windows, countless figures are buried in their studies, forming a sharp contrast with the impetuous outside world. This is the temple of knowledge. Lin Haotian took a deep breath. The scent of ink in the air and the passion for knowledge emanating from the students made him feel inexplicably excited. Stepping into the hall, Lin Haotian was slightly shocked by the scene before him. Under the towering dome, bookshelves are like a forest, reaching into the sky. The students were either writing furiously or walking silently. The only sounds in the air were the rustling of turning pages and the humming of pens, but it contained the exciting power of knowledge. Lin Haotian found a quiet corner and sat down, took a deep breath, and silently said in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Longting University Library. Reward: God-level skill, photographic memory. Reward: Aura of quick learning basic. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Haotian felt a sudden shock in his head. An indescribable feeling of clarity instantly swept through my entire brain, as if a long-sealed super engine was suddenly activated. Thinking speed and memory ability increase exponentially. Photographic memory. Learn fast. Lin Haotian almost cried out in surprise. This reward was simply incredible. He suppressed his ecstasy and casually pulled out a thick book, Principles of Financial Markets, from the bookshelf. He never wanted to touch this stuff before because it was full of incomprehensible models and terms. But now, as I glanced across the pages of the book, a miracle happened. The obscure text becomes clear and easy to understand, and the reading speed soars to 10 lines at a glance. What is even more terrifying is that all the content I've seen, such as charts and formulas, are imprinted in my brain like high-definition photos, and I understand them instantly. Shit! Is this photographic memory plus rapid learning? Lin Haotian roared in his heart. He continued flipping through the pages, faster and faster. In just over 10 minutes, he had finished all the 500-page tome. Close your eyes, and the contents of the entire book will appear clearly in your mind. Every detail will be clear to you and you will understand it thoroughly.
Awesome. This guy is simply possessed by the god of learning.
Lin Haotian was not yet satisfied, and successively took out corporate strategic management, in-depth interpretation of the civil code, a brief history of the universe, and even the profound introduction to artificial intelligence.
The result is no surprise. Knowledge in any field is as easy as taking something out of a bag in front of him.
The speed of turning the pages increased from reading 10 lines at a glance to literally swish flying, as if I was reading a comic book. Some students around him noticed his performative reading and couldn't help whispering,
"What is that guy doing? Flipping so fast, is he putting on a show?" That's right, this is not the way to pretend to be a top student. It's a waste of resources. Lin Haotian was too lazy to pay attention to the noise of these mortals.
He was enjoying the pleasure of knowledge exploding in his brain. The brain is like a high-speed server, madly devouring the torrent of knowledge.
It turns out that learning can be so fun.
Lin Haotian had only one thought in his mind: learn.
Learning never ends.
With these two magical skills, the entire world's treasure trove of knowledge is open to him. Finance, management, law, programming, foreign languages, even cutting-edge technology, as long as he has a book, he can master it in the shortest time. These two abilities will be the strongest engines for me to build my business empire. Lin Haotian's eyes are full of ambition. He wants to arm himself with knowledge and build an unprecedented business dynasty.
From now on, every minute and every second will be used to fill my brain. Time? It doesn't exist.
Lin Haotian was so excited at the moment that he wanted to cram the entire library into his brain. He went straight to practical areas such as economics, management, and law, picked up piles of thick professional books, returned to his seat, and plunged into study like a hungry tiger.
One book after another.
He absorbed, digested, and systematized knowledge at an unprecedented speed. The ecstasy on his face gradually turned into concentration and calmness, but there was a raging fire burning in his heart.
This is just the beginning.
At the same time, on the quiet street outside the gate of Longting University, Lin Haotian's Lamborghini Veneno still exudes a cold metallic luster in the night, like a ferocious beast that is ready to prey on its prey. Several young men dressed in shabby clothes were surrounding the luxury car, pointing and talking, their eyes full of greed.
Fuck. Lamborghini Veneno. Global Limited Edition. How many zeros does it have?
The yellow-haired young man was drooling.
Damn, it must be at least tens of millions. The owner must be a super fat sheep.
The burly man with a crooked dragon pattern tattooed on his arm smacked his lips. A tall, thin man with shifty eyes chuckled and lowered his voice.
Hey guys, this car has been parked for a long time. The owner is probably picking up girls inside. Let's give this young master a greeting gift? Brother Chang, what do you mean? The yellow-haired man's eyes lit up.
The tall and thin man called Brother Chang gestured sinisterly.
Remove the two wheels, or paint a clown face on it, and when it comes out, won't you have to pay money to get rid of the disaster? Great. Brother Chang's idea is amazing. There's a way. We can share some soup then.
The thugs hit it off immediately, rubbing their hands together, and their malicious eyes fell on the lonely Lamborghini Veneno again.
A conspiracy against luxury car owners has quietly unfolded.
Lin Haotian, who was in the library, was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and was completely unaware of this.
Chapter 19, Luxury Car Attacked, Shueishan's power is revealed. Zhao family's dark hand, business undercurrents. The night is as dark as ink and the stars are dim.
Outside the Longting University library, the cool breeze blew in the early morning.
Lin Haotian took a deep breath, feeling the unprecedented clarity and power in his mind.
The last bit of mental excitement brought by rapid learning gradually subsided, replaced by the confidence of being in control of everything.
Have a photographic memory and learn quickly.
He whispered to himself, his eyes sharp as a blade. The financial management knowledge that was once obscure and difficult to understand is now clear and organized in his mind, as if it was innate.
Knowledge is power.
My business empire will be founded from now on. Lin Haotian raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and walked towards the quiet street outside the school where his Lamborghini Veneno was parked.
However, as soon as he turned the corner, Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly turned cold.
Under the dim streetlights, next to his Lamborghini with fierce lines, several furtive figures were whispering around the car.
One of them was holding a wrench that was shining with cold light. Damn, we're rich.
The wheels of this car are enough to feed us for a year. A shrill voice full of greed.
Brother Chang, do you really want to take it off? This is poison, what if? Another timid voice sounded.
What's there to be afraid of? The tall and thin man called Brother Chang spat, lowering his voice but speaking in an extremely ferocious tone. Take off the wheels and then scratch the paint on my car.
Wait for that blind grandson to come out. If he doesn't pay $1 million or $800,000, he won't be able to drive the car away. Hee, Brother Chang, that's a good idea.
Then we guys can go to the club to meet young models again. A yellow-haired gangster rubbed his hands, with a lewd smile on his face.
Get started.
Brother Chang shouted, and several people immediately started to work on the wheels.
Stop.
An icy shout, like a cold wind from the netherworld, instantly froze the air. The thugs were so scared that they trembled all over and turned back suddenly. I saw a tall figure walking out from the shadows, the street lights stretched his shadow long, and an invisible murderous aura spread.
It's Lin Haotian.
His face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were so cold that they seemed to bite people.
How dare these ignorant bastards touch his car? Fuck. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in Brother Chang's business? Are you tired of living? Seeing that Lin Haotian was alone and young, Brother Chang immediately raised the wrench in a cowardly manner, pointed at Lin Haotian and cursed viciously. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't delay me from making money.
The yellow-haired man also shouted in a bully-like manner. Lin Haotian looked at them with disdain, as if he was looking at a few bugs waiting to be slaughtered, and his voice was emotionless.
For the last time, get out. Otherwise, die. Yo ha? You still dare to show off to me? Brother Chang was so angry that he laughed at Lin Haotian's arrogant attitude.
He was used to bullying people in this street and had never seen such an arrogant boy.
Brothers, it looks like this is the owner of the car. Perfect, it saves us from waiting. Destroy him for me.
Before he finished speaking, a burly man with a face full of flesh and a cheap green dragon tattoo next to Brother Chang roared, and his fist as big as a casserole rushed straight to Lin Haotian's face with a fierce wind. This punch was so powerful that if it were an ordinary person, his brain would have burst.
But in Lin Haotian's eyes, the strong man's movements were ridiculously slow. Court death. Lin Haotian's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. The strength and speed given to him by basic bodybuilding techniques, and the explosive power brought by the introduction of internal strength, are they beyond the imagination of these small fry? The sturdy man's fist was about to hit his body, but Lin Haotian slightly turned his body like a ghost and avoided it easily. In a flash, his right hand shot out like lightning, and his 5 fingers were like iron clamps, grabbing the wrist of the sturdy man with incredible precision. Crack!
A sharp sound of bone breaking could be heard clearly in the dead of night.
Ah!
The sturdy man let out a shrill howl that was not like a human voice, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. The arm he had swung out fell limply, twisted at a strange angle, and his wrist was shattered.
It's all so fast.
Brother Chang, Huang Mao and others didn't even see how Lin Haotian made his move, but their strongest brother was already disabled.
Fuck!
The yellow-haired man was so scared that he sat down on the ground. The arrogance on his face disappeared, leaving only the fear that penetrated deep into his bones. Brother Chang's pupils also shrank suddenly, and his heart was beating wildly.
Damn, I hit a wall. This guy is a martial artist. But the arrow was already on the string, so he could only bite the bullet and roared fiercely, "What are you all standing there for? Attack together. Kill him."
The remaining 2 thugs looked at each other, plucked up their courage, and rushed towards Lin Haotian from both sides at the same time with strange shouts.
One of them had a shiny dagger in his hand and stabbed Lin Haotian in the waist.
Lin Haotian snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Facing the stabbing dagger, countless fighting skills flashed through his mind in an instant. His photographic memory and quick learning ability were perfectly combined at this moment.
Every subtle movement and every possible attack angle of the opponent were accurately captured by him. He misstepped and slid half an inch like a fish, narrowly avoiding the blade.
Then, he rushed forward, and his elbow, like a heavy hammer, carrying his internal strength, hit the knife-wielding thug hard in the ribs.
Puff! The gangster was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of yellow-green bile mixed with gastric juice spurted out.
His body bent like a cooked shrimp, and he collapsed to the ground limply, twitching violently. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. The other gangster was so frightened when he saw 2 of his companions were crippled in the blink of an eye that he let out a strange cry and turned around to escape.
Can you get away? Lin Haotian's cold voice seemed like a death warrant.
He pointed his toes and shot out like an arrow, arriving first.
A whip kick, with a sound of breaking through the air, hit the gangster's back hard. Bang!
With a dull thud, the gangster flew forward 7 or 8 meters like a broken sack, fell heavily to the ground, his head tilted, and he fainted on the spot, blood oozing from his mouth and nose.
In a flash, the 3 arrogant thugs were all dead.
Only Brother Chang was left, standing there alone, and the wrench in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His legs were shaking like leaves in the wind, his crotch was hot and wet, he was so scared that he peed his pants.
How can this be a human?
This is clearly a killer.
A devil. You, don't come over here.
Brother Chang's teeth were chattering, his voice was shaking, and the blood had drained from his face. He looked uglier than if his parents had died. There was no trace of his previous ferocity left. Lin Haotian approached slowly, step by step, as if stepping on Brother Chang's heart. His eyes were icy cold. Just now, who said he wanted to remove my wheels and scratch my paint?
No. Grandpa. Ancestor. I am blind. I can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth.
Brother Chang fell to his knees with a thump, tears streaming down his face. He cowed out desperately, making the ground bang with a loud dong-dong sound.
I deserve to die. I am not a human being. Please, Grandpa, spare my life. Spare you?
Lin Haotian looked down at him, his voice cold and devoid of any human emotion. If I had come a step later, what would have happened to my car? Brother Chang cowed out even harder, until blood oozed from his forehead. I was wrong, I was really wrong.
I won't dare to do it again. Grandpa, please be magnanimous, just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go.
Lin Haotian looked at this group of trash who were so ferocious just a moment ago but now looked so ugly, without any ripple in his heart. He slowly raised his foot. Brother Chang was so frightened that he thought Lin Haotian was going to crush his head with his foot, and he screamed, Don't
Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll pay you. I'll pay you any amount.
Lin Haotian lightly lifted up the wrench that had fallen on the ground with his toes, then tossed it casually in his hand.
Pay compensation? He sneered, his eyes full of disdain. You rubbish are worthy of touching my car? Before he finished speaking, his wrist shook violently. Call out.
The wrench turned into a black light and flew past Brother Chang's scalp with a sharp sound of breaking through the air.
When?
With a loud bang, the wrench embedded deeply into the wall not far behind Brother Chang, creating a hole the size of a fist, breaking bricks and stones and sparks flying. Brother Chang only felt a tearing pain in his scalp, and a strong smell of urine burst out from his crotch, which was pungent and fishy.
He was completely limp. Roll.
Lin Haotian uttered a word, like the verdict of the god of death. If I see you around here again, or if I find out you dare to do such a dirty thing. He paused, his voice as cold as a knife. I will break your limbs with my own hands and throw them into the sewer to feed the rats.
Yes. Let's get out. Let's get out right now. We won't dare to do it again.
Brother Chang was as if he had been pardoned. He rolled and crawled, not even bothering to pull out his half-dead accomplices. He used his hands and feet to disappear into the darkness of the night, not even daring to look back. Looking at the backs of the group of bastards fleeing in a panic, Lin Haotian's eyes remained cold. If he had not activated the system and possessed powers far beyond those of ordinary people, the outcome of tonight would probably have been a car crash and injuries to people. In this world, the strong are respected after all. He checked his car carefully and fortunately, apart from some dust, there was nothing wrong with it. Start the poison, and the low roar of the engine cuts through the night sky. The pleasure of beating up the thugs just now gradually subsided, but a sense of solemnity lingered in Lin Haotian's heart. The threat from the Zhao family was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The problem of Wang Dali's father seemed to have been resolved, but with Zhao Mingyuan's vengeful and vicious character, he would never let it go.
I must become stronger as soon as possible. Whether it's wealth, power, or my own strength. Lin Haotian's eyes flickered and his thoughts raced. His photographic memory and quick learning are his tools for accumulating knowledge and gaining insight into opportunities. Divine-level medical skills are the foundation of his livelihood. Basic bodybuilding techniques and the introduction to internal strength are his most direct protection when facing danger. The next day. The sun was shining, but Lin Haotian's mood was shrouded in a gloom. The small clinic under his name located in the old city had the honor to welcome a group of uninvited guests early in the morning, a joint inspection team from the district health department. The leader was a middle-aged man with a greasy face and a beer belly. His surname was Liu, and he was said to be the deputy chief of a department in the health bureau.
At the moment, he had a stern face and was wearing white gloves. He was touching here and knocking there, and his brows were furrowed so much that they could pinch a mosquito to death.
You are Lin Haotian, Dr. Lin?
Section Chief Lu glanced at Lin Haotian and said with a fake smile, "We received a report from the public that the hygiene conditions of your clinic are worrying and there are violations of regulations, so we came to inspect it." Lin Haotian sneered in his heart.
Report from the masses?
I'm afraid it was the report from that mad dog of the Zhao family.
His face was calm, and he said calmly, "Chief Lu, right?
My clinic has always been run strictly in accordance with national regulations, and all operations are in compliance with regulations. I wonder which enthusiastic citizen has such a big misunderstanding of my small business. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not is not up to you to decide.
We will know after checking."
A young clerk wearing black-framed glasses behind Section Chief Lu immediately raised the notebook in his hand in a domineering manner, as if he was ready to write something in detail. Next, this group of people started to find fault in various ways.
Dr. Lin, why are there only a few lines in your daily usage record of this disinfection cabinet? It's not standard.
And the temperature in the medicine storage area feels a bit high.
What if the medicine goes bad? Regarding the disposal of medical waste, I see that your procedures here seem to be somewhat different from the spirit of the new document we issued last month, right?
Each question seems professional, but in fact it is tricky and harsh, and there are traps everywhere. If it were the old Lin Haotian, facing the repeated bombardment of this group of people, he would have panicked and been controlled by them.
But times have changed.
Possessing the two magical skills of photographic memory and quick learning, he didn't stay in the library for nothing last night. A vast amount of medical laws, management regulations, and operating specifications have long been engraved deep in his mind and can be accessed at any time. Facing the young clerk's challenge about the disinfection records, Lin Haotian said calmly with a faint smile on his face, "Comrade, regarding the records of the disinfection cabinet, according to the provisions of Article 2, Paragraph 3, Chapter 5 of the Technical Specifications for Disinfection in Medical Institutions, we record key parameters every day, and there is nothing wrong with it."
The incomplete records you refer to are those non-mandatory reference items?
The young clerk choked on the spot and opened his mouth, but no words came out. He obviously didn't expect that this young doctor, who looked like he had barely grown all his hair, could recite the regulations better than he did. Lin Haotian turned to Section Chief Lu, whose face looked a little grim, and his tone remained calm. "Chief Lu, regarding the temperature of the drug storage area, our clinic is equipped with a 24-hour intelligent temperature and humidity monitoring system. The real-time data fully complies with the standard of 20 to 30 degrees Celsius in the Pharmaceutical Business Quality Management Standards for normal temperature warehouses.
The monitoring records can be accessed at any time. Would you like to take a look for yourself?"
He paused for a moment, glanced at everyone, and continued. "As for the disposal of medical waste, we strictly follow the latest medical waste management regulations promulgated by the National Health Commission this year and its detailed rules.
All classification, temporary storage and transportation are recorded in detail. I don't know which document and which provision of the new document spirit you mentioned. Can you specify it?"
Lin Haotian's speech was clear and well organized, with citations from classics, neither humble nor arrogant, but every word was like a gem, like an invisible sword, accurately blocking all the questions thrown by the other party. The arrogance on the faces of Section Chief Lu and his men had long since disappeared, replaced by embarrassment and suspicion that could not be concealed. They thought that this time it would be easy, and they could just find a few excuses to close down the small clinic and give an explanation to the Zhao family. Who would have thought that this young doctor was such a tough guy, and was even more familiar with business regulations than these professionals? Especially Lin Haotian's calm and composed demeanor, as if everything was under control, made them feel like elementary school students who came to be questioned. Section Chief Lu coughed twice, the muscles on his fat face twitched a few times, his eyes were a little evasive, and he said with all his might, "Ahem, it seems that Dr. Lin is very familiar with the business regulations.
This is also our duty.
Routine inspections are all to ensure the safety of citizens' medical treatment.
I hope you understand. Section Chief Lu, you are too polite. Cooperating with the inspection is the duty of every citizen, so I will naturally do my best to cooperate." Lin Haotian smiled slightly and said meaningfully, "I wonder if the leaders have anything else to correct."
The young clerk scribbled and revised on the notebook for a long time, but in the end he could not list a decent charge. He could only close the notebook in disappointment, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. Section Chief Lu pretended to pace around the clinic for a few steps, looking here and there, but he could not find any problems. In the end, he could only say a few dry words like "keep it up in the future" and "pay attention to detail management," and then left in disgrace with a group of his men. Looking at their embarrassed backs as they left, the smile on Lin Haotian's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold look. The Zhao family has really started to use these despicable means. His eyes were cold and murderous intent flashed in them. Although he easily resolved this harassing little move, it was undoubtedly a clear signal the Zhao family had already regarded him as a thorn in their side and began to suppress him by any means necessary.
The small clinic is just the beginning.
The restaurant shares under his name and any industry he plans to get involved in the future will probably become targets of the Zhao family. At this moment, Lin Haotian's cell phone suddenly rang.
The caller ID shows Wang Dali. Haotian, something happened.
As soon as the call was connected, Wang Dali's anxious voice came over. "My dad mentioned to you before, the small investment project of the Chengxi Medical Equipment Company was about to sign the contract, but the other party's boss suddenly changed his mind and said he didn't want to cooperate with us anymore."
Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Reason?"
"I asked someone to inquire, and it seems that someone from the Zhao family has passed on the message to the boss to put pressure on him." Wang Dali was so angry that his voice was shaking. This Zhao family is such a piece of shit.
They are going too far.
Really? A cold light flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes. From the health department's visits to make things difficult for him to the failure of the investment project at the last minute, the Zhao family's evil hands have begun to reach out to him in all directions.
This is to completely strangle his development space economically. I understand. Lin Haotian said calmly, "Dali, don't worry about this matter for now.
Just take care of yourself."
"I will take care of it."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian slowly exhaled.
Pressure, like an invisible mountain, presses down on one's head.
But there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was an even more intense fighting spirit burning in his eyes.
"Zhao family. Do you think that you can trap me, Lin Haotian, with just this little trick?"
A hint of cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
The trump cards he has now are far beyond what the Zhao family can imagine.
His photographic memory and quick learning are the sources of his wisdom. His god-level medical skills are what make him stand out in the world. Basic financial sense can help him see through the fog and seize opportunities. The basic bodybuilding techniques and introduction to internal strength are the guarantee of his unbridled military power. And the mysterious sign and system is his greatest reliance for constantly creating miracles and changing his destiny. Now that both the open and covert forces have come, it seems like it's time to find a truly safe and secret base for myself. Lin Haotian's eyes were deep and he had made up his mind. Whether it is for conducting some secret research that cannot be seen in the light, storing precious items that are enough to cause a sensation, or as a strategic rear base to deal with all unexpected crises, a secret base that is completely under his control is imminent. This base must be absolutely concealed, have top-level security, and be able to meet all of his needs for future development.
System, Lin Haotian muttered in his mind, is it possible to sign into a base? Ding.
The host's strong need for a safe base has been detected.
The system is intelligently matching the best sign and location based on the current world environment and the host's comprehensive capabilities.
The long-lost system prompt sound, like the sound of nature, rang in Lin Haotian's mind. His spirit suddenly lifted, and his eyes burst into a fiery light.
Here we come.
The suppression from the Zhao family not only failed to make him surrender, but instead became a catalyst for him to become stronger. A secret base that is powerful enough to ignore all threats will undoubtedly be the most indestructible cornerstone for him to fight against the Zhao family in the future and even build his own huge business empire.
What kind of surprise will it be?
Lin Haotian raised a smile full of expectation.
Is it an underground fortress with numerous mechanisms hidden deep beneath the bustling city? Or is it a paradise hidden deep in the mountains, isolated from the world? Or a futuristic laboratory with technology that is ahead of its time? Whatever it is, he's waiting to see.
The Zhao family's all-out offensive was just the appetizer that had just begun. And his counterattack will start from signing in to this new stronghold and play the most magnificent melody.
Chapter 20 System guides the abandoned factory. Sign in to the God-level base transformation authority. The night is as dark as ink.
In the center of Longting City, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of a top-class apartment, Lin Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the bustling lights below. This is one of the several safe houses he purchased temporarily, and it is extremely secretive. During the day, the deliberate obstruction from the health department and the sudden changes in Wang Dali's investment project hung like a dark cloud over his heart. The Zhao family's offensive was faster and more brutal than he had expected.
The small clinic is just an appetizer.
Next up, I'm afraid, will be my restaurant, or even any business I plan to get involved in the future.
Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Zhao Mingyuan's sinister face flashed through his mind. Sit back and wait for death? No way.
A secret base that is absolutely safe and completely under my control.
We must start immediately.
He whispered to himself, with an unquestionable determination flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the cold and familiar mechanical voice in my mind came as expected.
Ding! The best check-in location has been matched.
Sign-in location, western suburbs of Longting City, abandoned 7th electronics factory, main control workshop.
Host, please sign in as soon as possible to get the opportunity reward. Here we come.
Lin Haotian's spirits suddenly lifted, and the depression in his chest was swept away, replaced by an irrepressible excitement and anticipation.
Abandoned electronics factory? It sounds like a perfect hiding place, remote enough and hidden enough.
Without hesitation, he quickly changed into a low-key black sportswear, put on a baseball cap and a mask, covering his face tightly. The Lamborghini Veneno was too eye-catching, so he picked out a pre-modified black SUV from the garage that had powerful performance but ordinary appearance. He drove out of the city like a ghost and headed straight for the western suburbs. Under the cover of night, the off-road vehicle turned into a black lightning, speeding along the empty suburban road. Lin Haotian's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he was always alert to every move around him. The west of the city is sparsely populated, and the further you go into the suburbs, the more desolate it becomes. Under the dim moonlight, there were only the occasional passing ridges of fields and dark shadows of trees. This place is indeed quite remote. Lin Haotian thought to himself, becoming more and more satisfied with the system's location choice. Following the precise guidance of the onboard navigation system, about half an hour later, the off-road vehicle left the flat asphalt road and turned onto a rugged dirt road. After a few more minutes of shaking, the outline of a huge abandoned factory, lurking in the darkness like a steel behemoth, finally came into his sight.
Ding! We have arrived at the periphery of the check-in location, the abandoned 7th electronics factory.
Lin Haotian hid the car far away in a dense forest, turned off the engine, and observed carefully with a calm gaze. Most of the factory walls have collapsed, exposing rusty steel bars. The huge iron gate was open and twisted, covered with traces of rust and random graffiti. Wild grass grew wildly from the cracks in the door and the corners of the wall, almost completely submerging the entire entrance. A strong smell of rust and decay, mixed with the night wind, blew towards me.
This place seems like a corner completely forgotten by the world.
Lin Haotian's lips curled up in a satisfied arc.
The area is large enough.
Although the main building is dilapidated, judging from the outline, it is a solid reinforced concrete structure.
Most importantly, it is hidden enough.
He took a deep breath, and the strong physical strength given by the basic bodybuilding technique made him as light as a swallow. He easily climbed over a half-collapsed wall and sneaked into the factory silently.
There was dead silence inside the factory.
The moonlight filtered through the broken window frames and holes in the roof, casting mottled shadows, illuminating the abandoned machinery that was tilted all over the workshop, the spare parts scattered on the ground, and the thick dust. The air was filled with a strange, pungent smell of motor oil, rust, and mold. Occasionally, the night wind blew through the hall, making a strange whistling sound, like the sobbing of a ghost. If an ordinary person were in this place, he would probably be scared out of his wits.
But Lin Haotian's eyes were burning with a fiery light.
He could clearly sense that beneath this silent ruin, infinite possibilities were hidden. System guidance: the main control workshop is located 300 meters ahead, on the third floor of the tallest building on the left. Lin Haotian followed the guidance of the system, his steps swift and silent, like a cheetah in the dark, moving flexibly between the maze-like factory buildings. A moment later, he arrived in front of a relatively well-preserved 5-story building. This building must have been the factory's office and core control area back then, and its structure is the most solid. He did not choose the staircase covered with rubble and debris, but directly exerted force on his feet and jumped up. He grabbed the windowsill on the second floor with both hands accurately, his arm muscles bulged, and his body flipped in like a monkey, and in a few quick moves, he reached the third floor. At the end of the corridor on the third floor, a heavy iron door was ajar. A rusty nameplate was hung on the door, and the 3 large characters "Main Control Room" could be vaguely made out.
This is it. Lin Haotian pushed open the iron door, and a stronger, long-forgotten smell hit him in the face.
In the main control room, various long-scrapped control cabinets and instrument panels densely occupy the entire room. The screens have long been shattered, and the indicator lights have dimmed. Only the thick dust silently tells of its former glory. Ding! Arrived at the check-in location, the central operating table of the main control workshop. Lin Haotian's eyes were as fast as lightning, and he quickly locked onto the largest operating table in the center of the room. He walked forward step by step, his heart beating violently uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Lin Haotian stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on the dusty operating table.
System, sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully.
The moment the words fell, something strange happened.
Boom! An extremely bright golden beam of light, as if falling from the sky, pierced through the broken roof of the main control room and completely enveloped Lin Haotian in an instant. The golden light is blindingly bright, yet it also carries an indescribable gentleness and vast energy. Lin Haotian only felt a warm current instantly surge through his limbs and every cell in his body was cheering with excitement. Then, the system's prompt sound exploded in his mind like the music from the ninth heaven. Congratulations to the host, you have received the God-level reward, Secret Base Renovation Permission Primary. Secret Base Transformation Permission Primary. The host can carry out modular and intelligent transformation of the current sign in location abandoned 7th Electronics Factory. Permissions include, Number 1 Energy Core can provide basic energy for the base, Primary Intelligent Defense Matrix Customizable, Basic Living Area Module, Primary Scientific Research Laboratory Module, Primary Material Storage Warehouse, Primary Vehicle Parking Area. More advanced modules require increased permission levels to unlock. Boom!
An unimaginable huge flow of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, madly poured into Lin Haotian's mind. Countless cutting-edge knowledge about base construction, modular advanced design concepts, and various incredible high-tech equipment construction principles were displayed before his eyes with incredible clarity and intuitiveness. He seemed to see with his own eyes that, driven by his will, this dilapidated factory before him was undergoing earth-shaking changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The indestructible special alloy exterior wall rose from the ground, replacing the original fragile brick and stone structure. Deep underground, an energy core emitting a mysterious blue light began to operate steadily, providing the entire base with a steady supply of surging energy. Concealed laser turrets, deadly electromagnetic pulse traps, and three-dimensional surveillance probes with no blind spots form a terrifying defense system that is like a dragnet. In the spacious and bright scientific research laboratory, there are various sophisticated instruments that are beyond the cognition of the current era. Comfortable and convenient living area, and even leisure space that simulates the real ecological environment. Is this the permission to transform the secret base? It's a miracle. It's the power of creation. Lin Haotian was so excited that his whole body was shaking slightly. The ecstasy was like a huge wave that almost drowned him completely. However, the surprises are far from over. Congratulations to the host for receiving a God-level reward, S-level Intelligent Security System Design Drawings Upgradable. Another massive flow of information is coming. This time, it was an extremely precise and complex three-dimensional dynamic structure diagram that slowly unfolded in his mind, with every detail clearly visible. From the biological dynamic sensors, infrared scanning arrays, and high-precision vibration sensors that are spread throughout the base and can sense any slight intrusion, to the iris, voiceprint, and gate composite recognition systems that can accurately identify authorized personnel and illegal intruders. From non-lethal sonic weapons and high-voltage electric shock networks that can instantly paralyze invaders, to miniature self-defense machine gun turrets deployed in key areas with automatic aiming and terrifying fire suppression capabilities primarily equipped with rubber bullets or powerful electric shock bombs. There is even a complete and constantly evolving network firewall and military-grade information encryption system that is enough to resist the crazy invasion of the world's top hackers. S-Class Intelligent Security System. Lin Haotian took a breath, and his eyes burst into an unprecedented bright light. This security system is like an iron wall tailor-made for his secret base. An iron fortress. With it, let alone the Zhao family's despicable means, even if the well-equipped regular armed forces want to break through by force, they will have to pay an unbearable price. Too strong. Simply amazing. Lin Haotian clenched his fists tightly, feeling the endless power surging in his body and the grand blueprint in his mind that was enough to change the world. An unprecedented sense of ambition surged in his chest. The Zhao family? Business suppression? Conspiracy? In the face of absolute power and an impregnable fortress, all of this will become a vulnerable joke. The golden light gradually faded, and the main control room returned to its original dilapidated and dim state. But the world in Lin Haotian's eyes is completely different. He stood proudly in the ruins, with the grand blueprint of the future superbase emerging clearly in his mind. Energy, defense, scientific research, life, storage, birthing. He whispered to himself, his eyes flashing with irrepressible excitement, and his brain, empowered by his rapid learning ability, was working at a rapid pace, frantically digesting the huge amount of information he had just obtained, and began to make preliminary plans and ideas. Although the primary authority still has many restrictions, it is enough for me to build a preliminary, indestructible fortress.
Funding is not a problem.
The astronomical amount of money in my bank account is enough to start the first phase of the project. If there is a shortage later, I can quickly raise more with my rudimentary financial sense. Absolute confidentiality must be maintained for the construction. We can break it down into smaller pieces and subcontract it to different construction teams. For the core part, perhaps the system authority can provide some unexpected black technology help, or I need to train a group of absolutely loyal people as soon as possible. Clear thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly, his ideas became clearer and clearer, and his plans became more and more perfect. The research and practice of God-level medical skills requires an absolutely safe and private environment. Those precious items and technologies obtained from the system, whose origins cannot be explained to the world for the time being, also require a foolproof storage place. This base will be the final harbor for all his future secrets and the solid rock for him to fight against all storms. Lin Haotian took a deep breath, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the darkness and ruins before him, and he saw the super fortress of the future that would stand at the top of the world. He clenched his fists violently, his knuckles turning slightly white due to the extreme force, and his eyes flashed with a cold and determined light of revenge.
Zhao family. Do you think you can trap me, Lin Haotian, with those despicable means? You are totally wrong. My counterattack has just begun.
This base will be the starting point of your Zhao family's nightmare.
And my era will officially begin from here.
The night wind whistled through the abandoned factory, blowing up the cold dust on the ground, but it could not blow away the burning flames of revenge and the endless ambition to dominate the world in Lin Haotian's eyes. Chapter 21. The God of Learning possesses the soul to solve the puzzle. A clever trap is set, and the Zhao family's business empire begins to show cracks. The night gets deeper. The lights in Lin Haotian's temporary study were still on, as bright as day. The air is filled with the rich aroma of coffee and the light scent of ink unique to paper. At this moment, Lin Haotian no longer had the leisurely attitude he had when he overlooked the bustling city a few days ago. Instead, he was focused to an almost crazy level. He was completely immersed in a massive torrent of information. On the top of the line computer screen, dense streams of data are refreshing as rapidly as a waterfall. PDF files of various financial statements, business contracts, and market analysis reports pile up and occupy the entire desktop. His fingers flew across the keyboard, the tapping sounds were crisp and rhythmic, and with every press of the enter key, massive amounts of data were accurately retrieved, analyzed, and classified. His quick learning ability has been pushed to the extreme. The Zhao Group, a behemoth that has been entrenched in Longting City for many years, its vast business territory, intricate personnel networks, and even the many stains hidden beneath its glamorous appearance, are all as clear as lines on the palm of the hand in Lin Haotian's eyes, and he peels them off and deconstructs them one by one.
Humph, Zhao Mingyuan, do you really think your business empire is impregnable?
Lin Haotian's lips curled up in an icy arc, his eyes as sharp as a knife.
Any seemingly perfect system must have a weak link. What I have to do is to find it and then tear open a hole.
His eyes were finally fixed on several seemingly insignificant tax audit reports and the financial flows of several subsidiaries that had close financial transactions with the Zhao Group.
Fatal doubts keep popping up like mushrooms after rain. False reporting of profits, unfair pricing of related transactions, concealment of income.
These are common gray practices in business operations, and the Zhao family has apparently mastered them to perfection, thinking they are flawless.
Very good, the first knife is here.
Lin Haotian whispered to himself, a bone-chilling cold light flashing in his eyes.
At this moment, the encrypted satellite phone next to him vibrated slightly. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered the call. A voice that was processed by a voice changer but still revealed a calm and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, the number 1 energy core has completed preliminary debugging, and the basic living area module is expected to be put into use within 3 days. The framework of the intelligent defense matrix has been preliminarily built and is undergoing extreme pressure testing.
It is the team responsible for the construction of the secret base. Lin Haotian showed a look of satisfaction.
Very good. Safety is the top priority. All personnel and materials entering and leaving must undergo the most stringent review.
The progress can be slowed down appropriately, but there must be no mistakes.
Clear. After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian felt more confident.
The secret base was his strongest backing. Only when the rear was absolutely stable could he go to the front line without any scruples and fight the fierce tiger of the Zhao family. He took a deep breath, looked at the computer screen again, and began to personally draft an anonymous report with rigorous wording and a complete chain of evidence. Every word has been carefully considered, so as to attract the attention of the tax department while also hiding itself perfectly behind the scenes without leaving any trace.
Thanks to the deep understanding of legal provisions and financial rules given by quick learning, this report letter was written flawlessly, and its professionalism even surpassed that of many senior lawyers.
After finalizing the report word by word, Lin Haotian then accurately delivered this bombshell, which was enough to detonate the business community of Longting City, to the public reporting mailboxes of several core leaders of the tax inspection department through several layers of virtual private networks and military-grade encrypted mailboxes. After doing all this, Lin Haotian did not stop.
Taxes are only the first step. To injure the Zhao family, we need the cooperation of public opinion and a fatal blow from the capital market. He searched for a number in his address book that he hadn't contacted for a long time and dialed it. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? I'm Lin Haotian."
A slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Brother Lin? Oh, you are such a rare guest.
Thanks to your advice last time, my new energy project was revived.
I have been thinking about finding a chance to thank you." The speaker was Zhou Fuhai, a well-known wealthy businessman in Longting City.
In the early years, Lin Haotian had inadvertently given him some advice with his rudimentary financial sense, which helped him avoid a huge investment loss. Zhou Fuhai had always been grateful for this and regarded him as a close friend. Lin Haotian smiled faintly.
"Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. I called you today to ask for a small favor. Brother Lin, just say whatever you want. As long as I, old Zhou, can do it, there will be no objection."
Zhou Fuhai patted his chest and promised with a generous tone.
"It's not a big deal," Lin Haotian said calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
"Recently, I heard some rumors that the Zhao Group's capital chain seems to be a bit tight, and its internal management is also quite chaotic. Mr. Zhou, you have a wide network of contacts and are well informed. If you could inadvertently talk about these gossips in some appropriate occasions, such as Chamber of Commerce gatherings or private drinking parties, I think the market reaction would be very interesting." Zhou Fuhai was a smart man and immediately understood what Lin Haotian meant. This is to use him as a mouthpiece to discredit the Zhao Group in the circle and shake market confidence.
Although he didn't know what grudge Lin Haotian had with the Zhao family, Lin Haotian's kindness was there. Now he was just spreading some groundless news.
There was no risk for him, and he could also do Lin Haotian a favor.
Why not do it?
Being able to cause some trouble for the Zhao family, a giant that people usually have to look up to, is an indescribable excitement and pleasure for a businessman of his size.
Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll take care of this little thing. I guarantee that I'll do it perfectly and without anyone knowing." Zhou Fuhai lowered his voice, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou."
Lin Haotian hung up the phone, his eyes becoming more profound. The seeds of public opinion have been sown, and the next step is to wait for them to ferment. And he turned his attention to a more dangerous and more decisive battlefield: the stock market.
The Zhao Group has several listed companies under its umbrella.
Although the scale is huge, it is not invulnerable. Lin Haotian opened the professional stock analysis software and called up the K-line charts and detailed financial data of several core listed companies under the Zhao family. With the dual blessing of primary financial sense and quick learning, the complex data and curves in the eyes of ordinary people show extremely clear rules and context in his eyes.
Zhao's real estate is overly dependent on high leverage.
Several large projects have had poor cash flow recently, and cash flow pressure is huge. Zhao's pharmaceuticals, the proportion of R&D investment has been declining year by year, the core patent is about to expire, and there is a lack of follow-up products. Zhao Entertainment, its artists have been involved in scandals frequently, its brand image has been damaged, and several of its newly invested movies have performed poorly at the box office.
Lin Haotian accurately analyzed each weakness, as sharp as a scalpel.
"Very good, let's start with Zhao Real Estate." A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he began to mobilize the astronomical amount of funds in his bank account. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to use this astronomical amount of money to directly crash the market. That would make too much noise and the target would be too obvious, and he would easily be exposed. His plan was even more sinister and deadly. First, through dozens of secret overseas accounts, under the cover of negative public opinion and tax investigation rumors, like a lurking giant crocodile, he quietly absorbed enough short-selling chips. Then, when the time is right, they will detonate these landmines that have been buried long ago and deal a fatal blow to the Zhao family.
Time passes by every second.
At this moment, Lin Haotian was like a strategic commander who was in control of the overall situation. He calmly analyzed every piece of data scrolling on the screen and accurately deduced the chain reactions that might be triggered by each move. Sometimes he frowned, lost in thought. Sometimes he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing his confidence that everything was under control. The sky outside the window had changed from deep black to a hint of pale.
A new day is coming.
But for the Zhao family, this may be the beginning of a nightmare.
2 days later,
an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the business community of Longting City. First, some rumors were quietly circulated in some high-end private clubs and Chamber of Commerce circles.
Have you heard?
The Zhao Group seems to be being targeted by the tax department.
It is said that many problems have been found. Is this true? The Zhao family is so big, who dares to touch them easily? It's hard to say.
I heard the evidence is irrefutable this time, and the higher-ups seem determined to conduct a thorough investigation. These seemingly casual whispers, under the clever operation of people like Zhou Fuhai, spread rapidly among the upper circles of Longting City like a virus with wings. Although there has been no official confirmation, it is enough to make those capital tycoons with a keen sense of smell secretly alert. Soon after, some negative analysis articles targeting the industries under the Zhao Group began to appear on some financial self-media and online forums. Although these articles did not directly point out that the Zhao family was in big trouble, the pessimistic predictions and deep doubts about the prospects of some of Zhao's industries between the lines have already caused an uproar on the internet, causing countless retail investors to panic and talk about it.
The most direct reaction comes from the capital market.
After being stable for several consecutive days, the stocks of several listed companies under the Zhao Group suddenly began to fall slightly and continuously. Although the decline was not large, the trading volume was quietly increasing, indicating that some funds were secretly leaving the market. In the center of Longting City, on the top floor of the Zhao Group headquarters building, the president's office. Zhao Mingyuan slammed the financial newspaper in his hand onto the mahogany desk with a loud bang, his face so gloomy that water could almost be wrung out of it.
Useless. They are all a bunch of useless.
He picked up the phone and yelled at the PR manager on the other end.
Are you all dead for those rumors in the market? Why don't you clarify them? Why don't you suppress them?
Mr. Zhao, we have tried our best, but the source of the information is very hidden, and the tax department did send people to our subsidiary for routine inspections.
The public relations manager's voice was trembling and full of fear. Routine inspection?
Zhao Mingyuan sneered, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I think it's Xiang Zhuang dancing with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong.
He keenly felt that there must be an invisible black hand behind the scenes manipulating everything. Who could it be? That little bastard Lin Haotian? Impossible. He was just a clinic owner. Even if he was lucky enough to have some adventures, it was impossible for him to mobilize such energy and stir up such a storm in such a short time. But apart from him, Zhao Mingyuan racked his brains and couldn't think of anyone else who would be so deliberate in targeting the Zhao family and use such sophisticated means. Investigate it for me. Find out who is behind this at all costs.
Zhao Mingyuan roared into the phone, his voice distorted with anger.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Lin Haotian leaned back in his chair leisurely, his eyes fixed on the green K line on the computer screen that represented Zhao's stock, which was slightly declining.
The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold and playful arc.
Zhao Mingyuan, can't you handle this little storm?
He chuckled softly, with a hint of cat and mouse teasing.
Don't be impatient, the good show has just begun.
His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his eyes gleaming with a gleam of strategic planning.
The tax investigation is just an appetizer, and public pressure is just a supplement. The real killer move is still to come.
He watched the stock price jumping on the screen, as if watching prey step into the trap he had carefully set step by step. I'm afraid the Zhao family's good days are coming to an end. The cold light in Lin Haotian's eyes flashed away, and was replaced by a hunter-like anticipation and excitement for the coming storm. A siege against the Zhao business empire has already begun.
Chapter 22, Thunderous. The Zhao Group is about to collapse. Longting City, early morning.
The Zhao Group's headquarters building no longer has the glory of the past, but is now shrouded in an invisible haze. The harsh sound of brakes broke the tranquility of the early morning. Several black official cars, with the words Taxation and Industry and Commerce printed on their bodies, suddenly stopped in front of the Zhao Group headquarters like sharp swords drawn from their sheaths. The car doors opened in unison, and a group of staff members in neat uniforms and stern expressions quickly got out of the cars with a clear goal to head straight for the main entrance of the building.
Stop! Who are you?
This is the Zhao Group, no one is allowed to enter without an appointment. Seeing that the situation was not good, several security guards stepped forward and tried to stop them. The middle-aged man with a square face who was in the lead had eyes as sharp as an eagle. Just a cold glance from him made the security guards tremble in their hearts. He directly showed a document with a bright red national seal, and said in a cold voice,
Taxation and Industry and Commerce Joint Investigation Team.
Under orders to thoroughly investigate the Zhao Group. Anyone who dares to stop us will be charged with obstruction of public service. The 4 words obstructing public service were like a huge mountain pressing down on them. The security guards' faces turned pale and they dared not say anything else. They just made way in a hurry. The investigation team marched straight in as if they were in an empty space. Inside the hall, Zhao's employees were frightened out of their wits by the sudden scene. They stood there in a daze, their voices filled with uncontrollable panic.
Something big has happened. Something big has definitely happened.
The tax and industrial and commercial officials are here, this scene is over. The investigation team went straight to the top floor, where Zhao Mingyuan's luxurious office was located.
The finance department, the legal department, and all the executive offices, seal them all off.
The head of the investigation team spoke calmly, but with the power of life and death. All accounts, contracts, and computers, leave nothing behind, take them all away. The investigators behind him acted upon hearing the order, and pounced on various departments like wolves and tigers.
Their movements were professional and swift, without any delay. Who are you? How dare you act so wildly in the Zhao Group?
A department manager who usually relied on his superiors for power jumped out and shouted in a timid manner. The investigator didn't even bother to look at him, and slammed the search warrant in his face.
Say one more word and you'll be taken away too.
The manager shuddered with fear, his face turned pale in an instant, and he shut his mouth obediently.
In an instant, the Zhao Group's headquarters was completely paralyzed. Next to the shredder, documents that had not been destroyed in time were picked up one by one.
The computer host was forcibly powered off and the hard drive was directly removed.
The sturdy safe is like paper in front of professional tools. The account books recording the crimes were quickly sealed and put into conspicuous evidence bags. Bang! Bang!
After a few muffled sounds, the doors of each office were sealed with glaring white seals. At the same time, well-informed reporters swarmed in from all directions like hungry wolves smelling blood.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
In this tense atmosphere, the flashlights flashed at an extremely fast frequency, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the surroundings, as if turning this space into daylight. The light roamed freely in every corner, mercilessly exposing the expressions and movements of everyone at the scene. Looking at the senior executives of Zhao Corporation, their faces were filled with fear and despair, as if they had lost their most important support.
It was truly like losing one's parents. Their usual dignity and composure had long since disappeared, replaced by pale faces, wide eyes, and slightly trembling lips.
They shrank under the flash, trying to avoid the ruthless exposure. Look at those ordinary employees, each of them is at a loss, with confusion and helplessness in their eyes. They either stood still, their hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of their clothes, or whispered to each other, but dared not make too much noise, their faces filled with panic and worry. In sharp contrast are the investigators, who are dressed in serious uniforms, have stern expressions, and every movement they make is clean and neat, with unquestionable authority. Breaking news: Zhao Group's headquarters was raided by the Taxation and Industry and Commerce departments.
Suspected of huge tax evasion.
Live, on-site report: many senior executives of Zhao Group were controlled and employees were in panic. Stock market news: Zhao's stocks all collapsed.
Zhao South Real Estate hit the limit down at the opening. Zhao's Pharmaceutical plummeted 15%. Zhao's Entertainment's stock price was cut in half. Shocking bright red numbers rolled wildly on major financial channels and stock software, like the blood flowing from the Zhao Group. This is the first fire that Lin Haotian lit with his own hands, and it's burning. The top floor of Zhao Group, the chairman's office.
Zhao Chongshan was holding a cup of top-quality Dahongpo and resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the office door was flung open and the secretary rushed in, her voice trembling.
Chairman. Chairman. No. It's bad. There are so many people downstairs. There are people from the tax department and the industrial and commercial department. Bang!
Zhao Chongshan's hand shook, and the purple clay teapot worth $1 million fell to the ground and broke into pieces.
What?
Zhao Chongshan's eyes widened, and anger rushed straight to his head. He pushed his secretary aside and rushed to the huge French window. He saw that the downstairs was dark and the flashlights of the reporters were hurting his eyes.
You bastard! You're rebelling! You're really rebelling!
Zhao Chongshan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He, Zhao Chongshan, had been able to call the shots in Longting City for decades, but when had he ever suffered such a loss?
Right now!
Call an emergency meeting, he yelled at his secretary. In the conference room, the few remaining executives of the Zhao Group and core members of the Zhao family all looked ashen. Zhao Chongshan sat in the main seat, his face as black as the bottom of a pot.
Investigate! Investigate thoroughly! Who is stabbing us in the back?
He slapped the mahogany conference table with a deafening noise.
Dad,
I've asked around, a nephew of the Zhao family said in a trembling voice. This operation is of a very high level. It's said to be a death order issued directly from above. Zhao Chongshan suppressed the anger that was about to burst out, grabbed the red confidential phone on the table, and began to frantically call his backers who he treated as brothers and who could have a say at critical moments.
First, shut down the computer. Second, the line is busy.
The third one was connected, but the other party just coughed twice. Old Zhao, the situation over there is a bit tense, and it's not very convenient for me recently. You take care of yourself.
After that, he hung up.
A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and Zhao Chongshan's knuckles turned white from the pinching of his hands that held the microphone. Those guys who used to bow and scrape to him, and wanted to lick his ass, now all avoided him as if he were the plague.
Someone who should not be provoked?
Zhao Chongshan put down the phone in despair, his head buzzing.
Who on earth is it?
Who on earth has such great power that the entire Longting City, no, even people at a higher level, would avoid the Zhao family as much as possible? He racked his brains but couldn't figure out when he had offended such a deity. At this moment, the financial director rushed in, tumbling and crawling.
Chairman! It's over. The bank suddenly withdrew the loan. All our loans have been frozen. All suppliers have stopped supplying us and demanded that we settle all outstanding debts immediately. Otherwise, we will sue.
Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Chongshan's heart hard. He only felt stars in front of his eyes, his throat felt sweet, and with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out.
Dad! Chairman!
Amidst heart-wrenching screams, Zhao Chongshan's eyes went dark and he fell backwards, unconscious.
Hospital, outside the emergency room.
Zhao Mingyuan sat on the cold bench like a dead dog with its tendons pulled out, his eyes lifeless and his mind a mess. A few days ago, he was still the arrogant and extravagant young Master Zhao, still planning how to kill that loser Lin Haotian and how to get that girl from the Su family. But now his father's life or death is uncertain, and his Zhao family is about to collapse.
Zhao Mingyuan.
You are a beast who is always causing trouble but not being able to do anything good. A white-haired uncle was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Zhao Mingyuan's nose and cursed, "If it weren't for you, a little bastard, causing trouble everywhere, how could my Zhao family's century-old foundation have fallen to this point today?
How dare you sit here? Let me ask you, did you offend a man named Lin Haotian for a woman of questionable character? And you even threatened to kill him? Ha!" Another uncle was so furious that he spit on Zhao Mingyuan's face.
Zhao Mingyuan was scolded so badly that his face turned pale as paper, his lips trembled, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
I didn't, it's not.
He wanted to say no, but that name Lin Haotian was like a spell, circling wildly in his mind.
Could it really be that piece of trash? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a stinky delivery boy have such great power? But if it wasn't him, then who was it?
The huge fear was like a cold poisonous snake, tightly wrapping around his heart and almost suffocating him. He no longer had the arrogance of the past, and was left with only endless regret and fear that penetrated deep into his bones.
Plop!
Zhao Mingyuan felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His body, which had been sitting steadily on the bench, instantly lost all strength.
His legs softened uncontrollably, as if there were no bones supporting his knees.
With a plop, he collapsed to the ground, lying there in a crooked position, like a puddle of mud that could not be lifted up against the wall no matter how hard he tried. The light in his eyes disappeared instantly, leaving only a void, as if his soul had been taken away. His mouth was slightly open, but he could not make a sound. He just stared blankly ahead, completely dumbfounded. He's finished. The Zhao family is finished too. At the same time, in the south of the city, in Lin Haotian's private villa, there was a leisurely atmosphere. Wang Dali was holding a basket of country eggs, and was sitting on the expensive leather sofa, looking a little helpless. Thanks to Lin Haotian, his father's illness had basically recovered, and he came to his house today to express his gratitude.
Lin, brother Lin, my father asked me to send you some country eggs.
They are not worth much, but they are just a token of my appreciation. Wang Dali scratched his head and smiled naively.
Lin Haotian took the basket and smiled calmly. Brother Dali, you are too polite. It's just a small favor.
He pointed to the huge LCD TV in the villa, which was playing the news about the Zhao Group's stock price collapse and its headquarters being sealed off in a loop.
The financial anchor's voice was trembling. It's completely healed.
The doctors said it was a miracle.
Brother Lin, you are our family's great benefactor.
Wang Dali was so excited that his face turned red. Then he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, by the way, Brother Lin, have you heard?
That Zhao family, something big happened to the Zhao family.
He repeated in an exaggerated manner the unconfirmed gossip he had heard on the road and the reports he had just seen in the news. His tone was full of disbelief, and he paused after every sentence, as if he was trying to digest what he had said. At the same time, there was a hint of imperceptible bloating, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he occasionally let out a slight sneer.
The Zhao family? Lin Haotian raised his lips in a cold arc. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are punished with evil.
It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. The Zhao family has done so many bad things on a daily basis, and they deserve what has happened today.
The screen just happened to show the miserable scene of Zhao Mingyuan collapsing in the hospital corridor.
His face, which was once full of arrogance, now showed only fear and despair. Lin Haotian took a sip of the fragrant tea, a hint of pleasure of revenge flashing in his eyes.
Zhao Mingyuan, this is just the beginning. I will make you pay back 1,000 times, 10,000 times what you did to me. The show has just begun.
Outside the intensive care unit in the hospital, there was deathly silence.
Zhao Mingyuan's mother, the noble lady who usually wore jewels and was domineering, now had her hair disheveled and her makeup ruined by crying. She grabbed the arm of an elder of the Zhao family like a mad woman and wailed hoarsely.
Uncle San, please think of a solution quickly. If Chongshan, if anything happens to him, our Zhao family will be completely finished. The Zhao family members around were also in gloom and sighing. The entire Zhao business empire was already in turmoil and on the verge of bankruptcy. Suddenly, Zhao's mother seemed to have grasped the last straw and rushed to Zhao Mingyuan, grabbing his hand tightly, with despair and a hint of crazy hope in her eyes.
Mingyuan, tell me the truth. Is all this because you offended that Lin Haotian? Is it him who did it?
Zhao Mingyuan's whole body froze, his face turned pale, and he couldn't utter a word.
Mingyuan, my son. Mother Zhao cried loudly. Now, only he can save our Zhao family. Go and beg him. Go and kowtow to him. Work like a slave for him. As long as he is willing to show mercy and let our Zhao family live, I will kneel down for you. Asking for help from Lin Haotian?
This name, this existence that they regarded as an ant that could be crushed to death at will not long ago, has now become the sword of Damocles hanging over the Zhao family's head, and has also become their only, life-saving straw? Absurd, yet extremely realistic.
Chapter 23. Kneel down and beg for mercy.
Zhao Mingyuan loses face and pays a huge price.
Hospital, outside the intensive care unit. Deathly silence. Suffocating deathly silence.
Zhao Mingyuan's mother, the once elegant and graceful woman, now sat on a cold bench like a puddle of mud, her eyes red and swollen, with tear marks streaking across them, and she kept repeating desperate mutterings, "It's over.
It's all over."
Zhao Mingyuan was like a walking corpse with his soul sucked out. He stared at the ground with dull eyes and turned a deaf ear to his mother's cries. Several elders of the Zhao family gathered together, all of them looked pale and gloomy. The once glorious Zhao group is now on the verge of collapse, and it will completely collapse if it is hit by the last straw.
At this point, there is only one way.
The third uncle, a gray-haired man who was highly respected in the Zhao family, spoke in a hoarse voice, breaking the silence.
Everyone looked at him.
The third uncle's gaze was like two cold arrows, shooting straight at Zhao Mingyuan, who was slumped on the ground, his tone filled with unquestionable determination.
Mingyuan. Listen. Now is not the time to talk about face and backbone. For the Zhao family, for your father who is still in prison and his life is uncertain, you must go and ask that person for help. Ask Lin Haotian. Go kowtow to him. Go and admit your mistakes to him. No matter what conditions he puts forward, agree to them.
As long as it can preserve the bloodline of our Zhao family and preserve the vitality of our Zhao family, you have to go even if it costs your life. Hearing this, Zhao's mother seemed to have grasped the last straw. She suddenly rushed over from the bench and grabbed Zhao Mingyuan's arm tightly, her nails digging deep into his flesh.
Mingyuan. Did you hear that? Your third uncle is right. Only Lin Haotian can save us. Go and beg him. Mom kneels down for you. Please save the Zhao family. Save your dad.
Zhao Mingyuan's whole body trembled violently and he raised his head abruptly. His eyes were as big as copper bells and filled with dense bloodshot veins, like a crisscrossing red spiderweb.
The bloodshot was filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness, like a volcano about to erupt. The suppressed anger could burst out at any time. The humiliation and unwillingness were like sharp daggers, piercing his heart. Ask him to beg that loser? The one he once regarded as an ant who could be crushed to death at will, Lin Haotian? And even kowtow to him?
This is more painful than killing him. But looking at his mother's pleading eyes, listening to the heavy sighs of the elders, and feeling the despair weighing down on the entire family, the little bit of pitiful pride in Zhao Mingyuan's heart was crushed in an instant.
He knew he had no choice. The Zhao family has reached the end of their rope. Okay. I'll go.
Zhao Mingyuan squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his voice as hoarse as an old bellows.
The Zhao family used all the connections they could and tried every possible way to contact Lin Haotian. However, Lin Haotian didn't give them any chance at all.
The phone was not answered, the messages were not replied, and the people sent couldn't even enter the door of Lin Haotian's villa, and were driven out by Wang Dali with a cold face. The Zhao family was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they were helpless. At this moment, all the members of the Zhao family were as anxious as ants placed on a hot fire and crawling around in a pot. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety and uneasiness, but they really couldn't think of any solution.
They could only worry and were completely helpless.
Just when they were about to despair, Zhao's mother suddenly thought of a person, Mr. Lu. The wealthy businessman who had sought help from Lin Haotian because his mother was seriously ill, and finally got what he wanted.
Hurry! Contact Mr. Lu.
Ask him to help pass the message. Mother Zhao ordered urgently, as if she had grasped a glimmer of hope. When Mr. Lu received the call from the Zhao family, he was in his office watching the news about the collapse of the Zhao group with lingering fear. He already had a deep understanding of Lin Haotian's power, and at this moment he was in awe of it to the extreme. When Mr. Lu heard that the Zhao family wanted him to be a middleman to plead with Lin Haotian, his scalp went numb and he subconsciously wanted to refuse. But the conditions offered by the Zhao family were too generous, and their attitude was extremely humble, almost begging with tears in their eyes. Mr. Lu hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed reluctantly. He took a deep breath and dialed Wang Dali's number. At that time, Lin Haotian was sitting on the terrace of his villa, leisurely sipping tea and admiring the clear sky after the rain outside the window.
Wang Dali respectfully conveyed Mr. Lu's purpose of visit.
Lin Haotian's lips curled up in an icy arc, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes.
Want to reconcile?
He put down the teacup, his voice calm but with an unquestionable majesty. Okay. When Mr. Lu heard the yes over the phone, he felt a little relieved, but what Lin Haotian said next made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Tell the Zhao family that there are two conditions.
Lin Haotian's voice came clearly into Mr. Lu's ears through the receiver. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. First, Zhao Mingyuan must go to Hentang Revolving Restaurant and kowtow to me in public today to apologize for the way he humiliated me in public before. I want all the media in Longting City to come and witness this. I want him to lose face and never stand up again. Second, compensation.
Compensation for mental damage, reputation damage, and the shock I suffered during this period.
A total of 10 billion. In cash. If you pay 1 cent less, the Zhao family can completely disappear from Longting City. Hiss.
Mr. Lu took a deep breath and almost dropped the phone in his hand.
10 billion.
Zhao Mingyuan is also required to kowtow and apologize publicly in the Hentang revolving restaurant.
This is to destroy the Zhao family and trample Zhao Mingyuan's face to death.
Mr. Liu felt cold sweat on his back. He could almost imagine the expressions of the Zhao family when they heard these two conditions.
Zhao family meeting room.
When Mr. Liu conveyed Lin Haotian's conditions exactly as they were with a trembling voice, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence.
You can hear a pin drop.
Zhao Mingyuan suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes were red, veins popped out on his forehead, and he roared hysterically like a trapped beast that was completely enraged.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 10 billion. Why doesn't he just go and rob it? And he wants me to kowtow to him at the Hentang revolving restaurant? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Even if I, Zhao Mingyuan, die, I will never suffer such a great humiliation. Bang!
A crisp slap was heard.
Mother Zhao, with tears in her eyes, slapped Zhao Mingyuan hard on the face and cried hoarsely, "You bastard! Wake up! Is this the time for you to be so dignified? The Zhao family is finished. Your father is still in the hospital. What else do you want?
10 billion, we'll sell everything we have to get it together.
You have to kowtow to me.
If you don't, I will die in front of you," Mother Zhao said, and was about to bang her head against the wall.
Mom!
Zhao Mingyuan was shocked and quickly hugged his mother tightly.
Several elders of the clan also burst into tears and spoke one after another. Mingyuan, third uncle begs you.
For the sake of the Zhao family, please bear with me for once.
A real man can bend and stretch. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood.
As long as the Zhao family is still there, you will have a chance to make a comeback in the future.
But if the Zhao family is gone, you will have nothing. Every plea and every word of consolation was like a blunt knife cutting into Zhao Mingyuan's heart.
He looked at his mother's desperate and crazy eyes, listened to the heart-wrenching cries of his tribesmen, and felt the suffocating family responsibility. Finally, Zhao Mingyuan's shoulders collapsed, as if all the strength in his body had been drained.
He collapsed on the chair, his eyes dull, and muttered, "Okay. I'll go. I'll knock."
Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his bones, filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness.
3 days later, Hentang revolving restaurant.
It was once the most luxurious den in Longting City, but today it has a strange atmosphere. The Zhao family spent a huge sum of money to book the restaurant, but reporters from all walks of life who heard the news surrounded the place, with their cameras pointed at the most conspicuous position in the center of the restaurant. There was only a simple dining table. Lin Haotian was dressed in casual clothes, sitting leisurely in the main seat, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him. Beside him, Wang Dali stood solemnly like an iron tower, scanning the entire audience with a cold gaze.
Time passes by every second.
There was a commotion at the restaurant entrance. Under the focus of countless flashes, Zhao Mingyuan appeared. He was wearing a priceless custom-made suit and his hair was combed meticulously, but his face, which was once full of arrogance and pride, was now as pale as paper without a trace of blood. His eyes were evasive, his steps were unsteady, and every step felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. In the crowd, some familiar faces were looking at him with strange eyes. Those were all his former friends. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and a hint of undisguised gloating and contempt. Zhao Mingyuan felt those dazzling gazes and felt a burning sensation on his face.
He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He moved in front of Lin Haotian with difficulty. His throat was dry and even breathing was painful. Lin Haotian didn't even look up at him. He just slowly picked up the premium Longjing tea in front of him and took a sip. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he was enjoying a farce that had nothing to do with him. Zhao Mingyuan took a deep breath, and then another deep breath, his chest heaving violently. The humiliation, anger, and fear in his heart hit his reason like a surging sea. He knew that after this kneeling, his life would be completely over. He will become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Longting City. But he had no choice. Plop! A muffled sound was particularly clear in the silent restaurant. Zhao Mingyuan fell heavily to his knees on the cold, hard floor. The pain from his knees hitting the ground was far less than the torment and despair he felt in his heart at this moment. What followed was an even more humiliating kowtow. Boom! 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 3 kowtows, each one using all his strength, and his forehead made a dull sound when it hit the ground. Zhao Mingyuan lowered his head, his voice was hoarse, with unconcealed trembling and crying. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I took advantage of others' power. I shouldn't have offended you. Please be magnanimous and spare our Zhao family this time. Tears of humiliation slid uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, dripping onto the cold floor, splashing small water droplets.
The entire restaurant was in complete silence.
There were only the sound of click of the flashlights, flashing wildly like a dense rainstorm, freezing the scene of Zhao Mingyuan in such a miserable state and without any dignity forever. All the reporters went crazy. This was definitely the most explosive news in Longting City this year, no, in the past decade. The eldest son of the Zhao family knelt down and kowtowed for mercy in public. This title is exciting just thinking about it. Lin Haotian finally put down the teacup slowly, his eyes calmly falling on Zhao Mingyuan, who was crawling on the ground. His eyes were so indifferent, as if he was looking at a humble ant. He opened his thin lips slightly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. After a pause, he looked at Zhao Mingyuan's face, which was twisted by humiliation, and gave a cold warning in his tone. Young Master Zhao, I hope you remember today's lesson. There are some people that you and your Zhao family can never afford to offend. After saying that, Lin Haotian stood up, without even looking at Zhao Mingyuan, and left calmly under the protection of Wang Dali. Only Zhao Mingyuan was left, like a dead dog with its spine removed, kneeling on the ground, allowing countless cameras to be pointed at him, allowing those mocking, contemptuous, and gloating eyes to devour him. At this moment, he lost all face and dignity. The third day after the apology ceremony. Inside Lin Haotian's private villa. Bite. A crisp text message alert sound broke the tranquility of the early morning. Lin Haotian picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. A message from the bank is clearly displayed in front of me. Longting Bank. Dear Mr. Lin Haotian, your account number ending in XXXX was credited with 10 billion renminbi at 9:18 on XXXXXX. The current available balance in your account is 10,035,271 renminbi and 58 cents. 10 billion. Not a penny less. Looking at the astonishing number, Lin Haotian's mouth curled up slightly. The Zhao family's efficiency is quite good. The Zhao family is just a stepping stone on my road to rise. What's next is the real show. Lin Haotian put down his phone, looking out the window with deep eyes. He already had a clear plan in his mind. The site selection and material procurement for the secret base can now be officially started. My own strength also needs to be improved as soon as possible. That mysterious jade pendant may bring me a surprise. And Li Ruoshi. I should go check on her too. There are some accounts that need to be settled. Lin Haotian picked up the phone and called Wang Dali. Dali, get ready. We are going to purchase a batch of special building materials. On the other end of the phone, Wang Dali's excited and respectful voice came. Okay, brother Lin. I promise to get it done. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto Lin Haotian's young and resolute face. He knows that an era that belongs to him has just begun. Chapter 24, The Dragon Lurks in the Abyss. The secret base is revealed, and loyalty, bravery and strength are rewarded. Having solved the Zhao family's overconfident trouble, Lin Haotian felt relieved. The arrival of 10 billion yuan was like injecting the most powerful fuel into his grand blueprint. He did not delay in the city, but drove directly to a secret place that had been selected long ago on the outskirts of Longting City. This used to be an abandoned old factory, covering a large area, surrounded by weeds and few people. But in just a few days, this place has been turned upside down. The towering wall rises from the ground. It is solid and heavy, as if it separates two different worlds. The surface of the wall is evenly covered with a layer of reflective coating, which has been processed with fine craftsmanship. Under the strong sunlight, it reflects a cold light, which is like an ice blade, making people shudder. The walls are densely covered with high-definition cameras and infrared sensors, which are cleverly installed at various locations on the walls, achieving 360-degree surveillance without blind spots, not missing any movement in the surroundings, and any slight abnormality can be detected by them at the first time. Leading to the interior is an extremely thick alloy door, which is strong enough to withstand the impact of a small explosion. Without internal authorization, ordinary vehicles have no chance to get close. Brother Lin, you are here. As soon as Lin Haotian got off the car, a familiar figure hurried towards him. Wang Dali. After not seeing him for a few days, Wang Dali looked refreshed, and the clouds of worry on his face were gone, replaced by a sense of relief and gratitude from the bottom of his heart.
With the help of funds and connections provided by Lin Haotian, his father's illness had received the best treatment and he was recovering rapidly.
At this moment, Wang Dali looked at Lin Haotian with eyes filled with indescribable admiration and fanaticism. Well, take me to see it. Lin Haotian nodded with a calm tone. Okay. Wang Dali rubbed his hands excitedly and led the way.
The extremely heavy alloy door went through an extremely complex verification process, from fingerprint recognition, iris scanning to password input. As the verification information was passed one by one, the indicator light next to the door turned from red to green, and the giant door slid open slowly and silently, like a silent guardian quietly making way, gradually revealing the mysterious scene inside. The first thing that caught my eye was an open hardened field that could accommodate dozens of cars. At the edge of the field, rows of new buildings rose from the ground, full of modern industrial style and a hint of solemnity. Brother Lin, according to your instructions, this is Area 1, which has been initially renovated. Wang Dali pointed to the surroundings and introduced proudly, the outer defense system has been fully activated, and the monitoring center is manned 24 hours a day. All personnel and materials entering and leaving must undergo the most stringent inspection. Lin Haotian nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the camera's flashing red dots, feeling satisfied. The secret base transformation permission awarded by the system was indeed extraordinary. With sufficient funds, a prototype of this scale could be created in a short period of time. He stepped inside. Building number 1 is a comprehensive office and living area. The ground floor is a spacious and bright reception hall and several well-equipped duty rooms.
Wang Dali's duty room has an excellent view.
It not only has a comfortable bed and a private bathroom, but also a complete set of the latest computers.
Brother Lin, this is great.
I never dreamed that there would be such a place.
Wang Dali looked at his duty room and was so excited that he was a little incoherent. This is not a duty room, it is even more comfortable than a single room in a 5-star hotel.
Lin Haotian patted his shoulder and said, from now on, this will be your command post. The daily security and initial management of the base will be handed over to you.
Wang Dali's body shook violently when he heard this.
A light of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and then turned into incomparable determination. He knelt on one knee with a thump, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement.
Brother Lin, I, Wang Dali, will never be able to repay you for your kindness in this lifetime. From now on, my life belongs to you. As long as you say a word, I, Wang Dali, will never frown even at the sight of mountains of swords and seas of fire. Get up.
Lin Haotian helped him up, I believe you. Just 3 short words made Wang Dali's eyes warm up, and his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. A man will die for his friend.
Lin Haotian continued his inspection.
The core area of the base is well planned. The huge indoor training ground has taken shape, with professional cushioning materials covering the ground and various basic training equipment lined up against the walls.
Next to it is a weapons depot that is being renovated. Although it is currently empty, its solid structure and strict security indicate its future importance.
What Lin Haotian was most satisfied with was his exclusive area, a training room and study room on the top floor with a wide view and simple but stylish decoration. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one could have a panoramic view of the entire base. Inside, rows of bookshelves have been customized, waiting to be filled with various precious books. In the center, there is an area paved with special stones, which faintly emit a strange energy fluctuation, and is obviously specially prepared for cultivation.
Not bad.
Lin Haotian stood in front of the French window, overlooking the base that had begun to take shape, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This would be an important fulcrum for his future rise, an absolutely safe and private nest.
After completing the inspection, Lin Haotian turned his gaze to Wang Dali beside him.
He could see that Wang Dali was physically fit and had a good foundation after years of hard work. What was even more rare was that he was loyal to him and was a right-hand man worth cultivating.
Dali, how is your father's recovery going? Lin Haotian asked casually. Thanks to Brother Lin, my dad has recovered very well. The doctors said it was a miracle.
He will be discharged from the hospital soon. Wang Dali was grateful and answered in a loud voice, Brother Lin, I'm so grateful for this favor.
Lin Haotian waved his hand and interrupted him, I see your loyalty to me.
Since you are willing to follow me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. He paused, his eyes becoming deeper. I see that you have good muscles and bones, and you are a good material for martial arts training.
I have a set of simple bodybuilding methods here.
Although simple, if you persist, it can also make you reborn and have strength far beyond that of ordinary people.
Are you willing to learn? Upon hearing this, Wang Dali's eyes instantly widened and his breathing became rapid. Bodybuilding method? Rebirth? Power far beyond that of ordinary people? This is simply something from a legend.
Without hesitation, he fell to his knees again with a thump. This time, he knelt on both knees and his forehead hit the cold floor heavily, making a dull bang sound.
Brother Lin. I am willing. I, Wang Dali, am willing to learn.
Please help me, Brother Lin. His voice was hoarse due to extreme excitement, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. He knew that this was definitely the greatest opportunity in his life. Lin Haotian smiled slightly, and an invisible force lifted Wang Dali up. Okay, this set of skills is called Basic Bodybuilding Technique. It has 9 moves in total.
It's easy to learn but hard to master. The key is persistence.
Lin Haotian said slowly, I'm going to teach you the first move now.
Watch carefully.
As he spoke, Lin Haotian took a deep breath and slowly stretched his body with a strange rhythm. His movements seemed simple, but they contained an indescribable strength and beauty, as if he had merged with the surrounding world.
Wang Dali widened his eyes, staring at Lin Haotian's every move without blinking, trying to imprint it deeply in his mind.
After a stick of incense, Lin Haotian finished his practice and stood up, breathing a long breath.
How much did you remember?
Wang Dali scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Lin, your movements are too abstruse.
I only remember the general idea.
Lin Haotian was not surprised. Although he had simplified this basic bodybuilding technique, it was still profound to ordinary people.
He practiced it again patiently and corrected Wang Dali's movements one by one.
Although Wang Dali was simple and honest, he was willing to work hard, and he had an almost blind trust and admiration for Lin Haotian. Under Lin Haotian's personal guidance, he quickly mastered the essentials of the first move. Although the movements were still awkward, they were already in good shape.
Not bad, you have some understanding.
Lin Haotian nodded. Practice alone is not enough, you also need to use medicine to supplement it. He took out a few dried herbs with a faint medicinal fragrance from his small box and handed them to Wang Dali. These are bone-tempering grass and tendon-solidifying flower. Although they are only low-level herbs, they are very effective for beginners. After your daily practice, take a portion and soak it in hot water for a medicinal bath. It can help you remove hair and cleanse your marrow, and strengthen your tendons and bones. Wang Dali took the seemingly ordinary herbs with trembling hands, and felt that they were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Although he didn't understand pharmacology, he knew that the things that Brother Lin took out so solemnly must be extraordinary. Brother Lin. Wang Dali choked with sobs. Thousands of words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he only said one sentence, I, Wang Dali, will follow Brother Lin until death. Lin Haotian nodded slightly. Go ahead, there is a training room and a medicine bath specially prepared for you next to the base. Remember, only perseverance can lead to success.
Yes. Brother Lin.
Wang Dali tightly grasped the herbs, with fire burning in his eyes, and turned around and strode towards the practice room. Looking at Wang Dali's energetic back, Lin Haotian smiled.
Loyal subordinates are an indispensable part of the future business landscape.
And Wang Dali is the first cornerstone he built with his own hands. In the next few days, Lin Haotian guided Wang Dali in his cultivation while he dealt with another important matter, establishing his own company. He did not appear in person, but entrusted a top law firm to handle the matter on his behalf. Lin Haotian had already thought of the name of the company: Haotian Investment Company, Limited.
Simple and direct, yet it contains his endless ambition and aspirations.
This company was just an empty shell in the early days, but its registered capital was as high as 5 billion. This money was allocated from the Zhao family's compensation. This was not only to demonstrate strength, but also to pave the way for large-scale capital operations in the future. When the business license was handed to him, Lin Haotian only glanced at it and put it away. This was just the first step of a long journey.
It's late at night and everyone is asleep.
The lights were on in the study on the top floor of the secret base. Lin Haotian sat at his desk. The computer screen in front of him was rapidly refreshing financial information, technological frontiers, and various secret market trends from all over the world. With his photographic memory and super learning ability, he quickly screened, integrated, and analyzed a large amount of information in his mind. The financial sense given by the system made him like having a pair of eyes that could see into the future, and he could keenly capture the huge business opportunities hidden in the fog. Energy, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, these fields have a promising future. Lin Haotian muttered to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He knew that one person's energy was limited, and he needed more talents to turn the grand blueprint in his mind into reality. A CEO who can stand on his own 2 feet and is responsible for managing a growing business empire. A smart and capable legal team safeguards his career.
An experienced financial manager ensures the stability and efficient operation of the capital chain. Even more, scientific researchers and security experts are needed. It seems that it's time to recruit troops. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number obtained through a special channel, the country's top headhunting company. Just as Lin Haotian was thinking about how to build his own team of talents, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number, belonging to Longting City. Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Haotian?"
A female voice, slightly magnetic but unable to conceal her anxiety, came from the other end of the phone.
"This voice sounds familiar." "I am." Lin Haotian answered calmly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Li Ruoshi."
The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved.
"I'm sorry to bother you. It's like this. My grandfather, his health has been relapsing recently. I want you to come over and help me again. Is that okay?" "Li Ruoshi? Mr. Li?"
Lin Haotian remembered the head of the Li family who admired him very much.
"Okay."
Lin Haotian hesitated for a moment and agreed. The Li family has a deep foundation in Longting City, and it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Moreover, he also has a good impression of Mr. Li's demeanor and experience as a person who has been in a high position for a long time.
"Great. Thank you, Mr. Lin."
Li Ruoshi's voice was full of surprise and gratitude. Also, the day after tomorrow night, there will be a small antique appreciation exchange meeting at the Longting International Convention and Exhibition Center, and my grandfather has also been invited.
If you have time, why not go with us? Maybe we can find some interesting things. Antique appreciation exchange meeting?
Lin Haotian's heart moved. He remembered his mysterious jade pendant, which seemed to be related to ancient artifacts.
Perhaps, in such an occasion, there could be some unexpected discoveries?
"Okay, I'll go," Lin Haotian said lightly.
"That's great. I'll send you the specific time and place. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow."
Li Ruoshi's voice sounded more excited.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian looked at the deep night sky outside the window, with a meaningful smile on his lips. The dragon lurks in the abyss, waiting for the right opportunity.
And the situation seems to have begun to stir.
Chapter 25, The miraculous doctor shocked the Li family, and the icy president secretly fell in love. The next day, afternoon.
The suburbs of Longting, a top wealthy area.
A low-key black car drove in slowly.
Finally, the car stopped in front of a magnificent manor. The tall gatehouse has carved beams and painted buildings, and is guarded by 2 mighty stone lions. The heavy wrought iron gate opens, and a park-like scene comes into view: green grass, rockery, and flowing water, pavilions and towers, fully displaying the heritage of a century-old family.
This is the Longtung Li family. Lin Haotian got in the car. Li Ruoshi had been waiting at the door.
Today, she took off her business suit and put on a plain and elegant white dress, which made her look less cold and sharp than usual and more elegant and refined. However, there was still a hint of unremovable worry between those delicate brows.
"Mr. Lin, thank you for your help."
Li Ruoshi came forward with a polite tone, but there was a hint of anxiety in her eyes.
"It's just a piece of cake."
Lin Haotian looked calm, his eyes casually sweeping across the luxurious manor in front of him, without any ripples in his heart. In his eyes, a mansion of this level is just that.
"Please follow me."
Li Ruoshi suppressed her anxiety and led Lin Haotian inside. Enter the main house living room through the well-maintained front yard.
The living room is magnificent yet not vulgar, and exudes luxury in a low-key manner.
At this moment, there were already quite a few people sitting in the hall, with different expressions on their faces. In the main seat was Li Ruoshi's father, Li Jianguo, the chairman of the Li Group, who was about 50 years old, elegant and steady. Next to him was her mother, who was elegant and graceful. On both sides were the uncles and several young men of the Li family. Lin Haotian's appearance instantly attracted all attention. When they saw that the person Li Ruoshi brought in was such a young man with ordinary clothes, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion.
"Ruoshi, is this the divine Dr. Lin you mentioned?"
A shrewd-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke first.
He was Li Ruoshi's second uncle, Li Jianya.
He looked Lin Haotian up and down with sharp eyes, as if he was evaluating goods, and his tone was obviously scrutinizing.
Uncle, this is Mr. Lin Haotian. Li Ruoshi introduced in a firm tone. Mr. Lin is an excellent doctor. Grandpa's health improved last time, all thanks to Mr. Lin.
Oh? Li Jianya pushed his glasses and smiled. I heard that it was the consultation with divine Dr. Zhang from Beijing that stabilized the old man's condition.
This little brother Lin is so young, could he be even better than divine Dr. Zhang?
These words are questions on the surface, but are actually doubts in secret. The old man of the Li family is seriously ill, and the family members are in a state of panic. They don't want a kid of unknown origin to mess around. Li Ruoshi frowned slightly and was about to explain, but Lin Haotian smiled faintly. Whether he is a miracle doctor or can heal diseases, you will know after trying. There is no point in arguing with him.
He was calm, neither humble nor arrogant, as if he didn't take Li Jianya's doubts seriously at all.
This demeanor made Li Jianguo, who was sitting in the main seat, look at him a little more, with a strange look in his eyes.
Mr. Lin is right. Li Jianguo spoke in a deep voice, breaking the deadlock.
I'll trouble Mr. Lin to take care of my father's condition. Ruoshi, take Mr. Lin to see Grandpa.
Yes, Dad.
Li Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief and made a pleased gesture to Lin Haotian.
Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Lin Haotian followed Li Ruoshi and walked towards Mr. Li's ward on the second floor.
The ward was filled with a faint smell of medicine. Various advanced medical instruments were flashing data. On the hospital bed, Mr. Li had his eyes closed, his face was pale, and his breathing was weak. He looked even weaker than the last time Lin Haotian saw him. Grandpa has been in a coma since yesterday, and the doctor said the situation isn't good. Li Ruoshi's voice was choked with sobs, her eyes red. Lin Haotian walked to the bedside, his eyes fell on Mr. Li, and his eyebrows raised slightly. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently placed them on the old man's skinny wrist, then closed his eyes and concentrated. The room was dead silent, with only the slight beeping sound of medical equipment. Li Ruoshi looked at Lin Haotian nervously, her palms full of sweat. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to invite Lin Haotian again, but at this moment, Lin Haotian was her only hope. After a moment, Lin Haotian opened his eyes were as sharp as lightning. The old man's condition is indeed more serious than last time. He spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but every word was clear.
Then, is there still hope? Li Ruoshi asked anxiously.
The lesion is deeply hidden and has already damaged the root cause. Ordinary medicine can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause.
If we delay it any further, I'm afraid.
Lin Haotian hadn't finished speaking, but his meaning was clear.
Li Ruoshi's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the ward.
Li Jianguo, Li Jianya and others followed in, followed by an old man in a white coat with a solemn expression. Professor Wang, the Li family's exclusive medical consultant.
Brother Lin, how is the diagnosis?
Li Jianya still had that scrutinizing look on his face. Professor Wang also stepped forward. We have been monitoring the old man's condition.
All indicators show that it is a recurrence of old illnesses.
In addition, he is old and his functions are declining. Professor Wang, Lin Haotian interrupted him before he could finish. Excuse me, but your diagnosis only looks at the surface, not the inside.
Oh? Professor Wang frowned, quite dissatisfied with the young man's rudeness. I'd like to hear more details. Everyone in the Li family also looked at Lin Haotian, wanting to hear what he had to say. Lin Haotian stood with his hands behind his back.
His voice was not loud, but every word was as clear as stone. The old man served in the military in his early years and had many hidden injuries in his body. This was one of the causes. But what really caused his condition to take a turn for the worse and endanger his life was not as simple as a relapse of the old illness.
He paused, glanced at everyone, and said word by word.
It's because there is a stagnant death energy in the old man's body that has not been channeled and resolved in time. Instead, due to the stimulation of the drugs some time ago, it has accelerated the erosion of vitality.
What? Dead air?
When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Professor Wang's face suddenly changed, and he said sternly, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want."
What dead energy? It's nonsense.
We have checked with the most advanced equipment, and there is no abnormal energy reaction in the old man's body. Li Jianyi also snorted coldly. You are just trying to be mysterious.
I think you are just talking nonsense.
Li Ruoshi's heart was in her throat. Although she believed in Lin Haotian, the theory of dead air was too mysterious. Lin Haotian was not moved at all, and looked at Professor Wang calmly.
Instruments are dead, but people are alive. Just because instruments can't detect something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
The old man's eyebrows are dark, his brows are dark, and there is a faint smell of decay in his breath.
This is the appearance of being haunted by death.
If you don't believe me, Lin Haotian raised his confident smile, you can look carefully at the tip of the middle finger of the old man's right hand.
Is there an imperceptible black line that goes straight to the palm? Hearing this, everyone came to the bed in disbelief.
Li Ruoxi was the closest, and she carefully picked up her grandfather's skinny right hand and moved closer to examine it carefully.
The next second, her pupils suddenly shrank. Really?
On the tip of Mr. Li's middle finger on his right hand, there is a black line as thin as a hair.
If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Really, there really is a black line.
Li Ruoxi exclaimed in surprise, her pretty face full of disbelief. Li Jianguo and others also came forward, and after seeing clearly, they all gasped. Professor Wang's face was as pale as paper, with sweat dripping down his forehead. He has been practicing medicine for decades and claims to be experienced, but he has never seen such a strange disease, let alone this almost invisible black line.
This young man actually said it right away. How is this possible?
The sarcasm on Li Jianya's face had long disappeared, replaced by deep shock and a trace of unconcealable panic.
Lin Haotian looked calm, nothing is impossible.
This death energy has been lurking for a long time and is difficult to detect with ordinary means. Although the previous treatment temporarily suppressed the complications, it also stimulated the activity of the death energy, which is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst.
Accurate. So accurate. With just a few words, Lin Haotian analyzed the cause and root cause of the old man's illness clearly and accurately. Such vision. Such judgment. It's simply amazing.
The Li family members, who were full of suspicion before, now looked at Lin Haotian with completely changed eyes.
From contempt to shock, and then to this moment deep awe. Mr. Lin, then my father, can he still be saved? Li Jianguo's voice trembled and his tone was extremely earnest. There is hope.
Lin Haotian uttered two words, lightly and yet like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, instantly relaxing everyone's tense nerves. He paused and continued, however, acupuncture is required. Use gold needles to pass through the acupuncture points to force out the dead air, and then use medicine to regulate the body, so that it can be cured.
Golden needle acupuncture point?
When Professor Wang heard this, an extremely complex light flashed in his eyes. Traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture are profound and extensive, and those who can reach the level of golden needle crossing the acupoints are all national masters.
This young man in front of me, can he really do it? Mr. Lin, what do you need us to prepare?
Li Ruoxi asked hurriedly, her eyes full of trust and expectation. A set of silver needles, the thinner the better. Lin Haotian said. Soon, a brand new set of silver needles was delivered. Lin Haotian washed his hands and picked up a few silver needles as thin as cow hair from the needle box.
He took a deep breath. In an instant, the whole person's aura suddenly changed. His originally calm and indifferent eyes now became focused and sharp, as if the only things left in the world were the patient in front of him and the silver needle in his hand. He just shook his wrist slightly, and the silver needle seemed to come to life. With a barely perceptible sound of breaking through the air, it pierced into the major acupuncture points on Grandpa Li's body with incredible precision. The movements are smooth and flowing, graceful and elegant. It has the power of thunder and lightning, yet is as gentle as a spring breeze. Every move he makes is like a master. Li Ruoxi stood aside, staring at Lin Haotian with her beautiful eyes without blinking. She had never seen a person with such a focused and charming expression when doing something. Those deep eyes, that confident and calm demeanor, that miraculous needlework. Everything is deeply engraved in her heart. At this moment, the image of Lin Haotian in her mind was no longer that occasionally mysterious young man, but a peerless master who truly possessed the ability to know everything. A strange feeling, like spring rain, quietly grew and spread in her heart. The frozen lake of my heart quietly cracked open. As the silver needles were inserted one by one, a miracle happened. Mr. Li's originally gray complexion suddenly turned a healthy blush at a speed visible to the naked eye. The frown gradually relaxed. The weak breathing also becomes steady and strong. After about an incense stick of time, Lin Haotian began to sweat slightly on his forehead. He took back the last silver needle and breathed a sigh of relief. All right.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Lee on the hospital bed suddenly moved his eyelids and then slowly opened his eyes.
Where am I?
The old man murmured weakly, his eyes still a little confused.
Dad. You're awake. Grandfather.
Li Jianguo and Li Ruoxi were pleasantly surprised and quickly surrounded them. Mr. Li looked at his family and felt his own body. The feeling of heaviness and dead silence that penetrated deep into the bone marrow disappeared.
Instead, there is a long-lost sense of relaxation and warmth. I feel much better. I have more energy, Mr. Lee said in surprise.
Although his voice was hoarse, it was full of vitality. Professor Wang quickly stepped forward to check, and then an expression of incredible joy appeared on his face.
It's a miracle. This is a medical miracle.
The old man's vital signs are quickly returning to normal.
The damned death energy has really disappeared. Great. Great.
Everyone in the Li family cried with joy and were so excited that they couldn't be more excited.
Does Li Jianye still have any of his previous arrogance and doubt at this moment?
He rushed to Lin Haotian in 2 steps, with a flattering smile on his face, and spoke incoherently.
Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. I was blind and looked down on you before. I am sorry for offending you. Please be magnanimous and don't bear grudges against me.
Your medical skills are truly amazing.
Even if Hua Tuo were alive or Bien Ke were reborn, they would not be much better than you.
As he spoke, he actually wanted to bow to Lin Haotian, but Lin Haotian avoided him without leaving a trace. Lin Haotian's expression remained calm. It's just a small favor, you're welcome. With the help of Li Ruoxi, Mr. Li managed to sit up. He looked at Lin Haotian with burning eyes, his eyes full of gratitude and respect.
Little friend Lin. No. Divine Dr. Lin. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness.
If you hadn't helped me today, I would have lost my life. As he said this, he actually struggled to get out of bed and salute, but Lin Haotian quickly stopped him.
You are too serious, old man.
You have just recovered and need to rest.
Okay.
Mr. Li nodded repeatedly, his tone extremely cordial. Divine Dr. Lin, from now on, you are the most distinguished guest of my Li family.
If you need anything, just ask. My Li family will do its best to help you.
The longtime leader of the Li family, whose words were law, now showed deep respect and gratitude to Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian smiled slightly and said nothing more.
He knew that this action not only saved Mr. Li, but also won him a great favor from the Li family. Li Ruoxi stared at Lin Haotian, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. This man always creates jaw-dropping miracles inadvertently. The throbbing in her heart became clearer and clearer. Mr. Lin, Li Ruoxi walked to Lin Haotian, her voice much softer than before, with an unprecedented brilliance in her eyes. Thank you so much. She paused, as if mustering up her courage, and asked softly. By the way, the Antique Appreciation Exchange meeting I told you about before will be tomorrow night.
Do you still have time?
There was a hint of cautious inquiry and a hint of expectation that was hard to conceal in his voice.
Lin Haotian looked at her.
Her pretty face, which was usually as cold as ice, was now tinged with a faint blush, like a red lotus quietly blooming on the top of a snowy mountain, with a unique kind of breathtaking beauty. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Of course I have time.
Miss Li personally invited me, how can I not go?
Hearing Lin Haotian's affirmative answer, Li Ruoxi's eyes flashed with obvious joy, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. She lowered her head slightly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Then I will pick you up tomorrow night.
Good. The sunlight outside the window was shining brightly, shining on Li Ruoxi's smiling face and illuminating Lin Haotian's deep eyes. The dragon lurks in the abyss, and the wind and clouds are rising. And amidst all this, there seemed to be a hint of a different feeling that was quietly sprouting. Chapter 26, Check in at the Antique Exchange. Find treasures with divine eyes and pick up big bargains. As night falls, the lights come on brightly. A mysterious purple limited edition Aston Martin, like a phantom in the night, arrived silently at the gate of the community where Lin Haotian lived. The car window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. It was Li Ruoxi. Tonight, she wore a royal blue off-shoulder evening gown that seemed to be tailor-made for her, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Under the caress of the watery night, her snow-white skin became even more dazzling, as if hiding the full moonlight. Her temperament is noble and cold, just like an ice lotus quietly blooming in the dark night, cold and charming, exuding an irresistible charm. Mr. Lin, sorry to have kept you waiting. Li Ruoxi's voice was still clear,
but it seemed to have a subtle warmth than usual.
Mr. Li, you're welcome. Lin Haotian opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat.
A faint fragrance lingered around his nose. The sports car started smoothly and merged into the traffic flow quickly. Tonight's exchange meeting is held on the top floor of Longting International Convention and Exhibition Center.
It is the largest one of the year. Li Ruoxi introduced while driving. Many collectors and enthusiasts will be present, and there will be many exhibits.
Lin Haotian nodded, his eyes casually sweeping across the night scene passing by outside the window. He was not very interested in antiques, and this trip was purely to give Li Ruoxi face.
Half an hour later, the car arrived at the destination. The Longting International Convention and Exhibition Center is brightly lit and magnificent.
Outside the top-floor banquet hall, there were many luxury cars and elegantly dressed people. Li Ruoxi naturally took Lin Haotian's arm and walked into the venue slowly. At that moment, it was as if an invisible light emanated from her, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on her. Li Ruoxi is the most dazzling new star in Longting City's business community.
She is like the brightest star in the night sky.
No matter where she goes, she is the absolute focus and no one can ignore her existence. Lin Haotian, who was standing beside her, was dressed casually.
He stood out among the guests in suits and attracted many inquiring and amused glances.
Lin Haotian turned a blind eye to this. His attention was soon attracted by the scene in the conference hall. The banquet hall is huge and decorated elegantly and luxuriously.
The crystal chandeliers are dazzling and melodious classical music flows in the air.
Various antiques are displayed all around: porcelain, jade, bronze, calligraphy and paintings. The dazzling array is overwhelming. The guests came in twos and threes, some chatting in low voices, some pointing and commenting on the exhibits, and the atmosphere was lively. The security here is very strict. Most of the exhibits have undergone preliminary screening, but there is still a mixture of good and bad, and it is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake.
It is a test of your eyesight.
Li Ruoxi reminded Lin Haotian softly in his ear. Lin Haotian nodded slightly, but at this moment, a long-awaited voice sounded in his heart.
Ding!
It has been detected that the host has arrived at a special location: Longting City Antique Appreciation Exchange Meeting.
The sign-in conditions have been met. Do you want to sign in? Lin Haotian silently said in his heart, sign in. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward: God-level treasure appraisal technique with spiritual energy perception. God-level treasure appraisal technique grants the host the ability to see into the essence of all things, and can instantly identify the authenticity, age, material, and value of antiques, and can sense the special energy contained in items such as spiritual energy, evil spirit, etc.
In an instant, a cool breath surged in from Lin Haotian's brows and instantly spread to every part of his body. He felt as if his eyes were infused with some kind of divine power, and the whole world seemed brand new in his eyes. Looking at the antique exhibits around me, things that seemed vague and could only be guessed at based on appearance before, now seem to have been stripped of layer by layer of fog. The age, material, craftsmanship characteristics of each item, and even the faint aura flowing through it, are all clearly presented in his perception. Some of the exhibits are restrained in brilliance, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life. Others are dull and even have a hint of the impetuous air of modern craftsmanship. This God-level treasure appraisal technique is truly amazing. Lin Haotian was secretly delighted.
Just then, a slightly greasy voice came from the side.
Oh, isn't this President Li? What a rare guest. Your presence really makes this exchange event more glorious. I saw a man in his 50s, slightly fat, with a shiny slick-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a string of huge Buddhist beads on his wrist. He walked over with a smile on his face. This man is named Zhang Wenba.
He calls himself a master of antique appreciation and is well known in the antique circle of Longting City. He is particularly good at currying favor with the powerful and wealthy. Li Ruoxi frowned slightly, but still responded politely, Master Zhang, you are too polite.
Zhang Wenba glanced at Lin Haotian and saw that he was dressed in ordinary clothes but behaved intimately with Li Ruoxi.
A trace of imperceptible contempt and jealousy flashed in his eyes.
Who is this? Zhang Wenba asked with pretended curiosity, his tone full of scrutiny.
My friend, Lin Haotian.
Li Ruoxi introduced briefly. Oh, Mr. Lin. Zhang Wenba nodded with a forced smile, obviously not taking Lin Haotian seriously. He immediately turned around and courteously addressed Li Ruoxi, President Li, you've come at the perfect time.
There's just a Ru porcelain brush washer on display over there that's said to be from the official kiln of the Song dynasty.
It's in excellent condition. Why don't I accompany you to appreciate it?
Li Ruoxi has never liked this kind of deliberate flattery, and was about to decline, but Lin Haotian took a second look at the so-called Ru porcelain brush washer. With his divine treasure appraisal skills, the true identity of the brush washer was revealed at a glance. It was a modern imitation, and the aging technique was acceptable, but the body and glaze were far from the real Song dynasty Ru porcelain.
No need, Master Zhang, we can just take a look ourselves. Li Ruoxi said calmly. Zhang Wenba hit a snag, and felt a little embarrassed, but he still didn't give up. He pointed at a bronze tripod not far away and boasted. President Li, look at this Tao Tai pattern square tripod. It has a simple shape, exquisite patterns, and a natural rust color. In my opinion, this is definitely a treasure from the Western Zhou dynasty. It is priceless. Lin Haotian glanced over and sneered in his heart. The rust on that bronze tripod was artificially applied, and the patterns also had a sense of modern craftsmanship. It could be considered a good handicraft at best, not even a high-quality imitation. This so-called master has only so-so vision. Although Li Ruoxi had dabbled in antiques, it was more of a hobby and far from a professional level. She listened to Zhang Wenba's boasting and just nodded politely. Lin Haotian said nothing and quietly observed the exhibits in the venue. With the help of the god-level treasure appraisal technique, he seemed to have opened up a god's perspective. Those antiques that were carefully packaged and marked with high prices were invisible to him. Most of them are fakes or ordinary items of low value. Occasionally there are a few genuine items, but the prices are extremely high, so there is no room for bargains. After walking around, Lin Haotian stopped in an inconspicuous corner. There were some broken and unsaleable miscellaneous items there, and almost no one was interested in them. His eyes fell on a palm-sized incense burner that was covered with rust and even a little deformed. This incense burner has a simple shape, and there are some vague cloud patterns carved on the body. It is inconspicuous and looks like it was dug out from a scrap heap. But in Lin Haotian's perception, under the copper rust of this small incense burner, there is a faint pure and heavy spiritual energy. Although it is weak, it is extremely pure. Item, broken soul gathering copper furnace. Era, mid-Ming dynasty. Material, purple gold copper. Value, the furnace body is damaged, and the spiritual energy is seriously lost, but the material is precious. After repair, it can gather spiritual energy and assist in cultivation. Current valuation, very high after repair. Lin Haotian's heart moved. He calmly asked the stall owner, "Boss, how much is this small stove?" The stall owner was a middle-aged man. Seeing someone interested in this junk that no one wanted, he raised his eyelids lazily and said, "Oh, this one, if you like it, give me 300 yuan and take it away." Obviously, he also regarded this as worthless scrap metal. 300? Okay. Lin Haotian paid the money readily. Zhang Wenba, who happened to see the scene, laughed exaggeratedly as if he had caught a huge joke. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lin, your vision is really unique. He spent $300 to buy such a piece of junk. Are you planning to use it as an ashtray? His voice was quite loud, attracting amused glances from some people around him. Li Ruoxi frowned and looked at Lin Haotian with some worry. Although she didn't understand, she felt that the small copper stove didn't look like a good thing. Lin Haotian looked calm, as if he hadn't heard Zhang Wenba's ridicule, and said calmly, "I think she's okay, I like her." Is there a liking for you? Ha, Mr. Lin is really good at joking. Zhang Wenba laughed even more proudly. "President Li, your friend is really a child at heart. This kind of street stall stuff can only fool laymen." Li Ruoxi's face was slightly cold. "Master Zhang, what Mr. Lin buys is his own preference." Although she didn't understand why Lin Haotian bought this old copper furnace, she instinctively believed that Lin Haotian would not do anything meaningless. Lin Haotian ignored Zhang Wenba's chatter and continued searching the corner. Soon, he was attracted by something else. Amid the mess of broken porcelain and tiles, there was a jade pendant thrown away at random. It was only the size of a palm, and the surface was covered with a thick layer of dust. The jade pendant is oval in shape and seems to be carved with some auspicious animal pattern, but it is covered with dirt and cannot be seen clearly. Lin Haotian stretched out his hand and gently touched the jade pendant with his fingertips. At the moment of contact, a warm and powerful energy gushed out from the jade pendant like a warm current and spread throughout his body in an instant. This energy was extremely pure and condensed, far surpassing any spiritual energy of heaven and earth he had absorbed before. Item, ancient jade pendant for sealing spirits contains restrictions. Age, ancient times untestable. Material, unknown divine jade. Value, contains a vast amount of pure spiritual energy and is protected by a mysterious ban. It is suspected to be a token of inheritance. Current valuation, inestimable. Lin Haotian's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Ancient times? Unknown divine jade? Inestimable? This inconspicuous, dusty jade pendant turned out to be such a heaven-defying treasure. He suppressed his inner excitement and remained calm on the surface. Boss, where is this jade pendant? The stall owner glanced at the dirty jade pendant and said casually, "Oh, it's a bonus. If you buy the copper furnace, this will be given to you. Or if you want it alone, just give 50 yuan as a token of appreciation." In his opinion, it was just a worthless piece of stone. "Okay, thank you very much, boss." Lin Haotian took out 50 yuan and handed it over. Zhang Wenba watched from the sidelines and shook his head, the mockery on his face becoming even stronger. Tisk, TSK, another heirloom. Mr. Lin, are you planning to open a scrap recycling station? After buying scrap copper, you bought rotten stones again. It's really eye-opening. President Li, you have to persuade your friend. The antique business is complicated and not everyone can play it. Don't waste your money. He looked heartbroken and concerned about Li Ruoxi, but in fact every word he said was belittling Lin Haotian. Li Ruoxi's face turned completely cold. "Master Zhang, you don't need to worry about Mr. Lin's vision. We have something else to do, so we'll leave now." Having said that, she was about to pull Lin Haotian away. Lin Haotian smiled at her and signaled her to be patient. He picked up the dusty jade pendant, weighed it in his hand, then looked at Zhang Wenba, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Master Zhang thinks these are garbage? Isn't it?" Zhang Wenba sneered, "This kind of stuff can only fool the ignorant newbies. The real treasure doesn't look like this." He pointed to a jade artifact in a display case not far away that was priced at millions and said proudly, "That's what we call a collectible." Lin Haotian didn't comment, but just smiled faintly, "Maybe. But sometimes, what we see with our eyes may not be the truth." He carefully put away the small copper stove and jade pendant. Li Ruoxi looked at Lin Haotian's calm and composed expression, and her curiosity grew stronger. This man always does something unexpected without realizing it. From his initial mysterious medical skills to his current favor for these junk products, he seemed to be shrouded in layers of mystery, making her want to explore. "Let's go," Lin Haotian said to Li Ruoxi. "Yeah." Li Ruoxi nodded. The two walked out side by side. Behind him, Zhang Wenba sneered complacently, "Humph, you don't know what's good for you. You deserved it for paying for your lesson." Some guests around also looked at Lin Haotian's back as if he were a fool and whispered to each other. Walking out of the banquet hall, the evening breeze blows on my face, bringing a hint of coolness. Li Ruoxi finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, why did you buy those two things? They look really ordinary." There was a hint of confusion and a hint of barely perceptible worry in her tone. Lin Haotian turned his head and looked at her pretty profile, which looked even more beautiful in the moonlight. He smiled mysteriously, and a cunning light flashed in his deep eyes. "Go back and take a look, and you'll know." That smile, confident and determined, caused ripples in Li Ruoxi's heart again. She vaguely felt that those two things that everyone considered to be trash might show amazing value in Lin Haotian's hands. Her curiosity about Lin Haotian reached its peak at this moment. How many secrets does this man still hide? Chapter 27: The Secret of the Jade Pendant. The spiritual energy infuses the body and gives a glimpse into the martial arts. The Aston Martin stopped smoothly downstairs of the residential complex where Lin Haotian lived. "Mr. Lin, how about I go up and sit for a while?" A barely noticeable blush appeared on Li Ruoxi's cold face, and she spoke as if possessed by a ghost. She was so curious about what kind of extraordinary things those two pieces of junk that Zhang Wenba had devalued would show in Lin Haotian's hands. Lin Haotian raised his lips slightly. This was exactly what he wanted. "Of course you are welcome. It's just right for me to show you what a real treasure is." His apartment is not big, but it is clean and tidy. Li Ruoxi sat on the sofa a little stiffly, her clear and beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Haotian, her curiosity almost overflowing from her eyes. Lin Haotian didn't keep her in suspense any longer and directly took out the jade pendant covered with thick dust. He walked into the kitchen, quickly brought a basin of clean water, and gently placed the jade pendant into the water.
As his slender and powerful fingertips gently wiped it, the dirt on the surface of the jade pendant quickly faded away, revealing its true appearance bit by bit.
It was an oval jade pendant about the size of a palm.
The jade was not top-grade white jade, but rather a simple and lush green. On the jade pendant, there were intricate and mysterious cloud-patterned auspicious animal patterns carved.
The lines were smooth and lifelike, revealing an indescribable ancient charm.
Even after washing away the dust, the jade pendant still looks like an ordinary old jade, which is far from being stunning. A hint of doubt flashed across Li Ruoshi's beautiful eyes.
Is this the treasure that Lin Haotian mentioned? It's a little too ordinary.
Lin Haotian, however, looked focused, holding the jade pendant in his palm with his eyes slightly closed. Between his eyebrows, the special spiritual induction granted by the god-level treasure appraisal technique quietly began to operate. He tried to use this mysterious perception to deeply explore the mysteries that might be hidden inside the jade pendant. Just when his mental power, like an invisible tentacle, gently touched the core area of the jade pendant.
Buzz!
A soft sound that seemed to come from the ancient times exploded in the room without any warning. The originally ordinary green jade pendant suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. The light was so bright that it instantly illuminated the entire living room into a green glass world.
Ah!
Li Ruoshi couldn't help but let out a low cry of surprise and subconsciously raised her hands to cover her eyes. She felt as if she had fallen into a bizarre dream in an instant, and everything before her eyes became so unreal. Lin Haotian was also shocked. He could clearly feel that a vast, pure, powerful and almost terrifying torrent of energy was madly rushing out from the jade pendant. That was by no means ordinary spiritual energy, but a kind of strange energy that was full of vitality and seemed to contain the secret of the origin of life.
This is the essence of ancient spirit.
This thought flashed through Lin Haotian's mind like lightning. He had no time to think about it, as the unstoppable torrent of green energy, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky, suddenly swept towards him.
Not good.
Lin Haotian's face changed suddenly. Such a huge and pure energy, if allowed to rush into the body out of control, would be enough to burst him on the spot. At this critical moment, he had no time to explain to Li Ruoshi, who was stunned beside him.
He just shouted hurriedly, "Ruoshi, step back, don't come near me."
Before he finished speaking, he decisively sat down cross-legged, his mind instantly sinking into a state of emptiness and clarity. As if a blessing had come to him, he used all his strength to activate a simple but effective energy guidance method. This was an instinct he had figured out on his own after the system transformed his body.
At this moment, we can only try our best. The green energy torrent, like a raging wave, instantly engulfed his figure. Boom!
Lin Haotian only felt that his body was like a skin bag that was forcibly stretched open. Countless extremely pure energies were madly pouring into his limbs and bones, violently washing every meridian of his, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood, and even penetrating deep into every cell.
The pain was so severe.
The pain was so severe that it was beyond words. It felt as if the body was being torn apart alive, and as if it was burning in a raging fire. But the strange thing is that along with this extreme pain, there is also an indescribable comfort and a desire from the depths of the soul. His body, like the long dry seedlings that finally got the rain, greedily and madly absorbed this extremely pure energy.
Mr. Lin.
Li Ruoshi was watching from the side with fear. Her pretty face had already turned pale as paper. She watched as Lin Haotian's entire body was enveloped by a rich, dazzling green light. His body was shaking violently, with veins bulging on his forehead. It was obvious that he was enduring unimaginable pain. She wanted to rush forward, but suddenly remembered Lin Haotian's hurried instructions just now. She could only clench her fists tightly and stand there anxiously, her heart so tight that it almost jumped out of her throat.
This man, what on earth is he going through? What is the origin of that jade pendant? At this moment, Lin Haotian was completely immersed in the process of guiding that violent energy. He gritted his teeth, and with a willpower far beyond that of an ordinary person, he did his best to guide the energy that was running rampant in his body, making it run along a specific trajectory with difficulty. Each movement is accompanied by severe tearing pain as the meridians are forcibly widened and impurities in the body are violently removed. But after each operation, he would clearly feel a new sense of comfort and strength surging from his limbs. Originally there was only a faint sense of energy in his dantian, but at this moment it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. With a loud bang, the spark was instantly ignited and grew wildly. I don't know how long it took, but the green energy that kept flowing out of the jade pendant finally weakened and subsided. The flow of energy in Lin Haotian's body also gradually became stable and orderly from the initial violent and uncontrolled state.
He felt as if his body had undergone a thorough baptism and transformation. The body, which was already strong due to the system transformation, is now full of explosive power. His 5 senses became sharper than ever before. He could even clearly hear the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves outside the window, and could clearly smell the faint, refreshing fragrance belonging to Liruwashi in the air. More importantly, a slowly rotating green cyclone had formed inside his dantian.
That is, internal strength. The real internal strength.
Moreover, the purity and strength of this internal energy far exceeded any enhancement he had previously obtained through system rewards.
Ding!
The host has successfully absorbed some of the spiritual energy emitted by the ancient spiritual jade Lingxi jade pendant, and the body's potential has been greatly stimulated. Congratulations to the host, your internal strength has been greatly improved, and you have officially entered the late stage of the martial arts body forging realm.
Ding!
It is detected that the Lingxi jade pendant contains incomplete information about the skills.
Do you want to receive it? Receive. Lin Haotian said silently in his heart without hesitation. In an instant, a torrent of extremely mysterious information poured into his mind like an epiphany. Mu-Ju fragment. A wood-based cultivation technique that directly points to the origin of life. Although it is only a fragment, the exquisiteness of the method and the profoundness of the mystery recorded in it far exceed any martial arts that Lin Haotian currently knows. The late stage of martial arts body forging. Mu-Ju. Lin Haotian was ecstatic. This time I found a bargain. It's like a pie falling from the sky. No, it's like a mountain of gold falling from the sky. He slowly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light that seemed to be real flashed from his eyes, sharp and intimidating. The green light in the room had long since dissipated, and the Lingxi jade pendant lay quietly on the floor in front of him. At this moment, its brilliance is completely restrained, but if you look closely, the jade seems to become more moist and transparent, and the auspicious beasts with cloud patterns carved on it seem to have a hint of indescribable agility and charm. Mr. Lin, are you okay?
Liruwashi's trembling voice came, her tone was full of deep worry and a hint of incredible surprise. Lin Haotian stood up and felt that his whole body was filled with unprecedented explosive power, as if he could punch through a steel plate with one punch. He casually stretched his muscles and bones, and suddenly there was a series of crisp crackling sounds in his body, like frying beans.
I'm fine, very well.
Lin Haotian grinned at Liruwashi, his smile full of sunshine and confidence. Liruwashi stared blankly at Lin Haotian in front of her. She felt that he seemed a completely different person from before. It was still that familiar handsome face, but his whole temperament had an indescribable sharpness and depth, as if he was a peerless divine weapon that had just been unsheathed, making people dare not look directly at its edge. She opened her mouth, with countless questions stuck in her throat, but she didn't know where to start.
Everything that happened just now has completely and utterly overturned her cognition.
That unremarkable jade pendant, that incredible green light, the strange changes that happened to Lin Haotian, all of this seemed like a bizarre yet extremely real dream.
That jade pendant. Liruwashi pointed at the jade pendant on the ground. Her voice was still a little hazy, and filled with the trembling of surviving a disaster. Lin Haotian bent down and picked up the Lingxi jade pendant.
He felt a warmth in his hand. The violent energy before had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a refreshing feeling.
It's called Lingxi jade pendant, and we found it in the antique market today.
I didn't expect that this ordinary little gadget could bring me such a big surprise. Lin Haotian explained lightly and carefully put the jade pendant away close to his body.
An ordinary little gadget? Such a big surprise?
Liruwashi couldn't help but twitch a few times. This kind of gadget that can glow and cause such horrible changes in people was something she had never heard of or seen before. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her business acumen and understanding of the world, which she was proud of, seemed so pale and powerless, so ridiculous in front of Lin Haotian.
The secret hidden in this man is even more unfathomable than the Mariana Trench. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Haotian's mind. Ding!
The host has identified and successfully activated an ancient artifact for the first time, and the experience value of God-level treasure appraisal has been greatly increased. Congratulations to the host, the level of God-level treasure appraisal has been upgraded, unlocking the additional function, treasure illustration. Treasure Atlas can record the information of rare items that the host has identified or touched, including name, age, material, value assessment, special effects and potential secrets, etc.
Lin Haotian felt secretly delighted again. The illustrated book function? This is a great thing that helps people in need. Next time you encounter a treasure, you can see it clearly at a glance.
He had a thought and tried to check the Linksy jade pendant he had just put into his pocket.
Item: Linksy jade pendant slightly unsealed. Age: ancient times unknown.
Material: unknown divine jade containing the power of Ewood origin. Value: inestimable. The core restriction has not been solved. Currently, it can slowly gather Emu's spiritual energy, nourish the wearer's vitality, and assist in practicing Emu's system exercises.
Special: contains the Emu Ju technique, which has been partially unlocked.
The jade pendant itself is suspected to be a token of ancient heritage, or there may be other unknown mysteries.
It really is a heaven-defying good thing.
The more Lin Haotian read it, the more excited he became. He wished he could find a place to practice Emu Ju in seclusion right now. He forced himself to suppress his inner excitement and took out from his pocket the palm-sized spirit-gathering copper furnace that he had bought at the antique stall. With the earth-shattering experience of the Linksy jade pendant just now, he was obviously more cautious in his operations this time. He mobilized the pure internal energy that he had just cultivated in his dantian and slowly injected it into the small copper furnace.
Buzz!
The small copper furnace shook slightly, and beneath the mottled copper rust on the surface, faint traces of purple-gold halo could be seen. A weak but extremely pure suction emanated from the furnace mouth, and the free, thin spiritual energy in the surrounding air, which was invisible to the naked eye, seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and was slowly converging towards the copper furnace. Although the effect is far less earth-shattering than when the Linksy jade pendant is activated, it is enough to prove that this is indeed a treasure that can gather spiritual energy. The system's illustrated information also appeared in due course. Item: Broken Soul Gathering Copper Furnace activated. Era: Mid-Ming Dynasty. Material: purple gold copper doped with a small amount of meteorite iron. Value: the furnace body is damaged, and the spirit-gathering effect is greatly weakened, but the material is extremely precious. After repair, the spirit-gathering effect can be greatly improved, and it can be used to assist in cultivation or refine low-level elixirs.
Current valuation: very higher value after repair. Not bad, not bad.
Lin Haotian nodded with satisfaction. The junk I picked up for 300 yuan turned into a treasure to assist in cultivation in a blink of an eye.
This missed piece of junk is a huge profit.
Li Ruoshi, who was standing aside, had calmed down a little from her initial extreme shock, but when she saw that the small rusty copper stove in Lin Haotian's hand was also emitting a faint glow, her newly established worldview was once again slightly impacted.
Could it be that damn Master Zhang really made a mistake? These two things turned out to be rare treasures hidden deep in the world? Lin Haotian, who is he? Is he a hidden genius doctor? Or a legendary martial arts master? Or those immortal cultivators who only exist in myths and legends?
Li Ruoshi's mind was a mess at this moment, with countless bizarre thoughts swirling in it.
Lin Haotian carefully put away the small copper furnace for gathering spirits. Seeing that Li Ruoshi was still somewhat distraught, he couldn't help but smile slightly. What? Are you scared?
Li Ruoshi took a deep breath and tried to calm her pounding heart. She raised her head and looked at Lin Haotian. Her clear eyes were filled with extremely complex emotions: surprise, awe, and even a hint of admiration that she herself had not noticed. Mr. Lin, how many secrets are you hiding? She asked softly, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Lin Haotian walked slowly to the window and cast his deep gaze at the brightly lit city night scene outside the window. Feeling the green internal energy slowly flowing through his dantian, and feeling the endless new strength surging through his limbs and bones, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up in a confident and mysterious arc.
This world is much more wonderful than what we see.
He turned his head and his eyes fell on Li Ruoshi's pretty face, which looked even more beautiful because of shock. There seemed to be stars twinkling in his eyes, and I have only just lifted a corner of its mysterious veil.
Li Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat. She saw an unprecedented ambition and pride in Lin Haotian's eyes.
At this moment, she suddenly understood very clearly that the man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person.
His future would be magnificent and beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Haotian clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. He was filled with pride and whispered to himself. The late stage of the martial arts bodybuilding realm. The Emu Ju. The spiritual jade pendant. The spiritual copper furnace. This world is indeed 100 times more exciting than I imagined. I, Lin Haotian, am here to explore the path of martial arts. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dark night and look towards the vast, mysterious and challenging unknown area. Chapter 28, Secret Realm Orchid Love is Hard to Suppress. An unexpected mistake destines 3 lives. The strange visions of the jade pendant and the copper furnace slowly subsided, and the brilliant light in the room receded like a tide, leaving only the faint scent of sandalwood still lingering. Lin Haotian took a deep breath and felt refreshed as never before. Looking inward at Dantian, the originally gurgling emu internal energy now converged into a purer and more vibrant green warm current like a stream thawed in early spring, running happily along the strange meridians newly opened up by Emu Ju. Every circulation of the meridians brought indescribable comfort, as if all the limbs and bones were washed by spring rain, light and clear. The advancement of Emu Ju was indeed extraordinary. However, Lin Haotian was still immersed in the joy of his sudden increase in strength and failed to completely consolidate his newfound power, and something strange happened. Buzz. An almost inaudible sound exploded in his body, and the gentle green warm current in his dantian suddenly became agitated like a wild horse. The uncontrolled and majestic emu's spiritual power, like a flood that broke through a dam, suddenly rushed out from every pore of his body. In an instant, the temperature of the entire luxury suite soared. This is not the residual heat of the copper furnace, but a kind of heat with vitality and sweet fragrance, which makes the originally cool air instantly become stuffy and sticky, like a steamer before a midsummer rainstorm. Haotian, what's wrong with you? Li Ruoxi came back to her senses from the shock of the vision. Just as she was about to ask, she felt the sudden heat and her breathing became a little rapid. She frowned slightly and instinctively wanted to touch Lin Haotian's forehead, but she saw an even more incredible scene. As the emu's spiritual energy overflowed uncontrollably from Lin Haotian's body, the entire room seemed to be cast under a magical spell. In the cracks of the precious carpet, tender green sprouts broke through the soil, growing and stretching at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they turned into several strange vines, exuding a primitive and moist green. The edges of the leather sofa, the legs of the rosewood coffee table, and even the cold walls are dotted with spots of lustrous light. The room was filled with mist, as if it had turned into a spiritual plant greenhouse in a fairyland, full of primitive and rich vitality. Countless tiny and strange flower buds quietly bloomed, flashing blurry points of light, turning this place into a dreamlike place. All this happened in a flash. The majestic emu's spiritual power filled every inch of space, giving birth to these exotic flowers and plants, making them full of lively vitality. Has this place turned into an illusion? Li Ruoxi's eyes widened, and she was extremely shocked. Even she, who had seen many strange things, was deeply moved by this scene that was beyond her comprehension. And in the center of this fantasy green garden, the core of the change is even more breathtaking. There, a strange flower about the height of a person appeared at some point. Its entire body presents a dreamy dark blue color, as if it were carved from the purest colored glass, with petals layered upon layer, delicate and gorgeous. In the stamens, tiny bits of crystal blue light flicker and flow like stars, emitting an indescribable fragrance. The fragrance was very faint at first, as if it was not there, but as the whole room was completely transformed by Emu's spiritual power, it became like a dream, and the fragrance became stronger and stronger, with a strong sense of erosion, which was soul-stirring. It seems to have life, thread by thread, penetrating into people's nostrils, seeping into people's skin, and stirring out the most primitive throbbing deep in their hearts. This is Zuaxian Yutan? Li Ruoxi's body trembled slightly. She had seen a record of this flower in a fragment of an ancient book. It was a rare high-level spiritual plant in the world, with incredible power. She felt her whole body begin to heat up, and a strange feeling she had never experienced before surged from the depths of her blood, almost swallowing her. Reason told her that this thing was extremely dangerous and she had to leave immediately. But deep in her heart, there was a voice clamoring wildly, wanting to get close to it, own it, and sink into it. Just when she was losing her mind, the familiar electronic voice in Lin Haotian's mind finally came late. Ding! System warning! The mature form of the high-level spiritual plant Zuaxian Yutan has been detected. Warning! The pollen of Zuaxian Yutan has strong hallucinogenic and psychedelic properties? The system's voice paused, and seemed a little flustered. Aphrodisiac effect. It can arouse the most primitive desires of living beings. The host is not strong enough and is easily affected by it. Please stay away immediately. Now. Right now. It seems too late. The clear voice ended with a hint of despair, as if it had foreseen some terrible consequences. However, the system's warning was too late. Since the appearance of the drunken immortal, the rich floral fragrance had already penetrated their limbs and bones silently through their breath and skin, invading their minds and souls without them noticing. At this moment, both of them felt dizzy,
as if they had drunk strong liquor, and their minds gradually became blurred.
Ruoshi. I'm so hot.
Lin Haotian roared, and felt as if his blood was burning, and a strange desire was growing wildly in his body. He could still barely maintain a bit of clarity, trying to resist the strange impulse. But looking at Li Ruoshi, her usually noble and cold face, like an iceberg snow lotus, was flushed and charming, as if she was about to melt in the intoxicating fragrance of the flower. Her beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water, were now covered with a layer of misty waterlight, flashing with desire and wildness that would never appear at other times. It was as if the self sleeping in the depths of her soul was awakened, and the instinct to be loved and possessed turned into irresistible charm and enchantment. Her delicate body softened, and she could not control herself, like a soft beauty snake, slowly leaning towards Lin Haotian beside her. Her appearance made people's blood boil and their hearts break. Lin Haotian felt the most primitive and wild power erupt from the depths of his soul, like a mountain torrent and a tsunami, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. Under the influence of Zuaxian Yutan's aphrodisiac, coupled with Li Ruoshi's active approach, there was only one thought left in his mind to possess her. The impulse rushed through his body, tearing all his repression and restraint to pieces.
Ah!
Lin Haotian let out a suppressed growl, and like a wounded beast, he suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged the peerless beauty who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms tightly.
The soft jade and the fragrant orchid fill the air. The touch is as wonderful as a dream. He didn't care about anything else anymore and kissed her fiercely. Li Ruoshi's whole body felt like it was struck by electricity, and a tremor came from the depths of her soul, making her even more confused and infatuated. Just like that, in this mysterious and strange greenhouse, under the catalysis of this intoxicating fairy, the two people's rationality completely collapsed. They were driven by the most primitive instinct. The last bit of reserve and restraint, in that intoxicating fragrance and hot breath, peeled off gently like butterfly wings. Clothes gradually fell off, skin kissed. Two hot bodies pressed tightly together, without a single gap. The primitive desire was like a flood that broke through the dam, completely drowning the two. In the end, they crossed that last boundary. After an unknown amount of time, the sky outside the window was already turning pale. The exotic flowers and plants in the room gradually disappeared, and the intoxicating fragrance that had permeated the entire night finally slowly dissipated. Lin Haotian and Li Ruoshi were exhausted, their naked bodies tightly embraced each other, and they fell into a deep sleep. Both of them had a hint of satisfaction after exhaustion on their faces, and a blush that had not yet dissipated. They didn't know that this dreamlike unexpected encounter had already linked their fates together. The roots of love had already been planted. By some strange coincidence, he and this usually unattainable iceberg beauty had been destined to be together for 3 lifetimes. Chapter 29, Waking Up from a Dream, The Love is Strong.
Holding hands and looking into each other's tearful eyes, I will never let you down in this life. Outside the window, the first rays of morning light quietly fall, like fine gold powder, illuminating this glass greenhouse that is filled with flowers and nourished by the spiritual energy of wood. There is still a faint fragrance in the air, sweet and tempting. The thin blanket was disheveled, and the two people's clothes were tangled and scattered, silently telling the beauty and madness of last night. Li Ruoshi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she woke up from her sleep with a moan. A hangover like dizziness struck her, and she subconsciously raised her hand to rub her swollen temples. She opened her eyes hazily, but before she could see her surroundings clearly, she already felt the strange aches and discomforts in her body.
This feeling is unprecedented.
Her heart tightened and she looked down suddenly.
Ah!
A suppressed cry escaped from her swollen lips. What caught my eyes were the torn clothes on my chest and the ambiguous marks on my skin. She hurriedly pulled over the silky thin blanket beside her and wrapped her exquisite body tightly. Her snow-white hands even trembled a little.
Where is this? What happened last night? Countless chaotic fragments flooded into his mind like a tide: the strange fragrance of Zuaxian Yutan, the dizziness that seemed to be caused by alcohol, and the passionate entanglement, the blushing scene. She turned her head suddenly, and when she saw the familiar handsome face of the man sleeping beside her, she felt like being struck by lightning. The blood rushed to her forehead instantly, and her cheeks were so red that blood was about to drip out. Lin Haotian. It turned out to be Lin Haotian. She, the arrogant and icy CEO of the Li Group, was actually with this man.
Shame, panic, grievance, and a trace of throbbing that she herself was unwilling to admit, all these complex emotions were churning in her heart, making her freeze there for a moment, at a loss. Her pride and her reserve were shattered at this moment. Just when Li Ruoshi was in a state of confusion, Lin Haotian was also awakened by her slight movement. He opened his eyes, still a little confused due to the hangover, but when he saw the beautiful face of the beauty in his arms, which was shocked, ashamed and a little confused, he woke up instantly. The crazy memories of last night played back in my mind like a movie. Looking at the traces of himself left on Lee Ruwashi's snow-white skin under the thin blanket that slipped off her shoulders, Lin Haotian felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was pity, guilt, but more importantly, a spontaneous satisfaction and a strong sense of responsibility.
From now on, this woman is his.
He took a deep breath, his voice was hoarse from just waking up, but unusually gentle.
Ruwashi, I'm sorry, I lost control last night.
His voice was low and sincere, full of apology and without any excuse. Lee Ruwashi's delicate body trembled, a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and tears almost burst out. She bit her lower lip tightly, feeling mixed emotions. Listening to Lin Haotian's apologetic words and looking at the undisguised sincerity and tenderness in his eyes, Lee Ruwashi's panic and anger miraculously calmed down a little. She is not an innocent little girl. What happened last night was certainly an unexpected event, but deep down in her heart, she had already developed a deep love for Lin Haotian.
Wasn't that passionate lingering a hint of indulgence in her subconscious?
After a moment of silence, she spoke with a trembling voice, but tried to remain calm.
You don't have to take all the blame on yourself. Last night, I was also at fault.
Her voice was very soft, but it revealed a sense of maturity and calmness, which made Lin Haotian's heart flutter. He didn't expect that this usually cold and arrogant woman would face it so bravely at this moment.
An irrepressible ecstasy and tenderness surged in Lin Haotian's heart.
He stretched out his hand and gently embraced Lee Ruwashi in his arms. Lee Ruwashi instinctively wanted to struggle, but when she touched his solid and warm chest, her body softened involuntarily. That embrace brought her peace of mind. Lin Haotian gently rested his chin on the top of her hair, sniffing the fragrance of her hair, his voice more solemn and affectionate than ever before.
Ruwashi, listen to me.
From today on, I, Lin Haotian, will be responsible for you to the end.
I will never let you down in this life.
His voice was not loud, but every word was sonorous. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lee Ruwashi's heart hard, and also knocking away the last trace of doubt and uneasiness in her heart.
Be responsible to the end and live up to your life.
What a solemn promise this is. Lee Ruwashi could no longer control her emotions, tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string, she buried her face deeply in Lin Haotian's arms and sobbed loudly. This cry contains the shyness of having sex for the first time, the emotion of being cherished, and the infinite expectations for the future. Lin Haotian hugged her tightly, letting her tears soak his clothes, his eyes filled with unbreakable tenderness and determination. He knew that from this moment on, this woman would be the most important person in his life and a treasure that he would protect throughout his life. After a long time, Lee Ruwashi's crying gradually subsided, leaving only low sobs. She adjusted herself into a comfortable position in his arms, like a kitten that had found a harbor, with complete dependence and trust. In the greenhouse, the charming atmosphere of last night has not yet completely dissipated, but what is more is the warmth and tranquility like the sunshine after the rain. The sunlight shines through the glass, gently onto the two people embracing each other, as if covering them with a layer of holy halo.
Their lives, from this moment on, were closely intertwined.
Lin Haotian gently stroked Lee Ruwashi's soft long hair, feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, and his heart was burning with heat. In order to protect this beauty, and to let her snuggle in his arms peacefully forever, he must become stronger. Strong enough to clear away all obstacles and create a worry-free sky for her.
An unprecedented powerful motivation burned fiercely in his heart. Chapter 30, Yutan gifted the mortal body. Imu's true solution opened a new chapter.
Another night has passed. The air is still filled with the faint sweet fragrance of the intoxicating fairyland, mixed with the unique scent left after last night's beauty.
After some emotional catharsis and honesty, there was a kind of unspoken understanding and deep tenderness between Lin Haotian and Lee Ruwashi.
Lee Ruwashi snuggled in Lin Haotian's arms, with a hint of satisfaction after exhaustion and a blush on her face. She had already accepted this sudden turn of fate. Her heart was full of dependence and trust in the man beside her. The frost in the depths of her eyes quietly melted, and there was a touch of shyness and deep attachment. Lin Haotian gently stroked her soft long hair, his heart was filled with excitement. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, he knew that in order to protect this beauty and let her always nestle in his arms like this, he must improve his strength as soon as possible.
His gaze unconsciously turned to the center of the room. The drunken immortal Yutan in the illusion space was actually standing alive in the center of the room. The drunken immortal's ghost tree, which looked a little wilted after a night of extreme blooming, still exuded an extremely pure wood-type spiritual energy from its roots. That's it.
Lin Haotian's eyes flashed. System, try to sign me in next to this strange flower.
Ding. A special life relic has been detected, Millennium Drunken Immortal Mystical Tan, which contains super-grade wood-type spiritual energy. Do you want to sign in here?
The system's notification sounded in his mind, carrying with it a hint of excitement unlike any before.
This, the divine flower, can actually be signed in? And it's of super-grade? Lin Haotian was ecstatic, trying hard to suppress his excitement. He glanced at Li Ruoshi, who was quietly leaning beside him. The latter seemed to notice his abnormality and cast a questioning look at him. Lin Haotian gave her a reassuring smile. Confirm sign in. System, give me some strength, let's have a big explosion. Ding. Check-in location Ancient Warmhouse Suatian Yutan beside, confirmed. Check-in successful.
Then, a series of dense system prompt sounds exploded in his mind like firecrackers during the Chinese New Year.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the epic reward, the ancient technique Yimu Xinjie. Introduction to the fragmentary chapter. Yimu Xinjie contains the exquisite method of running internal energy, and comes with 3 primary magical powers: Yimu Flying Needle, Greenwood Vine Armor, and Yimu Rejuvenation Technique. The true explanation of Yimu? An ancient martial art. Lin Haotian's eyes almost popped out of his head. Then the Yimu Ju I practiced before is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the true explanation of Yimu.
Before he could recover from the huge surprise, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Spiritual Plant Cultivation Fluid Primary Formula.
Spiritual Plant Culture Fluid? Lin Haotian's breathing stagnated. This was simply a timely help. However, the surprises are not over yet. Ding. It is detected that the host has obtained the core inheritance of the wood element, and the system auxiliary function is upgraded. The Spiritual Plant Illustrations module is officially opened. Boom!
A huge and profound torrent of information poured into Lin Haotian's mind and became a part of his own memory, as if he was born with it. The cultivation method of Yimu Xinjie, the mystery of the 3 great magical powers, the detailed formula of the primary spiritual plant culture solution, and the initial framework of the newly opened Spiritual Plant Atlas. He realized carefully. Yiwood Flying Needle condenses qi into a needle, which is extremely sharp and can even paralyze the meridians. Greenwood Vine Armor draws vitality from the wood, condenses into armor to protect the body, and is extremely tough. Yimu Rejuvenation Technique contains vitality, heals wounds, prolongs life, and gives birth to spiritual plants. As for the Spiritual Plant Cultivation Fluid formula, the required materials are not too rare, but the effect is extremely gratifying, and it can improve the efficacy of ordinary medicinal materials. The newly opened Spiritual Plant Atlas currently has only one record, Zuatian Yutan, which records in detail its morphology, habits, effects, etc. It is undoubtedly a god-level aid in collecting and cultivating spiritual plants.
A series of surprises made Lin Haotian's heart surge like a huge wave. After the excitement, Lin Haotian took a deep breath and tried to calm down his surging mood. The remaining wood-type spiritual energy around the drunken immortal Yutan was so pure and rich, it was the perfect place to practice Yimu Xinjie. Wasting even a little bit would be a crime. He looked at Li Ruoshi in his arms and said softly, "Ruoshi, I need to practice here for a while to consolidate my strength, and there may be some movement." Li Ruoshi was very smart and had already guessed from Lin Haotian's excited expression that he must have had some adventure. She nodded meekly, "You practice with peace of mind, I will protect you." Her voice was soft, but it was filled with unquestionable trust. Lin Haotian no longer hesitated, and immediately sat cross-legged at the center of the most concentrated spiritual energy next to Zuatian Yutan. He then placed the ancient copper furnace that could amplify the wood-type spiritual energy in front of him, held his breath, and immersed all his mind into the profound meaning of the Yimu Xinjie technique. In an instant, Lin Haotian entered a state of cultivation in which he forgot both himself and the world. Li Ruoshi sat quietly aside, not daring to disturb him. She stared at Lin Haotian infatuatedly, seeing the extremely focused and serious expression on his face, and his deep eyes seemed to contain endless stars. An unprecedented sense of peace and happiness spread from the depths of her heart. Gradually, she was surprised to find that as Lin Haotian practiced, the spiritual energy dissipating from the surroundings made her exposed skin more delicate and smoother. The fatigue and panic of the past few days also dissipated without a trace, and her mind became clearer and more comfortable than ever before. Could it be that, when he is practicing, I can also benefit? Li Ruoshi's love and dependence on Lin Haotian surged like a tide. Lin Haotian, who was in the process of cultivation, felt it even more strongly.
As Emulsion Jet was put into operation, the vast and complex wood energy accumulated in his body due to the medicinal power of Zuatian Utan was like a torrent that found an outlet. It was efficiently refined, purified, and compressed, and gradually turned into streams of crystal clear liquid with a faint fluorescent light, running happily in his meridians.
Is this the liquefaction of internal energy?
Lin Haotian's heart was filled with a huge wave. My internal energy is actually transforming to a higher level. The speed of cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. An unknown amount of time had passed. When Lin Haotian had absorbed almost 70% of the rich spiritual energy emitted by the drunken immortal Yutan in the greenhouse and the sweet fragrance in the air had faded a lot, Lin Haotian slowly opened his eyes, and two bright lights flashed in his eyes, as bright as cold stars. His consciousness was clear, and his perception range expanded more than twice. His limbs and bones were filled with explosive power. Within his dantian, the internal energy that was originally as thin as mist had now turned into a pool of flowing liquid essence, extremely pure and endless.
I succeeded in refining qi into liquid.
Lin Haotian clenched his fists, his heart filled with unprecedented satisfaction and confidence. Feeling the gentle gaze behind him that seemed to penetrate his soul, Lin Haotian turned around and met Li Ruoshi's eyes that were as charming as spring water and peach blossoms. The initial fear and shyness had faded away, and at this moment, there was only crystal clear and pure love in her eyes. Lin Haotian's heart warmed up, and he reached out and held her warm little hand. No words were needed, as their hearts were connected. He would protect this unexpected fate for his whole life.
Chapter 31, Temporary Rest of the Tenderness. The situation changes.
The remnants of the Zhao family want to kill her, and the beauty is in trouble and asks for a miracle doctor again.
The night is gentle and starry.
Lin Haotian sent Li Ruoshi to the courtyard of her villa. The moonlight was like water, stretching the two figures leaning on each other into tall and slender shapes. Inside the car, Li Ruoshi didn't move for a long time. The beautiful face that was usually as cold as frost, now revealed a bit of the innocence of a girl in a deep and unbreakable attachment under the swaying shadows of the trees and the moonlight. She tilted her head slightly, and her starry eyes that had once been frozen for thousands of miles now looked like a pool of spring water, rippling and moving, almost drowning people in it.
Haotian.
Her cherry lips parted slightly, her voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of reluctance. Her beautiful eyes, which crushed the moonlight, stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to engrave his current appearance deeply into the depths of her soul. After experiencing the ultimate fusion of soul and flesh last night, Li Ruoshi's indestructible cold shell in front of outsiders had already melted quietly in front of Lin Haotian. She is no longer the female president who was capable of planning and making decisive decisions, but just a little woman who longs for the embrace and warmth of her lover and even acts coquettishly subconsciously. Lin Haotian felt as if the tip of his heart was gently scratched by a soft cat's claw, making it feel numb and tingling. He could no longer restrain himself, and with his long arms he stretched out, and tightly embraced the peerless beauty who had been haunting his dreams. The moment that graceful and voluptuous body pressed against him, the familiar fragrance and amazingly soft touch made him take a deep breath of satisfaction, and he wished he could rub her into his bones and blood. He lowered his head, and his hot lips accurately found the source of sweetness and pressed heavily. Li Ruoshi let out a soft moan of satisfaction, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, responding to the affectionate kiss passionately. The air in the car seemed to become boiling hot, leaving only the slightly heavy breathing and heartbeats of the two people.
After a long time, their lips parted.
Their foreheads were still pressed tightly together, and their breathing was hot.
Silly girl.
Lin Haotian's voice was low and hoarse, with an inextricable doting. It's not a life and death separation.
Go in quickly, your family must be waiting anxiously.
Having said that, the arm around her slender waist did not relax at all, but instead tightened a little. Li Ruoshi's pretty face was slightly red, with a hint of cuteness. She gently rubbed his chest, her voice nasal. Now.
I seem to be unable to live without you for a day. I'm really worried that all this is just a dream.
The gentle tone brushed across Lin Haotian's heart like a feather, causing a strange tingling sensation all over his body. Lin Haotian chuckled and scratched her straight nose. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the dream will not wake up.
I will marry you home as soon as possible, and we will be together every day. Let's see who is more clingy. Li Ruoshi was amused by him and burst out laughing. She felt calm instantly after feeling a little anxious just now. She patted his arm coquettishly and said angrily, "You are so frivolous. Who wants to be with you every day?"
Although she spoke angrily, her eyes became brighter and more charming, and the sweet smile that unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth had already revealed her infinite longing for the future. The two of them stayed affectionate for a while, and seeing that it was really getting late, Li Ruoshi was afraid that her family would worry, so she reluctantly prepared to get off the car. Before leaving, she mustered up her courage and quickly pecked the corner of his lips. It was as gentle as a feather, but it made Lin Haotian's heart tremble. As she walked into the villa with a sweet smile and disappeared completely, the remaining warmth and fragrance in the car gradually dissipated.
The smile on Lin Haotian's lips slowly faded, and his eyes became deeper.
He started the car and prepared to go back to his residence first. After parking the sports car steadily in the underground garage of the luxury apartment, Lin Haotian whistled and returned home in a happy mood. The afterglow of intimacy with the beloved is still there, and both body and mind are in an unprecedented state of satisfaction and comfort. However, just when he was in a good mood, his cell phone rang suddenly. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Haotian frowned slightly. Who would call at this time? He took out his cell phone and saw the words Lu Zhenxiong jumping on the screen.
It's so late, what's the hurry for this guy? A trace of doubt flashed through Lin Haotian's mind, and he pressed the answer button casually. Hello, it's me.
His voice was still a little lazy.
How, Brother Haotian, something big has happened.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Zhenxiong's voice was hoarse and rapid, filled with unprecedented panic and fear, as if the sky was falling.
Lin Haotian's eyes flashed, and the ease and comfort he had just felt disappeared in an instant. Calm down and speak slowly. What happened?
His voice became steady, carrying a calming force. Lu Zhenxiong gasped for breath, as if he was trying his best to calm down, but his voice was still trembling. Zhao
family.
Ever since Xiao Chongshan was angered to death by you, the Zhao family has been calm on the surface, but in fact they have been secretly planning revenge. They actually contacted Zhao Shifeng, a ruthless character in their family who has been hiding for many years. This person is said to be Zhao Chongshan's uncle, of a very high generation, and a ruthless person who was involved in both black and white in the provincial capital. He has said that he will make you pay a heavy price for Zhao Chongshan's death. He will take your life. He will also bury your entire Lin family with him. Brother Haotian, Zhao Shifeng has gathered a group of desperate criminals and threatened to go south to Jiangcheng in the next 2 days to seek revenge on you by name. It seems that they will fight to the death. The warmth that had just appeared in Lin Haotian's eyes froze in an instant, and was replaced by a biting coldness. Zhao family, you guys are still haunting us. His fingers holding the phone tightened slightly, the knuckles turned white, a fierce murderous aura rose from his body, and the temperature of the whole room seemed to drop a few degrees.
What are you panicking about?
Lin Haotian snorted coldly. His tone was calm, but it was chilling and frightening.
You are just a clown. Do you think you can turn the world upside down?
He paused and continued, Zhao Shifeng, very good. I was worried that I had too little free time these days. Since he took the initiative to come to my door and seek death, I, Lin Haotian, will help him.
Lu Zhenxiong on the other end of the phone was obviously shocked by Lin Haotian's domineering attitude, and his voice became much steadier. Brother Haotian, Zhao Shifeng is said to be ruthless and extremely good at conspiracy and intrigue.
This time he came with great force. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him.
I got news that they may also attack the people around you. Got it. Lin Haotian's eyes flashed coldly. Let them be desperate.
You strengthen your vigilance and protect yourself and your brothers.
Leave the rest to me. Yes. Brother Haotian. Lu Zhenxiong's voice was full of conviction. Thank you for the news, Zhenxiong.
Lin Haotian's tone softened a little. After I finish dealing with these chores, I'll treat you to a drink.
Brother Haotian, you are so polite. It is my honor to do something for you. After hanging up the phone, the frost on Lin Haotian's face was still there.
Zhao family, Zhao Shifeng. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just when he enjoyed a moment of tenderness, someone couldn't wait to jump out and disturb his good mood.
How impatient he is to live.
However, before his anger subsided, his cell phone rang again at an inopportune time.
Buzz buzz buzz. This time it's an exclusive ringtone. Ruoshi?
Lin Haotian was slightly startled.
She had just arrived home, why was she calling again? Did something happen? His heart tightened and he quickly answered the call. Hello, Ruoshi?
How Haotianli Ruoshi's weak and hurried voice with a crying tone came from the other end of the phone. What should I do? Grandpa is in trouble.
Lin Haotian's heart sank suddenly. Cici, don't be anxious, tell me slowly, what happened to Grandpa?
He tried his best to make his voice sound gentle and calm, for fear of scaring her.
Li Ruoshi's voice was thick with nasal sounds and helplessness. Today, Grandpa accidentally twisted his waist during the rehabilitation checkup, which triggered his old illness. Now the situation is very bad. The doctors we hired at home, and the director of the hospital were all helpless. Grandpa, he didn't trust anyone. He kept calling your name and insisted that you come to see him. Her voice was intermittent, full of anxiety and deep apology. I'm sorry, Haotian. I know you may have just finished your work, or maybe you have other things to do. But I really don't know who else I can find besides you. The whole family is in chaos now. Between the lines, there is a deep reliance and trust in Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian frowned and cursed in his heart. Damn it, misfortunes never come alone. Zhao Shifeng just showed up, and something bad happened to Mr. Li again. The anger and murderous intent in his heart had not yet subsided, but Li Ruoshi's helpless voice with a crying tone poured a bucket of cold water on him, and then it quickly turned into heartache and pity for her. He took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in his heart. His voice instantly became gentle, as if a spring breeze was blowing across the lake. He lost all the coldness and murderousness he had just shown when facing the enemy. Cici, don't be afraid, I'm here. Let Grandpa Li lie down and rest first, and try not to move him. I think there should be copies of the prescriptions I wrote before at home, right? Well, yes, I've kept all the medicine you prescribed last time, Brother Haotian. Hearing Lin Haotian's steady and gentle voice, Li Ruoshi seemed to have found her backbone and her emotions calmed down a little, but she still cried, but the herbs may not be enough. I understand. Lin Haotian made a prompt decision. I'll be there right away. Ask your kitchen to prepare 2 50-year-old fresh ginsengs and warm up a pot of good rice wine. I'll be there in about half an hour. He knew that at this stage, he had to deal with the urgent matters of the Li family first. Mr. Li is not only Li Ruoshi's grandfather, but also the father of his future father-in-law. It is reasonable for him to rush over as soon as possible. As for those jumping clowns of Zhao Shifeng, let them jump around for a while longer. Well. Okay. Haotian, I'll wait for you. There was finally a glimmer of hope in Li Ruoshi's voice. After hanging up the phone, the gentleness on Lin Haotian's face quickly faded away and became cold again. You really know how to pick the right time. He sneered, but his eyes were gleaming with shrewdness. Are you creating a special opportunity for me to sign in? Zhao Shifeng wants to take action against him, and his target is clear. But he had to go to the Li family now. Not only for Mr. Li's illness, but also to comfort his baby Ruoshi. Moreover, going to the Li family's luxurious manor might trigger the system sign-in again. The harvest last time was extremely rich, and it would be even more perfect if we could make more money this time. Humph, since you blind fellows insist on running into the muzzle of a gun, then just wait for me. After I finish dealing with the Li family's affairs, I will come back and settle this account with you. A strong murderous intent flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes, and he already had a preliminary plan in his mind. He turned around quickly and walked out the door with big strides. Chapter 32 Li Mansion signs in fort calming incense. The old man is out of danger, Ruoshi comforts the king with tenderness. Dusk is falling and the lights are coming on. Outside the imposing gate of the Li family manor, Li Ruoshi was pacing back and forth anxiously. The most famous socialite in Jiangchang, the icy female president of the Li group, now had a frown on her beautiful face, which was usually as cold as the moon, filled with worry. A few minutes ago, the result of a consultation by a group of medical experts was like a thunderclap, which made her heart so confused that it almost stopped beating. Mr. Li is the pillar of the Li family. If he falls, what kind of precarious situation will the Li family and the Li group she is in charge of face? What's more, there is an old bastard in the family who has been coveting the Li family's property. Her fingers, as delicate as jade carvings, were unconsciously clasped together, and her pearly teeth were lightly biting her delicate red lips. A hint of paleness caused by worry actually added a bit of charming and delicate charm to her. How could this be the high and mighty President Li who was out of touch with the world? She was clearly a little woman who was worried about her lover. Buzz. In the distance, a dazzling beam of car light tore through the night sky and shone straight towards us. Li Ruoshi seemed to be under a spell, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and then she ran towards the familiar car without hesitation. The car door opened, and Lin Haotian's tall and heroic figure came into view, like a powerful reassuring shot, instantly calming all her anxiety and uneasiness. Haotian! You are finally here. There was a barely perceptible tremor and a grieved tone in Li Ruoshi's voice, her beautiful eyes sparkled with tears, which rolled down uncontrollably across her delicate cheeks, making her look so tender and pitiful.
She completely ignored the surprised looks of the guards at the door and the servants in the manor, and her icy aura that kept people at a distance disappeared in an instant. She took a step forward, and her soft hands tightly grasped Lin Haotian's strong and powerful arms, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and she was unwilling to let go. Her plump chest pressed tightly against his arm, slightly deformed by the movement, but she didn't care at all. At this moment, the usually unattainable ice goddess showed unprecedented tenderness and dependence in front of her beloved man.
Oh my god. Is that the young lady? Am I dazzled? My goodness, the young lady actually took the initiative to hold a man's arm? And she's crying? Who is this kid? How could he make our icy lady lose her composure like this? Not far away, several servants lowered their voices and whispered in disbelief.
Lin Haotian felt Li Ruoxi's eagerness and relief, and his heart warmed, knowing that she had been under too much pressure today.
He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her cheek. He then sniffed the faint fragrance from her hair and spoke in a firm and confident tone. Ruoxi, I'm here. I'll take care of everything. Mr. Li will be fine. Don't worry, leave it to me. A tender and gentle reassurance was like a warm current flowing into her heart. Li Ruoxi could no longer hold back. Tears of joy and relief burst out of her eyes, and a smile of relief bloomed on her face. Lin Haotian took her arms around her soft and slender waist and walked towards the manor amid the jaw-dropping gazes of the servants. Soon, the group arrived outside Mr. Li's bedroom. Dear experts, I specially invited Mr. Lin to treat my grandfather. Please give him a favor. Li Ruoxi stood next to Lin Haotian and said to a group of white-haired famous doctors who were blocking the door. When everyone heard this, they all looked sideways. They naturally knew the importance of the eldest daughter of the Li family in the family, and they had also vaguely heard that the young man in front of them seemed to have used some magical means to save the old man of the Chun family. The atmosphere in the bedroom was extremely solemn. The air was filled with a complex smell mixed with precious medicinal herbs and disinfectant, but it still couldn't cover up the strong smell of illness from the patient. Beside the bed, several elderly men in suits and leather shoes with solemn expressions were discussing the patient's condition in a low voice. One of them, wearing a white coat, was none other than Jiangqing's famous Chinese medicine expert Mr. Liu. At this moment, after examining the patient's condition, Mr. Liu exchanged helpless looks with several other experts, and they all shook their heads and sighed, making Mrs. Li and Li Ruoxi's mother, who were accompanying them, even more uneasy and worried. Everyone in the room had a gloomy look on their face. On the sickbed, Mr. Li's face was sallow, his eyes were closed, his brows were twisted in pain, and his breathing was weak. It was obvious that he was suffering from great pain. His old illness had relapsed and the situation was more serious than any previous time. Mrs. Li held her daughter Li Ruoxi's hand and tried to remain calm and comfort her, but the despair in her eyes was hard to conceal. The famous doctors present were also helpless in treating Mr. Li lying on the bed. Alas, the old man has been in a coma for too long this time. We are not sure whether he can survive. A gray-haired Western medicine expert said to the Li family's housekeeper with a tired face. The housekeeper looked at the old man lying on the sickbed, sighing inwardly. It seems that the Li family is really going to change. I just hope that the eldest lady can hold on. The Li family can't let others bully us anymore. The moment Lin Haotian walked into the room, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is currently in the core area of the Li family manor, the patriarch's bedroom, which meets the sign and conditions. Do you want to sign in immediately? Sign in. Lin Haotian said silently in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, 1 box of special grade calming and calming incense. Reward, mastery of advanced massage therapy techniques. Reward, 1, strengthening the foundation and reinforcing the essence pill. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Haotian was delighted. It was like timely help. Special grade calming incense. Advanced massage therapy. And a tonic pill. Great. Now we have a better chance of saving Mr. Li. The system is really awesome. It seems that this trip to the Li family is crucial to the subsequent development, otherwise the system would not give such a generous reward. Hey, this system, I think, is giving me a buff just for my Ruoxi's sake. Lin Haotian raised his lips with a confident smile. He took a few steps forward, did a simple inspection, smelling, asking and palpating, and listened to several experts' descriptions of Mr. Li's condition. He already had a plan in mind. Then, he turned around and glanced at everyone present, his tone calm but with unquestionable majesty. I need to treat Mr. Li, and I don't want to be disturbed.
If you are not interested, please go out and rest.
Ruwashi, you stay and help.
Upon hearing this, Li Ruwashi nodded without hesitation. Okay. She believed in Lin Haotian.
As long as he said it was possible, Grandpa would definitely be able to turn the danger into safety.
When the other doctors heard Lin Haotian's words, their expressions changed.
A young boy with such a big tone. Old Lu, who had previously complained about Lin Haotian, snorted in his heart, "Humph, you ignorant brat. If it weren't for Miss Li's sake, I would have refuted you long ago. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. If you can't cure me, I don't want to see how you can gain a foothold in Jiangcheng."
Although he was resentful, he still tactfully left the bedroom with his team. After all the strangers left, Lin Haotian turned to Madame Li and said in a gentle voice, "Aunt, please go to the side hall and have a cup of tea to calm yourself down.
Ruwashi and I are enough here, don't worry."
After asking Mrs. Li to leave, Lin Haotian signaled Li Ruwashi to help Mr. Li up and let him lean against the head of the bed.
"Grandpa, please be patient. Haotian wants to check your body,"
Li Ruwashi said softly in the old man's ear, afraid to disturb him. Lin Haotian looked at Mr. Li's painfully furrowed brows and couldn't help but frowning.
The illness must have tortured the old man badly. "Don't worry." He patted Li Ruwashi's shoulders gently, signaling her to be at ease.
Before he finished speaking, Lin Haotian's eyes focused, and his fingers were like swords, quickly pressing on several key acupoints on Mr. Li's waist and abdomen.
"Master advanced massage therapy techniques, master them instantly."
I saw his fingers flying, sometimes pressing, sometimes kneading, sometimes massaging. Every move and every style was extremely precise, and the strength was just right. A warm internal energy slowly penetrated into Mr. Li's body along his fingertips, nourishing his damaged meridians and organs like spring rain. The lesions and pain points that had originally troubled the old man and left famous doctors helpless were gradually alleviated like ice and snow melting under Lin Haotian's miraculous massage techniques. Mr. Li's face, which was originally distorted by severe pain, gradually relaxed, and his tightly furrowed brows inadvertently loosened a little.
Li Ruwashi, who was standing by, was so surprised that her beautiful eyes sparkled and she was deeply shocked. She knew very well that Lin Haotian's massage skills were much better than those so-called national masters and masters in Jiangcheng.
Even the Master Zhang, who was known as the heir of the imperial physician, had a technique that was far different from what Lin Haotian was showing at the moment.
Wherever Lin Haotian's fingers passed, the old man's tense body would visibly relax, as if a dead tree came back to life, full of vitality. After just a few minutes of massage, Lin Haotian's forehead was slightly sweaty and he let out a breath. Li Ruwashi knew that this seemingly simple massage actually consumed a lot of one's mind and internal energy. If it weren't for Lin Haotian, anyone else would have probably been exhausted long ago. Then, Lin Haotian flipped his palm, and a piece of simple and elegant dark brown incense stick appeared in his palm.
It was the special grade calming and soul-settling incense, rewarded by the system. He snapped his fingers, and a spark fell on the tip of the incense. In an instant, a wisp of white smoke as thin as a dragon's whisker rose up and swirled in the air, like a vivid white dragon. An indescribable strange and subtle fragrance, like sandalwood but not sandalwood, like musk but not musk, elegant and lofty, quickly filled the entire room. Just by inhaling a hint of fragrance, Lin Haotian felt refreshed and his mind was clear.
Good stuff. This calming and soul-soothing incense is indeed worthy of its reputation. Compared with those so-called agarwood and sinking water that I saw at the auction before, it is many times better. If it were put outside, it would definitely be a priceless treasure. Lin Haotian secretly praised in his heart. The magical cigarette, as if it had a spirit, slowly floated towards Mr. Li lying on the sickbed. When the first whiff of fragrance entered Mr. Li's nostrils, a miracle happened. Mr. Li's frown relaxed instantly. His pale, cracked lips moved slightly, and he uttered a satisfied groan. Then he exhaled a long, deep breath, as if all the pain and anxiety in his body were expelled. Then he fell into a peaceful sleep, his breathing becoming steady and strong. Li Ruwashi, who was standing by, and Madame Li, who had returned, witnessed this incredible scene with their own eyes. They covered their mouths in surprise, their beautiful eyes filled with shock and gratitude. The old man actually turned from danger to safety. The stubborn disease that had troubled the old man for a long time and left countless famous doctors helpless had shown such obvious improvement after Lin Haotian's treatment in just a few moments. Madame Li was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. She held her daughter's hand and said incoherently, "Ruwashi. Divine Dr. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin is truly amazing. Your dad, he's fine. He's fine." The mother and daughter's gratitude and admiration for Lin Haotian were beyond words.
They had consulted countless famous doctors, but they had never seen anyone like Lin Haotian, who could make the dying old man's face rosy with just a few gentle pressures and a stick of incense. This special grade calming and soul-settling incense is truly an immortal treasure. The Li family has invited a true god-like figure. In the corridor outside the bedroom, the famous doctors who had been invited out earlier could no longer suppress their curiosity. They stretched their necks and pricked up their ears, wanting to find out what was going on inside. When they heard the surprised laughter of Mrs. Li and Li Ruoshi coming from the bedroom, they had a vague guess in their hearts.
About half an hour later, Lin Haotian opened the door and signaled them to go in.
When the medical experts walked into the bedroom and saw with their own eyes that Mr. Li lying on the sickbed not only had a ruddy complexion, but also had a steady breathing and a peaceful expression, as if he was just asleep, they were all stunned and their faces were full of disbelief.
How is this possible? Final breath? No.
The old man's vital signs are very stable.
This is a miracle.
When they learned from Mrs. Li that all this was the work of Lin Haotian, the looks that all the experts gave Lin Haotian instantly changed from initial contempt and suspicion to deep shock and indescribable admiration.
It's a miracle. It's really a miracle. Little friend Lin, no, Dr. Lin. Your medical skills are beyond our reach. The old Chinese medicine expert Lu, who had previously complained about Lin Haotian, now stroked his beard and praised with a face full of shame. The new generation is better than the old. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and today I know that there are always people better than you. Dr. Lin, I am convinced. Completely convinced.
The white-coated expert who had questioned Lin Haotian earlier was even more furious, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into.
His heart was filled with regret and admiration. I am so short-sighted. Compared with the medical skills of Dr. Lin, my little skill is simply not worth mentioning.
Li Ruoshi stared at the young man in front of her who had created a miracle. Her beautiful eyes were shining with tenderness and affection that almost overflowed. The tense atmosphere in the bedroom disappeared, replaced by a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. The Li family members were all smiling, and their eyes looking at Lin Haotian were full of gratitude and respect. This Mr. Lin is no longer an ordinary person, but a distinguished guest that the Li family must do their best to make friends with, and even a support for the future.
Li Ruoshi understood what everyone in the Li family was thinking from their reverent eyes.
She knew that from this moment on, Lin Haotian would be the real booster for the Li family.
When we saw Lin Haotian off from the manor, the moon was already at its highest point in the sky.
A bright jade plate hangs high in the night sky, and the cold moonlight pours down like mercury, adding a touch of romance and poetry to this quiet night.
The two walked side by side on the path of the manor, the air filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and soil.
Li Ruoshi suddenly stopped, looked at Lin Haotian with her beautiful eyes, and said softly, "Haotian, have you gotten into trouble again today?" Lin Haotian understood what she was referring to, and knew that she was referring to Zhao Shifeng's matter. He thought that someone from the Li family must have heard some news about it.
He didn't want Li Ruoshi to worry too much about his affairs, so he said lightly, "It's a small matter, Ruoshi, you don't have to worry, I can handle it myself."
When Li Ruoshi heard this, a determined light flashed in her bright eyes, and two intoxicating blushes appeared on her pretty cheeks, like beautiful flowers under the sunset. She took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and said word by word with great clarity, "Haotian, your business is my business." Without waiting for Lin Haotian's response, she continued in a tone that was a little shy but extremely firm.
Our Li family, although not as powerful as those top wealthy families, we do have some foundation and connections in this small piece of land in Jiangbei City. No matter what troubles you encounter, the Li family will always be your strongest backing. The assets left by my father are always available for use whenever you need them.
These words are powerful and heartfelt.
As Lin Haotian listened to Li Ruoshi's sincere confession without any impurities, an indescribable warmth surged in his heart.
He had never thought that a woman, a family, would stand behind him so unreservedly and be willing to give everything for him. This friendship is as heavy as Mount Tai. He stretched out his hand and gently held Li Ruoshi's soft and boneless hand, which felt warm and smooth.
"Ruoshi, thank you."
Lin Haotian stared into her eyes that were brighter than the stars, his voice gentle and solemn, "Your words are enough. When our eyes meet, 1,000 words are expressed without words." The night breeze blows gently, ruffling the tips of their hair and also blowing the two hearts that are closely attached to each other. Lin Haotian knew that from now on, he would no longer be fighting alone. With Li Ruoshi's deep affection and the solid backing of the Li family, he would be more confident in facing the thunderous revenge of Zhao Shifeng from the provincial capital.
Should we take the initiative and nip the potential threat in the bud? Or should we wait for the right opportunity and strike back?
A sharp light flashed in Lin Haotian's deep eyes.
He already had a plan in mind. Chapter 33, Emu's divine power is revealed for the first time.
Green vines bind ghosts, and iron fists shock the soul. The night wind howled around the base like a crying soul. It rolled up dust all over the sky, like billowing smoke, shrouding the entire base in a haze. The dust seemed to be driven by an invisible force, frantically hitting the iron sheets of the temporary factory buildings outside the dawn base, making a rustling sound. The sound was particularly harsh in the silent night, making people feel fear. However, the terrifying sound of wind and flying sand perfectly concealed the footsteps of death approaching quietly. Outside the factory, the dense bushes acted like a natural barrier, but now they became the best hiding place for the killers.
Puff! Puff!
There were two barely perceptible sounds, like a stone falling into a deep pool, without causing any ripples. Several base security members who were in charge of outer perimeter security didn't even have time to utter a groan before they fell down, holding their throats, their eyes full of disbelief and horror.
The high-powered flashlights in their hands slipped out of their hands and fell.
The beam of light swayed wildly in the darkness for a few times, and finally pointed weakly at the cold ground. The blood silently soaked the soil beneath his feet. At the same time, inside the temporary command tent of the base, Wang Dali was planning tomorrow's patrol route on the sand table when he heard a burst of rapid electric noise from the intercom, followed by the panicked shout of the duty team leader.
Alert! Post number 3 in the southeast direction,
The sound suddenly stopped, leaving only a heart-pounding sizzling sound, and then it was completely silent.
Shit! There's an attack.
Wang Dali's face suddenly changed and he punched the table hard, causing the small flags on the sand table to shake.
Enemy attack. Everyone prepare for battle.
He grabbed the intercom and roared, his voice distorted by anger. Attention, all teams. Southeast post number 3 has lost contact, the enemy has sneaked in.
Firepower team. Light up the southeast direction for me. Snipers, look for targets. Everyone else, follow me. The shrill alarm suddenly pierced the night sky, and the entire temporary camp exploded in an instant like a hornet's nest that had been poked. Countless bright beams of light pierced through the darkness and intertwined at the edge of the dense forest in the southeast direction. Bang, bang, bang. Da-day-day-day.
Fierce gunfire suddenly rang out outside the camp. Bullets were like pouring raindrops, drawing trails of death in the darkness.
Over there. Fire.
A security guard had just leaned half of his body out, trying to suppress the enemy in the dark with firepower, when a bullet whizzed past his ear accurately and hit the sandbag behind him, causing a cloud of sand to burst out. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly retracted his head.
Fuck.
These bastards are so damn accurate with their shots, he cursed angrily.
The enemy's firepower was extremely fierce and accurate. It was obvious that they were well trained and not a mob.
They hid in the dark, took advantage of the terrain, and continuously fired at the security guards. From time to time, security guards were shot and fell down, emitting muffled groans or screams.
Air Guzzi.
A team member watched his comrade beside him fall straight down with a cloud of blood mist bursting out of his chest. His eyes instantly turned red. I'm going to fight you. He roared and was about to rush out, but was stopped by the old soldier next to him.
Calm down. The other party is a tough guy. Don't die in vain. Wang Dali led a team of people and rushed to the front line amid the whistling bullets. He snatched the assault rifle from a team member and fired at the most densely flashing fire in the darkness, hit them hard. Pin them down.
Bullets swept past like a rainstorm, temporarily suppressing the enemy's firepower. But soon, several grenades whizzed out from the darkness, trailing long tails of smoke, and landed precisely in front of the security team's defensive position.
Get down.
Wang Dali's eyes were bloodshot and he roared hoarsely.
Boom. Boom.
The violent explosion was deafening and flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky blood red. The blast created a gust of air mixed with dirt and shrapnel that smashed down on them. Wang Dali only felt a huge force hitting his back, and the whole person was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. His ears were buzzing, and he could not hear anything for a while. Amid the smoke and dust, he struggled to raise his head and saw a mess. Several team members were lying in a pool of blood, their lives or deaths unknown.
The surviving team members were also blown to pieces and temporarily lost the ability to fight back. Damn, cough cough.
Wang Dali spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes.
These killers are so professional.
Be it marksmanship, tactical coordination, or weapons and equipment, they are far superior to their hastily put together security force. If they continue like this, they won't be able to hold on for much longer.
Captain, we can't hold on any longer. The enemy's firepower is too strong and they are about to break in.
A team member with smoke all over his face crawled to Wang Dali, his voice filled with tears.
Wang Dali gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Tell the brothers to fight them. Even if you die, you have to take a few people with you to die with you. His heart was filled with resentment and anger. Is it possible that I will die here tonight? At this critical moment. Roar!
A low roar filled with overwhelming anger, like a thunderclap out of the blue, suddenly exploded on the chaotic battlefield. A black shadow, like the god of death descending from the sky, brought with it a fierce gust of wind, and at an incredible speed, it instantly rushed into the frontline position where the fighting was most intense.
It's Lin Haotian.
The news of the Zhao family's revenge and Li Ruoshi's call made the suppressed anger and murderous intent in his heart burst out completely. He knew that the Zhao family might send scumbags to take advantage of the situation, so he rushed over as soon as he dealt with Mr. Li's condition.
Presumptuous.
Lin Haotian rushed into the enemy group like a tiger descending from the mountain, his body as fast as lightning.
He didn't have any fancy moves, just a simple punch. Bang! A dull crash.
A killer who was rushing to the front and was about to shoot at the security guards didn't even have time to raise his gun before he was punched in the chest by Lin Haotian. The killer's whole body shook violently, blood gushed out of his mouth, and his whole body flew backwards more than 10 meters as if hit by a high-speed truck. With a thump, he hit a big tree behind him with a teeth-grinding click sound, and then he slid down softly, completely without a sound.
Kill with one blow.
That domineering force made the surrounding killers' eyes flash with horror.
Who is it?
The remaining killers reacted immediately, turned their guns around, and pointed the black muzzles directly at Lin Haotian, spewing flames.
Day. Dense bullets poured down like raindrops, trying to tear Lin Haotian to pieces completely. However, Lin Haotian was like a ghost dancing in the hail of bullets.
His steps were mysterious and his body was erratic. He avoided every fatal bullet by a hair's breadth at the critical moment. The strengthening of the body by Yi Muzhenjie and the powerful nerve reaction speed had already made his body instinctively burst out with a speed beyond the limit of ordinary people.
How brave!
A killer dressed in black with a hideous scar on his face shouted angrily. He seemed to be the leader of this group of killers and was extremely powerful. He suddenly pulled out a sharp saber from his waist, and with a flash of his body, he approached Lin Haotian as fast as lightning. The saber, with a cold wind, went straight for Lin Haotian's throat. The knife was at a tricky angle and extremely ruthless. It was obviously a well-trained killing technique.
Snort!
Lin Haotian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp edge of the saber, and then suddenly stretched out his left hand.
Crack!
Lin Haotian's hand was like an iron clamp, instantly grabbing the wrist of the scar killer holding the knife. An overwhelming force surged out from his palm, instantly crushing the bones in scar killer's wrist.
Ah!
The scar killer let out a heart-wrenching howl, and the saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. A cold light flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes. He twisted his wrist and threw the scar killer out. He hit the other killer heavily like a broken sack.
Bang! The two fell to the ground at the same time, curled up in pain. Stop it, everyone!
Lin Haotian let out a deafening roar, and the sound contained a majestic emu internal energy, like a thunderclap out of the blue, which directly dispersed the smoke and murderous aura that filled the surroundings, and even frightened all the killers present.
Your leader, Zhao Shifeng, is going to deal with me. If you want revenge, come after me.
He swept his cold eyes around, and those originally arrogant and domineering killers were completely intimidated by his power. They stopped their actions and showed surprise and fear on their faces. They had never seen such a terrifying person.
This is not a human at all.
At this moment, a short killer lurking in the darkness like a ghost flashed a fierce look in his eyes. He held a poison flying knife in his hand and attacked Lin Haotian silently from behind. It is the gold medal killer codenamed Ghost, and the real leader of this team.
His flying knife was extremely fast and at a tricky angle, aiming directly at Lin Haotian's vital point on the vest. Moreover, the blade was tempered with a highly poisonous substance that was colorless and odorless, and could kill Lin Haotian instantly with one blow. He firmly believed that no matter how strong Lin Haotian was, he would not be able to avoid his fatal blow which was so close to him. However, just when the flying knife was less than a foot away from Lin Haotian's vest,
A cold light flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes, as if he had eyes behind his back. He took light steps and his body slid half an inch to the right at an incredible angle. Laugh. The flying knife grazed his clothes and narrowly missed the target. What? Ghost was horrified. His assassination technique, which he was so proud of, was avoided so easily? Before he could react, Lin Haotian suddenly turned around, his eyes like two cold lightning bolts, instantly locking onto the short figure of the ghost. You're the only one left. Lin Haotian sneered and suddenly pressed down with his right palm. Adamu Shinkai Green Ivy Binding. In an instant, a powerful emerald green wood internal energy surged out from Lin Haotian's palm, instantly covering an area of several meters around the ghost. Sizzle, sizzle. A strange scene happened. On the ground, the grass and trees were growing wildly. Several thumb-thick, crystal-clear green vines, as if they had life, broke out of the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, sweeping up from all directions, and entwining around the ghost like a spirit snake. What the hell? The ghost was horrified. He had never seen such a strange attack. He tried to dodge, but the vines were too fast, too numerous, and impenetrable. In a flash, his body was tightly entangled by these extremely tough vines, bound like a dumpling, unable to move. What frightened him even more was that as the vines entangled him, a strange force was seeping into his body along the vines, instantly paralyzing his meridians. There was also a bone-chilling chill that rushed straight into his soul, making him tremble all over, unable to move, and even his thinking became slow. What kind of sorcery is this? The ghost wailed in despair in his heart. Lin Haotian slowly walked up to the ghost and looked at him coldly as he was tightly entangled by the green vines, like fish on a chopping board, with no expression on his face. You don't know your own limitations. His voice was cold and full of disdain. He bent down, reached out his hand and quickly felt around the ghost's body, found the communicator hidden on his waist, and broke it off. Take this guy away and keep him under strict watch. Lin Haotian glanced at the stunned security guards around him and ordered in a deep voice. Wang Dali only came back to his senses from his shock at this moment. He looked at Lin Haotian's godlike figure, his eyes filled with incredible fanaticism and awe. Yes. Brother Haotian. He responded with a trembling voice, and immediately called a few team members who had regained consciousness to drag away the ghost that was tightly entangled by green vines. The remaining assassins, how could they still have the slightest desire to fight? They were all trembling with fear, their hearts and galls shattered. Lin Haotian ignored them. He swept his cold eyes across the devastated battlefield, the murderous intent in his eyes still lingering. Wang Dali, take your men to count the casualties and treat the injured brothers. As for those surviving bastards, cripple their limbs and throw them into the mass grave outside the city, and let them fend for themselves. As for this leader, keep him under good care. I can still be of use to you. Yes. Brother Haotian. Wang Dali's voice was sonorous and powerful, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He knew that Brother Haotian was going to make those who dared to offend his authority pay a heavy price. Just as Lin Haotian turned around and prepared to leave, a familiar prompt sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully repelled the enemy attack and captured the enemy team leader. The sign-in conditions have been triggered. Do you want to sign in now? Lin Haotian's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. Every time he signed in, he could get something unexpected, so what would it be this time? Sign in, he repeated to himself without hesitation. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fighting Grandmaster Fighting Mastery Max. Fighting Mastery Max, the host will acquire all fighting skills in the world, including but not limited to boxing, sanda, taekwondo, karate, judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Wing Chun, Bajikwan, etc., and can integrate them to form a fighting style that belongs to the host. In close combat, the host will be invincible. Lin Haotian's mind instantly flooded with a vast amount of fighting knowledge and experience, as if he had been practicing various fighting techniques since birth and had reached the peak state. His control over his body, his use of strength, and his insight into the enemy's weaknesses had all reached a whole new level. He clenched his fist and felt his whole body filled with explosive power, as if he could smash a huge rock with one punch. Fighting Grandmaster, this skill comes at the perfect time. Lin Haotian's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. He knew that although Imujin Jia was powerful, it was sometimes limited in close combat. Now with the skill of Fighting Grandmaster, he had almost no shortcomings. Whether it was remote control or close combat, he could handle it easily. It seems that the days ahead will be even more exciting.
Zhao Shifeng. Since you dare to come to me on your own initiative, I will play with you to the end. A bloody storm has officially begun in this river city. Chapter 34, Ironclad Evidence. The ghost confessed a shocking secret, and Haotian sharpened his knife to the provincial capital. The night in the western suburbs is as heavy as a piece of iron. In the secret interrogation room of the Dawn base, the lights were so pale that there was no trace of warmth, and it was quietly dormant in the depressing darkness. In the air, the strong smell of blood and the faint smell of disinfectant mixed together, forming a sickening impression. The cold LED tubes emitted a lifeless light, illuminating the metal walls and the alloy interrogation chair with an eerie cold glow. On the interrogation chair, the gold metal killer code-named Ghost was locked tightly in special shackles, looking in a miserable state. The black suit that used to symbolize his status was now covered in mud and dried blood, with red, swollen and inflamed wounds exposed at the torn parts. The metal shackles rubbed his wrists and ankles until they were bloody and left shameful marks. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat soaked his messy hair, and his triangular eyes were filled with fear, unwillingness, and deep-hidden despair. Sometimes he gritted his teeth and tried to act as if he would never speak, but his trembling mouth and bulging veins revealed his inner weakness. Sometimes he tried to force out a flattering smile, trying to beg for mercy in exchange for a glimmer of hope. Behind the one-way glass of the monitoring room, Wang Dali clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and spoke with suppressed anger. Brother Tian, this guy is really stubborn.
When he sneaked into the base, our brothers were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. Every brother who fell was like a knife cutting repeatedly in his heart. Lin Haotian's eyes were cold, looking through the glass at the ghosts trembling back in the interrogation room, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The hard bones are just because the hammer didn't hit hard enough. After saying that, he walked towards the interrogation room.
Crack!
The heavy alloy door was pushed open with a teeth-grinding sound, like a death warrant, making the already stagnant air even more suffocating. Lin Haotian was wearing a well-tailored smoky gray casual suit, his face calm, as if he had just dealt with a group of ants. He walked in slowly, each step seemed to be stepping on the heart of the ghost, steady and powerful. Although there was no trace of murderous intent released, the calm look in those deep eyes was colder and more piercing than any sharp blade, as if it could directly penetrate a person's soul. The ghost felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head, and the hairs all over his body stood on end.
Is this still a human being?
Although he looked young, this invisible pressure was even more terrifying than that of his boss who called the wind and rain in the underground world.
Even more terrifying. The ghost instantly understood that he had hit a wall this time, provoking a fierce dragon that he absolutely should not have provoked. An unprecedented fear and despair surged in his heart. Didn't the information say that Lin Haotian was just an ordinary takeaway boy, a worker with no background? Is this the ability and aura that a worker can have? Could it be that I am really going to fail here today?
The feeling of regret was growing wildly in his heart like a virus. Lin Haotian sat down on the metal chair opposite the ghost, his long legs casually crossed, his eyes looking at him calmly, like a god looking down on ants. His slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the cold metal handrail. The tap, tap, tap sound was particularly clear in the silent interrogation room, like the death-urging drumbeats of the god of death. After a moment, Lin Haotian opened his thin lips slightly. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable majesty. Zhao Shifeng sent you to Jiangcheng to test my strength, collect intelligence about me, and then avenge their useless Xiao family, right? The calm tone exploded like a thunder in the ghost's mind. He was completely stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief.
How is this possible?
He didn't even say a word, but the other party actually knew the purpose of their trip and the mastermind behind it.
Could it be that there is really an all-encompassing intelligence network behind Lin Haotian?
The ghost felt like his brain was about to explode, and 1,000 alpacas were running wildly through his mind.
How did you know?
His voice trembled, with a hint of despair in his roar. Lin Haotian raised his lips in a mocking arc, his eyes remained calm. Your identity is clean, and your methods are ruthless.
Unfortunately, you are not worthy of my further discussion.
After a pause, his voice suddenly turned cold, like an icy ridge in the coldest days of winter.
So, I'll give you a chance. Tell the truth, and maybe you'll suffer less.
The ghost struggled violently, his instinct for survival and his killer's professional ethics fighting fiercely in his mind. He gritted his teeth and roared fiercely.
I won't say anything.
For those of us in this line of work, we've already put our heads on the line. The worst that can happen is death.
My elder brother. Bang!
Before he could finish speaking, Lin Haotian suddenly attacked. No one can see his movements clearly.
Fast. Too fast. So fast that it exceeds the limits of human vision.
Only a shadow flashed by, and Lin Haotian's fingers had already pointed at several extremely hidden acupuncture points on the ghost's body with incredible precision.
Combat Mastery Max Acupuncture to force a confession.
Even an old monster who has been immersed in martial arts for many years may not know these acupoints, but Lin Haotian can press them easily as if taking something from a bag.
You.
The ghost's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Just as he was about to threaten, an indescribable pain instantly erupted from the acupuncture point that was pressed, sweeping across his body like a flood. At the same time, Lin Haotian secretly activated the emu flying needle, and a few strands of green energy, as thin as cow hair and almost invisible to the naked eye, silently pierced into the ghost's pain nerve plexus.
Ah!
The ghost's scream suddenly became louder and louder, as shrill as the cries of hundreds of ghosts at night.
What kind of pain is that?
It was as if billions of ants were gnawing at his bone marrow, and as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing his nerves. Acid, numbness, swelling, pain, itching, all kinds of indescribable extreme feelings, like a tide, hit his cerebral cortex wave after wave. His body twitched violently, his muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and his eyeballs bulged outward due to extreme pain, covered with hideous bloodshot. Cold sweat gushed out from his forehead and back like a waterfall, soaking his clothes in an instant. He wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but found that his jaw had been removed by a clever force, and he couldn't even use a little strength.
He could only let the inhuman torture destroy his will bit by bit. I said.
In just a few seconds, the so-called tough will of the ghost completely collapsed. He burst into tears and wailed indistinctly, and every syllable was filled with the desire to survive and endless regret. Lin Haotian's eyes were indifferent, as if he had just crushed a trivial insect. He took out a clean white towel from the disinfection box next to him, slowly wiped the blood stain that had accidentally stained his fingertips, and said lightly,
"Tell me, my patience is limited."
The cold voice, like a judgment from the netherworld, made the ghost completely give up all resistance. He no longer dared to hide or quibble, and he spilled out everything he knew, speaking quickly and chaotically, fearing that if he was half a second late, he would experience the torture of living a life worse than death again.
It's Zhao Shifeng. Zhao Shifeng from the Zhao family in Jiangcheng. He is our employer. He sent us here, firstly, to avenge the Zhao family, secondly, he has taken a fancy to your wealth and your miraculous medical skills, and wants to possess them for himself.
The ghost's voice trembled constantly because of the severe pain, and mixed with the deep-rooted fear of Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian listened quietly, his eyes as deep as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. That powerful divine consciousness was like the most sophisticated scanner, carefully distinguishing the truth from the ghost's words.
How strong is Zhao Shifeng? What specific plans does he have?
Lin Haotian spoke again, his voice still calm, but with an invisible pressure. The ghost was frightened when he heard this, and continued to explain.
Zhao Shifeng, he has already contacted the Black Scorpion organization in the provincial capital's underground world. The Black Scorpion people are ruthless and they have guns. They may even use military-grade explosive weapons. They plan to proceed in 3 steps. In the first step, they will send our vanguard team to test your strength. If it goes well, they will gather all their forces and storm your base.
The ghost's voice became lower and lower as he spoke, because he could clearly feel that the chill emanating from Lin Haotian was becoming increasingly stronger, almost freezing the entire interrogation room. When the ghost trembled and said the last word, the interrogation room fell into dead silence. 2 terrifying cold lights suddenly burst out from Lin Haotian's deep eyes, as if the tangible murderous aura was almost frozen into ice.
Zhao Shifeng. Black Scorpion. Very good. Very good. You actually want to target me, Lin Haotian, and even want to use firearms and explosive weapons? Do you really think that I, Lin Haotian, am a soft persimmon that can be manipulated at will?
Lin Haotian's heart was filled with a raging rage and a strong fighting spirit. Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Let you also have a taste of what true despair and fear are.
He stood up slowly, his tall and straight figure was like a peerless divine weapon about to be unsheathed, sharp and powerful, with a mighty aura soaring to the sky.
After the defense of the base and the interrogation of the ghost, Lin Haotian clearly realized the danger of the current situation. The underground forces in the provincial capital have actually colluded with certain official scums and even resorted to using banned high-powered weapons. This is no longer a simple pursuit of revenge, but an attempt to turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down.
Passive defense has never been his style. Now that the enemy has shown his fangs, he will take the initiative to attack and nip all threats in the bud. He must go to the provincial capital in person. Uproot Zhao Shifeng and that Black Scorpion organization. Moreover, the system just happened to release the Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Exchange Meeting sign-in task, and the location was also in the provincial capital. It was just right to complete it at the same time. Lin Haotian turned his gaze towards the monitoring room, his voice cold and emotionless. Wang Dali, this person must be dealt with thoroughly to prevent future troubles. After being monitored, Wang Dali nodded heavily, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. When the ghost on the interrogation chair heard the words "no more trouble forever," the blood color on his face instantly faded and he became as pale as paper. He opened his mouth and wanted to beg for mercy, but when he met Lin Haotian's cold eyes that contained no life, all the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. He understood that the young man in front of him would really destroy his soul and not even have the chance to be reincarnated. Lin Haotian didn't even look at him again, turned around and left the interrogation room, just as he had come, quietly but with a suffocating feeling of oppression. In the interrogation room, Wang Dali's suppressed roar, the ghost's final desperate scream, and the creepy sound of bones breaking soon rang out.
After walking out of the interrogation room, Lin Haotian called Li Ruoshi.
Haotian, has the matter been dealt with? Have you encountered any trouble?
Li Ruoshi's gentle and concerned voice came from the other end of the phone.
Well, it's all resolved, don't worry.
Lin Haotian's voice softened unconsciously, like a spring breeze. He paused and continued, Ruoshi, next, I may have to go to the provincial capital to take care of something very important.
It will probably take some time before I can come back.
Li Ruoshi on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then said in a firm and trusting tone.
Haotian, I understand. Don't worry about the things at home.
I will arrange everything and take good care of Dali and the others. You are in the provincial capital, so you must be careful and stay safe.
Don't take any risks.
She paused, then added softly.
If you need any help, just ask.
The Li family has some connections in the provincial capital, and you can mobilize them at will.
Don't put yourself in a difficult position, understand?
The warm words flowed through Lin Haotian's heart like a trickle of water, making him feel the long-lost warmth and strong support of home.
Okay, I got it. Wait until I get back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian took a deep breath.
The cold night wind blew away the warmth in his heart, and replaced it with endless coldness and determination. He gazed towards the provincial capital. On his handsome, godlike face, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and the corners of his mouth were raised in an extremely cold arc.
Zhao Shifeng, Black Scorpion, the time of your death has come. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the night like a ghost.
Not long after, a high-speed train headed for the provincial capital started slowly.
A lonely and tall figure, illuminated by the window lights, looked particularly desolate. A new battlefield is waiting for his arrival. What kind of bloody storm will be set off in the provincial capital because of his arrival? What kind of trap will Zhao Shifeng and Black Scorpion lay? And what kind of fierce competition will be held at the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Everything is still unknown. But Lin Haotian is fearless. Chapter 35, First Visit to the Provincial Capital. The situation is turbulent. Checking in at the ancient street, the breathtaking pendant, the uninvited guest secretly peeping. Woo!
With a long, low whistle, the Harmony high-speed train was like a flash of white lightning, tearing through the morning mist and sliding steadily into the platform of Longyang High-Speed Railway Station. The door opened, and Lin Haotian stepped out. A mixed atmosphere that was unique to a big city hit him. In front of him was a constant stream of people, a magnificent station hall, and in the distance were rows of skyscrapers that reached the sky, like a steel jungle.
Longyang City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, is indeed worthy of its reputation.
Lin Haotian's sharp eyes quickly swept around, and he sighed in his heart. The scale and prosperity of this provincial capital far exceeded that of Jiangcheng, where he grew up, and it also meant more opportunities and challenges. He took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, and walked steadily and quickly into the crowd towards the exit.
At this moment, he is no longer the slightly immature takeaway boy. He is wearing a decent casual outfit, which makes his figure more upright.
Since practicing basic bodybuilding technique and Yimushan Jia, his temperament and physique have undergone earth-shaking changes. His handsome face is matched with the restrained aura of a strong man.
When he stands in the crowd, he has an extraordinary demeanor.
The purpose of this trip to the provincial capital was, firstly, to deal with the clown Zhao Shifeng of the Zhao family and to eradicate the Black Scorpion organization.
The Zhao family and the Black Scorpion should have the next move soon.
Second, to participate in the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference, for which he had already made sufficient preparations. However, Lin Haotian has always believed that keeping a low profile, not showing off one's wealth, and being restrained is the way to survive. His current strength has already far surpassed that of many young men from small families, and he does not need to rely on external things to show off himself. After leaving the high-speed rail station, Lin Haotian got on a reserved special car and headed straight for Longyang City's top 5-star hotel Hyatt Regency Hotel. This hotel is nearly 100 stories high and extremely luxurious. It has no ordinary guest rooms and only serves high-end people. Lin Haotian booked a luxurious viewing suite on the 66th floor with an area of more than 300 square meters, which comes with a small sky garden and open-air balcony.
The cost of this apartment for one day is equivalent to the annual expenses of an ordinary family. But Lin Haotian doesn't care.
The amount in his bank card is enough for him to squander for a lifetime.
More importantly, he needed a quiet and safe environment. Last night, the system map was updated again, and a new check-in point appeared, right here in Longyang City.
Entering the suite that looked like a small palace, Lin Haotian simply washed up and couldn't wait to open the system interface.
On the map, a twinkling star mark appeared in the southwest of Longyang City, with a clear annotation, Sanhuai Ancient Street? Centennial Stone Bridge. Oh? Ancient Street? Or Stone Bridge?
Lin Haotian smiled. System, your sign-in points are getting more and more tricky.
But I like it. He had a vague feeling that this sign-in reward would definitely be extraordinary.
After all, anything produced by the system must be high quality, and the more such things are hidden in corners, the more likely they are to contain good things. Since the stone bridge was specified, it seems that this ancient street has some reputation. Lin Haotian pondered in his mind and immediately decided to go to the Sanhuai Ancient Street to find out. As for the VIP bodyguard service provided by the hotel, he declined it directly.
Are you kidding?
With his current strength, he is enough to withstand the full force attack of a master with great internal strength.
How can those ordinary little characters get close to him?
Exposing his strength too early is not his style. The best strategy is to make a surprise attack when the dragon is lurking in the abyss. After taking a bus for more than half an hour from the bustling area in the city center, Lin Haotian arrived at the old town in the southwest corner of the city. As soon as you step into the entrance of Sanhuai Ancient Street, a strong smell of fireworks and a heavy sense of history will hit you. This old street is not wide, and the bluestone paved road has been polished smooth and shiny over the years. On both sides of the street, there are rows of old-style shops with quaint facades and different signs, selling all kinds of old items, handicrafts, and local snacks. The air is filled with the fragrance of old wood, the aroma of food, and various indescribable smells of the market. The streets are crowded with people, including nearby residents and tourists who come here for the city's fame. Accents from all over the country interweave together, telling of the inclusiveness and breadth of this provincial capital city.
Boss, give me a bowl of osmanthus jelly. The freshly baked plum blossom cake is so fragrant and sticky.
The enthusiastic shouts of the hawkers rose one after another, blending with the surrounding noise, forming a vivid picture of city life. Lin Haotian strolled through it, feeling the atmosphere that was completely different from that of a modern city, and unexpectedly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He used the breath-concealing technique from the internal energy cultivation method that he had obtained through signing in, and perfectly blended his own aura into the surrounding environment, making him look like an ordinary tourist, unnoticed. After passing through several shops selling antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and bypassing a fortune-telling stall with a feng shui compass and colorful banners, Lin Haotian finally saw a quaint stone arch bridge at the end of a fork in the road. The stone bridge is made of grayish-blue stone, with traces of erosion on the bridge deck and vague patterns carved on the railings. It quietly crosses a thin stream. There is a stone tablet at the bridge head, with the 4 characters Sanhuai Ancient Bridge vaguely visible.
Lin Haotian's heart moved and he walked quickly onto the bridge.
When he reached the center of the stone bridge, his feet seemed to have stepped on a certain node.
Boom!
A clear sound like a jade chime exploded deep in his mind. System prompt: congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in at the special sign-in location Longyang City Sanhuai Ancient Street Centennial Stone Bridge Historical Site, Spiritual Node.
Sign-in reward, breath-resting jade pendant middle-grade magical instrument.
Here it comes.
Lin Haotian was delighted. Sure enough, he was not disappointed. This ancient street and stone bridge hides good things. He suppressed his inner excitement and glanced around vigilantly. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out a palm-sized quaint wooden box from the system space. When the wooden box was opened, a jade pendant that was emerald green, smooth and translucent lay quietly inside. The jade pendant is about the size of a baby's fist, oval in shape, cool to the touch, and has intricate and mysterious cloud patterns carved on its surface. If you look closely, it seems as if there is a faint green halo flowing inside it. A faint fragrance emanates from the jade pendant, refreshing the heart. The breath-harboring jade pendant. Lin Haotian muttered to himself, with a gleam in his eyes. This is exactly what he needs most right now. As his strength increases, his own aura and internal strength become stronger. Although he has the breath-retaining technique to cover it up, if he encounters a real master or someone with special detection methods, there is still a risk of being exposed. The introduction of this breath-containing jade pendant says that it is a mid-grade magical weapon, and its core function is to drastically restrain the wearer's breath fluctuations, making him or her look like a mortal, making it difficult to spy on the wearer's cultivation level. This is a baby tailor-made for him. Lin Haotian couldn't wait to pick up the jade pendant, which had a fine silk ribbon attached to it. He put it on his body. The moment the jade pendant touched his skin, a cool feeling instantly flowed through his body. Lin Haotian immediately felt that the sharp aura that he originally emitted was gently covered by an invisible veil, and was completely restrained in his body, and no trace of it could be found. Good baby! Lin Haotian was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that at this moment, unless he took the initiative to release his aura, even people with higher cultivation than him would find it difficult to see his depth. The value of this breath-containing jade pendant is simply inestimable. Just as Lin Haotian was immersed in the joy of his new treasure, he suddenly felt several vague gazes, entwining around him like poisonous snakes. These gazes are extremely covert, as if they have been professionally trained, non-aggressive, and more like a pure observation and exploration. His heart trembled, and he glanced around calmly, taking in the crowd around him. On the surface, the ancient street was still bustling with people coming and going, and there was nothing unusual. However, Lin Haotian's intuition told him that there was a bad guy spying on him. Although his breath-retaining jade pendant and breath-retaining technique perfectly concealed his own aura, the warrior's sixth sense was like an alarm bell, buzzing in his mind. He did not take any immediate action, nor did he show any sign of abnormality. He just continued to stroll on the stone bridge like a leisurely tourist. He knew that although Longyang City, the provincial capital, seemed calm on the surface, there were actually undercurrents, and it was far from being as simple as Jiangqing City. There are not only open and covert struggles in the martial arts world, but also the intricate connections of underground forces. Since the Zhao family and the Black Scorpion organization dare to extend their hands to Jiangqing City, their influence in Longyang City will only become greater. These peepers are most likely from the Zhao family or the Black Scorpion. Lin Haotian adjusted his pace calmly, seemingly walking back and forth on both sides of the stone bridge casually, but in fact he was secretly observing every possible target. His eyes were as fast as lightning, passing over the seemingly unintentional tourists and passers-by who were pretending to enjoy the scenery. He noticed that not far from the stall of the old man selling sugar paintings at the bridge head, there was a young man wearing a black baseball cap and playing with his mobile phone with his head down. Although his movements were natural, his fingers kept sliding quickly on the screen of the mobile phone, as if he was sending some message. And by the creek under the bridge, a girl who seemed to be taking pictures had her camera lens pointed vaguely in his direction. At the distant intersection, there was a seemingly ordinary black car with its window slightly rolled down, and a blurry figure flashed past inside the car. Lin Haotian's heart moved. The aura of these people was extremely restrained, no different from that of ordinary people. Some were even more ordinary than ordinary people. This just proved that they were not ordinary people. It is impossible for ordinary people to have such precise observation and concealment abilities. He sneered in his heart. These people were well trained and could actually follow him here. It seemed that his whereabouts at the high-speed railway station had not completely escaped the eyes of some people. Or maybe the Zhao family had already known about his coming to Longyang City and had set up spies in advance? Lin Haotian's thoughts were racing, but on the surface he remained calm. He even stopped, picked up his mobile phone, and took a few photos of the ancient bridge. His movements were natural and smooth, without revealing any flaws. He knew that now was not the time to reveal his strength. He needed to first find out the details of these people and the forces behind them. When Lin Haotian was immersed in analyzing the secret spy, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Ha! That guy in front looks familiar.
Lin Haotian's heart moved, he turned around, and was slightly startled. Not far away, I saw two people walking towards the stone bridge. The leader was a vigorous silver-haired old man with steady steps and bright eyes. He was the owner of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School in Jiangqing City, Qinzhong. Before Lin Haotian was activated by the sign-in system, he went to Longhu Martial Arts School every now and then to practice boxing and exercise his body. Qinzhong was also half a teacher of Lin Haotian. Following behind old Qin was a burly young man, who was old Qin's favorite disciple, Afeng. At this moment, Afeng's eyes fell on Lin Haotian, with a hint of surprise and some inexplicable complex meanings in his eyes.
Ha ha! Little friend Lin Haotian.
Old Qin also recognized Lin Haotian, and a smile of surprise immediately appeared on his face.
He walked over quickly. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you in Longyang City. Mr. Qin, brother Afeng.
Lin Haotian was also quite surprised.
He smiled and said, "It is indeed a coincidence. I also just arrived in Longyang not long ago." "We just arrived too."
Old Qin patted Lin Haotian's shoulder enthusiastically.
"Afeng and I are here to attend the Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference.
I heard that many young masters came to the provincial capital this time, so I thought of bringing Afeng out to see the world." He changed the subject, his expression became more serious, and he lowered his voice and said, "My friend Haotian, this provincial capital is not like Qingyang.
It is full of people of all kinds.
You are a newcomer, so you must be more careful in everything and don't easily conflict with others." Lin Haotian nodded and felt more grateful to Mr. Qin.
Just as they were talking, there was a sudden noise not far away.
At the other end of the ancient street, several local youths dressed in rags and with arrogant looks were surrounding an old man selling sugar paintings and shouting at something. It seemed that they were arguing about the trivial matter of setting up a stall on the road.
Those young men were dressed in fancy clothes, but they looked arrogant and domineering.
The leader was a young man with a shaved head and a thick gold chain around his neck. He was about 20 years old, with triangular eyes, a hooked nose, and a hint of hostility on his face. He seemed to be aware of the gazes here and glanced over inadvertently. When his gaze fell on old Qin, he was stunned at first, then a sneer of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth, his eyes were full of disdain and provocation, and deeper in his eyes, there was a hint of imperceptible coldness. Lin Haotian keenly caught the change in his eyes and his heart sank slightly. It seems that this guy knows Mr. Qin, and he comes with bad intentions. Old Qin seemed to have noticed the young man's gaze, and frowned slightly, but soon recovered his composure and said to Lin Haotian with a smile, "Friend Haotian, we are staying at the branch in the west of the city this time. If you are free, why not come over and have a chat?"
"Sure."
Lin Haotian agreed with a smile. He did not step forward immediately, but cast his eyes towards the group of arrogant young men, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He could feel that the appearance of this group of people was more than just a simple street conflict. Their arrogant attitude and the provocation of the young man with a crew cut to Mr. Qin all revealed an unusual meaning. It seems that this trip to Longyang City will not be peaceful from the beginning. He exhaled lightly, with a confident smile on his lips. The wind and thunder are about to rise, but I will remain unmoved. Provincial capital Longyang, since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. He wants to see what tricks these uninvited guests can play.
Chapter 36, Punish the Evil Young Man Angrily, sign in to learn about Longyang's undercurrent.
Lin Haotian and his apprentices, Master Qin and Afeng, had just exchanged a few words about the Provincial Youth Martial Arts Exchange meeting in the crowded Sanhui Ancient Street, and were about to bow and say goodbye. Suddenly, the old wood fragrance and the faint scent of candles in the air were violently dispersed by the pungent smell of sweat and cheap tobacco. 7 or 8 ruffians staggered over and blocked the 3 men's way. The man in the lead had a greasy face full of flesh. He was less than 1.7 meters tall, but he was wearing a tight black leather jacket, washed-out jeans, and a pair of flashy sneakers. His hair was slicked with oil so shiny that even flies would slip away if they landed on it. On his left ear was a large earring shining brightly. He glanced at everyone in a nonchalant manner, looking like a street thug. This person is none other than Zhou Bao, a small leader of one of the most powerful martial arts triads in Longyang City, also known as Brother Bao. Zhou Bao was followed by a group of minions, all of them looked ferocious and grinned with ill intentions.
He pointed at old Qin and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, isn't this old Qin?
You made my father lose face in front of everyone at the city martial arts meeting.
What's the matter? Did you not check the almanac before going out today?"
Zhou Bao had a sarcastic grin on his face, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain.
"Ha ha ha ha.
The younger brothers behind him immediately followed suit and burst into laughter. The sound was piercing. A gangster with a pointed face and a mouth full of yellow teeth was even more arrogant.
He took a step forward and deliberately bumped Offing's shoulder hard, full of provocation. "You're looking for death."
Fong was young and hot-tempered to begin with, and he couldn't stand such humiliation.
He immediately became furious and clenched his fists, ready to attack. "Offing, calm down."
Old Chin held Offing's arm, his voice low but with unquestionable strength. His face was livid and the veins on his temples were throbbing, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Having been in the underworld for most of his life, he has seen all kinds of situations. He knows very well that it is useless to reason with these ruffians, and that a lack of patience will ruin a great plan. Seeing that Old Chin chose to endure, Zhou Bao laughed even more wildly and complacently.
"Ah, the old man is really a coward. Where's that impressive performance in the ring?"
It turns out he was just pretending. He shouted at the top of his voice, spit flying everywhere, "Today I will take back the place my father lost.
Let everyone see what happens when you offend our triad."
He waved his hand, pointed at the two strongest men beside him, and ordered fiercely, "Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Go up and slap this old man left and right. Let him remember how powerful Master Leopard is." The two men responded with a grim smile and moved towards Old Chin with their fists rubbed. From beginning to end, Lin Haotian stood aside and watched coldly. The breath-concealing jade pendant perfectly concealed his aura, making him look like an ordinary young man. But at this moment, a hint of coldness was quietly gathering in his deep eyes. Although Old Chin was not very close to him, he had taught him boxing, so they were like half-mentor. Now seeing the old man being humiliated, the rage in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, surging and boiling. Just when the two thugs were about to slap Old Chin on the face. "Stop!" A cold shout, like thunder from out of nowhere, exploded in everyone's ears.
Lin Haotian finally spoke.
His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty.
"A few grown men bullying an old man, what kind of people are they?"
His words were concise and sharp, like an ice-cold knife, piercing people's hearts. Zhou Bao and his gang, who were originally arrogant and domineering, were stunned at first, and then became furious.
Zhou Bao's fat face turned red.
He turned his head viciously and stared at Lin Haotian with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He looked Lin Haotian up and down, and seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes and not very tall, a scornful smile immediately appeared on his face.
"Hey, where did you come from, you wild boy? Have you grown all your fur yet?
How dare you meddle in the business of your leopard master?
I think you are tired of living."
He shook his head at the thugs behind him and said in a cruel tone, "Cut him apart for me. Break his hands and feet, and let him know why the flowers are so red.
Court death."
A muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, with tattoos all over his body, grinned fiercely, and with his fist as big as a casserole, he rushed towards Lin Haotian's face viciously with a whistling wind. This guy is obviously a martial artist, and his strength in the late stage of the body tempering realm is fully displayed. If this punch lands on him, an ordinary person will be seriously injured if not killed. There was a cruel light flashing in his eyes, as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Lin Haotian with a bloody head.
However, facing this fierce punch, Lin Haotian still stood there, motionless, and didn't even lift his eyelids. Just when the strong man's fist was about to reach his body, Lin Haotian moved. He was the first to arrive, and raised his right hand seemingly casually, and threw a light punch. Bang! A dull bang like a drum suddenly exploded. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Immediately afterwards, crack, a sharp sound of bone breaking could be clearly heard. The fierce smile on the sturdy man's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. His eyes changed from fierce to stunned, and then twisted in pain. He was unable to even utter a scream as he was hit hard in the chest as if by an invisible hammer. His huge body flew backwards more than 10 meters like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground with a thump. It twitched a few times like a puddle of mud and then became completely motionless. And Lin Haotian, from beginning to end, had an indifferent expression, as if he had just crushed an insignificant ant. He slowly retracted his fist, and his calm posture formed an extremely sharp and shocking contrast with the sturdy man who fell to the ground. Dead silence. The entire Sanhuai ancient street seemed to have been muted in an instant, and you could hear a pin drop. The crowd, which had been noisy before, was now silent, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. The arrogance on the faces of Zhou Bao and his men had long since disappeared, replaced by fear and horror that penetrated deep into their bones. Their faces were all pale and their eyes were full of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. He was the gold medal fighter of their triad. A strong man in the late stage of the physical forging realm, but he was actually crippled by a single punch from this ordinary-looking young man? Is this a fucking dream?
Old Chin and Offing were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them for a long time. They looked at Lin Haotian with eyes full of surprise and gratitude. Is this still the ordinary little brother Lin in their eyes? Lin Haotian's cold eyes slowly swept across Zhou Bao's bloodless face. His tone was calm, but it carried a chilling chill.
Now, do you still want to take action?
Just a few simple words, but like a huge rock, hit Zhou Bao and others' hearts hard.
Still taking action? What the hell?
Even if they were given 10 more courages, they wouldn't dare to do it. Zhou Bao was so frightened that his soul left his body. His legs were shaking like a sieve and he could hardly stand. His lips trembled, but he still tried to keep up the good show, and roared fiercely, You just wait for me.
We, the Sanha, will not let you go. You are dead.
After uttering this unfounded and cruel remark, Zhou Bao no longer dared to stay for a moment, and hurriedly called upon his equally frightened younger brothers, carried up the reckless strong man, and fled the scene in disgrace like a stray dog. As Zhou Bao fled in panic, the tense atmosphere on Sanhui Ancient Street eased slightly. Many of the onlookers and passers-by looked at Lin Haotian with eyes that had changed from initial astonishment to awe. Old Chin calmed down and walked forward excitedly.
He bowed to Lin Haotian and said, Young Master Lin. If you hadn't helped me today, I would have lost all my face. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Please accept my greetings. As he said this, he bowed.
Afong, who was standing next to him, had completely changed his look when looking at Lin Haotian, from a hint of disapproval at first to deep admiration and worship. He sincerely praised, Brother Lin, you are really amazing.
You are so talented.
Lin Haotian reached out his hand to support Old Chin, and smiled calmly, Old Chin, you are too kind.
It's just a small favor to see injustice. Don't take it to heart.
Sanhui Ancient Street quickly returned to its previous bustle, as if the thrilling scene just now had never happened. But Old Chin and Offing knew in their hearts that the feud had been settled today.
The triad is deeply rooted in Longyang City, with a complex network of influence. They will never give up easily.
Old Chin frowned slightly, and looked at Lin Haotian with a trace of worry. Although he was grateful to Lin Haotian for helping him, he didn't want to see him fall into the quagmire because of this.
Young Master Lin, the triad in Longyang City is not a good group of people. They are always cruel and vindictive.
Zhou Bao suffered such a big loss today, they will definitely not let it go when they go back.
You have to be careful.
Old Chin reminded in a deep voice, his tone full of concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian just smiled faintly, and a barely perceptible gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Don't worry, Mr. Chin.
If an enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. I, Lin Haotian, am not someone who will be bullied. Although his words were calm, they revealed a strong self-confidence and sharpness, which shocked Mr. Chin and Offing. Only then did they realize that the young man in front of them was far more complicated than they had imagined.
Brother Lin is right. Who cares about the triad? If they mess with us, we will make them pay for it.
Ah Feng also echoed, his tone excited, and it was obvious that he had a blind admiration for Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian looked at the master and disciple, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He took action today, not only because he couldn't bear to see Old Chin being humiliated, but also because he felt the true nature of their master and disciple. In this world, it is rare to meet such a sincere person. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from my mind.
Ding!
It is detected that the host has calmed down a vicious conflict for the first time in Sanhui Ancient Street and upheld justice, triggering special sign and conditions.
Do you want to sign in?
The system prompt sounded at the right time.
Lin Haotian's heart was moved.
He didn't expect there would be such a good thing.
He silently said in his heart, Sign in. Ding! Successfully signed in at Sanhui Ancient Street.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward.
1. A copy of the secret code of the Black Scorpion.
It contains a secret.
If you use it wisely, you can throw the enemy into disarray.
2. A copy of intelligence on Zhao Shifeng's connection with the triad. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle.
3. 3 healing pills.
Lin Haotian's mind was stirred.
A secret code to break the impasse? The Black Scorpion Order?
The name sounded very important. What caught his attention even more was the information about Zhao Shifeng's connection with the Triads.
Zhao Shifeng.
I didn't expect that he was actually connected to the Triads. This instantly raised Lin Haotian's original vigilance towards Zhao Shifeng to an unprecedented level. It seems that this youth martial arts exchange meeting is probably more than just a simple competition. He calmly exchanged a few more pleasantries with Old Qin and Offeng, politely declined Old Qin's offer to hold a banquet to express his gratitude, and said goodbye to the two of them, using the excuse that he had important matters to attend to. After leaving Sanhuai Ancient Street, Lin Haotian found a quiet place where no one was around. With a thought, he found a heavy object wrapped in oil paper in his hand. It was the Breaking the Situation Kit Black Scorpion Secret Order. At the same time, information about Zhao Shifeng and the Triads also flooded into his mind. Intelligence clearly revealed that Zhao Shifeng was not just colluding with the Triads.
He was one of the important leaders of the Triads in Longyang City.
He was in charge of many gray industries, was brutal, and was very concerned about his reputation. Zhou Bao, who provoked today, was a leader of Zhao Shifeng's thugs and a member he relied on.
Zhou Bao's father was defeated by Qin Lao at the city martial arts meeting.
Zhao Shifeng took this opportunity to let Zhou Bao provoke trouble, intending to hit Qin Lao, and then establish his authority, clearing obstacles for some of his upcoming plans.
I see.
Lin Haotian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that he was an important figure in the Triad, and Zhao Shifeng was also involved in today's incident. In this way, beating Zhou Bao today was equivalent to directly slapping Zhao Shifeng in the face. The grudge was completely formed, and it was deeper than he had imagined. Considering the upcoming Provincial Youth Martial Arts Exchange meeting and the mysterious Black Scorpion Order, Longyang City is already in turmoil, and a conspiracy against him seems to be quietly brewing.
He weighed the oil paper bag in his hand.
There was no writing on the cover, but he could vaguely feel that there seemed to be a letter inside. The Black Scorpion Secret Order, prompted by the system, made this thing full of mystery.
Since this thing could be rewarded by the system, it was definitely not an ordinary item. It might be the key to his breakthrough.
It seems that I have to find a safe place first and study this gift carefully. Lin Haotian said to himself. Considering the importance of the Black Scorpion Order and the new feud between him, Zhao Shifeng and the Triad, Lin Haotian decided to go back to the hotel first, carefully study the secrets in the brocade bag, and then make plans.
The water in Longyang City is deeper than he had imagined.
He must proceed step by step and not be careless at all.
As the night deepened, Lin Haotian restrained his breath and quickly blended into the bustling streets of Longyang City, heading towards the hotel.
A conspiracy surrounding him seems to have just begun, and the mysterious oil paper bag in his hand may be the key to unlocking it all.
He had a premonition that the days ahead would never be peaceful. Chapter 37: A Secret Letter reveals the dark secrets. Scorpion King devours his accomplices with a vicious plan, while Haotian sneers and makes a clever plan. The night was like a huge piece of black silk, covering Longyang City. Lin Haotian slid into the hotel room like a ghost, flicked his wrist, and the door locked with a click. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, scanning every corner of the room, even the folds of the curtains and the air vents of the air conditioner. After making sure there was nothing unusual, he took out something tightly wrapped in oil paper from his body. Under the light, the oil paper was peeled off layer by layer, revealing an envelope of exquisite texture. The dark red wax seal on the seal looked particularly strange. On it was a ferocious scorpion pattern, which was lifelike, as if it would jump out of the envelope in the next second. It is the exclusive mark of the Black Scorpion organization. Lin Haotian took a deep breath, used his internal energy with his fingertips, and carefully picked up the sealing wax. He did not rush to pull out the letter, but held the envelope up to the light and examined it carefully, then sniffed it to make sure there was no special powder or smell attached to it. These guys who lurk in the dark have endless tricks up their sleeves and must be guarded against. Everything is fine.
He then slowly pulled out the letter paper. The letter paper was very thin, but it seemed to be heavy.
Lin Haotian's eyes fell on the letter paper.
At first he was solemn and his brows were furrowed. But as he read deeper, his pupils suddenly contracted and an expression of incredible shock appeared on his face. Then, the shock quickly turned into a hint of sudden enlightenment, and finally, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled up in an extremely cold sneer. Ha!
Black Scorpion. Zhao Shifeng. What a dog-eat-dog drama.
The contents of the letter, like a conspiracy scroll, slowly unfolded before his eyes.
This secret letter was actually an order written by the core leaders of the Black Scorpion organization to the Triad lurking inside Longyang City.
In the letter, Black Scorpion's evaluation of Zhao Shifeng was full of contempt and disdain, calling him a brave but foolish man and a chess piece that can be manipulated at will. The real purpose of Black Scorpion is not to cooperate with Zhao Shifeng sincerely, but to use Zhao Shifeng as a complete cannon fodder.
They plan to use Zhao Shifeng to attack Lin Haotian first, to test Lin Haotian's depth, and preferably to force out the possible secret behind Lin Haotian.
Once Zhao Shifeng and Lin Haotian are both defeated, or Zhao Shifeng is completely disabled by Lin Haotian, the Black Scorpion will immediately take action and swallow up the remaining forces of Zhao Shifeng in Longyang City with lightning speed.
As for Lin Haotian, an assessment was also made in the letter.
It is said that he is quite powerful, ruthless, and suspected to have close ties with the Jiangnanli family. We should not attack him forcefully for the time being, but should proceed slowly. Even more vicious, Black Scorpion also clearly instructed the Triad's hidden spies that when Zhao Shifeng dealt with Lin Haotian, they must stay put, wait and see, and wait for the snipe and the clam to fight, and then you can reap the benefits.
What a Black Scorpion! What a calculation! Lin Haotian gently placed the letter on the table, the coldness in his eyes almost froze the air.
He originally thought that Black Scorpion just wanted to use Zhao Shifeng to deal with him, but he didn't expect that there was such a vicious plan behind it that could kill two birds with one stone. That idiot Zhao Shifeng was sold out, but he was still happily helping others count money.
Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Lin Haotian paced slowly in the room, with the sarcasm on his face becoming more and more intense. I thought it would take some effort to break the alliance between Black Scorpion and Zhao Shifeng, but I didn't expect that someone would send me a pillow the moment I fell asleep.
This secret letter is a godsend.
The Black Scorpion's viciousness and the Zhao Shifeng's stupidity and arrogance have now become chess pieces in Lin Haotian's hands.
When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits?
Lin Haotian sneered. No, I want them to fight each other and end up with a mouth full of fur. His brain was working rapidly, thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and a vicious plan to take advantage of the opponent's strategy had already taken shape. What he had to do was to send part of the content of the letter to Zhao Shifeng's ears in an inadvertent way. No, if I give it directly to Zhao Shifeng, that idiot may not believe it completely and may even think it is a divisive ploy by me. If you want to give it to someone, give it to Zhao Shifeng's most trusted confidant.
Moreover, the content must be carefully selected, so as to ignite Zhao Shifeng's anger and suspicion without revealing the entire source of the letter. Lin Haotian's eyes flashed, and he immediately had an idea.
He quickly closed the hotel bed curtains, and after making sure that no one was watching him, he took out an anonymous phone card that he had prepared long ago, inserted it into his mobile phone, and then edited a text message. Consider, revise, consider again, and revise again. He repeatedly pondered over every word and every punctuation mark, striving to achieve the most heart-piercing effect. The content of the text message intercepted Black Scorpion's evaluation of Zhao Shifeng in the secret letter, a brave but foolish man, a chess piece that can be manipulated at will, as well as Black Scorpion's core plan to swallow all of Zhao Shifeng's forces after the fight between Zhao Shifeng and Lin Haotian. As for Black Scorpion's assessment of Lin Haotian and his instructions to the Triad, he did not mention a word.
These are not yet exposed.
After editing, he selected a specific number and sent it out.
The owner of this number is an absolute confidant of Zhao Shifeng. This is the information Zhao Ruoshi collected for him and gave it to Lin Haotian before he set off. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon.
This man is known for being suspicious and cautious, and is usually trusted by Zhao Shifeng. But precisely because of this, once he becomes suspicious, the energy transmitted to Zhao Shifeng is the greatest.
The sending time was also just right.
At this point, it is late at night and everyone is asleep, when people are most likely to have wild thoughts.
Done.
Lin Haotian deleted the sending record, took out the phone card, broke it and threw it into the trash can. He believed that this anonymous text message, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, would surely cause a huge uproar between Zhao Shifeng and Black Scorpion.
With Zhao Shifeng's hot-tempered and self-important personality, how could he not get furious after seeing such secret reports? His trust in Black Scorpion will inevitably collapse in an instant. An internal conflict is already brewing.
After doing all this, Lin Haotian did not feel relaxed at all.
This is just the first step. Just a trivial little layout. His gaze has been cast to a more distant place, the upcoming Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Martial Arts Exchange Meeting.
The corners of Lin Haotian's mouth curled up into a smile that showed he was planning something.
This is more than just a chance to check in and make a name for yourself. It is also a perfect stage for him to stir up the whole provincial capital and lure out those evil spirits hiding in the dark one by one. Doesn't T Black Scorpion think that I, Lin Haotian, have a close relationship with the Li family, and doesn't he dare to act rashly? Then I will make a huge fuss at the exchange meeting. Let everyone see how powerful I, Lin Haotian, am. By then, can Black Scorpion still sit still? What kind of wonderful reaction will Zhao Shifeng make after receiving that reminder text message? He is looking forward to it.
Lin Haotian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brightly lit night view of Longyang City below. The lights of thousands of homes seemed to have turned into a huge chess game in his eyes.
And he is the one who plays chess.
The clouds above the city quietly dissipated at some point, revealing the bright starry sky.
Lin Haotian's eyes sparkled with wisdom and confidence, as deep as the night sky.
Provincial capital, the fun has just begun. He whispered softly with a playful smile. The mobile phone screen clearly displayed the registration confirmation information for the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference, as well as the conference schedule.
A new storm is already beckoning him. Chapter 38, The Martial Arts Conference is about to begin. The Divine Eye signs in and shocks Longyang.
The capital of Jiangnan Province, Longyang City, has completely turned into a sea of carnival today. Inside and outside the gymnasium, there were crowds of people and colorful flags fluttering, like countless excited dragons tumbling in the air. The young warriors were all ready to fight, their eyes filled with desire for victory and longing for the future. There was a tense and hot atmosphere in the air, as if a storm was about to come, making it difficult for people to breathe.
Representatives of various forces had already arrived.
They had different expressions, some were relaxed, while others had eyes as sharp as eagles, scanning the crowd back and forth, as if trying to find a few talents worthy of attention. The entire stadium, and even the entire Longyang City, was completely boiling because of this youth martial arts exchange meeting. With the token given by Qin Menglong, Lin Haotian successfully passed through the layers of guards and walked into the player preparation area in a low-key manner. He ignored the curious or scrutinizing looks from those around him and went straight to the sign-in area.
Hello, sign in.
Lin Haotian handed over the token. The staff member took the token and swiped it on the instrument. Then a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal and said respectfully, "Welcome, contestant Lin Haotian.
Please come in."
Lin Haotian found a relatively quiet corner and sat cross-legged, muttering to himself, "System, sign in."
The next second, that familiar yet slightly mechanical lowly voice rang in his mind. Ding!
It has been detected that the host has arrived at the important check-in location, the core area of the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Special sign-in conditions are met, and rewards are being generated for the host.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully.
Obtained Reward 1, Divine Eyes that break delusion elementary.
Divine eyes to see through illusions, can see through all illusions, understand the flow of energy, and directly see the target's weaknesses. In the initial stage, it can initially analyze the opponent's skills and detect the strength of energy fluctuations.
Received Reward 2, Superior Qi and Blood Pills, X3.
Superior Qi and Blood Pill contains a huge amount of Qi and blood power, can quickly restore physical strength, enhance physical strength, and heal injuries. A huge stream of information instantly poured into Lin Haotian's mind, and then his eyes felt cool and refreshed, as if a dusty pearl had been wiped clean, and the whole world became clearer and more thorough in his eyes.
Is this the divine eye that can see through delusion?
A huge wave rose in Lin Haotian's heart. He subconsciously activated the magical power he had just acquired and looked at a young warrior next to him who was resting with his eyes closed. In an instant, he clearly saw fate auras flowing through the meridians of the warrior, and could even vaguely sense a few stagnation points where the aura was not flowing smoothly.
Fuck! So awesome? Lin Haotian suppressed his inner ecstasy. See through illusions and understand weaknesses. This is simply a magical skill tailor-made for combat. With this divine pupil that can see through illusions, when he fights with others in the future, won't he be able to see the flaws in his opponent's moves and the trajectory of their strength clearly? You can do whatever you want with it. Play the pig and eat the tiger, and defeat the enemy easily, it's just around the corner. Add to that 3 top-grade Qi and Blood Pills, this trump card is really strong. It seems like I made the right decision to come to the Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Lin Haotian took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and on the surface he still looked calm and composed. At this moment, grand music sounded and the opening ceremony officially began. Lin Haotian raised his eyes and looked towards the VIP seats.
In the most conspicuous position in the gymnasium, sat a row of extraordinary people, who were obviously the top leaders of the major forces in Jiangnan Province. His eyes swept through the crowd and soon fixed on the name tag in the VIP seat Zhao Shifeng. Zhao Shifeng had a gloomy look on his face, with a pair of triangular eyes flashing with resentment, like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark. He was staring at the direction of the contestants' preparation area, as if searching for something. Zhou Bao, who had been beaten to a pulp by him last time, was also standing behind him. Zhou Bao had a grim smile on his face, which made him look even more ferocious and hideous with his bear-like physique. The two of them seemed to have noticed Lin Haotian's gaze and turned their heads at the same time. The moment their eyes met Lin Haotian, Zhao Shifeng's eyes became increasingly gloomy, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Bao even made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck without any concealment.
He's here as expected.
Lin Haotian sneered in his heart, but his eyes were calm. It seems that these two guys want to cause trouble for themselves at this exchange meeting.
However, is he still afraid of these clowns now?
Lin Haotian's gaze shifted away from Zhao Shifeng and Zhou Bao and fell on the other side of the VIP seats. There, a beautiful figure attracted his attention.
Li Ruoxi.
She was wearing a well-cut, elegant business suit today, which perfectly outlined her perfect figure. The exquisite makeup makes her already beautiful face even more brighter. Her long black hair is tied behind her head, making her look capable and elegant. At this moment, she was sitting there on behalf of the Li Group. Her calm and composed aura was in no way inferior to those old foxes around her who had been in the business world for a long time. As if they had telepathic connection, Li Ruoxi happened to raise her head and their eyes met Lin Haotian's in the air. The moment she saw Lin Haotian, a gentle smile suddenly appeared in Li Ruoxi's cold eyes, like a spring breeze blowing across the frozen lake, melting all the coldness. She nodded gently at Lin Haotian, her eyes full of trust and encouragement.
1,000 words can express everything without words. Lin Haotian also responded with a reassuring smile. With a beauty like this, what more could I ask for?
In this tense competition atmosphere, the brief and tacit eye contact between the two was like a warm current, filling Lin Haotian's heart with strength. On the surface, he is still that low-key and steady boy, but deep in his heart, he is full of anticipation for the newly acquired divine eyes that can break delusion, and the upcoming challenges have ignited his high morale and absolute confidence. He gazed at the huge competition venue from afar, feeling the vigorous fighting spirit emanating from the countless young warriors around him, and felt a surge of blood boiling in his chest.
Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Meeting. Very good. Let me, Lin Haotian, start from here and become truly famous. Let those ignorant villains see clearly what will happen if they provoke me.
Lin Haotian's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes as sharp as a knife.
The war is about to begin. Chapter 39, The Divine Pupil shows its power for the first time. Haotian defeats the enemy with one move, shocking everyone.
As the opening ceremony came to an end, the atmosphere in the entire provincial gymnasium was instantly pushed to a climax. On the huge electronic display screen, the battle list has been locked, and the names of the first batch of players are clearly listed. Everyone's eyes are focused on this martial arts feast that is about to break out. Lin Haotian was in a corner of the contestants' waiting area, resting with his eyes closed. He looked calm on the surface, but in his heart he was full of anticipation for his newly acquired divine eyes that can break delusion. He knew that this would be his greatest reliance in this exchange meeting. His number is 764 and his opponent is Sun Hao, the young master of the Sun Family Martial Arts School. Sun Hao is quite famous among the younger generation of warriors in Jiangnan province. Relying on the local reputation of his father Sun Long, the owner of the Sun Family Martial Arts School, and the Sun family's considerable financial resources, Sun Hao was already a martial artist with some success in dark energy at a young age. He was also able to use the wind-splitting palm quite well and had achieved good results in some small competitions in the past. It is also because of this that he developed an arrogant and conceited character. At this moment, he was wearing a brand-name training suit and walked into the contestant area surrounded by a group of people. He held his chin high and glanced around with contempt, as if he didn't take anyone seriously at all. He didn't even notice that in the VIP seats, his father Sun Long was talking in low voices with several familiar martial arts gym owners, occasionally casting encouraging glances at him. Sun Hao enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, as if he had already won this opening battle. When he saw Lin Haotian's name on the battle list, the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily.
Lin Haotian? Never heard of him.
In his opinion, this little-known character was just cannon fodder, and he could easily crush him without even using his full strength. He had already begun to think about how to humiliate this unknown person in the ring to win more cheers and attention.
The second batch, number 764 Lin Haotian versus number 98 Sun Hao.
Both players, please come on stage. The referee's booming voice was carried throughout the stadium through the loudspeaker. Hearing this, Sun Hao raised a playful smile and walked onto the ring with a swagger. His steps were steady but a little ostentatious, and every step seemed to declare his strength. He looked around, enjoying the cheers from some of the audience, and his gaze finally fell on Lin Haotian, who was walking slowly. His eyes were full of disdain and provocation, and he even deliberately raised his eyebrows at Lin Haotian in contempt.
Lin Haotian looked calm, as if he was unaware of Sun Hao's provocation.
He stepped onto the stage step by step.
Every step he took seemed unhurried, and his aura was as restrained as that of an ordinary person.
His figure looked a little thin under the bright lights, in sharp contrast to Sun Hao's sturdy figure, which made many viewers whisper, speculating that this might be a crushing defeat due to the huge disparity in strength.
Both players, get ready,
the referee announced in a routine manner. The game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Hao couldn't wait to speak. His voice was not loud, but it was full of arrogance and contempt, just enough for the people around the ring to hear clearly.
Hey, you bumpkin over there.
Listen carefully, I'm in a good mood today, so I can save you some pain. If you are smart, just admit defeat and get out of here, or I will beat you up and make you cry for your parents, which will be embarrassing. As soon as he said this, there was a burst of laughter from the audience, mixed with many voices of agreement with Sun Hao.
The disciples of the Sun Family Martial Arts School were even more wanton and loud, trying to completely overwhelm Lin Haotian with their momentum.
In the VIP seats, Old Qin's face darkened, he snorted heavily, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
He understood Lin Haotian's personality and knew that this kid was not someone who would suffer any loss. Afong was so angry that he clenched his fists.
If it weren't for Old Qin's eyes to stop him, he would have rushed up to argue.
He would not allow anyone to humiliate his senior brother like this. Lin Haotian seemed not to hear it.
He looked at Sun Hao indifferently, and there was even a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth. He did not retort immediately, but instead focused all his attention on the other party, with his mind working rapidly. This calm posture, like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples, was undoubtedly naked contempt in Sun Hao's eyes, as if mocking his incompetence. He originally thought that the other party would panic and even admit defeat on the spot, but he didn't expect Lin Haotian to be so calm, which made him angry and embarrassed.
You are asking for your own death.
Sun Hao's face turned grim, and he shouted angrily, since you don't want to drink the wine, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Today I will let you see the power of my Sun family's wind-splitting palm.
Before he finished his words, Sun Hao rushed out like a hunting cheetah. He exerted force with his feet, and the ring seemed to tremble. His sturdy body, with a force that broke through the wind, rushed straight towards Lin Haotian.
Call.
His right palm, with a fierce gust of wind, slapped towards Lin Haotian's chest as fast as lightning. The palm wind whistled, and the air seemed to be torn apart, making a shrill scream. Sun Hao's palm was a mountain-splitting stance from his wind-splitting palm, with great force and powerful power, and a tricky angle that was difficult for ordinary people to grasp. His palm was faintly glowing with green light, which was the manifestation of the dark power being pushed to the extreme, enough to split monuments and crack rocks. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would not even have time to react and would be seriously injured, even with all his ribs broken.
The audience couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Many people thought that Lin Haotian was going to be in trouble. They seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Lin Haotian being knocked away by a palm. In the VIP seats, Sun Long's mouth showed a hint of pride. He was very confident in his son's palm. However, just as Sun Hao's palm wind was about to touch Lin Haotian's clothes, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes. Open the divine pupil that can break delusion. In an instant, Sun Hao's seemingly extremely swift palm technique slowed down in Lin Haotian's eyes. It is no longer a blurry afterimage seen by the naked eye, but a series of decomposed movements, as clear as a slow-motion playback. He saw every movement of Sun Hao's muscles, felt every bit of strength flowing, and even the slightest fluctuations of Sun Hao's qi and blood flowing in his meridians were clearly visible. More importantly, those hidden, subtle flaws in Sun Hao's palm method that even he himself had not noticed, were all clearly presented in Lin Haotian's vision under the divine eyes that can break delusion. His right shoulder was slightly raised, causing the right side of his ribs to be wide open. Although his strength was strong, his recovery was sluggish, making it easy to attack but difficult to defend. Well, the support of his left leg was slightly weak, and his foundation was unstable. The splitting wind palm only appears to be strong on the surface, but is actually superficial. Lin Haotian instantly completed a comprehensive analysis of Sun Hao's moves in his mind. Too slow, full of flaws.
Lin Haotian sneered in his heart and looked down on Sun Hao's palm technique.
In a flash, Lin Haotian's body floated to the left like Catkins, and at an incredible angle, he narrowly avoided Sun Hao's fierce palm.
The movement was extremely smooth, as if he had already anticipated the direction and strength of Sun Hao's attack and made a prediction in advance. The movements were graceful and elegant, as if lifting a heavy object with ease. Sun Hao's fierce palm brushed past the edge of Lin Haotian's clothes, and the sound of the wind even made Lin Haotian's clothes flutter slightly, but the palm force did not even touch Lin Haotian's body.
What? Sun Hao's palm missed, and he was horrified. He didn't see how Lin Haotian dodged at all, he just felt a flash before his eyes, and the target disappeared like a ghost. This feeling of being completely out of his control made him feel a little scared instinctively. Before he could steady himself, a cold sense of crisis suddenly hit him from behind. Lin Haotian appeared at Sun Hao's side like a ghost. He seized the moment when Sun Hao's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. Without any fancy moves, he slightly lowered his right shoulder, and the whole person seemed to turn into a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. With an indomitable and resolute momentum, he slammed into Sun Hao's ribs fiercely. This was exactly Sun Hao's biggest weakness that his divine eyes of truth had seen. Tai Shanko. This move was one of Lin Haotian's south most proficient close-range explosive skills in his previous life. The key is to use the whole body's strength to burst out the strongest impact force in the shortest distance, and kill with one blow. There are no fancy punches and kicks, no gorgeous kicks, only the perfect combination of the purest strength and skills. Bang! A dull thud like a huge hammer hitting a drum exploded in the silent gymnasium. The sound was heavy and powerful, as if even the air was distorted by the impact. Under the incredulous gazes of tens of thousands in the audience, Sun Hao's seemingly strong body was like being hit hard by a running rhinoceros. He spat out a large mouthful of blood with a puff sound, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. His face turned pale in an instant, his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief, but his body was completely out of control. Bang!
Sun Hao fell heavily on the edge of the ring about 7 or 8 meters away, and the hard ground seemed to shake. He struggled for a few times and wanted to get up, but he felt severe pain all over his body, especially under the ribs where he was hit. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. His throat felt sweet and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fainted.
One move. Just one move. Sun Hao, who was so arrogant and domineering the previous second, lay on the ground like a dead dog, unconscious the next second. His arrogant attitude seemed extremely ironic at this moment. The entire stadium was in deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely shocked by the sudden scene before them. The audience seemed to be collectively speechless, with their eyes wide open, mouths slightly open, and expressions frozen. They didn't even see how Lin Haotian made his move. They only saw a flash of afterimage, followed by the thrilling sound of a crash, and the tragic scene of Sun Hao being blown away. This was beyond all of their expectations and broke their inherent perception of the game. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was a thunderous cry and uproar. Oh my God! What happened? One move and he was killed instantly? That's Sun Hao. Sun Hao who has mastered the dark power. Too fast. I can't see clearly. Who is this guy? What kind of move is this? Such terrifying explosive power. I have never heard of it before. Dark horse. Absolutely a dark horse. This year's martial arts exchange meeting is going to be interesting. The referee also reacted from his initial sluggishness. He quickly rushed to Sun Hao's side to check on him. After confirming that he was just unconscious and not in danger of life, he suddenly raised his right hand and announced loudly in a voice that was slightly trembling with excitement. The winner is Lin Haotian. Wow! The referee's announcement was like adding a bucket of cold water to boiling oil, instantly detonating the entire audience. Cheers, discussions, and exclamations rose one after another and reached the sky. Countless people suddenly stood up from their seats, stretched their necks, and tried to see the figure in the center of the arena. Countless eyes were now focused on the slightly thin yet steady figure like a mountain in the center of the arena. He seemed not to hear the noise around him and just withdrew his gaze indifferently. Lin Haotian still looked calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves, his eyes calm, and slowly walked down the stage. His calmness and composure, and his masterly demeanor, impressed countless audiences. Some martial arts masters had strange lights flashing in their eyes. They saw that the subtlety and power of Lin Haotian's move was extraordinary. In the VIP seats, Mr. Chin was so excited that his face turned red. He clapped his hands and laughed, and his laughter was full of joy. Good. Good boy. You didn't let me down. This is real kung fu.
A phone beside him also had a look of excitement and pride on his face, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Lin Haotian. He knew that following such a person, his future would never be ordinary. On the other hand, Zhao Shifeng, Zhou Bao, and other people who had a grudge against Lin Haotian looked extremely ugly at this moment. Their faces were livid, they gnashed their teeth, and their eyes were full of jealousy and resentment. They originally thought that Sun Hao could vent their anger, but they didn't expect the result to be so tragic.
Lin Haotian's strength far exceeded their imagination.
Zhou Bao subconsciously touched his neck, and remembered Lin Haotian's previous threat, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Sun Hao's father, Sun Long, the owner of Sun's martial arts school, looked as pale as death. He stared with red eyes at his son who had fainted on the ring, and at Lin Haotian who was leisurely walking off the stage. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound, and his eyes looked like they were about to bite someone. He couldn't accept that his son, a genius who was highly expected, was killed in such a miserable way by an unknown person in front of everyone. This is not only a defeat for his son, but also a shame for his son's family martial arts school.
Lin Haotian calmly walked down the stage, with behind him a tsunami of discussions and complex gazes from all sides.
He knew that today's battle was just the beginning.
How far can this dark horse that suddenly emerged go in this turbulent martial arts exchange meeting? What kind of far-reaching impact will his appearance have on the entire Jiangnan province's martial arts landscape? Everything is still unknown. But Lin Haotian was certain at this moment that this was just a prologue. Chapter 40, Fame Rises Among Beauties. Jealousy surges in the sea of love.
The power of the decisive move on the ring was still there. In the gymnasium, countless eyes were focused like searchlights on Lin Haotian who had just stepped off the ring. Lin Haotian, with just one move, has become the most dazzling star of this martial arts exchange meeting. He had just stepped into the rest area when a group of representatives from various forces, who looked powerful and of distinguished status, swarmed in like sharks smelling blood, instantly blocking the not-so-spacious passage. That scene was even crazier than chasing stars.
Little hero Lin. It's true that young people are heroes. I'm Chen Tai, the manager of Jiangdong's Kuai Lu. This is a 1 million yuan meeting gift, not just a token of respect. As long as the little hero nods, the position of the young master of my Kuai Lu will be yours in the future. Wealth and glory will be at your fingertips.
A fat man with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck and a mouthful of gold teeth came forward with saliva flying, and stuffed a gold-plated business card and a check into Lin Haotian's hand.
Humph. You want to get rid of our little brother Lin with just 1 million? Fatty Chen, you are too petty.
Another man who was even more burly and had a loud voice pushed Chen Tai away and said proudly,
Brother Lin, I am Zhao Kuai, the chief escort of Tianwei Escort Agency. 5 million. Plus the position of deputy chief escort of my escort agency. As long as you nod, you can walk sideways in the whole Jiangnan province from now on.
Young Master Lin, we, the Iron Blood Alliance, are willing to.
Mr. Lin, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is willing to present.
In an instant, all kinds of tempting conditions came to Lin Haotian like a tide, each offering higher prices and promises greater than the last. These big guys who usually look down on others now lower their standards, fearing that if they are a step slow, this rare gem will be snatched away by others. However, Lin Haotian, who was at the center of this crazy vortex, still looked calm, with a calm expression on his handsome face. It seemed that the wealth and status before him, which were enough to drive any young person crazy, were nothing but passing clouds in his eyes. He just nodded slightly, and in a calm but unquestionable tone, he politely rejected everyone's offers one by one. That calmness and composure, that steady mind that was not affected by external things, made the big guys around who originally wanted to continue to make offers calm down involuntarily. They looked at each other, and at the same time, a thought flashed through their minds: this boy is definitely not an ordinary person.
I'm afraid his background is far beyond our imagination.
Not daring to force it, everyone could only make way for him reluctantly, watching Lin Haotian's thin but tall back, secretly thinking about how to make friends with him in the future. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice, like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley, sounded from behind.
Student Lin Haotian, wait a minute.
The crowd automatically parted, and a fiery red figure walked slowly towards them. The visitor was wearing a well-tailored fiery red outfit that perfectly outlined her curvy and extremely sexy figure. Her skin was whiter than snow, her features were absolutely beautiful, and her pair of enchanting phoenix eyes were so bright and shining that they seemed to carry an electric current, making people dare not look directly at her.
It's Morong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Morong family, one of the 4 great families in Jiangnan.
He is also one of the favorites to win this time.
It is said that his ability is outstanding among the younger generation. A suppressed exclamation came from the crowd.
Morong Shui not only has a prominent family background and outstanding talent, but is also famous for her bold and fiery style of doing things. At this moment, her pair of clear eyes were looking up and down at Lin Haotian with great interest, her red lips slightly curled, and her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and a hint of subtle teasing. "Student Lin," Morong Shui's voice was lazily magnetic, and her eyes were seductive. "Your performance on the stage just now was really eye-opening." She exhaled a scent like orchid and walked closer to Lin Haotian step by step, with a faint fragrance wafting over her.
"Especially that move Iron Mountain Lean, it's extremely domineering, just so cool."
When she said the word "so handsome," she deliberately straightened her already proud chest, with waves in her eyes, as if she wanted to hook Lin Haotian's soul away.
The male animals around were so thirsty and their Adam's apples rolled.
They were envious and jealous of Lin Haotian and wished they could replace him.
However, Lin Haotian just smiled faintly, his eyes were clear without any ripples. "Miss Morong, you are too kind. It was just luck,"
he said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. "Miss Morong's Jinghong sword technique is well deserved.
I will definitely learn a thing or two from you if I have the chance." This calmness and composure in the face of praise or criticism made Morong Xiefeng's eyes shine even brighter.
She had met countless young talents, some of whom pretended to be deep in front of her, or coveted her beauty. But Lin Haotian was the first one who was so calm and composed, as if she was no different from a passerby. "Okay," Morong Shui raised her red lips in an alluring arc, "then it's a deal. I'll wait for you after the exchange meeting." After she finished speaking, she winked at Lin Haotian, left a meaningful smile, then turned around, swaying her graceful waist, and left gracefully amid the burning gazes of the crowd. Lin Haotian looked at her back, still with a polite smile on his face, but his heart was calm. His heart had already been filled with another beautiful figure. Inadvertently, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction of the VIP seats. There, Li Ruoshi was sitting quietly. From the moment Lin Haotian stepped onto the stage, her eyes never left him. When she saw Lin Haotian defeat his enemy with one move and win the game cleanly, she was more excited than anyone else. She clenched her small pink fists, and her heart was filled with pride and sweetness.
"That's my person."
But when Morong Shui's enchanting figure appeared and made such a bold move towards Lin Haotian, the smile on Li Ruoshi's face froze quietly.
An inexplicable sourness, like a jar of vinegar being overturned, quickly spread in her heart.
She saw Morong Shui's hot body, her seductive eyes, and her posture that was almost sticking to Lin Haotian. The little mouth pouted unconsciously, and the cheeks puffed up, like a little kitten protecting its food, cute and lovable. Although she believed in Lin Haotian and knew that he was not the kind of person who would be easily seduced by beauty, how could she not feel a little disturbed when she watched such a charming and beautiful heroine seducing her lover?
Humph. Bad guy Lin Haotian. Big pervert Lin Haotian. He only knows how to attract bees and butterflies.
Li Ruoshi secretly complained in her heart, her small hands twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously, and her eyes held a hint of grievance and nervousness that she herself was not aware of.
At this moment, Lin Haotian's gaze happened to turn over. Eyes met. Seeing Li Ruoshi's puffed cheeks with a somewhat resentful expression, Lin Haotian was stunned at first, then he understood and couldn't help but smile.
His smile was warm and inclusive, and his eyes were filled with a hint of pampering and comfort, as if to say, "Don't worry, you are the only one in my heart." Li Ruoshi's pretty face turned red when she was looked at by him, and the slight dissatisfaction and jealousy she had before were instantly melted away without a trace by the gentle look in her eyes. She turned her head away somewhat embarrassedly, but a smile as gentle and sweet as ripples on the water appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously.
"This bad guy only knows how to bully me. I'll give you a good beating when I get home."
This silent interaction between the two was full of tacit understanding and sweetness that others could not understand, and it made some people who noticed this scene not far away feel a sour taste in their hearts. Lin Haotian withdrew his gaze, and the warmth in his heart was like a spring breeze, dispelling all the noise and restlessness around him. He no longer paid attention to those envious or prying eyes, and just walked towards the quiet corner.
Chapter 41, The Unruly Girl is Looking for Trouble.
Morong Shui is curious about the way out of the situation. Lin Haotian was just about to find a quiet corner to calm down for a while when a pungent smell of cheap perfume accompanied by a coquettish female voice suddenly hit him.
"Stop. Stop right there. I'm talking to you, the ragged guy. You're the one who injured my brother."
A sharp and sarcastic female voice, with a sickening arrogance, exploded in the originally quiet lounge, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Oh, whose daughter is this? She's so angry. Hush your voice. You're going to kill yourself. That's the daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Linlin. The apple of the eye of Zhou Heihu, the underground leopard king of the provincial capital. What? It's her. I heard that Miss Zhou is extremely unruly and headstrong. Whoever messes with her will be in trouble. There were whispers of discussion, and everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a young woman dressed seductively walking towards Lin Haotian angrily. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, and she was wearing the latest brand name clothes, which made her look even more arrogant. Her oval face and phoenix eyes were distorted by anger, and her eyes were full of contempt and murderous intent. Lin Haotian listened to the discussions around him, and suddenly realized. The daughter of the Zhou family. No wonder she is so arrogant. The brother she was talking about must be the Zhou Bao who was taught a lesson by him at Sunhui Bridge. It seems that the Zhou family has a complicated background, and trouble has come to them. This Zhou Linlin is the most beloved daughter of Zhou Heihu, the underground emperor of Jiangnan province. Relying on the power of her father and brother, she has always been domineering in Jiangnan province and no one dares to provoke her. Today, she heard that her good-for-nothing brother Zhou Bao was beaten up in a place like Sunhui Bridge, and he was completely humiliated. Moreover, the person who beat him up also came to attend the meeting today. Naturally, she was furious and vowed to tear his head into pieces. At this moment, she recognized Lin Haotian at a glance, the murderer who injured her brother. It's you, you country bumpkin. How dare you touch anyone from my Zhou family? I think you are tired of living. Zhou Linlin rushed to Lin Haotian and raised her hand to slap him. Her nails painted with bright red nail polish looked particularly dazzling under the light. Lin Haotian frowned slightly. He didn't want to cause trouble in such an occasion, but the other party was obviously targeting him and was unreasonable. Just as Zhou Linlin's hand was about to touch Lin Haotian's cheek, Lin Haotian's eyes turned cold and he flicked his right index finger lightly, seemingly casually. Bang! A soft sound. Zhou Linlin only felt a piercing pain coming from her fingertips, as if she was stabbed by a red-hot steel needle. Ah! She screamed, covered her fingers and stepped back repeatedly. Her arrogant attitude suddenly dwindled, and her face showed incredible fear. She never thought that this ordinary-looking guy would dare to fight back, and the means were so weird. The contestants around were also stunned. They only saw Lin Haotian's fingers move slightly, and Zhou Linlin screamed and retreated as if she had been electrocuted. What kind of kung fu is this? You dare to hit me? Zhou Linlin was shocked and angry. She pointed at Lin Haotian, her voice trembling. Do you know who I am? Linlin. What's going on? At this moment, a burly man with a fleshy face squeezed out from behind Zhou Linlin. It was her follower, a thug who had some status in the Zhou family, Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao had practiced external martial arts for several years, and his muscles were muscular and looked quite intimidating. He usually relied on the power of the Zhou family and was used to being arrogant and domineering. Seeing his young lady suffer a loss, he immediately opened his eyes wide and glared at Lin Haotian fiercely. Boy, you did it? You are so bold. When Zhou Linlin saw Zhang Biao coming, she immediately regained her confidence and pointed at Lin Haotian and screamed, Brother Biao. That's him. He hit me. And he hurt my brother. Quick! Destroy him for me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao let out a sinister grin and stretched his muscles, making crackling sounds. Boy, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. You dare to offend our Zhou family, today I will let you know how to write the word death. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Biao stomped his foot so hard that the ground seemed to shake. His burly body was like a tiger coming down the mountain, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind, and he threw a powerful straight punch towards Lin Haotian's face. The punch was powerful and there was a whistling sound. It was obvious that he was serious and wanted to cripple Lin Haotian with one blow. Everyone around subconsciously held their breath, and some people even anticipated the tragic scene of Lin Haotian's head being broken and bleeding. Facing this fierce punch, Lin Haotian remained expressionless, and he didn't even move his feet. Just when Zhang Biao's fist was about to hit him, he raised his right hand again, and his index finger flicked forward as casually as before. Bang! This time, it was no longer a crisp pop sound, but a dull crash. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Zhang Biao's aggressive fist seemed to hit an invisible but indestructible steel wall. Immediately afterwards, an unstoppable force surged out from Lin Haotian's fingertips. Crack!
A clear sound of bone breaking was heard.
Ah!
Zhang Biao let out a howl that was 100 times more miserable than Zhou Linlin's. His proud iron fist instantly deformed, and his entire arm twisted at a strange angle. His huge body flew backwards like a cannonball as if he was hit by a high-speed train. With a loud bang, he slammed into the wall several meters away, and then fell to the ground like mud. Zhang Biao curled up on the ground, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and he rolled over and wailed while holding his twisted right arm.
Where was the fierceness he had just shown? The entire rest area was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop.
Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring in amazement at Lin Haotian, who was still standing there, with not even the corner of his clothes ruffled.
Snap of fingers. Another snap of the fingers.
The first time the arrogant Zhou Linlin was repelled, everyone thought it was just a coincidence or that Zhou Linlin was too fragile. But this time, the one who was sent flying by a single finger was the powerful and notorious Zhang Biao. And looking at the horrible state of Zhang Biao's twisted arm, it was obvious that all the bones were broken.
What kind of terrifying strength is this?
This young man, who is so young, who is he? Those children of noble families who had previously wanted to win over Lin Haotian now felt a chill on their backs and were glad that they had not been too presumptuous. And those who had previously sneered at Lin Haotian turned pale, fearing that Lin Haotian would bear a grudge against them.
Zhou Linlin was also completely dumbfounded.
She covered her mouth, looked at Zhang Biao who was rolling on the ground in pain, and then looked at Lin Haotian who was calm and composed, her eyes filled with unbelievable fear.
She has been domineering for so many years, but has she ever seen such a strange and powerful method? What kind of monster is this guy?
Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, a clear and pleasant female voice broke the silence. Zhou Linlin, this is the rest area for the martial arts competition, not a place for your Zhou family to run wild. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a stunning woman in a fiery red outfit walking slowly towards them. She was tall and beautiful, with a heroic and noble look between her eyebrows, and she exuded a powerful aura that could not be violated. It was Morong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Morong family, one of the 4 major families.
Morong Shui's appearance made the already tense atmosphere even more solemn.
When Zhou Linlin saw Morong Shui, her expression changed again and again.
There was anger, unwillingness, but more of it was fear. The power of the Morong family is in no way inferior to that of their Zhou family, and even surpasses it in some aspects.
Moreover, Morong Shui herself is also a leader among the younger generation and is very powerful.
She is not someone she can easily provoke. Morong Shui. Mind your own business.
Zhou Linlin shouted fiercely, he was the first one to hurt my people. Morong Shui walked to Lin Haotian, glanced at Zhang Biao who was wailing on the ground, then glanced at Lin Haotian meaningfully, a hint of imperceptible surprise and curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said to Zhou Linlin calmly, the right and wrong will be judged by the public. But you are shouting and disrupting the order of the stadium, which is wrong. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for being rude.
Morong Shui's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an imposing aura emanated from her. Zhou Linlin was frightened by Morong Shui's aura and took a step back involuntarily. She glared at Lin Haotian with hatred, and then fiercely scratched Morong Shui, gritting her teeth and said, okay.
Morong Shui, you wait.
And you, brat. Our Zhou family will never let you off for what happened today.
After saying these harsh words, Zhou Linlin didn't bother to care about Zhang Biao who was half dead on the ground. She covered her aching fingers and ran away in embarrassment under the complicated gazes of everyone. The storm was thus calmed down. Lin Haotian then turned to Morong Shui, a polite smile appeared on his face, and he said with a cupped hand, thank you Miss Morong for helping me out. His tone was distant and polite, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Morong Shui looked at him deeply, her beautiful eyes seemed to see through him. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was a little inquiring, it's just a little effort.
But, Mr. Lin, you hit it really well.
She saw it clearly just now. Lin Haotian's 2-finger snaps seemed casual, but in fact they contained extremely delicate force control and unfathomable internal strength. This young man is more complicated than I imagined.
Lin Haotian smiled faintly, Miss Morong, you are too kind. It's just a trivial trick, not worth mentioning.
Morong Shui raised her eyebrows without comment, and her curiosity about Lin Haotian increased.
She reminded him, the Zhou family has a deep network of influence in Jiangnan province, and Zhou Heihu is a vindictive man. You have eliminated his capable subordinates today and offended his precious daughter. I'm afraid he won't let it go easily. After a pause, she added with a hint of solemnity, I'm afraid your days in the provincial capital will not be peaceful. When Lin Haotian heard this, his expression remained calm, as if he didn't take the Zhou family's threat seriously. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Morong. I know my limits. Morong Shui looked at his unfathomable appearance and felt more and more that this man was a mystery, which made her want to find out the truth. She nodded slightly, said no more, and turned to walk towards her rest area. A sudden storm made Lin Haotian the focus of everyone's attention again, and also planted a seed of unknown future for his days in the provincial capital. Chapter 42, Victories in a Row. The divine eye can see through the illusions and identify the weaknesses, and the dark horse shocks the audience. On the arena of the martial arts exchange meeting, the sounds of fighting, collisions, and thunderous cheers resounded through the sky, and the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Lin Haotian, the dark horse that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, is now sweeping the arena with overwhelming force. His opponents changed one after another, no matter they were the direct disciples carefully trained by major martial arts schools, or those rookies from martial arts families who were famous in the local area. Without exception, they were all defeated by his attacks that seemed ordinary but actually contained tremendous power. Roar! A powerful warrior with muscular body and fierce aura rushed up with a roar. He practiced hard qigong, and it was said that ordinary swords and knives could hardly hurt him. At this moment, his huge fist rolled up a fierce wind, as if it was going to tear the air apart, and smashed down on Lin Haotian's head. Facing this stone-breaking blow, Lin Haotian remained calm and composed. The breath-containing jade pendant he was wearing was quietly operating, perfectly concealing the furnace-like fluctuations of energy and blood in his body, making him look harmless, even a little weak. Seeing that the heavy punch was about to hit his body, the wind from the fist had already made his clothes rustle, and a barely perceptible golden light flashed quietly in Lin Haotian's eyes. With the help of the divine eyes that can see through delusion, the trajectory of his opponent's force, the flow of his qi and blood, and even the slightest flaws in attacking habits, were all clearly reflected in his mind. The time is now. At that critical moment, Lin Haotian's arm was like a snake coming out of a cave, lightly grabbing, leading, and wrapping around. The powerful warrior felt that the terrifying force that was enough to shatter rocks seemed to have hit a ball of cotton and was instantly dissipated. Then, a strange dark force rebounded along his arm, and his entire arm instantly became numb and weak. Well. The sturdy man opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Before he could react, Lin Haotian gently pushed him with his palm. Bang! He pushed that sturdy body as big as a mountain out of the ring with ease. The body fell heavily to the ground and fainted on the spot. Wow! After a moment of dead silence, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Good! So beautiful! Oh my God! It's like a very effective move. Without any effort. What kind of monster is this Lin Haotian? Applause, cheers, and discussions filled the entire venue like a volcanic eruption. In the next battle, Lin Haotian encountered a swordsman who was known for his speed and cunning steps. The swordsman's figure was like a ghost, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ring. The sound of swish-swish breaking through the air was endless. The slender thin-blade sword in his hand was dancing tightly, the sword light flashed, and the chill was so strong that it seemed to cut through the air. The audience was dazzled by what they saw, and many even felt dizzy, and could not grasp the swordsman's true position at all. However, Lin Haotian stood firmly in place, his feet as if rooted in the ground, not moving at all. Court death. When the swordsman saw that Lin Haotian dared to be so arrogant, a fierce look flashed in his eyes and his speed suddenly increased again. The knife flashed like lightning, piercing Lin Haotian's eyebrows, throat, heart and other vital points. The deadly blade was just a hair's breadth away from Lin Haotian's skin. In this split second, Lin Haotian moved. It was just a slight sideways movement, so small that it was almost negligible. Sizzle. The sharp tip of the knife scraped past the corner of his clothes, leaving behind a piece of rag. What? The swordsman was horrified. His attack, which was determined to succeed, actually missed. Before he could change his tactics, he saw Lin Haotian casually raise his hand and snap his fingers. Bite. There was a slight sound, as if just dust was flicked off the corner of clothes. The swordsman's body stiffened suddenly as if he was struck by lightning, and the sharp knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He collapsed as if all his bones had been pulled out, his face filled with fear and confusion. Win again? How on earth did he do that? The swordsman was so fast that I couldn't even see his shadow. Lin Haotian's eyes are so scary. He seems to be able to see through everything. The whole audience was boiling again.
Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes filled with shock, awe, and excitement, Lin Haotian held his head high and advanced again. The name of Dark Horse Lin Haotian was like wings, not only in Longyang City, but also began to radiate to the surrounding areas. The discussion about him also gradually evolved from initial surprise to in-depth exploration and attention.
In the VIP seats,
the unfathomable old man Zhou Heihu's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. The face of the Triad chairman, which was covered with flesh, turned an ashen color, his teeth were clattering, veins bulged on his forehead, and the look he gave Lin Haotian was like that of a poisonous snake or scorpion, as if he wished he could eat him alive immediately.
"You little bastard, let's see how long you can be so proud." Zhao Shifeng was so angry that he was shaking all over.
He lowered his voice and roared, his eyes full of resentment. On the other side, a charming smile had already blossomed on Li Ruoxi's beautiful face, and her bright eyes were full of pride and joy.
Good. Good. This kid really didn't let me down.
Old Qin was so excited that he stood up suddenly and clapped his hands hard, his beard trembling with excitement. Ah Feng's face also turned red, and he waved his fist excitedly, too strong.
Brother Haotian is too strong.
The competition continues.
In this round, the opponent Lin Haotian encountered was much stronger than before.
This man is the eldest disciple of the Whirlwind Fast Leg sect. His fast leg skills are sharp and domineering. It is said that he once broke several layers of thick wooden boards with one kick.
He is also well known among the younger generation in Nanjiang City and is nicknamed Shadowless Sect Legs. The game begins.
Following the referee's order, the Shadowless Leg suddenly jumped up. His legs were like a whirlwind, making sharp sounds of breaking through the air. Swoosh! 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 The shadows of legs instantly covered all parts of Lin Haotian's body. Each kick was so powerful and fast that it was dizzying and impossible to tell the real from the fake. The violent wind from the leg made everyone in the audience feel pain on their faces, as if the entire arena was about to be overturned by this force.
What a fast kick! This Shadowless Sect Leg is indeed worthy of its reputation.
Lin Haotian has met a tough opponent this time. Seeing Lin Haotian standing there, that Shadowless Sect Leg seemed to be frightened by his own attack, and a smug sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Lin Haotian was just a piece of fish on the chopping board, waiting for him to slaughter him.
The outcome of this battle was already determined. Drink! With a loud shout of Shadowless Sect kick, the attack became even more fierce. The shadow of his legs was like a mountain, and his strength was like a wave, as if he wanted to crush Lin Haotian completely. The audience's hearts were in their throats, staring at the ring, afraid of missing any moment. Li Ruoxi clenched her fists nervously, and Old Qin also subconsciously held his breath. Just when countless sharp kicks were about to hit Lin Haotian, a ray of brilliant golden light suddenly flashed in Lin Haotian's dark and deep eyes, like the brightest star in the night sky. The divine eye that can break delusion is activated. In an instant, in his field of vision, the circulation of qi and blood around his opponent, the bursting points of strength, and even the subtle wriggling of every muscle, turned into countless clear veins and spots of light, appearing one by one. The opponent's seemingly flawless leg techniques also showed tiny flaws in his eyes. More importantly, he clearly saw that in a hidden joint of his opponent's left knee, there was an extremely subtle, imperceptible old injury. That was the imperceptible stagnation point when the opponent exerted force. Found it! Facing the leg shadows that were attacking him like a rainstorm, Lin Haotian's body swayed slightly, like a willow swaying in the wind. At the critical moment, he used the smallest amplitude and the most exquisite footwork to narrowly avoid the fatal attacks. He is like a swift dancing in the storm, graceful and elegant, without even a leaf getting on his body. What? There was a flash of deep horror in the eyes of that Shadowless Sect Leg. The violent and torrential attack that he was so proud of couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Haotian's clothes? How is this possible? Chance. A flash of light flashed through Lin Haotian's mind, and he had already calculated the other party's next move. Sure enough, the Shadowless Sect's kick missed. Eager to turn the situation around, he suddenly exerted force with his left leg, and a more swift and tricky whip kick, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, went straight to Lin Haotian's face. He poured all his strength into this attack, wanting to kill the enemy with one blow. However, just as he exerted force on his left leg and the old injury stagnated slightly, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin Haotian's mouth. Now!
I saw that between the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, there appeared a silver needle as thin as an ox hair. It was the Emu magic needle that he learned from Emu Jinjia and condensed with pure Emu true energy. Go! Lin Haotian flicked his finger. The Emu magic needle that was flashing with a faint green light seemed to have life. It turned into a stream of light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and it broke through the air silently. The target is exactly the acupuncture point where the old injury on the left knee of a shadowless sect leg is located. Puff! There was an extremely slight sound, like the flapping of a mosquito's wings. The shadowless sect kick was still halfway through when his body suddenly stiffened. A sharp, piercing, bone-chilling pain, like countless steel needles piercing into his bone marrow, instantly erupted from his left knee and spread throughout his body at lightning speed. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream burst out of his mouth. He only felt that his left leg lost all sensation in an instant, and the violent attack instantly collapsed like a punctured balloon. The whole person lost balance like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground with a thump. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and he rolled on the ground holding his left leg, wailing in pain. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. My legs, my legs. What did you do to me, magic? What kind of magic is this? He curled up on the ground, his body shaking constantly, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. In this competition, Lin Haotian wins. The referee's loud voice echoed throughout the stadium. Boom! The entire venue was completely ignited in an instant. The cheers, screams, and shouts were like an overwhelming tidal wave, almost blowing the roof of the venue off. We won! We won again! Lin Haotian is amazing! Oh my god! What kind of trick was that? A needle? Just a needle knocked down the shadowless sect leg? Outsmarting. This is absolutely outsmarting. He can actually find the opponent's old injuries. It's incredible. Dark Horse. This is the real super Dark Horse. He is simply a monster. The audience was so excited that their faces turned red, and they shouted Lin Haotian's name at the top of their lungs, looking at him with eyes full of fanatical admiration. In the VIP seats, Li Ruoshi's pretty face flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkled with crystal tears, and the pride and joy in her heart almost overflowed. Great! Great! It's really great! Old Sheen clapped his hands excitedly. This kid always brings surprises to me. My advice has not been in vain. It has not been in vain. Ah Feng was so excited that he danced with joy and spoke incoherently. Brother Haotian is awesome. Brother Haotian is invincible. Jia Shifeng, Zhou Bao, Zhou Heihu, the president of the triad and others had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, their fists were clenched so tightly that their nails were almost digging into the flesh. The look they gave Lin Haotian was filled with resentment, and a hint of fear that was difficult to conceal. This young man's strength and growth rate have far exceeded their expectations. In the next few rounds of competition, Lin Haotian continued to be unstoppable and won victory after victory. No matter whether it is an experienced martial arts master or a talented child of an aristocratic family, they are all like chickens and dogs in front of him and are vulnerable. Sweep. A real sweep. No one can stop him. This Lin Haotian will kill any god that stands in his way, and any Buddha that stands in his way. He single-handedly defeated the entire younger generation of the martial arts exchange meeting. The atmosphere of the entire venue was pushed to a climax again and again. Lin Haotian, the super dark horse, completely shocked the entire Nanjiang city with his unparalleled strength. The attention paid to him by various forces also soared from the initial worth paying attention to S-level highest attention. Even the respected old seniors on the high platform were looking sideways and whispering to each other, praising Lin Haotian's miraculous, divine eyes that can break delusion and his endless exquisite methods, and at the same time they were deeply shocked. One eye-popping victory after another allowed Lin Haotian to advance steadily into the final round. His legendary journey continues. Who will be the next opponent? How long can his unstoppable winning streak last? Lin Haotian faced the hot gazes of the audience, his lips slightly raised, his eyes flashing with desire for victory and belief in victory. Chapter 43, The Battle for the Top 4 Spots. Duel with Morong Shui, A Gentleman's Love Grows Secretly. Countdown, 8 to 4. The air in the provincial gymnasium seemed to freeze. After several rounds of brutal elimination matches, only 8 top strong men among hundreds of young talents were able to stand proudly under the attention of the public. Among them, the most talked about is the mysterious figure that suddenly appeared, Lin Haotian. He, a young man who was unknown at first and participated in the competition only by recommendation, turned out to be a real dark horse. He made it through all the levels, from outside the top 100 to the top 32, and then stood out from the top 32 to enter the top 16. Now he has surpassed all the other competitors and firmly occupied a place in the top 8. The name Lin Haotian has now become a legendary code in the martial arts world of Jiangnan province, representing unfathomable strength and awe-inspiring potential.
Everyone knows that the upcoming showdown will be a real fight between dragons and tigers. The relaxed and casual atmosphere of the preliminary round was no longer there in the audience seats.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, especially the leaders and elders of the major families in the front row. They had solemn expressions and carefully observed each qualifier, secretly assessing their strength. On the huge electronic screen, light and shadow flowed, and the remaining 8 names were scrolling rapidly. Every pause will determine the fate of the 2 players and also touch the hearts of countless people. The conference hall was completely silent.
The tense atmosphere almost solidified into reality.
Even the air seemed to carry a heavy sense of oppression.
Finally, the first group of duelists is finalized. Then came the second group, the third group.
Every time a name appears, it will cause exclamations or sighs from the contestants' relatives and friends.
When the final list of matchups slowly emerged, the entire stadium seemed to have been dropped with a bomb. Boom! After a brief silence, thunderous discussions instantly flooded the entire venue. On the left side of the screen, it clearly displayed Lin Haotian. And his opponent is Morong Shui.
The jewel in the crown of the Jiangnan Morong family, one of the most dazzling daughters of heaven among the younger generation, she has mastered the flying snow sword technique to perfection, has a peerless appearance and a cold temperament, and is known as the Ice and Snow Fairy.
Oh my god! It's Lin Haotian versus Morong Shui. Now it's time to watch a good show. A fight between dragons and tigers.
One is a mysterious dark horse that has risen strongly, and the other is a martial arts fairy who has been famous for a long time.
This battle is definitely the most interesting one in the quarterfinals. Who do you think will win?
Although Lin Haotian is powerful, Morong Shui is no pushover either.
It's hard to say.
But I'm more looking forward to whether Lin Haotian will be gentle with women, haha.
There was a lot of discussion and everyone's enthusiasm was completely ignited.
Even Li Ruoshi, who had been paying attention to Lin Haotian in the VIP seat, frowned slightly at this moment, and a complex and inexplicable emotion flashed in her watery eyes. She subconsciously clenched her fists, feeling inexplicably nervous, and her fingertips even felt slightly cold. In the area where the Morong family was located, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The head of the Morong family, a beautiful woman with lingering charm, looked at the match list on the screen, her face pale. Holding her daughter Morong Shui's hand, she said worriedly, "Shui, this Lin Haotian, his strength is unfathomable.
Your brother has been defeated by him before, you."
Her words were full of motherly worry, and her eyes were filled with anxiety that could not be concealed. When Morong Shui heard this, there was no fear on her cold and pretty face. Instead, she showed a faint smile. She held her mother's hand and said softly, "Don't worry, mother.
I know my limits. In today's battle, no matter whether I win or lose, I will go all out.
It will be worthy of this martial arts conference." Her voice was clear and firm, revealing an unquestionable confidence. After saying that, she gave her family a reassuring smile, then leaped up and floated towards the contestants' preparation area like a flash of white lightning. His calm, composed, and open-minded demeanor made the surrounding Morong people nod in approval, their eyes filled with pride.
As expected of the Qilin girl of the Morong family. Well done, Miss Shui.
Lin Haotian also stood up at this moment and walked slowly towards the ring. When he saw Morong Shui's graceful figure entering the venue, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded calmly at the opponent he was about to fight with, as a greeting. The 2 men stood on either side of the ring, facing each other from a distance, like 2 volcanoes about to erupt.
Semi-finals, 4th match. Lin Haotian versus Morong Shui. The match begins.
Following the referee's order, the noise in the venue stopped abruptly, and everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 people on the ring. However, to everyone's surprise, after the game started, neither of them took action immediately. Lin Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if what was happening before his eyes was not a life-and-death duel, but an ordinary sparring session.
Even his breathing maintained an even rhythm.
Morong Shui pressed her hand on the hilt of the sword, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Haotian. Her eyes were full of curiosity and a strong desire to fight. Her fingertips exerted slight force, revealing her inner excitement. Time passed minute by minute, and the two people on the ring remained standing still. There was gradually some commotion in the audience, and whispers surged like a tide.
What's going on? Why aren't they fighting yet? What kind of tactic is this? Psychological warfare?
Li Ruoshi's heart also rose to her throat. She hoped that Lin Haotian could win the game, but at the same time she was inexplicably worried that he might be too heavy-handed and hurt the beautiful Miss Morone. This contradictory feeling made her restless. She kept playing with a jade pendant in her hand, her fingertips were cold. At this moment, Morone Shui suddenly smiled sweetly, breaking the silence on the field. Her clear voice, like jade beads falling on a plate, echoed throughout the venue. Master Lin, my brother was defeated by you before because he was not as skilled as you. I came here today because I want to personally learn Master Lin's unique skills. I hope Master Lin will be generous with his teachings. Her tone was a little girlish, yet still bold and heroic. Before she finished her words, Morone Shui twisted her slender waist and let out a delicate cry.
Clang!
With a clear sword sound, the pair of cicada wing thin, crystal clear double ring daggers at her waist were unsheathed. The sword light was like snow, and the chill was overwhelming. That was the Morone family's unique skill, flying snowsword technique.
Morone Shui's figure flashed, and in an instant she turned into a white phantom.
The sword force was unleashed, and the sword shadows in the sky were like flying pear blossoms and cold stars, covering all the vital points of Lin Haotian. What a fast sword! It is worthy of being the Morone family's flying snowsword technique.
It really lives up to its reputation.
There was a burst of exclamations from the audience, and many people even stood up involuntarily, for fear of missing any details.
Facing Morone Shui's fierce attack, Lin Haotian remained calm.
He moved his body slightly, his steps were mysterious, and he always avoided the sword by a hair's breadth at the moment it touched his body. His movements seemed slow, but he was always able to dodge each of Morone Shui's swords just right, as if he was strolling in the garden, relaxed and even a little leisurely.
When Li Ruoshi saw this scene, she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, but then she curled her lips with a bit of amusement. Humph, you stinky guy, you only know how to show off your charm.
There was a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were full of concern. On the ring, Morone Shui couldn't defeat him for a long time, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit. She shouted, Mr. Lin, be careful.
Look at my move, flying snow all over the sky.
In an instant, the sword light became stronger, and countless fine sword chi intertwined into a huge sword net, covering Lin Haotian's head.
This sword is fast, accurate, ruthless and extremely powerful.
Many viewers couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lin Haotian's blood splattering on the spot. However, just as the sword net was about to fall on him, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Lin Haotian's lips. Instead of retreating, he did not dodge or evade, allowing the dense sword energy to pass by. Swish! With a slight sound, the sleeve of Lin Haotian's left arm was cut open by a sharp sword energy.
Ah!
Upon seeing this, Morone Shui's pretty face turned pale instantly, her attack suddenly came to a halt, a trace of surprise and panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her breathing even quickened. She never expected that the sword skills that she was so proud of could actually hurt the other party. Although it was just a sleeve, it was enough to shock her.
There was also an uproar in the audience. Lin Haotian is injured? That's impossible. He could have avoided it just now.
Li Ruoshi was so frightened that her face turned pale and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She stood up suddenly, her eyes full of worry.
However, just when everyone was in doubt, Lin Haotian seemed to be fine.
He glanced at his torn sleeve and laughed out loud. Miss Morone's flying snowsword technique is indeed worthy of its reputation.
I admire you. This sword is truly exquisite.
His voice was loud and full of admiration. He paused, his eyes swept over Morone Shui's pretty face, which was slightly apologetic and flustered, and continued in a gentle tone, Lin has witnessed Miss Morone's exquisite swordsmanship today, and I admire her very much.
Next, it's my turn to take action.
His tone was full of confidence, yet with a hint of just the right amount of humility. As soon as these words were spoken, Morone Shui's cheeks flushed, feeling ashamed and embarrassed.
She could tell that Lin Haotian was deliberately giving her a way out.
With Lin Haotian's strength, he could definitely dodge the sword easily. The reason why he didn't dodge was obviously to let himself succeed. This not only saved her face, but also demonstrated his demeanor and respect for martial arts.
This man.
Morone Shui's heart was filled with mixed feelings, and the look she gave Lin Haotian became increasingly complicated.
There was gratitude, admiration, and a hint of indescribable excitement.
The people in the audience gradually came to their senses and looked at Lin Haotian with admiration in their eyes.
Hi. Really high. This Lin Haotian is not only powerful, but also has an impressive demeanor.
He could have easily won, but he still took care of his opponent's face.
What a gentleman.
Li Ruoshi finally reacted and breathed a long sigh of relief, but then she couldn't help but spit. This bad guy, he only knows how to play tricks on people. Humph, he only knows how to please girls. Having said that, the look she gave Lin Haotian was filled with a strange light, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. On the stage, Lin Haotian saw that Morong Shui had calmed down, smiled slightly, and said, "Miss Morong, you have fully demonstrated your sword skills.
Next, it is my turn to take action."
After saying that, he stopped dodging, and with a flash of his body, he suddenly approached Morong Shui. Morong Shui's heart trembled, and she quickly moved her sword to block. However, Lin Haotian's speed was too fast. He put his fingers together like swords and pointed them out at random, and each finger landed on the flaws in Morong Shui's sword moves with incredible precision. Morong Shui only felt that the double-ring sword in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Every time it collided with Lin Haotian's fingertips, an overwhelming force would be transmitted, making her palm numb and her arms sore. She tried her best to resist, but was still defeated. In her hands, the flying snow sword technique seemed to have lost its former agility and power, becoming heavy and dull.
Bang! With a dull sound, Lin Haotian pointed his finger at the spine of Morong Shui's sword.
Morong Shui only felt an extremely clever hidden force penetrate into the sword, instantly weakening her strength. Her delicate body trembled, and she could no longer hold the double-ring sword in her hands. It flew out of her hands and fell to the ground with a clang. The crisp sound was particularly clear in the silent venue.
The winner is decided.
The whole audience was silent. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying strength and precise control displayed by Lin Haotian. He clearly had the strength to crush his opponent, but he chose to end the fight in the most gentle and decent way. This is not only a respect for Morong Shui, but also an absolute confidence in one's own strength.
Morong Shui stood there blankly, looking at her empty hands, an expression of disbelief on her pretty face.
She knew she would lose, but she didn't expect to lose so completely, so convincingly. Lin Haotian withdrew his fingers, still with a gentle smile on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant.
"Thank you, Miss Morong."
Morong Shui took a deep breath to calm her agitated emotions, bowed to Lin Haotian, and said sincerely, "Mr. Lin is extremely powerful, and I am willing to admit that I am inferior to him. I have benefited a lot from today's battle." She raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light, and her tone was filled with expectation. "Mr. Lin, may I have the honor to invite you to the Morong family?
My father and mother have been friends with you for a long time.
If you can take the time to give me some advice, we, the Morong family, will be very grateful." There was obvious sincerity and a hint of girlish shyness in her voice. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked again. Morong Shui actually took the initiative to invite Lin Haotian to be her guest.
This is simply a naked show of goodwill.
Lin Haotian was slightly startled when he heard this, then he smiled and said, "Miss Morong, you are too polite.
If I have the chance, I will definitely bother you."
Their eyes met in the air, and they both saw an indescribable emotion in each other's eyes. In the VIP seats, Li Ruoshi looked at the two people smiling at each other on the stage, and she felt like a jar of vinegar was overturned in her heart, sour and unpleasant. She pursed her lips tightly, and her nails even turned a little white.
"Humph. You stinky hooligan. You only know how to attract men."
She turned her head away angrily, but couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Haotian out of the corner of her eye.
This guy is becoming more and more difficult to understand. Lin Haotian successfully advanced to the semifinals. Next, he will face even stronger opponents and a bigger conspiracy hidden in the dark.
And the emotional entanglement between him, Morong Shui and Li Ruoshi has just begun.
Chapter 44: Zhao Shifeng secretly planned.
Black Scorpion showed up to watch the battle. Murderous intent lurked everywhere. The sleeves of night quietly enveloped the hustle and bustle of the provincial gymnasium. The smoke of the semifinals had not yet completely dissipated, and the cheers and discussions in the audience seats, like the sound of a receding tide, gradually disappeared into the unfathomable twilight. The neon lights outside the gymnasium cast a few faint spots of light through the gaps in the thick curtains, but they could not dispel the coldness of the place. However, in stark contrast to the frenetic atmosphere below, in a secret luxury box on the west side of the top floor of the stadium, the air was as cold as an ice cellar, isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, forming a mysterious world of its own. This box had obviously been specially treated and had excellent soundproofing, shutting out all the noise inside and outside the venue, leaving only a heart-pounding silence. The box was dimly lit, with the flickering flame and the fireplace the only source of light. It cast distorted shadows on the luxurious furnishings such as thick velvet curtains and spotlessly polished mahogany low tables, and the air was filled with suffocating depression. The flames in the fireplace licked the firewood, making a slight crackling sound, which made the space even more terrifying. A skinny figure was sunk deeply into a large leather sofa. He was wearing an exquisite black silk shirt with obsidian dotted around the collar and cuffs, which occasionally flashed a cold and hard light under the firelight. But the most eye-catching thing was the huge dark green gem ring on his slender finger. Upon closer inspection, one could see that a lifelike golden scorpion was embedded inside the gem. The scorpion's tail was raised high, flashing a cold light, as if it would devour anyone at any time. This person is none other than the leader of the Black Scorpion, a feared organization in the Jiangnan province's underground world, Lord Black Scorpion. His eyes were sinister and there was a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. He was casually stroking the scorpion ring with the tip of his thumb. He seemed to enjoy the cool touch very much. His eyes were fixed blankly on a priceless oil painting on the wall in front of him. It was a thick darkness dotted with a few shades of scarlet, as if he was examining the prey that was about to be caught, or as if he was recalling a bloody past. Opposite him, Zhao Shifeng, the eldest son of the Zhao family, who once was a powerful and arrogant man in the Jiangnan area, now looked like a defeated rooster. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and even his lips were bloodless. He sat stiffly on the edge of the sofa, daring only to sit on half of his buttocks, with his back straight and his hands clenched into fists on his knees. He didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of making any sound. The look in his eyes as he looked at Black Scorpion was filled with fear and resentment that was difficult to conceal, as well as a hint of humiliation and unwillingness hidden deep in his eyes that was almost crushed by fear. He could even clearly hear the sound of his own heart beating wildly in his chest. The firewood in the fireplace occasionally made a slight crackling sound, and the pop sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence, causing Zhao Shifeng's shoulders to tremble almost imperceptibly. After a long time, the deathly silence was broken by a hoarse cough, as if the person had not spoken for a long time. Black Scorpion spoke slowly, his voice like two pieces of rusty metal rubbing against each other, dry and harsh, with each syllable exuding an uncomfortable chill. Zhao Shifeng, that Lin Haotian is indeed quite interesting. Ha ha. The tail end of his tone was drawn out, carrying a hint of cat and mouse playfulness and cold, undisguised murderous intent. The dry and hoarse voice was as cold as the tongue of a poisonous snake brushing across the skin. Every word was chilling, making the temperature of the already icy box drop by several degrees. Even the flames in the fireplace seemed to stagnate. When Zhao Shifeng heard this, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if he was hit by an invisible whip. His back was instantly soaked with fresh cold sweat. The silk shirt stuck to his body, feeling cold and sticky. He lowered his head tightly, not daring to look the Black Scorpion in the eye. The fear of the Black Scorpion in his heart almost consumed him. He knew better than anyone that the man in front of him was a real murderer. There were at least 80 people who died in his hands, if not 100. His methods were so cruel and his schemes so cunning that even a young master like Zhao Shifeng, who prided himself on being ruthless, was like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of him and could not even think of resisting. The reason why he came in person today was definitely not just to watch a game. Zhao Shifeng knew that Black Scorpion must have his own plans, and these plans were probably far more complicated and terrifying than he imagined. Zhao Shifeng forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. His voice was shaking so much that it almost came out from between his teeth. Master Black. Lord Black Scorpion, yes, I did underestimate that bastard named Lin. I didn't expect that he actually had such a skill. Damn Lin Haotian. Zhao Shifeng roared crazily in his heart, who the hell are you? You even alarmed a demon like Lord Black Scorpion and made him come here in person. But it doesn't matter, if Lord Black Scorpion takes action, you're dead. Just wait, I'm going to make you live a life worse than death, and cut you into pieces. But on the surface, he could only lower his head humbly, with hatred for Lin Haotian and fear of Black Scorpion intertwined in his heart. He regretted why he had provoked this evil star in the first place and forced himself into such a dilemma and situation where he was at the mercy of others. Poof. Black Scorpion snorted disdainfully from his nose. The sound was like a blunt knife cutting flesh, or like a small hammer hitting Zhao Shifeng's heart, making his body tremble even more violently, and he almost slipped off the sofa. He slowly picked up a glass of scarlet wine that had been poured on the table at some point. The wine in the glass was thick and looked like solidified blood under the firelight. He gently shook the wineglass, and his deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and see through all the vanity. Black Scorpion pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. However, this Lin Haotian is more difficult than I thought. It's not easy for him to suppress Morong Shui, the little girl from the Morong family. He played with the scorpion ring, the golden scorpion twirled between his fingers, his eyes became sharper, as if he had really turned into a poisonous scorpion ready to attack. But I heard that the girl from the Morong family seemed to have some interest in him, and even let him win in the competition? Black Scorpion paused, his eyes swept over Zhao Shifeng like lightning, and continued, "You don't have to be so scared. Tell me everything you have found out and everything you know in detail. Remember, I want the facts." Zhao Shifeng felt as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw when he heard this. He quickly adjusted his breathing and tried to make his voice sound steady. He said, "Master Black Scorpion is very observant. That Lin Haotian is indeed very strange. As far as I know, he was just an unknown kid with mediocre strength before, but recently he seems to have become a different person. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and his methods have become extremely cruel." He quickly recounted the information he had found out about Lin Haotian's vague background, his surging strength, his drastic change in style of behavior, as objectively as possible, but also with a slight subjective tendency, and emphasized the ambiguity between Lin Haotian and Morong Shui, and how various forces were beginning to stir because of the strength he had shown in previous competitions and had invited him warmly. "By the way, Lord Black Scorpion," Zhao Shifeng seemed to remember something and added hastily, his voice slightly raised, "I also noticed that the only son of the Jiangbei Li family, Li Chengfeng, seemed to be quite concerned about Lin Haotian. He had several seemingly casual contacts with Lin Haotian inside and outside the stadium, and his attitude was a little intriguing. I wanted to investigate further, but the Li family has considerable influence in Jiangbei, and I was afraid of alerting the enemy and causing trouble." He carefully observed Black Scorpion's reaction. Black Scorpion listened and made an ambiguous sound. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the sofa, making a dull thump-thump sound. His hoarse voice was full of inquiry. "Oh? Li Chengfeng from the Jiangbei Li family." Black Scorpion's tone rose slightly. "I heard that the Jiangbei Li family only has this one precious child. His attitude towards Lin Haotian, if it's really as you said, is quite interesting." Zhao Shifeng's throat rolled, and he wanted to take the opportunity to flatter Black Scorpion by saying something like, "Hey, Xie is a master planner," but when he met Black Scorpion's all-seeing eyes, he swallowed the words back. He only felt his throat become even drier, as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. "The Morong family, the Li family, huh?" Black Scorpion's eyes became deeper and deeper, like a deep pool with a whirlpool hidden inside. The corners of his mouth raised an arc full of greed and interest. "It seems that this Lin Haotian has more secrets than we imagined. And they are more valuable." He changed the subject, his cold eyes locked onto Zhao Shifeng like a venomous snake, and his tone became even colder. "The information you provided before, now it seems, is not accurate enough. The little bastard who made the Morong family and the Li family look at him differently, and may even be involved, is definitely not an ordinary person." Zhao Shifeng was frightened by his gaze, and cold sweats ran down his face. He knew that Black Scorpion was trying to warn him, expressing his dissatisfaction with his previous intelligence errors. He quickly bowed and said, "It is my incompetence, please forgive me, sir." Black Scorpion changed the subject again, with a hint of mockery in his smile. "Zhao Shifeng, your Zhao family has fallen into decline and is no longer as glorious as it once was. The future of the Zhao family depends on you." He paused, his eyes becoming even colder. "So, you came here this time and spared no expense to ask me to help you just to avenge your Zhao family?" Zhao Shifeng felt a chill running from his feet straight to his head, and his heart almost stopped beating. He knew that the critical moment had come. Black Scorpion suddenly changed the subject and smiled sinisterly, the wrinkles on his face piled up together, looking even more ferocious. "But I never do business at a loss. This Lin Haotian can make the Morong family and the Li family look at him differently, and may even be involved. I'm afraid his secrets and value are much more interesting than simple revenge." "Young Master Zhao, do you understand what I mean?" How could Zhao Shifeng dare to say no? He nodded and bowed quickly, like pounding garlic. "Understand. Understand. I understand everything. As long as Lord Black Scorpion can kill that kid for me, everything on him will belong to you. My Zhao family is willing to serve you. No questions asked." Black Scorpion uttered a satisfied ha. With an undisguised gleam of calculation in his eyes. "Very good. But don't rush into it now." He looked at Zhao Shifeng as if he was looking at a dog wagging its tail for mercy, his eyes full of a sense of superiority that he was in control of everything. I will go to tomorrow's game to see what this kid is up to. I want to confirm his true strength with my own eyes. He paused, his voice becoming even colder. I need to observe him carefully to see if there is anything more valuable in him. Otherwise, just helping you to avenge your hatred will not be enough to pay my price. We are not in a hurry. Prey is more interesting if we play slowly, and the more benefits the better. You don't want anything to go wrong in the middle of the process and let this fat meat fly away, right? Young Master Zhao, you have to cooperate with me and don't try to be clever. The implication of Black Scorpion's words couldn't be more obvious. He not only wanted to kill Lin Haotian, but also wanted to squeeze out all the value from Lin Haotian, and he planned to keep this piece of fat meat for himself. Anyone who tries to get involved will be his enemy. Zhao Shifeng was so angry that his teeth were itching and his fists were clenched in his sleeves, cursing Black Scorpion in his heart for being greedy and cunning, but he didn't dare show it on his face. He knew that with Black Scorpion's methods, he had no room for bargaining and could only swallow his anger. He not only hated Lin Haotian, but also hated Black Scorpion's greed and his own incompetence. But he could only endure the humiliation, forced out a flattering smile, and whispered, "Everything is entirely up to Lord Black Scorpion's orders. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest and will never dare to have the slightest disloyalty." The box fell into deathly silence again, so depressing that it made people breathless. The fire in the fireplace flickered, casting the shadows of the two people on the wall, which continued to lengthen and distort. Zhao Shifeng sat there like a zombie, motionless, and even his breathing was cautious, for fear of angering this moody living devil in front of him. Every minute and every second was torture for him. Black Scorpion was leisurely playing with the scorpion ring. The dark green gem was flashing a cold and murderous light between his skinny fingers, as if he was brewing a shocking conspiracy. His sinister eyes looked through the heavy curtains at the brightly lit night sky outside the gymnasium, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a cruel and expectant arc. The prey has appeared, and now it's time to enjoy the hunting process. At this moment, Lin Haotian is enjoying the glory of being the center of attention and preparing for tomorrow's semifinals. He had no idea that a huge black net had quietly been opened against him. A strong murderous intent was emanating from this dark corner, deeper and colder than the night. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, another breakthrough in the semifinals. Sign in with the godlike footwork, overpowering the kendo genius. The road of martial arts is paved with glory and sweat. At this moment, everyone's attention is focused on the central arena of the provincial gymnasium. The provincial martial arts competition has entered the intense semi-final stage. Those who can stand out from thousands of contestants and stand on this stage are all top warriors of the younger generation and are truly the chosen ones of heaven. Every duel touches the hearts of countless martial arts fans inside and outside the arena. Every victory or defeat may rewrite the power structure of the younger generation. At this moment, Lin Haotian, the young man who emerged like a dark horse from Jiangqing City, is about to face a real heavyweight opponent in the semi-finals. In the next match, Lin Haotian will face Yi Yunfei. The moment the referee loudly announced the match list, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers and discussions. Yi Yunfei. It's actually Yi Yunfei. Oh my god. The sword genius of the Yi family. Now it's going to be fun. It's like a tit-for-tat confrontation. In the audience, countless eyes were cast towards the other side of the contestant preparation area. There, a young man dressed in white, handsome and with outstanding temperament, slowly stood up. His eyes were calm but with a barely perceptible pride. He is Yi Yunfei. Jiangnan Yi family. These three words are a golden signboard in the martial arts world of Jiangnan province. For hundreds of years, the Yi family has been the leader in the field of kendo and is known as the #1 kendo family in Jiangnan. Jiangnan Yi, a master with one sword. This long-standing praise is the most appropriate description of the Yi family's swordsmanship. The Yi family has produced sword-fighting geniuses in every generation, leading the trend in martial arts. The head of the Yi family in every generation is almost always a famous sword-fighting master. And Yi Yunfei is the most dazzling and talented young master of this generation of the Yi family. At the age of only 18, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle stage of swordsmanship. Such talent is extremely rare among the younger generation in the entire Jiangnan province. What is even more frightening is the invincible sword in his hand, and the unique skill that has long been famous in the south of the Yangtze River Wild Wind Sword. It is said that Yi Yunfei's Wild Wind Sword has been cultivated to the great perfection realm, and the speed of the sword is unbelievable. Often, the opponent would be defeated before they could even see how he drew his sword. There were already more than one strong man who died under his fast sword.
Yi Yunfei.
He is recognized as the strongest contender for the championship of this competition.
That's right.
His wild wind sword is too terrifying, so fast that it makes people despair. It is said that even some seniors in the martial arts world dare not easily take on its edge. Although Lin Haotian is also an amazing dark horse who has created miracles one after another, this time against Yi Yunfei I'm afraid he will stop here. Yes, whether it's his cultivation or his family's unique skills, Yi Yunfei is too strong and has almost no weaknesses.
There were waves of discussion in the audience, and most people were not optimistic about Lin Haotian.
After all, Yi Yunfei's reputation was too great, like an insurmountable mountain, weighing on the hearts of all geniuses of his generation. On the ring, Yi Yunfei held a long green sword in his hand. Before the sword was unsheathed, a sharp and oppressive aura permeated the air. He looked at Lin Haotian opposite him with indifferent eyes, as if he was looking at an opponent who was destined to be defeated by his sword. Lin Haotian, your performance is beyond my expectation.
You should be proud of yourself for making it this far. Yi Yunfei's voice was cold and condescending. But, this is the end. My sword is not something you can resist.
When Lin Haotian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were calm.
Pressure? Yes, definitely. There is no doubt about Yi Yunfei's strength. But, so what?
Just now, the moment he stepped onto the center stage, the familiar voice in his mind rang again.
Ding!
It is detected that the host has arrived at an important plot location, Provincial Gymnasium Semi-Final Center Arena, and meets the sign-in conditions.
Do you want to sign in? Sign in.
Lin Haotian said silently in his heart.
He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time.
The more important the occasion, the more generous the sign-in reward would be.
Ding! Sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top yellow-level body movement skill God's Movement Beginner's Guide. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Qi Gathering Pills. A huge and mysterious stream of information instantly poured into Lin Haotian's mind, which was exactly the practice method and essence of the top-level body movement, godly movement.
God's hundreds of changes.
This body technique emphasizes moving like a ghost, unpredictable and unpredictable. When it is practiced to a high level, one step can leave hundreds of afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, and unpredictable.
Even at the entry level, its mystery is far beyond the ordinary body techniques. It's such a timely relief. Lin Haotian was delighted.
To deal with an opponent like Yi Yunfei who used fast counterattacks and sharp sword moves, what he needed most was a top-notch body technique that could deal with him or even restrain his speed. As for the Qi Gathering Pill, it was an elixir that could quickly improve and stabilize one's cultivation. After taking 3 of them, it was enough to make his Qi more condensed, and his cultivation would improve slightly.
System: learn divine movement immediately and take the Qi Gathering Pill. Ding! Successfully learned God of Movement Beginner's Guide. Ding! The Qi Gathering Pill was taken successfully.
The host's cultivation has been refined, and the foundation has become more solid. In an instant, Lin Haotian only felt the true energy surging in his body, and his limbs seemed to be lighter. The many mysteries of the divine movement became clear in his mind, and his body instinctively mastered the tricks to get started.
Strength has been improved again.
At this moment, facing Yi Yunfei's oppressive gaze, Lin Haotian's originally slightly solemn expression quietly gained a hint of calmness and confidence.
Whether this is the end or not, we'll know after the fight.
Lin Haotian responded calmly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant.
Humph, you overestimate your abilities. Yi Yunfei snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense.
He slowly grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand.
Clang!
With a clear sword sound, the green sword suddenly came out of its sheath. In just a moment, a bright sword light, like lightning striking from the sky, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, pierced Lin Haotian's face.
Quick! Too fast!
In the audience, 99% of the people didn't even see how Yi Yunfei drew his sword, and the deadly sword light had already reached Lin Haotian.
What a fast sword! Lin Haotian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked.
This speed was more than twice as fast as any opponent he had encountered before. The first move of Wild Wind Sword Wind in Clouds Rising.
Yi Yunfei's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with extreme coldness and confidence.
In an instant, the arena was filled with sword shadows, as if fierce gusts of wind were blowing out of nowhere. It was no longer a ray of sword light, but hundreds of thousands of fine sword threads, interweaving into a sword net that was not leaky. Each sword thread contained a sharp sword energy that could cut through everything. It made a hissing sound, blocking all the spaces around Lin Haotian that he could dodge.
It's over. I can't hide anymore.
Many viewers even subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lin Haotian being dismembered by sword energy. Even the knowledgeable martial arts masters in the VIP seats had solemn expressions at this moment. The Yi family's Wild Wind sword is truly worthy of its reputation. This move, Wind Rising and Cloud Surge, has continuous sword power, combining fast and slow movements, blocking all escape routes.
Almost no one at the same level can break it. Lin Haotian, it's over. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Haotian was going to be killed on the spot,
something strange happened suddenly. Lin Haotian's figure suddenly became blurred. It's like the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror, it's clearly there, yet it gives people a feeling of unreality.
God of movement. Hundreds of changes.
Lin Haotian whispered in his heart, and his feet suddenly took steps in a mysterious trajectory that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Swish! His body was like weightless willow catkins. In the sword net that seemed impenetrable and left no way out to others, he narrowly brushed against the sharp sword chi at an incredible angle and floated backwards.
Sometimes it moves to the left, like a snake swimming. Sometimes to the right, like a ghostly phantom. Move forward half a step from time to time to avoid a fatal blow. Sometimes he would step back a foot to escape from the sword's influence. His figure was erratic, leaving a series of clearly visible afterimages on the ring. Each afterimage was so lifelike that it was difficult to tell which one was real and which one was fake.
Shoo! 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 Yi Yunfei's indestructible sword energy kept passing through the place where Lin Haotian had previously stood, as well as the afterimage he left behind, cutting out terrifying scratches deep enough to see the bone on the extremely hard bluestone arena.
Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. But it couldn't hurt Lin Haotian's body at all. Yi Yunfei's confident Wild Wind sword failed for the first time.
And it was a complete failure.
What? The coldness and arrogance on Yi Yunfei's face froze in an instant, and was replaced by a look of deep surprise and disbelief. His sword couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes? How is this possible? His Wild Wind sword is famous for its speed and has always been invincible, even challenging opponents of higher levels is not a problem. But now, in front of Lin Haotian's bizarre and extraordinary body movements, the speed he was so proud of seemed like a joke. What kind of footwork is this? My eyes are clear, right? Lin Haotian actually dodged them all? It's incredible. That's Yi Yunfei's Wild Wind sword. How did he do it? That movement, it's like teleportation. So weird. After a brief silence, the entire stadium exploded. Exclamations, gasps, and incredulous discussions combined into a huge wave of sound that almost blew off the roof of the gymnasium. Even the respected martial arts masters in the VIP seats opened their eyes wide at this moment, with shock and disbelief on their faces. This boy actually possesses such a wonderful footwork. An old man with white hair and beard exclaimed in surprise. He is the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association and has a wide range of knowledge, but at this moment it is difficult for him to remain calm. This step method. I have never seen it before. It is erratic and unpredictable. It is simply unheard of. Who is this Lin Haotian? Another middle-aged man with a calm demeanor had a gleam in his eyes. The Yi family's Wild Wind Swift sword is all about speed. It defeats the enemy with speed and is invincible. But what it fears most is encountering an erratic opponent whose body movements far exceed its sword speed. Once it fails to lock onto the target, the power of the swift sword will be greatly reduced. Could it be? Yi Yunfei is going to meet his nemesis today? On the stage, Yi Yunfei's face had turned ashen. He doesn't believe in evil. I don't believe you can keep going this fast. Wild wind sword, wild wind and heavy rain. Yi Yunfei shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand danced faster and faster. The sword light splashed out like ink, turning into a sudden sword rain all over the sky, covering a wider range and attacking faster. Every drop of raindrop was a deadly sword energy. He pushed the power of Wild Wind sword to its extreme. He didn't believe that Lin Haotian could remain safe and sound under such violent and intensive attacks. However, reality once again dealt him a heavy blow.
Lin Haotian's figure dodged and moved in the violent rain of swords, appearing to be more and more at ease. After learning the art of God's speed, his speed and reaction ability have made a qualitative leap. Although Yi Yunfei's sword is fast, it is not impossible to catch in his eyes. The audience only saw a white figure on the ring, like a small boat in the stormy waves. No matter how strong the wind and rain were, or how powerful the sword energy was, he remained motionless.
He could always turn danger into safety with the most exquisite footwork at the most dangerous moment.
How could this happen, my sword, my wild wind sword?
Yi Yunfei's mentality was completely unbalanced at this moment.
From the initial full of confidence, to the surprise and shock in the middle, to the disbelief and deep frustration now.
Everything he was proud of seemed so pale and powerless in front of Lin Haotian's unpredictable movements.
Sweat continued to seep out of his forehead, and the hand holding the sword was shaking slightly due to excessive force. He could feel that his true energy was being rapidly consumed, but Lin Haotian's breath was still calm, as if he had not exerted any effort at all.
Open the divine pupil that breaks delusion.
Just when Yi Yunfei was excited and his sword moves were powerful but his tactics were beginning to become slightly disordered, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes. Through the observation of the divine eyes that can see through delusion, he clearly captured a fleeting flaw that Yi Yunfei revealed because of his eagerness for success.
The time is now. It's over.
Lin Haotian whispered in his heart.
Swish.
His body suddenly accelerated, and he no longer dodged, but went against the rain of swords like a ghost and instantly approached Yi Yunfei. The combination of God's 100 movements and divine eyes for predicting things allowed him to accurately grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Yunfei was horrified and wanted to change his tactics to defend himself, but it was too late. Lin Haotian put his right hand together and pointed out like a sword, with condensed true energy lingering on his fingertips, as fast as lightning.
One finger zen. Puff. A muffled sound. Lin Haotian's fingertips pointed at the Yangshi point on Yi Yunfei's wrist with incredible precision. A strong and condensed true energy penetrated instantly. Ah!
Yi Yunfei only felt a sharp pain and numbness in his wrist, as if he was stabbed by thousands of steel needles, and the strength to hold the sword was instantly lost.
Bang!
The green-bladed sword that had accompanied him for many years fell to the ground with a crisp sound, as if announcing the end of the duel. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Yi Yunfei to react, Lin Haotian turned around again and pointed another finger at the Chiman point under his ribs.
Bang!
Yi Yunfei felt as if he had been hit hard. He froze in place, his face instantly turning pale. The surging energy and blood in his body were completely disrupted by this finger.
He could no longer muster any strength, and his offensive collapsed in an instant. The whole process happened in a flash.
From Lin Haotian seizing the opportunity to counterattack, to defeating the enemy with 2 fingers, it only took the blink of an eye.
Clean and neat. Extremely domineering.
The moment before, Yi Yunfei was still attacking frantically, with sword energy running rampant and unparalleled power. The next moment, his weapon fell out of his hand and he was completely subdued by Lin Haotian.
The outcome was decided. The huge contrast made the entire audience fall into a brief daze. Quiet. Deathly silence.
Soon, cheers and screams like a volcanic eruption completely flooded the entire stadium.
Win. Lin Haotian wins. Oh my god. Too strong. Lin Haotian is too strong. What kind of finger technique is that? It's so exquisite. Just one finger destroyed Yi Yunfei's fighting ability. What's even more terrifying is his footwork. It's simply a nightmare for all fast attack martial arts. The referee also recovered from his shock, took a deep breath, and announced loudly. In this match, Lin Haotian wins. Lin Haotian advanced to the finals. Boom! The whole audience was completely boiling. Countless people gave Lin Haotian the warmest applause and cheers. He once again created a miracle. In a way that no one expected, he defeated the favorite to win the championship, Yi Yunfei, and advanced into the finals. Lin Haotian's mysterious and erratic godlike footwork also became the focus of everyone's discussion, and its limelight even overshadowed his final exquisite finger technique to defeat the enemy. In the crowd, countless eyes were cast towards the slightly thin but tall and straight figure like a pine tree in the center of the ring. He actually made it to the finals. This black horse is so completely black. The finals. Who will be his opponent? Who can break his mysterious footwork? Also, did you notice that when Lin Haotian performed that footwork, he seemed to be quite comfortable with it and didn't seem to be using his full strength? This may not be his limit. Hiss. Could it be that this footwork, he can exert even greater power? Suspense arose in everyone's mind.
And Lin Haotian, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, calmly walked off the stage, keeping his achievements and fame to himself.
The final, here he comes. Chapter 46, the night before the finals, the wind and thunder changed. The poisonous scorpion used tricks, and the beauty was in danger. The top-floor suite at the Provincial Sports and Competition Center is quiet and luxurious, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Lin Haotian sat cross-legged on a soft Mediterranean plush bed, with a cyan gold aura looming around him, almost condensing into substance. He closed his eyes slightly, concentrated his mind, and focused on adjusting his internal breath, preparing for the much-anticipated final battle tomorrow, a pinnacle showdown that was destined to be famous all over the world. His heart was as firm as a rock. Tomorrow, I will win. Laugh.
In this extreme silence, a barely perceptible sound suddenly rang out.
The dead silence was suddenly torn apart.
Swish, swish, swish.
Several crossbow arrows flashing with dark cold light, accompanied by sharp whistles that tore through the air, shot silently through the gaps in the tightly closed windows like the poisonous fangs of hell, and hit Lin Haotian's vital parts. Each arrow was tempered with a deadly poison that was deadly in an instant, and the tip of the arrow glowed a frightening black light under the light. The windows are clearly closed.
Lin Haotian's hairs all over his body stood on end instantly, and an unprecedented sense of fatal crisis struck his limbs and bones like an electric current.
The one coming is extremely strong.
In a split second, he didn't even have time to think carefully, and his body had already reacted based on his warrior instincts. His eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light burst out.
God's hundreds of changes.
As soon as he thought about it, his body turned into a blurry afterimage and disappeared from the spot at the critical moment.
Puff, puff, puff.
Those poisonous arrows almost grazed his afterimage and pierced deeply into the bed where he had just been sitting cross-legged. The arrow tails were still trembling, which showed how powerful they were.
That was a close call.
Lin Haotian's figure had just appeared a few meters away, and before he could stand firm, an even more fierce murderous intent attacked him from behind.
Bang! With a loud bang, the heavy red sandalwood door of the presidential suite exploded, and wood chips flew everywhere.
Several dark shadows came in like ghosts, each holding a strange weapon in their hands, flashing a bloodthirsty cold light, and rushed straight towards Lin Haotian, who had just stabilized his body. The leader was as big and strong as a bear or leopard, but his movements were as swift and strange as a monkey.
A thick black evil aura permeated around him, almost freezing the air in the room.
Those sinister eyes were fixed on Lin Haotian, his eagle claw-like hands were flashing with cold metallic light, and there was a huge scorpion mark on the back of his hands. Black liquid was dripping from his fingertips, emitting a disgusting stench.
Lin Haotian's pupils suddenly shrank. This person's aura is much stronger than any enemy he has encountered before. A name exploded in his mind. Black Scorpion.
This monster looks almost identical to the leader of the Black Scorpion organization that Li Ruoshi had inquired about for him before.
He. Black Scorpion let out an unpleasant laugh like a night owl, hoarse and sinister. Lin Haotian, you're not slow in reacting. Unfortunately, tonight is the day you die. Lin Haotian's eyes were cold. What a big move. On the eve of the finals, Black Scorpion actually came out to assassinate me personally. He sneered in his heart, anger rising. Do you think this can stop me from moving forward? Wishful thinking.
The Black Scorpion sneered, and without further ado, he flashed his body, and his ghostly claws blocked all of Lin Haotian's escape routes. The sharp claw brought with it an evil wind that tore through space and went straight for Lin Haotian's throat.
Lin Haotian's eyes flashed, and he used the divine movement to its full potential.
His figure shuttled through the claw shadows like light smoke, narrowly avoiding the fatal attack. The room was suddenly filled with strong energy, and the valuable furniture exploded into pieces.
The black-clad men under the Black Scorpion also attacked at the same time.
They coordinated their swords and sabers in perfect harmony, and their moves were brutal and ruthless. They were obviously well-trained assassins. Lin Haotian fought alone against many people, but he was not at a disadvantage. His god of movement was extremely mysterious, and he moved around in the narrow space like an elusive phantom, making the attacks of Black Scorpion and others fall short repeatedly.
Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in the Black Scorpion's eyes, and then his attack became more fierce. I wonder how long you can hide.
The black energy on his claws became stronger, and every time he swung them, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air and a terrible power that corroded everything. Lin Haotian maneuvered himself with his body skills while secretly frightened.
This Black Scorpion is indeed worthy of its reputation.
Its strength is unfathomable and every move of it contains great danger. If it weren't for the magic of God of movement, he would have been injured long ago.
At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Haotian's arms suddenly rang with a shrill tone. His heart tightened. Who would call at such a fierce battle time? He dodged a heavy blow from the Black Scorpion with a swaying movement and quickly pulled out his cell phone. The caller ID showed that it was Li Ruoshi. Why would she call so late? An ominous premonition suddenly came over me. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Ruoshi? Hao Tian. Save me.
Li Ruoshi's terrified cries and violent gasps came from the other end of the phone. I'm trapped in the hotel's underground parking lot.
There are so many vicious people they want to awe.
After a short scream, the call ended abruptly, leaving only a cold, busy tone.
There was a boom in Lin Haotian's mind, and he understood instantly. Lure the tiger away from the mountain.
The Black Scorpion gang's target isn't just him, but Li Ruoshi as well. A violent rage rushed from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head, and his eyes instantly turned red as blood, as if they were about to drip blood.
Black Scorpion! He let out an earth-shaking roar that shook all around and even the entire floor trembled.
The terrifying murderous aura burst out from his body like a substance, and the temperature in the room dropped suddenly.
Black Scorpion was shocked by his sudden outburst and froze in his tracks. A playful smile appeared on his face. Oh? It seems that you have received our little gift. If you dare to touch a hair on her head, I will wipe out your entire family.
Lin Haotian spoke every word, his voice as cold as if it came from the netherworld, and every word contained endless murderous intent. The cyan gold energy on his body suddenly surged, and a terrifying pressure far exceeding the previous one spread out. At this moment, he no longer had any reservations.
Li Ruoshi's safety is more important than his own life. Looking for death.
The Black Scorpion's eyes turned cold, and he was stimulated by Lin Haotian's momentum and pounced on him again. But at this moment, Lin Haotian had only one thought in his mind: save Ruoshi. Even if I get seriously injured, I must fight my way out.
He was like a mad tiger. He no longer dodged.
The internal chi in his body circulated wildly. The power in his body burst out without reservation and rushed straight towards the window.
Bang! Bang!
The few black-clad assassins who stood in front of him didn't even have time to scream before they were blown away by his violent force and slammed hard into the wall, breaking bones and tendons, and their lives or deaths were unknown.
Lin Haotian's momentum remains undiminished, like a cannonball fired from a gun. Boom!
The specially made bulletproof glass window was smashed by him, and glass fragments flew everywhere. He turned into a stream of light, rushed out of the suite and disappeared into the dark night. Black Scorpion looked at Lin Haotian's back as he broke through the window and disappeared. A sinister smile appeared on his face, but he did not chase after him. He slowly took out a micro-communicator from his arms and ordered in a voice without any emotion. D area parking lot, activate the killing array.
I want him to never come back, along with that woman.
He put away the communicator, his eyes were as deep as a prison, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Lin Haotian, the game has just begun. The parking lot has set up a trap for you.
In the night, it seemed as if there were countless pairs of eyes, flashing murderous light in the dark parking lot, waiting for the arrival of prey.
Chapter 47, The Ultimate Trap. The divine movement breaks through the camp. The night is as dark as ink.
The underground parking lot of the five-star hotel next to the provincial stadium is no longer as quiet as before. The dazzling high beams tore through the darkness, weaving a bizarre cage between the cold concrete ground and the thick load-bearing columns.
Laugh.
A black SUV suddenly skidded to a stop like a ghost, and the friction between its tires and the ground made a sharp and piercing whine. Lin Haotian pushed open the car door, and a strong smell of gasoline mixed with some strange burnt smell hit him in the face, making his brows frown instantly.
An ominous premonition swept over my heart like a tide.
His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he quickly scanned the interior of the parking lot. The next moment, his heart sank suddenly, and a violent murderous intent burst out of his body uncontrollably. Deep in the parking lot, there were about 7 or 8 cars and SUVs that had been violently modified and had hideous horns all over their bodies. They were arranged in a strange formation, blocking off a small area. And in the center of the siege, a familiar figure was shivering, her pretty face as pale as paper. It was Li Ruoshi. She was holding her cell phone tightly in her hand, as if she had just finished a call. At this moment, she was surrounded by 7 or 8 men in uniform black clothes and with grim faces. Each of those people exuded a cold and powerful aura, with slightly bulging temples, and they were obviously masters of internal martial arts.
Ruwashi. Lin Haotian shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, causing waves of echoes in the empty parking lot.
Almost at the same time as the voice sounded, his figure turned into a blurry afterimage and shot towards Li Ruwashi.
Humph, Lin Haotian, you are finally here.
A cold voice came from the roof of a modified Range Rover. He saw a man of medium build, wearing half a metal mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that sparkled like venomous snakes, looking down at him. He snapped his fingers. The sound was not loud, but it revealed a heart-pounding chill. Activate the killing array and let him enjoy the feast we prepared for him. As he finished speaking, the several emergency lights that were flickering in the parking lot suddenly went out. Immediately afterwards, the headlights of those modified vehicles, the flashing warning lights on the roofs, and dozens of small spotlights that had been installed on the load-bearing columns at some point in time, suddenly burst out with blinding light.
Buzz.
An invisible wave quickly spread out with the vehicles as nodes, like a huge transparent spider web, instantly covering the space of nearly 100 meters in radius. Lin Haotian's forward-moving figure suddenly stopped. He clearly felt a heavy pressure like a mountain coming from all directions. The emu chi in his body, which was originally surging, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and its speed suddenly dropped by more than 30%. Every time he mobilized his internal energy, he felt an inexplicable stagnation and difficulty.
Is this a formation? Lin Haotian's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked.
This is by no means an ordinary siege, but a carefully planned killing game. A vicious formation that not only limits the space, but can also directly suppress the warrior's internal strength.
Haotian! Haotian, be careful!
Li Ruwashi's crying voice came from the formation, full of fear and despair. When she saw Lin Haotian rushing in, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart, but then she saw that he seemed to be restrained, and her heart sank to the bottom again.
You think you can trap me with just a formation?
Lin Haotian's eyes flashed with cold light, and the anger and worry in his heart intertwined, which instead aroused an even stronger desire to fight. His body movements of god of movement did not retreat but advanced, and even though his internal energy was suppressed, he was still as erratic as a ghost. Lin Haotian, this will-killing formation is a gift that our Black Scorpion organization has prepared specifically for warriors like you with strange body movements. The assassin leader wearing a metal mask sneered, in this formation, your speed will be greatly restricted, and your internal strength will be constantly weakened. And every one of my men is an elite who has experienced hundreds of battles. Today, this is where you will be buried. Before he finished speaking, 7 or 8 assassins from the Black Scorpion organization had already taken action. They did not attack all at once, but used the modified vehicles as cover and springboards, and launched the attack in a coordinated manner. Swish, swish, swish. Several killers flashed out from behind the car, holding special short blades that gleamed coldly in their hands, like the fangs of poisonous snakes, piercing Lin Haotian's vital points. Their movements were swift and brutal, and it was obvious that they had received professional training in killing. At the same time, the engines of the 2 modified cars roared, like awakened steel beasts, suddenly started, and rushed towards Lin Haotian from the left and right, trying to sandwich him in the middle. The ferocious horns on the front of the car flashed a cold light under the lights.
Court death. Lin Haotian was furious.
Seeing that Li Ruwashi was not far away, he could not retreat at all. He took a deep breath, and the suppressed emu chi was forced to surge in his body, making bursts of muffled sounds like a rushing river.
Open the divine pupil that breaks delusion.
In his eyes, a layer of light blue gold light flashed by. In an instant, the whole world became different in his eyes. In the air, the energy flow trajectories of the formations that are invisible to the naked eye are clearly visible, like densely packed silk threads, intertwined and entangled. Every modified vehicle, the location of every killer, and even the strength of the energy in their bodies, can be seen. He clearly saw that this so-called will-killing formation was based on those modified vehicles. It guided and amplified the geomagnetic force through some special device and mixed in some special energy fluctuations that could interfere with the internal strength of warriors, thus forming this suppressing effect.
So that's it. Lin Haotian understood.
In a flash, facing the vehicles attacking from both sides and the sharp blades of several killers, Lin Haotian did not retreat but advanced. His figure suddenly moved sideways in a blur, narrowly avoiding the collision between the 2 cars. The 2 cars almost brushed against the corners of his clothes as they passed each other, and the strong wind they created made his clothes rustle. Amazing movements, a flying dragon's shadow. Lin Haotian's steps were unpredictable, like a dragon flying through flowers and trees, or like an afterimage passing over the water, moving around in the narrow space. Although the killer's attacks were intensive,
they could hardly touch even the corner of his clothes. How is this possible? The assassin leader on the roof of the car narrowed his eyes, his expression beneath the mask full of disbelief. How could he still be so fast under the suppression of the killing array? How could he know that Lin Haotian's divine movements was an unparalleled martial art? Even if his internal energy was suppressed, the mystery of his exquisite body movements was not something these ordinary killers could understand. What's more, Lin Haotian's physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. When the circulation of true energy is restricted, the powerful explosive power of his body makes up for some of the shortcomings. Emu Magic Needle. Lin Haotian moved at high speed and flicked his fingers with his right hand. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of emu flying needles, as thin as cow hair and flashing with faint green light, seemed to have eyes. They shot accurately at the black scorpion killers who were besieging him from all kinds of tricky and strange angles. Under the guidance of the divine eye of breaking delusion, the target of each flying needle is the weak point of the killer's internal energy circulation or the key acupuncture point that paralyzes the nerves. Puff, puff, puff. Amid a series of subtle muffled sounds, the three killers in the front suddenly froze, the short blades in their hands fell to the ground with a clang, and they fell to the ground as if all their bones were pulled out, their mouths and eyes were crooked, their bodies were twitching, and they had lost their combat effectiveness. They didn't even see how Lin Haotian made his move. Waste. The assassin leader cursed angrily, his eyes becoming more vicious, used the formation to crush him. The remaining 5 killers had a flash of violence in their eyes, and they roared one after another. A layer of faint black air appeared on their bodies, and their speed and strength suddenly increased. It was obviously some kind of secret technique to stimulate potential. At the same time, 2 more modified cars roared over, their windows sealed with thick steel plates, leaving only narrow observation holes. They were like mobile steel fortresses, rushing around recklessly, completely disregarding the safety of their own people. Hao Tian! Be careful behind you! Li Ruoxi screamed in horror, her heart in her throat. She saw a killer circling around Lin Haotian's blind spot, holding a dagger that was flashing with a faint blue light, silently stabbing at Lin Haotian's back. The dagger was obviously poisoned. Lin Haotian seemed to have eyes on his back. Without even turning his head, he suddenly grabbed and twisted his left hand backwards. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard, and the sneak killer let out a shrill howl. His wrist twisted at a strange angle and the poisoned dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Haotian slapped him on the chest with his backhand. Bang! The killer felt as if he were hit by a heavy hammer. A large part of his chest collapsed instantly. Blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with broken internal organs. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit a load-bearing column heavily. There was no sound anymore. Kill! Kill him! The killer leader looked crazy and roared orders. However, at this moment, Lin Haotian, with the help of the divine pupil of truth, has already gained an astonishing level of control over the entire battlefield. The killer's movements became slow and full of flaws in his eyes. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Every dodgement was just right and every attack was accurate and deadly. Emu flying needle, fast. Several green rays flashed, and 2 more killers fell to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. In the blink of an eye, most of the 8 elite killers have been killed. Only the last 2 killers and the leader standing on the roof of the car were left. Seeing this, the 2 killers finally showed fear in their eyes. They had never seen such a terrifying opponent, who could single-handedly defeat their companions in the killing array carefully arranged by their own team. "Boss, this guy is a monster," said a killer in a trembling voice. "Shut up! Come on," the assassin leader shouted sternly, but there was also a hint of imperceptible fear in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a peculiarly shaped short blade from his waist. The blade was pitch black and emitted a heart-pounding chill. Black scorpion soul-devouring blade. "Boy, it would be an honor for you to die under this weapon." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped off the roof of the car, like a hunting cheetah, with a gust of fishy wind, and rushed straight towards Lin Haotian. The black scorpion soul-devouring blade in his hand drew a strange arc, and the tip of the blade pointed directly at Lin Haotian's heart. At the same time, the remaining 2 killers, knowing they were no match for their opponent, did not rush towards Lin Haotian, but instead pounced on the trapped Li Ruoxi with a grin. "Since I can't kill you, I'll start with your woman," a killer roared, and the dagger in his hand stabbed towards Li Ruoxi's throat like lightning. Ruoxi! Lin Haotian's pupils dilated instantly, and an unprecedented rage rushed from the bottom of his heart to his forehead. He may not care about his own safety,
but he will never tolerate Li Ruoshi being hurt in the slightest.
How dare you! Lin Haotian let out a thunderous roar, and the sound almost overturned the roof of the parking lot.
The emu chi in his body completely ran wild at this moment, breaking through the layers of suppression of the killing formation and gushing out like a volcanic eruption.
Aoki, Tanjia!
He growled, and a blinding green light suddenly burst out from his body.
Countless lush green vines appeared out of nowhere, growing wildly on his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, intertwining and entwining, and in a flash, they formed a set of strange armor that covered his entire body and exuded tremendous vitality. It is Emu's magical power's unique defensive skill, greenwood vine armor.
The moment the vine armor appeared, Lin Haotian's originally sluggish internal energy suddenly became extremely smooth, and the suppressive effect of the killing formation on him was actually offset by this powerful vitality force.
What?
The black scorpion soul-devouring blade in the killer leader's hand was less than half a foot away from Lin Haotian's heart, but was blocked by the sudden vine armor.
Bite!
With a crisp sound like the clanging of metal, the black scorpion soul-devouring blade, which was said to be indestructible, only left a faint white mark on the greenwood vine armor, and sparks flew everywhere. The vines on the surface of the armor squirmed, and the white marks quickly disappeared, returning to its original state. The killer leader only felt a huge recoil force coming from the blade, and his palm was in great pain. He almost couldn't hold the short blade, and his eyes were full of horror and disbelief.
What kind of witchcraft is this?
Lin Haotian ignored him completely.
At the moment when the greenwood vine armor protected his body, he kicked his feet hard, and his body was as fast as lightning, rushing towards Li Ruoshi regardless of everything. The killer who intended to hurt Li Ruoshi showed a ferocious smile on his face as he saw that the dagger was about to hit the target. But the next moment, his smile froze. A green figure appeared in front of him as if teleporting, so fast that he had no time to react.
"You're looking for death." Lin Haotian's cold voice sounded as if it came from the netherworld. He didn't even use any weapons, he just punched out. It was a simple punch, but it carried an overwhelming force.
Bang!
The killer's body was like being hit by a high-speed train. His sternum was shattered into pieces and he flew backwards like a torn sack. Blood spurted out of his body in mid-air and he died. The other killer was so frightened when he saw this that he turned around and tried to run away.
Want to leave? It's too late.
Lin Haotian's eyes were cold, and with a flash of his body, he had already chased after him, and with a precise blow of his hand knife he struck the back of his neck. Crack! The crisp sound of broken cervical vertebrae could be heard clearly, and the killer fell limply to the ground without even having time to groan.
In just a few breaths, the situation reversed again.
Lin Haotian was like a Shura walking out of hell, emitting a chilling murderous aura, and his green vine armor flashed an eerie light under the light.
Haotian!
Li Ruoshi looked at the tall and majestic figure standing in front of her, her eyes blurred with tears and her voice choked with sobs. At that moment just now, she really thought she was dead.
Don't be afraid, Ruoshi, I'm here. Lin Haotian didn't even turn his head.
Although his voice was still cold, it carried a hint of imperceptible tenderness and firmness. His gaze, like a sharp sword, was fixed on the only enemy still standing, the killer leader wearing a metal mask. The killer leader was so frightened at this moment. He could never have imagined that a young man who was only known to have good skills and intelligence would actually possess such a strange and powerful ability. The suppression of the formation is ineffective, the body is so strong that it can even produce protective vine armor out of thin air. This has exceeded his understanding of warriors. Who are you? The killer leader asked in a dry voice, and his hand holding the black scorpion soul-devouring blade trembled slightly.
He had already begun to think about quitting.
This mission was wrong from the beginning.
So wrong. I'm going to kill you.
Lin Haotian approached step by step, and with every step he took, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. He has already seen that this killer leader is one of the core elements of the entire will-killing array. As long as he is killed, this formation will be at least half destroyed.
Want to kill me? That's not that easy. Black Scorpion's secret technique, soul devouring.
A trace of madness and determination flashed in the killer leader's eyes. He bit his tongue hard and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the black scorpion soul-devouring blade in his hand.
Buzz!
The pitch-black short blade instantly emitted a low humming sound, and countless fine blood-colored lines appeared on the blade.
A cold and evil aura suddenly burst out, as if an invisible poisonous scorpion was hovering and roaring on the blade.
His entire aura suddenly soared, his eyes turned red, like a mad beast.
Die!
The killer leader roared, turned into a black whirlwind, and pounced on Lin Haotian again. The black scorpion's soul-devouring blade in his hand emitted a frightening black light, as if it could devour all life.
A trifle.
Lin Haotian snorted coldly. Facing this desperate and crazy attack, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he sank his right shoulder slightly, and the emu chi in his body gathered at his right shoulder at an unprecedented speed.
Martial arts Iron Mountain lean. Boom!
An aura of unparalleled strength and domineering power burst out from Lin Haotian. His figure seemed to transform into a towering and majestic green mountain in an instant, and with overwhelming power, he slammed into the killer leader.
No fancy moves, only the purest and most primitive burst of power.
The black scorpion soul-devouring blade in the killer leader's hand was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of this overwhelming force.
Crack!
The black scorpion soul-devouring blade broke with a sound. The powerful recoil force was transmitted to the assassin leader's arm through the broken blade, and the bones of his entire right arm were shattered in an instant.
No! The killer leader let out a desperate howl.
He watched Lin Haotian's mountain-like figure crash into him, but he was unable to avoid it.
Bang! A loud bang that shook the earth.
The killer leader's body was like being hit head-on by a battering ram. His chest was deeply dented, and blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain.
He fell like a cannonball onto the Land Rover Range Rover behind him, which was one of the core vehicles of the formation. Boom! The sturdy Land Rover Range Rover was hit so hard that the door was deformed and the window glass was shattered.
The killer leader's body slid softly from the car, his limbs twisted unnaturally, and the metal mask fell to the ground, revealing a face distorted by extreme pain and fear.
His eyes were wide open. He died with his eyes open. He was already dead.
With the death of the assassin leader, the connection between him and the formation was instantly severed.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In the parking lot, the lights of those modified vehicles that were originally used as nodes of the formation began to flash wildly, emitting bursts of unstable electric current sounds.
The invisible pressure and sense of stagnation shrouding the space quickly receded like the tide. Will killing formation broken.
Lin Haotian slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and the green wooden vine armor on his body gradually disappeared, returning to his original clothes.
His face was a little pale. He had just forced himself to activate the emu chi and used the powerful move Tai Shan Liu, which had consumed a lot of his energy. He walked quickly to Li Ruoshi's side, looked at her pale, helpless face and her still frightened eyes, and felt an indescribable pain and pity in his heart.
"Ruoshi, it's okay, it's all over." He reached out his hand and gently brushed away the messy hair in front of her forehead, his voice more gentle than ever before.
"Haotian."
Li Ruoshi couldn't bear it any longer. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears.
Tears soaked his clothes, carrying with them the relief of surviving the disaster and deep fear. Lin Haotian patted her back gently and let her vent her emotions.
His eyes looked over her shoulder at the dead killer leader, a half-metal mask scattered on the ground, and the broken black scorpion soul-devouring blade. His eyes became extremely deep and cold.
The Black Scorpion Organization.
He silently recited the name in his heart, and a fiercer murderous intent slowly rose.
Tonight is just the beginning.
He looked down at the killer leader's waist, which seemed to have a peculiarly shaped black communicator hanging on it.
It was much smaller than an ordinary walkie-talkie and had a vague scorpion logo on it.
Lin Haotian's heart moved.
Could it be that the Black Scorpion Organization was not just an underground force in the provincial capital?
He did not go to check immediately, but first comforted Li Ruoshi, who was still in shock, in his arms.
"Don't be afraid, Ruoshi. I'm here and I won't let you encounter this kind of danger again," Lin Haotian promised in a firm tone.
Li Ruoshi nodded vigorously in his arms, her body still trembling slightly, but feeling his strong arms and warm chest, the fear in her heart was gradually dispelled, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security and dependence. Tonight, she experienced the most thrilling moment in her life, but it also made her see more clearly the strength and reliability of the man in front of her. In the parking lot, the pungent smell of blood and gasoline mixed together, creating a mess. And above the ruins where killing and gun smoke had dissipated, Lin Haotian gently held the girl in his arms, but his eyes were already looking into the deeper darkness.
"Black Scorpion, your doomsday is not far away." Chapter 48, Thunder Strikes Back. The Black Scorpion's lair is destroyed overnight.
The modified vehicle was lying in pieces on the spot, like a dismembered steel behemoth, silently telling of the thrilling experience that had taken place before. Lin Haotian held the shivering Li Ruoshi tightly in his arms.
The expensive Chanel jacket she was wearing was stained with dust and a little blood.
Her pretty face was pale without a trace of blood, and crystal tears were hanging on her long eyelashes. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking.
Wu, Haotian, I'm so scared, I thought I would never see you again.
Li Ruoxi buried her head in Lin Haotian's broad chest. The fear that had been suppressed for a long time was like a flood that broke through the dam, turning into intermittent sobs. Her body was still trembling slightly. It was obvious that the life and death experience she had just experienced had caused her a huge psychological shock. Lin Haotian's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing him to feel a sharp pain.
He lowered his head, resting his chin lightly on the top of Li Ruoxi's soft hair, and his voice was gentler than ever before. It's okay, Ruoxi, it's all over.
Look, I beat those bad guys away, you are safe. He patted her back gently, trying to soothe the fear in her heart with his body temperature and steady heartbeat. Yimu's qi circulated quietly, and a trace of pure and gentle vitality flowed along his palm and slowly into Li Ruoxi's body, soothing her disordered breath and frightened soul. The delicate body in my arms gradually became less stiff, and the trembling gradually subsided. Li Ruoxi rubbed against his arms, like a frightened kitten that found shelter, and uttered him in a nasal voice, but her hands were still tightly grasping his collar, as if that was her only support. There was tenderness in Lin Haotian's eyes, but when he raised his head and glanced at the corpses of the black scorpion killers on the ground and the half of the cold metal mask, the tenderness faded away in an instant, and was replaced by a cold murderous intent that almost solidified into substance.
The Black Scorpion Organization.
These 4 words, like poisoned steel needles, pierced his heart deeply. They actually dared to extend their claws towards Li Ruoxi and touch the most inviolable reverse scale in his heart.
I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Lin Haotian supported Li Ruoxi and said softly, Ruoxi, it's not safe here. I'll take you home to rest first, okay?
Li Ruoxi looked at him lovingly and nodded, her voice still a little hoarse. Haotian, you are not hurt, right? Only then did she remember to check on Lin Haotian's condition. She was just afraid just now.
Lin Haotian smiled slightly and shook his head. I'm fine, just a minor injury, it's no big deal.
In fact, he had just been suppressing the formation and continuously using the greenwood vine armor and Iron Mountain backrest, which consumed a lot of his energy. The blood in his body was still churning, but he didn't want to make Li Ruoxi worry. He picked up Li Ruoxi horizontally. Her body was very light, but at this moment it seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. That was the responsibility he had to bear. He did not drive the SUV that was riddled with bullet holes and dents, but instead walked towards the Aston Martin that Li Ruoxi usually drove. He placed Li Ruoxi in the passenger seat, carefully fastened her seatbelt, started the car, and drove smoothly away from the bloody battlefield. The car was silent except for the low roar of the engine and Li Ruoxi's gradually calming breathing. She leaned back in her chair, tilted her head, and stared at Lin Haotian's profile as he concentrated on driving. The light cast a faint shadow on his angular face, and his deep eyes were flashing with a heart-pounding coldness. She knew that what happened tonight was far from over.
And what kind of bloody storm is this man in front of me about to bring about? After safely sending Li Ruoxi to her luxurious apartment, Lin Haotian did not leave immediately.
Li Ruoxi changed into clean pajamas. Her pretty face was still tired and pale, but her eyes had regained some spirit.
She held Lin Haotian's hand, a little reluctantly. Haotian, will you stay tonight?
Lin Haotian's heart softened, he gently held her little hand, and said softly, I still have some things to deal with. You sleep peacefully, and everything will be fine when you wake up tomorrow. He leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on Li Ruoxi's smooth forehead. Be good, go to sleep. Li Ruoxi blushed slightly and nodded, her heart filled with unprecedented peace. With him around, she didn't need to be afraid even if the sky fell. It was not until he saw Li Ruoxi falling asleep with a sense of peace and tiredness, her breathing becoming even and long, that the tenderness in Lin Haotian's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a rage like a volcanic eruption. He closed the door gently, and the moment he turned around, his whole demeanor suddenly changed. Murderous look. Like solidified ice, it spread wildly from his body. He took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Dali's number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Tian. Are you okay? I just received news that something seems to have happened to Miss Li. Wang Dali's anxious voice came from the receiver, with a hint of panic. The Black Scorpion Organization suddenly attacked Li Ruoxi, which was completely beyond their expectations.
I'm fine, Ruoxi is safe too.
Lin Haotian's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion, but it revealed a suffocating sense of oppression. Dali, the Black Scorpion Organization, I wanted to be eliminated from the provincial capital tonight. Wang Dali was shocked when he heard this, and then a surge of blood rushed to his head.
I know, Brother Tian is really furious this time. Brother Tian, please give the order.
All brothers in the Dawn base, be on standby at all times. Wang Dali said in a decisive tone, his voice filled with high fighting spirit.
Very good. Lin Haotian's eyes flashed with coldness. Do you remember the special marks and communication methods found on the ghost that I asked you to pay attention to before? Remember.
I have been sending people to keep an eye on it and found some scattered clues, but they all point to some inconspicuous strongholds. It seems that there are deeper things that we have not dug out.
Wang Dali replied immediately. No need to dig anymore.
Lin Haotian raised his lips with a cold arc. I already know where their lair is. Just as he settled Li Ruoshi down and his murderous intent was boiling in his heart, the long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding!
The host is detected to be in a serious crisis and has successfully protected his loved ones.
The will for revenge has reached its peak. Ding! The special reward of the sign-in system is activated. Unlock the secret base detection primary function. Secret base detection primary, you can combine existing clues such as items, marks, personnel aura, etc., consume a small number of sign-in points, and conduct a fuzzy detection of the secret base of a specific organization or individual, with a chance to directly lock the target. Note, the detection range is related to the concealment level of the target, and there is a risk of failure. Lin Haotian chose to use this new function without hesitation. The image of the black scorpion communicator on the waist of the killer leader in the parking lot and the cold aura he had sensed from the ghost before appeared in his mind. Ding! Secret base detection primary activated. Detecting. Combining the existing clues: black scorpion communicator residual aura, information related to the Ghost Shadow organization, information related to the Formation Killer organization. Target locked. In just a few seconds, a clear electronic map appeared in Lin Haotian's mind. On the map, a dazzling red light spot was flashing in the location of an abandoned industrial park in the suburbs of the provincial capital. The secret lair of the Black Scorpion organization. Brother Tian, you. Wang Dali was a little surprised. He knew that Lin Haotian was extremely capable, but he was still shocked that he could lock onto the Black Scorpion's nest so quickly. The abandoned 7th steel plant at the end of Longting Road in the western suburbs of the provincial capital is the Black Scorpion's core base in the provincial capital. Lin Haotian said in a grim tone, I want you to immediately gather all the elite forces that can be mobilized at the Dawn base. Target, the 7th steel plant. Remember, clear out the periphery and leave no one alive. But in the core area, wait for my order. Yes. Brother Tian. I will complete the task. Wang Dali said without any hesitation, his voice full of bloodthirsty excitement. The brothers at the Dawn base have been holding back their energy, eager for a real battle to prove themselves. After hanging up the phone with Wang Dali, Lin Haotian dialed Lu Zhenxiong's number without any pause. On the other end of the phone, Lu Zhenxiong's voice was a little respectful and tentative. Mr. Lin, it's so late, do you have any instructions? He had vaguely heard some rumors and knew that something big had happened at the Li family, and he was feeling uneasy. Lu Zhenxiong, I need you to mobilize all your secular power in the provincial capital, including official and underground relationships. Lin Haotian went straight to the point, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Lu Zhenxiong's heart skipped a beat and he said quickly, please speak, Mr. Lin. As long as Lu can do it, I will never refuse. He knew that this young fierce dragon from across the river was finally going to show his real fangs. I want you to immediately block all the main traffic arteries around the 7th steel plant on Longting Road in the western suburbs of the provincial capital. Not even a fly is allowed to fly out. At the same time, mobilize your manpower and cooperate with the Dawn base to conduct a comprehensive cleanup of all known bases and industries of the Black Scorpion organization in the periphery. I want them to completely disappear from the provincial capital before dawn. Lu Zhenxiong took a breath of cold air. What a big deal. What a fierce determination. This is to eradicate the Black Scorpion organization completely and completely. The Black Scorpion organization has been operating in the provincial capital for many years and is deeply rooted. Although it acts in secret, its power should not be underestimated. Who among ordinary forces dares to say such a thing? But when these words came from Lin Haotian's mouth, Lu Zhenxiong did not dare to have any doubt. He had witnessed Lin Haotian's terrifying strength with his own eyes, and he also understood the combat effectiveness of the desperate criminals in the Dawn base. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Lu Zhenxiong's voice became extremely solemn, I will do it right away. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer before dawn. I will also handle everything that follows and will never leave you any trouble.
He knew very well that this was a time to take sides and also a huge opportunity.
As long as this matter is accomplished, Lu Zhenxiong's weight in Lin Haotian's heart will definitely increase greatly.
Very good. Lin Haotian said calmly, remember, I only want the result.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in his eyes burst out as if it were tangible.
His figure flashed, and then he disappeared from the roof of Li Ruoxi's apartment building into the vast night, like a disembodied ghost, rushing towards the western suburbs of the provincial capital.
He didn't even wait for Wang Dali and Lu Zhenxiong's manpower to be fully in place. He wants to take the lead himself.
He would use the most direct and bloodiest way to make the Black Scorpion organization pay the most painful price for their stupidity and arrogance.
Next day. Dawn Base Command Center.
The command hall, which was originally a little quiet, was now brightly lit, full of noise, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Wang Dali stood in front of the huge electronic sand table, his face grim, and gave instructions in a deep voice.
Thunder Leopard Squad, responsible for clearing the eastern perimeter.
Target, the 3 locations of the Black Scorpion Hall, all personnel, kill without mercy.
Lone Wolf Squad, be responsible for the blockade on the west side. Cooperate with Mr. Lu's men to make sure that no one can get through.
Viper Squad, infiltrate and assault, eliminate all secret sentries and surveillance.
Attention all brothers. Brother Tian has given an order.
The core area must wait for his instructions.
Our mission is to ensure that the Black Scorpion's lair is turned into an isolated island before Brother Tian takes action.
Yes.
Uniform and murderous responses echoed in the command hall.
Dozens of well-equipped corps members of the Dawn Base, dressed in black combat uniforms, quickly gathered from various secret strongholds like silent cheetahs, and turned into undercurrents, rushing to every corner of the provincial capital and the abandoned industrial park shrouded in the night.
On the other side of the provincial capital, in Lu Zhenxiong's villa study.
At this moment, beads of sweat were oozing out of his forehead. There were 7 or 8 phones in front of him, and almost none of them were idle.
Hello? Director Chen? This is Lu Zhenxiong.
There may be some unrest over there on Longting Road in the western suburbs tonight. I'd like to trouble you to set up a temporary checkpoint there.
Yes, let's say it's to check for drunk driving and contraband.
Yes, if there is any situation, I will notify you as soon as possible.
Old 9.
Send out all your most capable brothers immediately. Target, the Black Scorpion gang in the south of the city, take them all out.
Remember, be quiet, but be ruthless. Hello, is this Lawyer Wang?
Get ready to handle some, legal documents for emergencies. You may need to work overtime overnight. Commands came out of his mouth one after another, and the underground forces and part of the official forces in the entire provincial capital were quietly mobilized by him under various names, forming an invisible large net, rapidly closing in on all the known strongholds and peripheral members of the Black Scorpion organization. Lu Zhenxiong put down the last phone call, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his eyes flashed with complex light. He knew that after today, the situation of the provincial capital might change completely. And he gambled his entire fortune and stood on the side of Lin Haotian, the fierce dragon crossing the river.
Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends on today. The abandoned 7th steel plant in the western suburbs of the provincial capital.
This place used to be a symbol of the provincial capital's glorious industrial era, but now only ruins and huge rusty factory buildings remain, making whimpering sounds in the night wind, like a ghost cave. Deep in the factory area, there is a huge warehouse that looks like any other abandoned factory building, but it is heavily guarded. There were at least a dozen armed men patrolling outside the warehouse, and infrared sensors and surveillance probes were also deployed in the dark. Inside the warehouse, the lights were on and there were shadows of people everywhere.
This is the core nest of the Black Scorpion organization that has been operating in the provincial capital for many years.
At this moment, in a luxurious office in the old nest, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. A middle-aged man with a burly build like a bear or leopard, a crew cut and a hideous scar on his face was listening to his subordinates report with a grim face. He is the chief of the Black Scorpion organization in the provincial capital, and also Duan Kuan referred to as Black Scorpion in the previous article, who had attacked Lin Haotian before and was known as the Scorpion King.
What did you say? Lao Jiao and his men set an ambush in the parking lot, but were completely wiped out? Even Metal Mask died?
Duan Kuan slapped the mahogany desk, causing the teacup to shake, and his eyes were full of murderous intent.
Yes, Scorpion King.
The small leader who was kneeling on the ground and reporting was trembling all over, sweating profusely. Our spies stationed outside the parking lot just sent back a message saying that the target's strength is extremely terrifying. Lao Jiao and his men didn't even have time to send out a distress signal before they were all finished.
Useless. A bunch of useless. Duan Cohen was furious. Didn't Metal Mask say that taking down that kid named Lin would be a piece of cake? We even specially set up the wheel-killing formation. How could we be defeated so miserably?
According to our spies, that Lin Haotian seems to have some magic. He can grow vines out of thin air to protect his body, making him invulnerable to swords and guns. The little leader's voice got lower and lower. He himself didn't quite believe this nonsense, but the facts were before him.
Demon magic? Duan Cohen's eyes narrowed, and then he sneered, I think you are scared.
He is just a warrior who has cultivated his inner strength to a high level.
Pass my order immediately. All halls strengthen their vigilance. The nest enters the first level combat readiness state. I don't believe that he dares to come here alone to die.
As soon as he finished speaking,
boom! A deafening roar, like thunder falling from the sky, suddenly came from the direction of the main entrance of the warehouse.
The entire warehouse shook violently, and dust from the ceiling fell down.
What's going on? Duan Cohen stood up suddenly and shouted sternly.
One of his men rushed in, his face as pale as paper, and his voice was filled with tears. Scorpion.
Scorpion King. No. It's bad. Someone broke in. Our gate was blown open by a punch. What? Duan Cohen's pupils suddenly shrank and his face was full of disbelief.
The door to their lair was made of a special alloy, half a foot thick, enough to withstand a frontal attack from a rocket launcher.
How could it be blown open by a single punch? Is this guy still a human being?
Before he could react, there were already dense gunshots, screams, and hair-raising sounds of bones breaking and shrill screams coming from outside. The sound came from far away at an astonishing speed.
Duan Cohen felt an unprecedented strong sense of uneasiness in his heart.
He could clearly feel a bone-chilling murderous intent that was as tangible as a thunderbolt, sweeping towards him.
All senior executives, gather in the secret room immediately. Activate the highest level of defense.
Duan Cohen gave the order decisively, grabbed the golden desert eagle on the table, turned around and rushed towards the secret door at the back of the office.
However, he was still a step slow. Boom!
The heavy bulletproof wooden door of the office was like a paper door and was shattered directly from the outside by an unparalleled force. Amidst the flying wood chips, a tall and cold figure, bathed in the junction of the pale light of the corridor and the dim light of the room, slowly walked in. The man was wearing ordinary casual clothes, but his body was stained with bright red blood, as if he had just walked out of Azura hell. His eyes were colder than 10,000-year-old black ice and as deep as an abyss. Just one glance from him could make people shudder from the depths of their souls.
It's Lin Haotian.
His divine eyes had already locked onto the person with the strongest energy fluctuation in the room. Black Scorpion leader Duan Cohen.
Come so soon, Lin Haotian?
Duan Cohen raised the golden desert eagle in his hand with a timid look on his face, pointed the gun at Lin Haotian, and asked with forced calmness. But his slightly trembling arms revealed his inner fear, and his previous arrogance receded like the tide at this moment, disappearing without a trace. Lin Haotian did not answer, but just looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person. He walked towards us step by step. His steps were not fast, but he carried with him a heavy pressure like a mountain pressing down on one's head.
Stop!
I'll shoot if you come any closer.
Duan Cohen roared, veins bulging on his forehead.
Several of his trusted bodyguards also drew their weapons and pointed them at Lin Haotian.
However, Lin Haotian seemed not to hear his threat and continued to approach slowly. Open fire! Kill him! Duan Cohen finally couldn't bear this invisible pressure anymore, roared madly, and pulled the trigger first. Bang 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 bang! Deafening gunshots suddenly rang out in the office.
The Golden Desert Eagle is powerful enough to penetrate light armor. Several large-caliber bullets, mixed with dense rain of bullets fired from several other pistols, formed a line of deathfire, instantly enveloping Lin Haotian.
Duan Cohen showed a ferocious smile on his face.
In his opinion, with such a close distance and such intensive firepower, even a steel body would be shot into a sieve.
However, the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. Lin Haotian faced the rain of bullets that could tear everything apart without dodging or evading.
Just as the bullet was about to hit him, a blinding green light suddenly burst out from his body.
Aoki, Tanjia.
Countless tough vines emerged out of nowhere and quickly intertwined and entangled on his body, forming a set of strange armor that flowed with vigorous vitality. Ding 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 dong. A series of intensive explosions of metal clashing against metal. Those bullets that were deadly enough, when shot at the greenwood vine armor, were like drop in the ocean. They were bounced off, stuck, or just sparked a bunch of tiny sparks, and could not even penetrate the surface of the vine armor at all. Green light flowed on the surface of the vine armor. The vines slightly squirmed in the parts hit by bullets, and then quickly recovered as if they had never been damaged.
This is impossible.
Duan Kuan's eyes almost popped out, the golden desert eagle in his hand trembled slightly due to the recoil, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The bodyguards around him were so frightened that the guns in their hands seemed to have turned into fire sticks and they dared not fire easily anymore.
What the hell is that? How can human power possibly stop a bullet? Fighting Grandmaster Inchforce collapses the mountain. Lin Haotian's cold voice, like the death scythe, rang in their ears.
His figure suddenly became blurred the moment the gunfire stopped.
Quick!
Almost as fast as possible. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and Lin Haotian appeared in front of a bodyguard like a ghost.
The bodyguard didn't even have time to react.
He only saw a seemingly ordinary fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. The next moment, an indescribable terrifying force suddenly erupted across a distance of inches.
Bang! A dull thud like a drum.
The bodyguard's chest instantly collapsed into a horrible dent, and the sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. His eyes were wide open, and blood mixed with internal organs spurted out of his mouth. He felt as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed locomotive. His body flew backwards and hit the hard wall hard. There was a muffled sound, and there was no sound anymore.
Kill with one blow. Blood dyed the walls red. The office fell into dead silence in an instant.
The remaining bodyguards were so frightened that their guns fell to the ground with a clang. Their legs went limp and they fell to their knees, kowtowing loudly, "Please, please spare us.
Master Lin, please spare us. We are also following orders."
Lin Haotian didn't even look at them, his eyes were always fixed on Duan Kuan.
Duan Kuan no longer had his previous arrogance and composure.
His face was as pale as a ghost and his whole body was shaking like a sieve.
He finally understood why Metal Mask was defeated so miserably. The man in front of him was not a human at all. He was a devil. He was the invincible god of death. "You, don't come over, you, if you kill me, our organization will not let you go. There are more powerful existences behind us, behind us." Duan Kuan roared fiercely while retreating, trying to intimidate Lin Haotian with the prestige of the organization. "Your organization? Black Scorpion? Ridiculous."
Lin Haotian's mouth curled up into an extremely sarcastic sneer. "From tonight on, there will be no more Black Scorpion in the provincial capital."
Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed again. God's hundreds of changes. Duan Kuan only felt a figure flash before his eyes, and a fierce gust of wind blew towards him. He wanted to hide, but his body seemed to be immobilized and he couldn't move at all. Lin Haotian's speed had completely exceeded his reaction limit. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Lin Haotian's hand, like a pair of pliers, grasped Duan Kuan's gun holding right wrist with incredible precision. With a slight force, Duan Kuan's wrist was twisted and deformed at a strange angle. Ah! Duan Kuan let out a shrill howl, and the golden desert eagle in his hand fell to the ground. The severe pain made him sweat profusely and he almost fainted. "Scorpion King, is that all?"
"Nothing more than that," Lin Haotian snorted. Lin Haotian's other hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Duan Kuan's throat. Like an eagle catching a chick, he lifted his huge body up, his feet off the ground.
Oh, oh. Duan Kuan's face instantly turned purple.
He grasped Lin Haotian's steel-like arms tightly with both hands, struggling in vain, and making meaningless huss sounds from his throat. He could clearly feel the icy murderous intent emanating from Lin Haotian, as well as the terrifying force coming from the big hand that was strangling his throat, which was enough to easily crush his larynx. The shadow of death has never been so clear in his heart.
"Tell me, who sent you to attack Li Ruoshi? What code is behind your Black Scorpion? And what is the more powerful existence you mentioned?"
Lin Haotian's eyes flashed with cold light, and his voice was icy without a trace of emotion. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Duan Kuan's heart hard. At this moment, outside the warehouse, the shouting and gunshots had gradually subsided.
Wang Dali walked in quickly with a bloody look on his face.
Seeing the scene before him, he bowed respectfully to Lin Haotian and said, "Brother Tian." The periphery of the Black Scorpion's lair has been completely cleared.
All resistance elements will be killed on the spot.
Mr. Liu's men have also controlled all entrances and exits, and are counting the prisoners and supplies. Lin Haotian nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed on Duan Kuan, who was in his hand. The night wind rushed in through the blown open door and windows, blowing up the strands of hair on Lin Haotian's forehead and dispersing the strong smell of blood in the office. In the distance, several blurry figures were standing on a commanding height in the abandoned factory, holding high-powered telescopes and silently watching everything that happened here. They looked solemn, as if they were evaluating something.
That was a secret observer from the National High-Level Military Management Department.
The Black Scorpion organization in the provincial capital, this malignant tumor that had been entrenched in the darkness for many years, collapsed overnight under Lin Haotian's thundering rage.
Lin Haotian withdrew his gaze from the window and refocused on the dying Duan Kuan, the cruel curve at the corner of his mouth becoming even more intense. "Now, can you tell me?"
The cold voice, echoing in the silent night sky, foreshadows the coming of a deeper storm. The Scorpion King's wailing is just the prelude to this bloody revenge.
Chapter 49, Black Scorpion's Secret.
Leading out the shadow of the capital, Divine Eye Upgrade.
The next day, early morning.
The hustle and bustle and bloodshed in the western suburbs of the provincial capital were quietly wiped out with the light of dawn, as if everything that happened last night was just a thrilling nightmare.
Lu Zhenxian's energy was fully demonstrated at this moment.
The official level blocked the scene in the name of surprise inspection of large-scale pollution and safety hazard enterprises. All subsequent processing was carried out in an orderly manner to ensure that no details that should not be known to the public would be leaked. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Dawn base, in a newly renovated secret interrogation room, the atmosphere was even colder than a winter night. This interrogation room is not big, about 20 square meters. The walls are made of thick alloy steel plates welded together and covered with a layer of sound-absorbing material to ensure that no sound can penetrate. Above his head, a high-powered shadowless lamp emitted a pale light, illuminating everything in the room, cold and cruel. In the center of the room, a specially made metal interrogation chair was firmly fixed to the ground.
Scorpion King Duan Kuan was currently locked to a chair with thick alloy shackles, his limbs were completely fixed, and he could not move.
His originally hideous scarred face was now covered in cold sweat and blood, and his once fierce eyes had long been replaced by endless fear and despair. His combat uniform was stripped off, leaving him only in a thin prisoner uniform. He was trembling all over, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably, making a clicking sound.
Last night, Lin Haotian's terrifying strength, which was like the arrival of a demon, had completely destroyed all his psychological defenses.
Especially the hand that was strangling his throat, so cold and powerful that he could clearly smell the breath of death. Lin Haotian sat on a simple metal chair, with a small metal table between him and Duan Kuan. His expression was calm and his eyes were as deep as an ancient well, as if the earth-shattering bloody battle last night was just an ordinary walk after dinner for him.
Wang Dali stood behind Lin Haotian like an iron tower, with a solemn expression and an undisguised cold murderous intent towards Duan Kuan in his eyes. If Brother Tian had not ordered to keep the man alive, he would have personally killed the bastard who dared to anger Brother Tian. "Duan Kuan, or should I call you Black Scorpion?"
Lin Haotian spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that went straight to the heart. "You should be thankful that you still have the opportunity to speak. Some people don't even have this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Duan Kuan's body trembled violently and a meaningless whimper came from his throat. He wanted to speak, but the extreme fear made his vocal cords somewhat out of control. "It seems that you are not fully awake yet." Lin Haotian raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and stretched out 2 fingers, with a green light flashing at his fingertips. "Brother Tian, leave this bastard to me." Wang Dali stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, his knuckles cracking. He also had his own set of homemade methods for interrogation, which guaranteed to make even the strongest man speak. Lin Haotian raised his hand slightly to stop Wang Dali. "No need. To deal with this kind of bastard, there is no need for such rough methods." He stood up, walked slowly to Duan Kuan, looked down at him, without a trace of pity in his eyes. "Do you think that if you don't tell me, I won't be able to know what I want to know?" Lin Haotian's voice was still calm. The Black Scorpion organization has been operating in the provincial capital for many years, and the things they have done in secret are too numerous to mention. Just the things we found in your lair last night are enough to kill you 10,000 times. Duan Kuan's body trembled even more violently, and his eyes were full of pleading. "However, I like to hear the person involved speak for himself." Lin Haotian said slowly, especially about who instructed you to attack Li Ruoshi. When Li Ruoshi's name was mentioned, a hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes, and the temperature in the interrogation room seemed to drop a few degrees. Duan Cohen shuddered all over, opened his mouth, and squeezed out a few words in a hoarse voice. It's Xiao. Zhao Shifeng. Zhao Shifeng? Lin Haotian sneered disdainfully. Just him? A lackey who dares not even breathe in front of you is qualified to order your Black Scorpion organization around? It seems that you haven't figured out your situation yet. My patience is limited, to be honest. Lin Haotian's voice suddenly turned cold, and the strong sense of oppression made Duan Cohen's heart tremble violently. He didn't expect that Lin Haotian actually knew something about their internal situation. No, it's not him. Duan Cohen was overwhelmed by Lin Haotian's aura and explained in fear, he is just a messenger. There are other people behind us. Speak clearly. Lin Haotian's voice was calm, but Duan Cohen felt an irresistible pressure from it. I said, can you give me a quick death? A glimmer of hope flashed in Duan Cohen's eyes. He knew that he had no way to survive and only hoped to suffer less torture. That depends on whether what you said is valuable. Lin Haotian said lightly. Duan Cohen's eyes flashed with despair, and then he seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, it is an organization called Shadow Palace. They asked us to deal with Li Ruoshi, to warn you, so that you don't meddle in other people's business. Shadow Palace? Lin Haotian's eyes narrowed. He had never heard of this name. Yes. Shadow Palace. Duan Cohen seemed to have remembered something horrible, and his voice trembled. They are the truly terrifying existence. Our Black Scorpion organization, in front of them, we are just like ants. I don't know why they are targeting you. I am just following orders. Lin Haotian sneered, following orders? When you attacked Ruoshi, you showed no mercy at all. Duan Cohen looked ashen and was speechless. Go on, how much do you know about the Shadow Palace? Lin Haotian asked. I don't know much. Duan Cohen's eyes flickered, as if he was holding back. The Shadow Palace's actions are extremely secretive. We are just a peripheral force, responsible for carrying out some shady tasks. Lin Haotian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the air seemed to be stagnant. He slowly raised his hand, and the green light at his fingertips lit up again. It seems that you are still not cooperating. Before he finished speaking, he put his fingers together as fast as lightning and pressed several major acupoints in Duan Cohen's chest and abdomen. Ah! Duan Cohen suddenly let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice, his body twitched violently, his eyeballs bulged, and blue veins popped out on his forehead and neck like twisted earthworms. An indescribable extreme pain instantly swept through his body like a tide. It was not simply physical pain, it was more like countless red-hot steel needles piercing into every acupuncture point in his body, penetrating his bone marrow, and then stirring madly. What's even more bizarre is that despite this extreme pain, his consciousness was extremely clear, and every bit of pain was infinitely magnified and clearly transmitted to his cerebral cortex. This is exactly the hypnotic acupressure technique that Lin Haotian learned from Fighting Mastery Max. It can not only control the enemy, but also stimulate specific acupuncture points to induce horrific pain that ordinary people can hardly imagine, directly destroying the opponent's will. Kill me, please, kill me. Duan Cohen wailed miserably, his voice was completely distorted, saliva and snot flowed uncontrollably, mixed with sweat, and he looked in a miserable state. He tried to struggle, but the alloy shackles fixed him firmly to the chair, making all his efforts seem so futile and pathetic. Wang Dali stood aside, looking at Duan Cohen's miserable state, which was worse than death, and was secretly shocked. Brother Tian's methods are indeed extraordinary. This kind of torture is much more terrible than simply breaking a few of his bones. Lin Haotian looked expressionlessly at Duan Cohen, who was writhing in extreme pain, and his voice was still cold. Now, are you willing to talk? I'll say everything. Please, stop. Duan Cohen's will was completely destroyed in just a dozen seconds. He had never imagined that there would be such horrible torture in this world. Lin Haotian moved his fingers slightly, untying the restrictions on several key acupuncture points on Duan Cohen's body. The heart-wrenching pain receded like a tide, but the remaining fear still made Duan Cohen exhausted all over. He gasped for breath heavily, like a fish out of water. Shadow Palace, what is its origin?
Lin Haotian asked again, with a hint of impatience in his tone.
Duan Cohen no longer dared to hide anything at this moment, and revealed everything he knew like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. The Shadow Palace is a mysterious organization spread all over the country.
I am not the real leader of the Black Scorpion organization.
I am just the leader of a branch of the Shadow Palace in Jiangnan province. The Black Scorpion organization is just one of the many peripheral forces supported by the Shadow Palace in Jiangnan province. It specializes in handling some difficult matters for them and acts as their black glove. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Lin Haotian, but even Wang Dali beside him had his pupils shrink suddenly.
The Black Scorpion organization was already a terrifying existence in the provincial capital, but was it just a branch of the Shadow Palace in Jiangnan province? Or was it a peripheral force? How terrifying is this Shadow Palace?
Duan Cohen panted and continued to speak intermittently. Jia Shifeng, he is nothing at all. He is just a chess piece that the Shadow Palace's high-level officials in the provincial capital have been looking for, to use, to cover up some of their real intentions.
Where is the headquarters of the Shadow Hall? Who is their leader? What are their main activities? Lin Haotian asked very quickly, and each question went straight to the point. The headquarters is said to be in the capital. Duan Cohen's eyes were filled with fear.
Their leader, codenamed Shadow King.
I don't know his exact strength, but I once saw from a distance the head of a branch hall reporting to him. Just the aura emanating from Shadow King made me breathless.
He is definitely a terrifying existence, beyond our level of cognition.
Beijing. Shadow King. Lin Haotian's heart was in turmoil.
He vaguely felt that he seemed to have touched a monster that was far beyond his imagination. The Shadow Palace's sphere of influence spreads across all major provinces in the country, mainly infiltrating the official, business, and martial arts circles, collecting intelligence, assassinations, supporting puppets, and even conducting some taboo human experiments and ancient martial arts research.
Duan Cohen's voice was getting lower and lower.
It was obvious that this information was also extremely confidential to him, and speaking it out had exhausted all his courage.
Forbidden human experiments? Ancient martial arts research?
Lin Haotian keenly captured these two key words.
Yes.
Duan Cohen nodded with difficulty. They seem to be looking for some method that can help people quickly improve their strength, or even break through the shackles of martial arts.
I don't know what it is.
Lin Haotian was silent for a moment, digesting this shocking information.
He didn't expect that a small Black Scorpion organization would be involved in such an unfathomable dark force.
The ambition and strength of this Shadow Palace are probably far beyond my imagination. The Shadow Palace is so huge in the capital, it must have the support of local forces.
Which forces in the capital are they colluding with? Lin Haotian asked again, his eyes as sharp as a knife.
Duan Cohen hesitated for a moment, a look of extreme fear on his face, as if this question touched on some taboo. Lin Haotian's eyes turned cold, and a faint green light appeared on his fingertips again.
I'll tell you.
Duan Cohen was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body, and he shouted hurriedly, according to the few words I overheard, the Shadow Palace seems to have a deep connection with a top ancient martial arts family in the capital. That family seems to be surnamed Feng.
Feng family?
Lin Haotian's heart trembled, and he kept the surname firmly in his mind. An ancient martial arts family in the capital that can be related to a behemoth like the Shadow Palace must have extraordinary power and background. Although he had never heard of it, the surname Feng would become a target of his high vigilance from today on. If the Shadow Hall really has such a powerful ally, then the difficulty of the matter will be far beyond his expectations.
Which Feng family? What are their characteristics?
Beijing, one of the top ancient martial arts families in Beijing, famous for their intelligence and their strange body movements.
Duan Cohen said tremblingly, more specifically. I really don't know. People at my level can't get in touch with secrets of that level. Lin Haotian looked at Duan Cohen deeply. Judging from his expression and reaction, he did not seem to be faking it.
It seemed that this was all he knew.
Very good. Lin Haotian nodded.
Just when Duan Cohen thought that the torture was finally over and he could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold light flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes, and severally moved flying needles flashing with a faint green light popped out silently from his fingertips. Swish, swish, swish. The flying needle pierced several vital points on Duan Cohen's head with incredible precision.
You. Duan Cohen only had time to let out a low cry of horror before his eyes suddenly rolled back and he instantly lost consciousness. He collapsed on the interrogation chair, with only his weak breathing proving that he was still alive. Lin Haotian used the emu flying needle acupuncture technique to temporarily seal his mind, making him fall into a deep coma to prevent him from committing suicide or leaking the information that the interrogation was over. He would not show any mercy to such a vicious criminal. "Brother Tian, how should we deal with this guy?" Wang Dali stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. "Detain him first and assign someone to keep him under strict guard." Lin Haotian said calmly, "He is still useful. Also, compile a copy of the interrogation record and classify it as top secret." "Yes." Wang Dali replied respectfully. After dealing with Duan Cohen, Lin Haotian rubbed his brows. The appearance of the Shadow Palace made him feel unprecedented pressure. This mysterious organization spread across the country has unfathomable strength, and its leader, the Shadow King, is an even more terrifying existence. What shocked him even more was that the Shadow Palace might be colluding with the Feng family, one of the top ancient martial arts families in the capital. This newly emerged name cast a more complicated and dangerous shadow on his future trip to the capital. Zhao Shifeng was nothing more than a piece of the tongue spit out by this giant poisonous snake in the provincial capital. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded clearly in his mind. Ding! The host successfully interrogated the key target, obtained important secret intelligence, and exposed the nationwide dark organization Shadow Hall, which had a profound impact on the subsequent strategic layout. Ding! The completion rate of the sign-in task has been greatly improved. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special sign-in reward. Piercing Delusion Divine Pupil Primary has been upgraded to Piercing Delusion Divine Pupil Intermediate. Divine Eyes for Breaking Delusion Intermediate, comprehensive improvement in insight, perception, and dynamic vision. New core module Energy Analysis. Energy Analysis, it can consume a small amount of mental power to conduct a preliminary analysis of the energy attributes, flow trajectory, and structural characteristics contained in the target, including living things, objects, exercises, etc., and present them in a digital form. Note, the depth of analysis is related to the strength of one's own mental power and the target's energy level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward of Foundation Building Pill. Foundation Building Pill, a magical pill made from a variety of natural materials and treasures. It can assist Qi Condensation Realm warriors in cleansing their marrow and removing hair, consolidating their foundation, greatly improving the success rate of breaking through to the Foundation Building Realm, and increasing the purity of their Qi after the breakthrough. A series of system prompt sounds cheered Lin Haotian up. The Delusion Breaking Divine Eye has been upgraded. And the Energy Analysis module has also been unlocked. Lin Haotian's heart moved, and he subconsciously used his divine pupil to look at the metal table in front of him. In an instant, his vision changed miraculously. The originally ordinary metal table appeared in his eyes as countless fine energy lines, and the microscopic particles that made up its material form seemed to be flowing slowly. The table as a whole exudes a dim and steady metallic energy fluctuation. Target, Special Alloy Table Ordinary Item. Energy Attribute, Gold Inert. Energy Structure Stability, 98.7%. Energy Flow, almost none. Special note, the material is strong and has a certain impact resistance. Clear lines of data appeared at the edge of his vision, like an interface from a science fiction movie. Lin Haotian turned his gaze to Wang Dali standing beside him. Target, Wang Dali Human Warrior. Vital signs, healthy. Energy attributes, earth heavy, gold strong, mixed affected by the main cultivation method. Total amount of true energy, 780-850 calories standard unit. Qi flow rate, 18 calories s-com state. Technique features preliminary analysis, Barbarian Bear Mountain opening secret incomplete improved version features, focuses on the burst of physical strength, strong defense, and the Qi circulation path presents an outward type impact feature. Disadvantages, the Qi circulation is slightly rough, which puts a heavy load on the meridians, and the potential for subsequent advancement is limited. Current state, vigorous energy and blood, high fighting spirit. Hiss. Lin Haotian took a deep breath in his heart. This energy analysis module is simply amazing. Not only can it see through the energy composition of matter, but it can also directly analyze a warrior's total amount of true Qi, its attributes, and the characteristics of his techniques, and even the advantages and disadvantages of his techniques can be seen at a glance. This means that in the future, when facing any enemy, as long as his mental strength is sufficient, he can almost instantly see through the opponent's strengths and weaknesses.
The role of this in battle is simply immeasurable. Moreover, the analysis of the techniques made him see the possibility of perfecting and optimizing his own martial arts. The techniques produced by the system, such as Yi Mu Jinjie, Paoang Shintong, Xinqing Baibian, and Fighting Mastery Max, may have been perfect, but if he could analyze other advanced martial arts, extract their essence, and integrate them, then his strength improvement speed would be even more terrifying. The upgrade of this divine eyes for breaking delusion intermediate has brought about a qualitative leap. And that foundation building pill is like timely help. His current strength is equivalent to the peak of the Qi condensation realm in the martial arts level, and he is only one step away from the foundation establishment realm. Although he is confident that he can make a breakthrough with his own accumulation, the foundation establishment stage is an important watershed in martial arts practice. It is extremely difficult, and any carelessness may damage the foundation and affect future achievements. This foundation building pill will undoubtedly greatly increase his chances of success in breaking through and consolidate his martial arts foundation, allowing him to go further and more steadily on the road of future cultivation. Shadow Hall, Shadow King Lin Haotian clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a cold and determined light. No matter how powerful you are, if you dare to stretch your claws towards the people around me, I will uproot you. From the Black Scorpion organization in the provincial capital, to the nationwide Shadow Palace, to the mysterious Feng family in the capital, a huge shadow network covering the entire country seems to be slowly unfolding towards him. How powerful is the Shadow King? What is the real purpose of the Shadow Palace? What are the Feng family planning by colluding with the Shadow Palace? Questions swirled in Lin Haotian's mind. He knew that the road ahead would be filled with even more severe challenges. But instead of showing any fear, he felt a strong desire to fight. The stronger the enemy is, the stronger his fighting spirit will be. And the trump cards he holds are becoming stronger and stronger. He glanced at the foundation building pill lying quietly in the system space, emitting a faint fragrance, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's time to prepare for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Once he enters the foundation building stage, his strength will experience an earth-shaking surge. By then, no matter whether it is the Shadow Palace or the changes in the capital, he will be more confident to face it. Lin Haotian walked out of the interrogation room. The early morning sunlight shone through the skylight of the base, dispelling some of the haze. A new day has begun, and a bigger storm that will sweep across the martial arts world across the country is quietly brewing. His gaze has shifted from the provincial capital to the wider world, the capital city where many talented people are hiding. Chapter 50. The martial arts conference was a success. The capital city's Long Alphen was alarmed. The morning light tore through the curtain of night, and the golden sunlight sprinkled like broken gold on Longyang City, the emerging pearl of the south of the Yangtze River. Today, the Longyang City Gymnasium has been completely ignited by an indescribable atmosphere of enthusiasm since early morning. The crowds of people gathered from all directions like a surging river. The wide square was already packed with people. A variety of cheering banners, flashing glow sticks, and the uniform clothing of the martial arts school disciples formed a colorful and vibrant picture. Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference Finals. On the huge electronic screen above the stadium entrance, this line of bright red words exudes an exciting light. The hall was packed with people. The eyes of tens of thousands of people are now focused on the huge, carefully arranged arena in the center of the stadium. The bright spotlights illuminated the arena as bright as day. Flags of major martial arts families and well-known martial arts gyms in Jiangnan Province were hung around it, fluttering in the wind. The air was filled with tension, anticipation, and a faint smell of gunpowder, which was a unique aura created by the high morale of the warriors. Dear audience, dear guests, welcome to the much-anticipated finals of the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference. On the commentary stand, two senior martial arts commentators were stirring up the atmosphere with their passionate voices. One of them was the highly respected Zhang Jingji, vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. After several days of fierce competition, we have finally reached the final peak showdown. Today, two peerless geniuses who have stood out from countless young talents will compete on this glorious stage for the championship trophy that symbolizes the highest honor of Jiangnan Province's youth martial arts. Zhang Jingji's voice spread throughout the gymnasium through the loudspeaker equipment, drawing waves of thunderous applause and cheers. First, let us welcome the first finalist, the young master from the Jiang Bailey family, monument breaker Li Chengfeng. Accompanied by exciting music, a figure walked out from the contestant passage on one side of the gymnasium with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Li Chengfeng, 27 years old, has a sturdy build and bronze skin that glows with health under the light. He was wearing a tight black martial arts uniform, his arms were muscular and full of explosive power. His eyes were sharp, and he carried an aura as steady as a mountain as he walked. He was obviously a famous master who had experienced many battles.
Li Changfeng! Li Changfeng!
In the audience, Li's disciples and his supporters immediately burst into thunderous cheers. As a veteran young master in the province, Li Changfeng has long been famous for his powerful, stone-breaking hand. It is said that he once broke a 3-foot-thick bluestone steel with one palm. His strength is unquestionable. Li Changfeng stepped onto the ring, clasped his fists and gestured to the people around him with a confident smile on his face. He took a deep breath, feeling the glory of being the center of attention, his eyes filled with desire for the championship. His opponent is the biggest dark horse that emerged from nowhere in this martial arts exchange meeting.
He swept through all the way to the next round with an invincible attitude. He is the pride of Jiangqing City, Lin Haotian.
When the three words Lin Haotian came out of Zhang Jingji's mouth, the atmosphere in the entire gymnasium instantly reached a new boiling point.
Lin Haotian! Lin Haotian! Lin Haotian!
The shouts were several times more enthusiastic than when Li Changfeng appeared on the stage before.
Countless young martial arts enthusiasts almost roared out this name. In their eyes, Lin Haotian is no longer just a contestant, but a legend, a myth.
Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Haotian slowly walked out from the contestant passage on the other side. He was still wearing simple casual clothes, which formed a sharp contrast with the contestants around the ring who were wearing various martial arts uniforms. However, this seemingly casual outfit reveals an indescribable calmness and composure on him. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and each step seemed to contain some unique rhythm, which was out of tune with the noisy environment around him, but strangely became the focus of the whole audience. He has a handsome face and his eyes are deep and calm, like an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. But everyone who has seen him in action knows that beneath this calmness, there lies a terrifying force that can destroy the world. In the VIP seats, Old Qin stroked his beard excitedly, his eyes sparkling. This little guy can always bring surprises to people every time he appears. Li Ruoshi, who was sitting next to Mr. Qin, also had her beautiful eyes shining at this moment. Her hands were clasped together nervously, and beads of sweat appeared on her palms. She knew better than anyone how powerful Lin Haotian was, but in this highly anticipated final arena, she was still nervous and proud of him. A Feng and several core members of the Dawn base had proud and excited expressions on their faces. They had already regarded Lin Haotian as a god in their hearts. At the other end of the VIP seats, in a special area, the atmosphere was somewhat different. There were several young men of extraordinary bearing sitting here. Their clothes, as well as the subtle dignity and pride on their bodies, showed that they were not native to Jiangnan province. Among them, a young man dressed in dark golden dragon pattern clothes was the most eye-catching. He was about 24 or 25 years old, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a nose like a hanging gallbladder, and a handsome face with a hint of rebelliousness. He leaned casually in his chair, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, as if looking down on all living beings. He is the young master of the Long family who came all the way from the capital Long Alfeng. At this moment, Long Alfeng's gaze also fell on Lin Haotian, who was slowly walking towards the ring. The corners of his mouth curled up with an ambiguous arc, and his eyes were filled with scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible expectation. He's only at the peak of the qi condensation realm, but he can cause such a stir in Jiangnan province.
That's quite interesting.
A middle-aged man who looked like a butler beside Long Alfeng whispered with a hint of disapproval in his tone.
Long Alfeng didn't say anything, but just gently stroked an ancient jade ring on his thumb, his eyes never leaving Lin Haotian.
He could feel that this Lin Haotian seemed to have an indescribable quality, which was completely different from the so-called geniuses he had met before. Not far from Long Alfeng, another girl who also came from the capital city was even more eye-catching. She was wearing a water blue floor-length dress with lifelike phoenix patterns embroidered on the hem, which seemed to be shining with color as she moved. She has a beautiful face, skin whiter than snow, curved eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, and there is an ethereal and otherworldly temperament in her glance. She sat there quietly, playing with a peculiarly shaped phoenix jade slip in her hand. From time to time, a barely perceptible light flashed on the jade slip.
She is the proud daughter of the Feng family in the capital Fengwu.
Feng Wu's gaze also fell on Lin Haotian, her eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. Different from Long Alfeng's overbearing and outward-looking personality, her interests were more restrained, like a clear spring in a mountain stream, seemingly calm but actually unfathomable.
This Lin Haotian is quite interesting.
Feng Wu opened her red lips slightly, her voice was crisp and pleasant, but only the maid beside her could hear it. I have watched the previous game videos, his strength, speed, and reaction are all top-notch, but I always feel a little rough. I wonder if he will bring us some new surprises in today's final. The maid bowed her head respectfully and said, "Miss, this man rose to prominence too quickly, and his background has not yet been fully investigated. But according to the initial intelligence we have, he seems to have some connection with the destroyed Black Scorpion organization and the newly emerged Shadow Hall.
Feng Wu heard this, and a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Oh? Shadow Palace? Those guys who hide their heads and show their tails have also set their sights on him? It seems that the water in Jiangnan province is deeper than imagined.
The phoenix-shaped jade slip in her hand flickered, obviously recording something.
On the ring,
Lin Haotian and Sun Long stood opposite each other.
Lin Haotian, I've heard of your name for a long time.
Li Chengfeng clasped his fists and spoke in a loud voice, his eyes filled with solemnity and fighting spirit.
You are very strong.
But I, Li Chengfeng, will go all out today to fight for the championship glory. Lin Haotian smiled faintly and returned the greeting by clasping his fists. Brotherly, you are welcome. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable confidence, as if this much anticipated final was nothing more than an ordinary competition in his eyes. After the two sides finished greeting each other, the referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, "The final of the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference begins now."
Boom! A majestic bell rang throughout the venue, pushing the atmosphere to the extreme. Kill! Li Chengfeng took the lead. He shouted loudly and stomped his feet hard, causing the hard alloy arena to emit a dull vibration.
The whole person was like a cannonball fired from a gun, carrying a tremendous force, and rushed towards Lin Haotian violently.
Monument breaker!
Li Chengfeng clenched his right hand into a palm, and a layer of khaki light faintly appeared in the palm of his hand. His internal energy was highly condensed, and the air was torn apart by the edge of his palm, making a sharp whistling sound. This palm strike was his famous skill, powerful enough to break stones and split monuments. He knew very well how powerful Lin Haotian was, so he went all out when he attacked, leaving no room for any more.
Faced with Li Chengfeng's earth-shattering attack, many warriors in the audience exclaimed in surprise.
The power of this palm has surpassed the cognition of most Qi condensation realm warriors. However, Lin Haotian still stood there with a calm expression, as if he did not see the ferocious palm power coming towards him. Just when Li Chengfeng's monument-breaking hand was less than half a foot away from his face and the fierce palm wind had already made his hair fly, Lin Haotian finally moved. His movements were not fast, and could even be said to be a little slow. He just turned slightly and, at an incredible angle, narrowly avoided Li Chengfeng's palm. At the same time, he put his right index finger and middle finger together, like an unsheathed sword, and pointed lightly towards the inside of Li Chengfeng's wrist. This finger, without any worldly air, formed a sharp contrast with Li Chengfeng's fierce and domineering monument-splitting hand.
What is he doing? Are you looking for death? How dare you confront Li Chengfeng head-on? No!
His target is Li Chengfeng's wrist. In the audience, many warriors with keen eyes saw Lin Haotian's intention, but still found it unbelievable.
Li Chengfeng's monument-breaking hand is so powerful that the defense at his wrist must be as solid as a rock. What effect can Lin Haotian's light finger have? However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened.
Bite! There was a crisp sound so slight that it was almost imperceptible. Lin Haotian's fingertips pointed at a certain point on the inside of Li Chengfeng's wrist with incredible precision.
That's it.
Li Chengfeng, who was originally full of vigor and internal energy, suddenly stiffened. His palm force, which was powerful enough to break a monument, suddenly dissipated less than 3 inches away from Lin Haotian's face.
Like a balloon that had been punctured, it instantly became weak and powerless.
What was even more strange was that an indescribable tingling and numbness spread from the point on his wrist where he was hit, spreading like lightning to his entire arm and even half of his body.
How is this possible?
Li Chengfeng's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He could clearly feel that the powerful internal energy condensed in his palm, at the moment when Lin Haotian's fingertips touched it, seemed to be disrupted by an extremely clever force, and the rhythm of its operation became uncontrollable in an instant, and even began to backfire on itself. At the moment when his heart was shocked, Lin Haotian moved. He still looked calm and composed. He raised his left hand seemingly casually, turned it into a palm, and gently pressed it on Li Chengfeng's chest. This palm strike did not make any earth-shattering sound, and did not even create a trace of wind. It was just like a friendly slap between friends.
Bang!
There was a dull sound. Li Chengfeng's burly body seemed to be hit head-on by a prehistoric beast, and flew backwards violently.
Puff!
While in mid-air, Li Chengfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. He only felt a gentle yet irresistible force, passing through Lin Haotian's light palm, directly hitting his internal organs and shaking his 8 extraordinary meridians. That force was not simply brute force, but an extremely subtle shock force, as if it could penetrate his thick muscles and internal protective strength and directly hit the weak link in the circulation of his internal strength.
Boom!
Li Chengfeng's body fell heavily on the edge of the ring more than 10 meters away. He struggled for a few times, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. His eyes were filled with unbelievable despair.
One finger, one palm. Just 2 moves.
The long famous and powerful monument breaker Li Chengfeng was defeated.
And the defeat was so clean and quick, so unbelievable. The entire gymnasium fell into deathly silence the moment Li Chengfeng fell to the ground. You can hear a pin drop. Tens of thousands of spectators, no matter they were ordinary martial arts enthusiasts or those martial arts masters who boasted of their discerning vision, seemed to be strangled by the throat at this moment. They opened their mouths and eyes wide, and the expressions on their faces were frozen in extreme shock and disbelief. What did they see? That crushing victory? No. It's not just about winning. It is also a kind of crushing in terms of realm. If Lin Haotian had defeated his opponents before with his tremendous power and extremely fast speed, then today, he showed a higher level of understanding of martial arts. That seemingly casual move of the finger contained a precise insight into the human body's meridians and the flow of internal energy. That seemingly random slap of the palm actually unleashed a miraculous effect of using a little force to overcome great force and using cleverness to break through force. This can no longer be explained by simple strength and speed. This is an understanding of martial arts and the use of strength, reaching a state of returning to nature. Gudong.
Someone swallowed hard, and the sound was unusually clear in the dead silence. Then, it was like a chain reaction.
Wow! The dead silence was broken, replaced by thunderous cheers and waves of exclamation like a volcanic eruption and a tsunami. Oh my God! What did I see? One finger breaks the skill. One palm defeats the enemy. What kind of magical method is this? Too strong. Too incredible. This is not a fight of the same weight class at all. Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian. Is he a god? Countless people excitedly stood up from their seats, waving their arms, screaming with all their might, venting their inner shock and enthusiasm. They witnessed the birth of a miracle. The rise of a martial arts legend. In the VIP seats, Old Qin stood up suddenly, his old body trembling slightly with excitement, but his cloudy old eyes burst into an unprecedented bright light at this moment. Good. 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 Old Qin said good 3 times in a row. His voice was loud and clear, with uncontrollable excitement and satisfaction, perceiving the slightest details, making light of a heavy task, breaking through with a point, using the opponent's force to defeat the opponent. This is not only the exquisiteness of the skills, but also the sublimation of the artistic conception of martial arts. He took a deep breath, stared intently at the figure on the stage who was still as calm as water, and said word by word in a tone that was almost declarative. This boy, Lin Haotian. He has the qualities of a martial arts master. The posture of a martial arts master. These 6 words, like thunder from the sky, exploded in everyone's ears. He said that Lin Haotian has the qualities of a martial arts master, which is undoubtedly the highest recognition of Lin Haotian's strength and potential. A young man who was less than 20 years old was actually evaluated as a master of martial arts. This is unheard of in the entire history of martial arts in Jiangnan province. The whole place was boiling again. Everyone was completely excited by Mr. Qin's comment. Li Ruoxi was so excited that tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming out loud. She was proud of Lin Haotian. Afong and the others were so excited that their faces turned red, and they wanted to rush onto the stage and throw Lin Haotian into the sky. And in the VIP seats in Beijing, Long Alfeng's sharp golden pupils suddenly shrank at this moment. His body, which had been lazily leaning against the back of the chair, had unknowingly sat up straight, and his knuckles, which were tightly gripping the armrests, had turned white from the force. Energy analysis. No, it's not just energy analysis. Long Alfeng's breathing quickened, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a trace of an ignited, burning fighting spirit. As the pride of the Long family in the capital, he had a very high vision. In his eyes, ordinary geniuses were nothing special. But what Lin Haotian showed at this moment made him feel unprecedented shock. That seemingly simple move of the finger accurately cut off the flow of Li Chengfeng's internal energy.
That seemingly gentle palm contains the ultimate understanding of power transfer and structural weaknesses.
He can actually see through the flaws in his opponent's martial arts? Even predict every subtle change in the flow of internal energy? When Long Ao said this, even he himself found it a little unbelievable. This ability is beyond the scope of ordinary martial arts geniuses. This is more like some old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years and have accumulated experience and intuition through countless battles and insights. Interesting, so interesting. Long Aofeng raised his lips uncontrollably with a fanatical arc. A small place like Jiangnan province can actually produce such a person. Lin Haotian, very good. You have successfully aroused my interest.
The butler beside him was also shocked at this moment, with his mouth open, unable to utter a word for a long time. He had followed Long Aofeng for many years, but this was the first time he saw his young master showing such a solemn and excited expression. On the other side, Feng's beautiful eyes were also shining brightly at this moment. The phoenix-shaped jade slip in her hand flashed a little more rapidly than before. The energy analysis module is indeed activated. Feng's red lips parted slightly, with a barely perceptible exclamation in her voice. Moreover, his understanding and use of energy has reached a very sophisticated level. Not only can he see through it, but he can also control it.
Miss, this Lin Haotian.
The maid's voice trembled a little. Record all his data, especially the timing, angle, strength of his attacks, and every detail of the collapse of his opponent's internal energy in the fight just now. Make it the highest priority for analysis.
Feng's tone was calm, but the light in her eyes became brighter.
He is not only powerful, but also possesses a demon-like brain. Feng murmured to herself, if such a person cannot be used by my Feng family, then I can only. She didn't finish her words, but the implication was chilling. On the ring, the referee also recovered from his extreme shock. He swallowed hard, looked at Li Chengfeng, who had completely lost his ability to fight, and Lin Haotian, who stood proudly like a pine tree, took a deep breath, and announced loudly with all his strength.
The winner of the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Competition Finals is Lin Haotian. With the referee's announcement, the atmosphere in the stadium reached an unprecedented peak. Lin Haotian. Champion. Champion. Master of Martial Arts.
The cheers, shouts and applause were like an overwhelming tidal wave, one higher than the other, almost overturning the dome of the entire stadium. Countless flashlights flashed wildly, freezing this historic moment.
Lin Haotian smiled and saluted the audience around him.
He felt this heartfelt admiration and respect, and his heart was filled with pride. From a low-income youth abandoned by the world to the martial arts champion that everyone admires today, all this happened in just a few short months. The emergence of the system changed his destiny. And he himself also seized this opportunity to change his destiny with sweat and hard work. The upgraded Divine Eyes that break delusion intermediate with its newly added energy analysis function is a magical skill tailor-made for him. Just now, the moment Li Chengfeng made his move, Lin Haotian started energy analysis. Target, Li Chengfeng human warrior.
Vital signs, healthy.
Energy attributes, earth heavy, gold strong.
Total amount of true energy, 950-980 calories standard unit.
Chi flow rate, 85 calories S monument breaker burst state. Features of the technique preliminary analysis, splitting monument palm improved version features, focus on strong palm force, strong explosive power, and internal strength concentrated in the palm. Disadvantages, the internal strength circulation path is slightly single, and the Shaohai point and Shinmen point on the wrist are key nodes for the flow of strength, but also weak points. Force impact can easily lead to internal strength disorder. 3 inches outside the Tanzhong point on the chest is a weak point for the gathering of qi and strength. It is precisely with the help of these data instantly analyzed by the energy analysis module that Lin Haotian can find the flaws in Li Chengfeng's martial arts so accurately and achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost. That finger pressed the Shinmen point on the inside of Li Chengfeng's wrist, which was one of the key nodes for the circulation of his internal energy. It instantly blocked his subsequent force and triggered a backlash of his internal energy. That palm strike was aimed at the weak point of qi next to the Tanzhong point on his chest. It penetrated his body with clever force and directly shattered his body protecting qi that had not yet been fully stabilized, destroying his fighting power. This feeling of seeing through everything filled Lin Haotian's heart with an unprecedented sense of control. This is no longer a simple crushing by speed and strength, but a state close to Tao. It is a perfect combination of wisdom and martial arts. The host walked onto the stage excitedly, held up the pure gold trophy symbolizing the glory of the champion, and handed it to Lin Haotian. Let us give the warmest applause to congratulate the champion of this Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference, Lin Haotian.
Pa 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 pa.
The applause was prolonged and the cheers were deafening. Lin Haotian held the trophy high, basking in the glory of being the center of attention.
At this moment, he is the most dazzling new star in the entire Jiangnan province martial arts world. A rising legend.
His eyes inadvertently swept towards the direction of the VIP seats in the capital. He saw the undisguised fighting spirit in Long Alfing's eyes, and also saw Feng Wu's lively eyes that were sparkling with a deep light. Lin Haotian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident and playful smile.
The capital? It seems that the situation there will be even more exciting. And he is ready to meet any challenge. The Jiangnan Province Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference ended successfully with Lin Haotian winning the championship.
But everyone knows that this is just the beginning. The name Lin Haotian and the evaluation of his masterly demeanor of martial arts will surely sweep out from Jiangnan province like a hurricane and shake the entire Chinese martial arts world.
And what kind of dramatic changes will the geniuses of the two ancient martial arts families in the capital, Long Alfing's fighting spirit and Feng Wu's curiosity, bring to Lin Haotian's future? A bigger storm is quietly brewing.
Lin Haotian, the rising star in Jiangnan, his light is destined to illuminate a wider sky.